Chapter 1. The Skill of Avoiding Calamity. Xiantian City. News of the Xiantian Dao Academy's opening of its gates spread throughout the city. The Xiantian Dao Academy has opened its gates. They are recruiting disciples. I have finally awaited this opportunity after all. It is the Xiantian Dao Academy. Father, I want to become an immortal master too. At the city gate, Qing stood in line to enter, his heart racing as he listened to the myriad of gossip swirling around him. He was unaware of the Academy's profound heritage, yet he knew it was undoubtedly a place for cultivating immortality. Otherwise, he would not have traveled so far, encountering countless dangers along the way. Though he had not faced the trials of crossing 3 realms and slaying 5 generals, but rather endured the 81 challenges that seemed to multiply with each step. Had it not been for a skill that allowed him to avoid calamity, he might have been snatched away by a passing beast long ago. In summary, his journey had been fraught with hardships. Indeed, Qing was a transmigrator. He had met an untimely death and, during his transition, encountered a beam of golden light, which led him to an ancient world entirely different from Blue Star, where he became a homeless beggar, endowed with a golden finger. This golden finger was in fact a skill. In his previous life, prior to his sudden demise, he had played a game that featured a skill known as Avoid Calamity. As the name suggests, its purpose was to evade misfortune owing to the game's design. It also granted an additional effect of lifespan extension, randomly dropping lifespan points each month. This was the reason Qing remained relatively unfazed. In the present context, Qing had relied on his talent for avoiding calamity to steer clear of countless dangers. Regrettably, during his previous gaming experience, he had not managed to assemble the comprehensive skill of avoid calamity and transform misfortune into good fortune. The golden finger he possessed was a mere talent for avoiding calamity, yet it should not be viewed in such a simplistic manner. At the very least, even in a situation where survival seemed impossible, the talent could yield an auspicious outcome. As long as a calamity was present, there would invariably be a corresponding peaceful omen, and Qing conducted his affairs according to the auspicious signs. Reflecting on his early days after transmigrating, Qing had initially hoped to thoroughly understand this world. However, he soon witnessed a streak of light soaring through the sky, so swift that it left him utterly astonished. For that streak of light was unmistakably a human figure. How could a person fly in the sky? It seemed he had arrived not merely in an ancient world, but in one where the power of cultivation existed. Because of this realization, Qing decisively resolved to seek out immortals. For an ordinary mortal to traverse the vast mountains was undeniably a formidable challenge. He diligently sought information. Had it not been for his skill, he would have found it difficult to muster the resolve so swiftly. Upon divining an auspicious sign, Qing ventured through the mountains, only to be confronted with 4 ominous portents. To his left, a tiger poised to emerge from its den to hunt. To his right, a venomous python behind him, a wolf, and in front, a perilous cliff. Danger surrounded him. Upon the invocation of his talent for avoiding calamity, Qing discerned a peaceful omen, to remain motionless, which would resolve the current predicament. Ultimately, meteors rained down from the sky, obliterating the surrounding beasts of peril. Thus, Qing was able to circumvent the treacherous cliff. Hazards lurked everywhere at times. The peaceful omens could prove to be quite misleading. Qing was determined to pursue cultivation. Thus he had no choice but to immerse himself in danger to seek out another omen, hoping to discover the path to the realm of cultivation. As he approached Xiantian City, he observed a notable increase in the number of cultivators around him. I wonder if I possess any aptitude or spiritual roots, he mused. Though he told himself not to harbor expectations, who could resist the allure of cultivation? Honored guest, the hot water is ready. The innkeeper's attendant knocked on the door. Young man, I have heard that there is a cultivation academy here. The attendant's face lit up with a smile as he fondled the coins Qing had offered. Honored guest, you must be from far. The Xiantian Dao Academy is renowned far and wide. Every year, many come here seeking to cultivate their skills, and your timing is impeccable. The Xiantian Dao Academy will be recruiting disciples in our city tomorrow. There are no stringent requirements. One merely needs to gaze into a mirror. There is no examination of cultivation aptitude. But the attendant spoke with familiarity, evidently having encountered many inquiries of this nature. Once the attendant departed, Lu Qing gained clarity. Xiantian City was a mundane settlement under the jurisdiction of the Xiantian Dao Academy. Every 3 years, the academy would open its gates, and the attendant believed there was no sect more formidable than the Xiantian Dao Academy within the vicinity. As for further insider knowledge, it was beyond his reach. The attendant was merely a mortal and knew little of the intricacies of cultivation. Lu Qing had resolved to join this academy, primarily because his talent for avoiding calamity had not indicated any dangers. It appeared that joining this academy posed no threats. Even minor calamities were still calamities, having been granted a second chance at life. Lu Qing aspired to tread the path of immortality with utmost stability. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. Several signs appeared. Could it be that another ominous portent has arisen? A dire omen appeared. Sleeplessness, hearing noises from the adjacent room, eavesdropping, stumbling upon others' secrets, and meeting a grim fate, 10 deaths and no life. A grave omen. Another portent, awakening at midnight, opening his eyes to find disturbances outside the window, being poisoned, and consequently straying from the path of cultivation, becoming a mere puppet in another's hands. Ominous. A minor omen, awakening at 1 o'clock in the dead of night, entering the adjacent room, discovering a vial of 5-spirit liquid, which could slightly enhance his comprehension. However, the liquid contained poison from another, leading to premature development, and being discovered during the disciple selection at the academy the following day. Minor calamity. Lu Qing's steadfast commitment to cultivation had evidently influenced his skill, transforming the prospects of being unqualified for the path of cultivation into a minor calamity. Had this been during his previous life in a mundane realm, being unqualified would have yielded a peaceful sign. This is outrageous. The dangers of the cultivation world are insurmountable. Since his talent for avoiding calamity originated from a gaming skill, the developers had not envisioned any significant challenges. Thus, the signs employed straightforward and comprehensible language, clearly delineating the origins of the omens. At times, Lu Qing wished that his talent would not activate yet. Since it had manifested, he hastened to consult the peaceful sign. As for what had been indicated, he would adhere to the peaceful sign after all, based on the dire omens, as long as he remained asleep throughout the night. Even if he heard disturbances, he would not awaken, thus averting misfortune. My life is but a single thread. The peaceful omen revealed. Sleeping undisturbed until 9 in the morning would absolve him of this entanglement of future calamity. Yes, no, future misfortune. Peaceful. Ah, what is happening? A chill ran down Lu Qing's spine as he entered Xiantian City, confronting 2 consecutive dire omens that he could not evade. Had it not been for the peaceful omen, he would have faced yet another related calamity. He held little regard for such dangers. It appeared that the calamity involving the 5-spirit liquid was far from over. In fact, it would continue to persist, entangling him relentlessly. Fortunately, he possessed the peaceful omen. As for those fortuitous opportunities, Lu Qing felt he was not destined to partake in them at present. After freshening up, he glanced outside to find the moon just rising, and he resolved to cultivate a sense of drowsiness. Moreover, he requested the attendant to bring him several cotton balls to stuff in his ears, thereby rendering himself oblivious to any disturbances. Even in the direst situation, he intended to keep his eyes firmly shut. He firmly shut the window, determined that even if there were disturbances outside, he would not pay them any heed. Even if the emperor himself were to arrive, he would not awaken. Lu Qing settled into a peaceful slumber. As midnight approached, rustling sounds emanated from the adjacent room. At 1 o'clock, the wind howled and rain fell, accompanied by the sound of blades clashing, all drowned out by the sealed window. At 6 in the morning, breakfast stalls began to open, and the inn's patrons stirred, voices rising from below. Shortly after 9, the attendant's voice rang out at his door. "Honored guest, I have brought your wash basin, towel, and breakfast." In this life, Lu Qing had developed a somewhat skittish disposition. Fortunately, he had dabbled in hypnosis in his previous life, allowing him to suggest to himself to sleep soundly. Thanks to his prior expenditure of gold to ensure such treatment, the attendant was at his service. Knowing that the selection for disciples at the academy would occur within 3 days in Xintian City, there would be no waiting beyond that. Attendant, just leave it outside the door. Very well. Having enjoyed a restful sleep, he awoke without any further disturbances. During the initial period after his transmigration, Lu Qing had suffered greatly, primarily due to hunger and lack of sustenance. Now that he had food, he was determined not to neglect himself. Chapter 2. Avoiding Calamity, Qualification Screening. With a meat bun and a bowl of congee, Lu Qing quickly filled his stomach after washing his face. Once satisfied, he descended the stairs, preparing to participate in the selection examination. However, upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered the hall to be eerily empty. The innkeeper appeared troubled, poring over the accounts. He spotted the attendant who had previously served him. What has transpired here? Although he was merely a youth, having spent over 2 years in this world, he had learned some martial arts, so he did not appear frail. His eyes sparkled with vitality. Others might not notice, but the attendant had taken a keen interest in this guest, for among those seeking immortality, only this young man had risen at such an hour. Upon hearing Lu Qing's inquiry, the attendant immediately began to lament. "Oh, esteemed guest, you are unaware of the happenings today." Due to his location on the 3rd floor, the attendant had just finished tidying the guest rooms, ensuring that the innkeeper below could not overhear him. So much has occurred throughout the day. Last night was just last night. Somehow, a death occurred, and it was rather coincidental that it was the precious son of Lu, a prominent figure in Xintian City. This year, he is around 15 or 16 years old, and it is said that he had a connection to the immortal realm, having prepared to enter the Tao Academy early on and even sought out a master. Little did anyone expect that this very morning a corpse was discovered, and it belonged to Liu's son. We do not know who took his life. This morning's commotion was such that the Tao Academy took all the suspects away, and we can only wonder what the outcome will be. This incident transpired a mere 3 meters from our inn's entrance, which is why the early morning patrons have all fled. As no one offered further information, the innkeeper, feeling no need for Lu Qing to inquire further, recounted the unusual silence in the hall today. Ah, so that is the case. How unfortunate indeed. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was reminded of the ominous divinations he had drawn last night, which he had not fallen victim to. Yet, now, listening to the unfolding events, he couldn't shake the feeling that the innkeeper's account was entwined with those 3 dire omens. Exiting the inn, Lu Qing noticed that the surrounding people were also discussing the case from this morning, given the unusual status of the deceased. The death is rather strange. One wonders who might hold a grudge against the Lu family. Indeed, I heard a celestial master mention that the son of the Lu family was slain, hinting at deeper mysteries, perhaps at the hands of another celestial master. Celestial master? Indeed, who else could inflict such grievous wounds? Alas, Liu's son was not blessed with fortune. What good is it to have a master if one's status remains unconfirmed? Just as a deceased genius ceases to be a genius. Liu's son had yet to enter the Tao Academy, and it seemed this matter would likely end without resolution, especially if the perpetrator remained elusive and the Lu family's influence was not formidable. Listening to the gossip around him, Lu Qing contemplated before departing. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit today, to gain entry into the Tao Academy. The absence of negative omens indicated that there would be no risks associated with arriving at the examination grounds of the academy. He glanced at the throngs of people flowing through the street. He had already inquired with the innkeeper yesterday and was aware of the location. Thus, he followed the crowd. His current form had only recently crossed over, and at present, Lu Qing was approximately 14 years old. This posed no issue, as the innkeeper had mentioned that even a century-old elder could join the Tao Academy if they possessed talent. In truth, the criteria were rather clear. It all depended on one's aptitude for cultivation. How this was assessed and the details behind it were matters Lu Qing did not expect to uncover through mere inquiries. Upon reaching the destination, Lu Qing found himself in a crowded area where a long queue had formed. At the center, there stood a platform about 2 meters high, adorned with several wooden tables, behind which sat 2 figures. One was a young man, around 20, clad in a flowing white robe, his chin slightly raised, exuding an air of impatience. Beside him sat an elderly man with white hair and beard, vibrant and sharp, exuding competence. In front of the old man lay a mirror, however. Due to the distance, Lu Qing could only discern its general outline. Following the longest line, Lu Qing joined the queue in an orderly fashion. Faster. Next. Stop dawdling. What are you doing? The young man's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the area, carrying an air of detachment and impatience, suggesting he was either well-connected or exceptionally skilled. Those deemed worthy stepped forward to the tables, while the unworthy were swiftly filtered out and left quietly. Celestial Master, I implore you, grant me an opportunity. Please. Some individuals, upon receiving the verdict of rejection, suddenly crumbled in despair. As Lu Qing drew closer in line, the commotion pulled him from his musings. The young man's expression grew increasingly impatient. In the next moment, without any ostentatious gestures, he waved his hand, and Lu Qing witnessed a supplicant being flung several meters away. After a quarter of an hour lost in thought, Lu Qing regained his composure at this sight. Clearly, the two figures at the front were celestial masters in the eyes of mortals at the very least. The young man was not known for his patience. Lu Qing certainly did not wish to incur such wrath. The line was lengthy, yet the process moved swiftly. The individuals in line were of a similar age to Lu Qing, and thus far he had not observed any of the peculiar situations that the innkeeper had mentioned. Superior aptitud. Quickly, come over here. This year's tasks are complete. We have superior aptitude. The boy who had been identified as possessing superior aptitude was in his teens, clad in a white robe, his demeanor somewhat timid. However, in light of his performance, both the elderly man and the previously indifferent young man displayed friendliness towards him. Superior aptitude is an outstanding achievement. I wonder what my own aptitude will be. Following the identification of a superior aptitude, the elderly man noticeably accelerated his pace, evidently preparing to escort the fortunate boy to the Tao Academy without delay. Another one. No. This is earthly aptitude. Without any further discussion, the young man promptly led the boy with earthly aptitude away, leaving the previously promising boy behind. Now, only the elderly man remained. There are 3 more individuals left. Lu Qing scanned the area and realized that his turn would soon arrive. As expected, among the 3 remaining, another individual with superior aptitude emerged. However, due to the presence of the esteemed artifact, the others appeared somewhat diminished in comparison, though the composed elder did not exhibit any sign of discontent. His movements quickened as he approached. When it was Lu Qing's turn, he observed closely that it was indeed a mirror-like object. Its surface was entirely smooth and circular, adorned with a gentle luminescence that enveloped the mirror, rendering its contents inscrutable, and no reflections could be discerned. A refreshing sensation emanated from the mirror, brushing lightly against his brow. Exquisite. Come over here. The elder's expression softened significantly. Lu Qing felt a weight lift from her heart, and her expression subtly reflected a hint of joy. The seasoned elder remained indifferent, unaware that Lu Qing's relief stemmed from her innate aptitude for cultivation, rather than from a desperate quest. Moreover, her potential appeared quite promising at present. A talentless beginning, fortunately, had no connection to her. Chapter 3. Encountering Great Peril Again. Cautious Avoidance. In the rear of the group, the previous troubling situation did not reoccur. Lu Qing stood quietly at the back of the line, alongside the 2 youths who had preceded him, although the elder did not explicitly state it. It was evident to all that those with superior aptitude were undeniably more gifted than those of intermediate or inferior talent. The distinction was unmistakably clear. Lu Qing had no desire to stand out, remaining utterly tranquil. At the very least, he could ensure that, when scanning the crowd, he would not be the most conspicuous one. As for his qualifications, he remained indifferent. However, it was evident that once that prodigious talent of Earthgrade appeared, many eyes would undoubtedly be drawn to them. He possessed a unique advantage, and as the saying goes, longevity begets opportunity. Lu Qing considered himself no protagonist and lacked an aura of dominance. Thus he maintained a low profile and exercised caution, solely wishing to devote himself to his cultivation. After the formation of the line, another individual with superior qualifications emerged. Lu Qing stood to the left and slightly behind the elderly man, affording him a clear view and hearing. The elder wore a countenance of triumph. This year, the quantity of quality seeds had increased. as if heaven itself favored the Xiantian Academy. For individuals of superior quality stood together, maintaining a distance of about 1 meter, all unfamiliar with one another. Among them, 2 youths were even more reticent than Lu Qing, their heads bowed, seemingly ill at ease with the attention garnered from standing on the elevated platform. Subpar aptitude? You may take your leave. Lu Qing had been quietly observing the cue of the team. The qualification for scrap material manifested in a resolute youth with a determined demeanor. Upon his first glance, Lu Qing was suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that he had encountered a child of destiny? The myriad of schemes from his previous life flowed through his mind as he beheld this scene, evoking an uncanny sense of familiarity. The seasoned elder, clearly reluctant to accept, refrained from expressing anger, likely due to having already taken in several promising talents. He remarked, "You must consider wisely, with your aptitude. Even if you devote your entire life to cultivation, reaching the initial stages of Qi nurturing would be a considerable achievement, while surpassing that realm may remain forever beyond your grasp. No, elder, I implore you to grant me a chance," the seemingly inept youth persisted, recounting the arduous journey he had undertaken in search of the path to cultivation. After all, he was not entirely devoid of potential. One could argue that opportunities still existed for him. From Lu Qing's perspective, the astute elder offered a suggestion. The academy has a miscellaneous department, and if you truly wish to cultivate your skills, you must go there. I am willing and earnestly request the immortal master to grant me this opportunity. Lu Qing averted his gaze, no longer regarding the presence that seemingly embodied the auspicious child of destiny. He gathered his thoughts as the seasoned elder concluded the assessment of talents. From this day forth, you shall be the provisional disciples of our Tao Academy. However, this merely constitutes the first round of selection. Upon your return to the academy, you will face an additional trial. So it is imperative that you do not underestimate this process. There have been precedents of qualified individuals faltering in the second stage. The elder's tone was stern. Yes, master. The crowd responded in unison. If you have familial matters to attend to, you now have the duration of an incense stick to do so. Upon hearing this, many of the younger individuals were immediately stirred. Outside the platform, parents had come to bid farewell, and some were still awaiting in the inn. Lu Qing, devoid of kinship and attachments, descended from the high platform after a few young individuals sought his counsel. Lu Qing's expression remained impassive, yet a subtle stir stirred within his heart. At that moment, an ominous portent emerged. The great ominous hexagram. When the tree stands out in the forest, the wind shall surely topple it. Departing from the high platform, alone and beset by unfamiliar foes launching widespread attacks, one finds oneself within the range of assault, facing an inescapable demise, foreboding. The great ominous hexagram, standing atop a high railing, head shall fall. Encountering a casual strike from an unknown adversary while positioned on the high platform, one may be mistakenly slain, ominous indeed. The neutral hexagram, standing on the high platform. Bowing politely to the elder Mou to seek counsel, there exists no peril to life, neutral. No matter how much one contemplates in their mind, before selecting the hexagram. To the outside world, time merely passes in the blink of an eye. Upon the high platform, the crowd had dwindled significantly. Only that seemingly inept youth, Lu Qing, and the boy who had first detected exceptional talent remained present. He disregarded everything else, bowed respectfully, his countenance revealing a hint of shyness, akin to a novice seeking guidance. He inquired, "Immortal Master, may I ask what the second trial entails? I wish to prepare myself mentally." The astute elder recalled the individual of exceptional talent. His demeanor notably amiable. "Well, regarding your question, generally, I would not divulge such information. However, for you," the elder glanced at the inept youth in the corner, and the other boy beside him, though timid, still remembered the second assessment. "I shall share it with you. The second trial is a test of character and foundation. As long as your background is untainted and you are not a person of great malice, possessing a righteous disposition, you may enter my academy. Provided you do not cause issues yourselves, this trial shall merely be a formality for you." Thus, it became clear. Lu Qing had previously believed that there was merely a qualification screening, and that there were no age restrictions on the candidates. How then could one ensure a sense of belonging among the disciples under this academy? It now appears that the second stage holds its own intricacies. Lu Qing contemplated his origins, feeling quite unblemished. As for his past life, he refrained from recalling the minutiae, for who could fathom the intricacies of this world? Those memories had long since faded into obscurity. However, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere, at this very moment. Lu Qing was unequivocally aware that he found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. Just as the elder's words fell into silence after a brief pause, a sudden, violent noise erupted from outside. A thunderous roar reverberated in his ears, accompanied by an unsettling chill that crept over him. Lu Qing had just realized that there had indeed been an attack aimed at their position moments ago. He glanced towards the rear of the high platform, where a wall stood, now marred by shattered stones that had collapsed into a heap. A chill ran down his spine. Although he could not clearly discern the nature of the attack, he distinctly felt a cold wind sweep over him. Had he not bent down in utmost respect? Lowering his head, that strike would have severed it. Beside him, the timid youth turned deathly pale, trembling, and rendered speechless. He had merely mimicked Lu Qing's earlier action, his inherent timidity preventing him from raising his gaze. Meanwhile, in the corner, the inept youth was evidently startled as well. Lu Qing could only sense that his head remained intact, yet the chilling sensation of having it severed persisted, unyielding. The peril was palpable. This deadly predicament was utterly merciless. The slightest nuance demanded perfection, allowing no margin for error. A single misstep would result in a severed head. It was truly lethal. Meanwhile, atop the platform, a seasoned elder leaped into the air, his countenance grim, bellowing, "Damn you, you treacherous fiend. Ha ha ha, old Mo, you are not as formidable as you think." A shadowy figure emerged, and the elder Mou engaged in combat with the unfamiliar adversary, the malevolent rogue. Lu Qing, still an ordinary mortal, could not perceive the profound mysteries at play. He yearned for a moment of tranquility, contemplating the nefarious sorcerer who lurked high above. He noted this villain in his little notebook, convinced that with enhanced longevity granted by his skills, he would undoubtedly outlive others. He could not fathom a scenario in which he would not find the opportunity for vengeance. Ideally, the miscreant should not fall into his hands. No, delayed retribution would not quench his thirst for revenge. It would be best if the wretch met his demise at this very moment. He hoped that the elder Mou would prove somewhat fortuitous. The thrill of teetering on the brink of life and death, only to be met with peril, was utterly absurd. Yet, it was evident that this dire situation was not solely aimed at him. He was merely a hapless victim caught in the crossfire. Others were equally affected. Reflecting on the departing group, Lu Qing could not assure himself of how many would survive the impending terror unleashed by the sorcerers. Chapter 4. Entering the Dao Academy, the elder named Mou soon returned, appearing unscathed, yet his countenance was far from pleasant. One need not inquire. His expression revealed that the malevolent sorcerer had escaped. The incense stick-as time had elapsed. Many who were due to return had indeed arrived. Yet a discerning eye would quickly notice the discrepancy in numbers. A group was missing, including the last detected genius of superior aptitude. Lu Qing observed that many individuals displayed expressions of lingering fear, having narrowly escaped death. Such incidents are indeed a matter of sheer luck. The divination did not specify the extent of the attack. Should one recklessly plunge into danger, it could spell dire misfortune. Reports of assaults within the city are chilling. I have not ventured far and have witnessed several individuals brutally slain. Indeed, how audacious. It is said that these attackers are practitioners of dark magic. They are merely adolescents, suddenly beset by senseless violence, leaving some pale with terror. Elder Mo's countenance was exceedingly grim, yet he remained composed, asserting that we should return to the academy. With his presence, there is no cause for concern. As for the unfolding events, it is merely speculation among this group. Suddenly, a flying vessel materialized from thin air, expanding from a diminutive size to a grand form, hovering in the sky. The vessel set course for the academy, its interior housing numerous chambers. After selecting a room, Lu Qing gradually released the tension that had built up within him. The dead are not to be feared. Rather, it is the uncertainty of how one may meet their demise that instills dread. Outside the flying vessel, the azure sky adorned with white clouds presented a picturesque scene. When mealtime arrived, small groups formed naturally. 3 individuals of exceptional potential found themselves seated together. "I am Li Jiuming. May I inquire your names?" Li Jiuming, dressed in garments indicative of a well-off background, sought to establish a connection with the others. "I am Lu Qing. I, am Luer." Luer sat there, feeling uncomfortable and somewhat out of place. The atmosphere swiftly turned silent once more. Li Jiuming chuckled nonchalantly. "We shall be fellow disciples in the days to come. Are you aware of what life is like within the Dao Academy?" He seemed intent on showcasing his knowledge. Lu Qingzhen was unaware, but upon hearing this remark, he realized that Li Jiuming already possessed the answer. What kind of answer was it? Within the Dao Academy, there are 5 major sections. Those of us who are uniformly admitted are assigned to the outer sect, unless one is exceptionally gifted like the recently emerged genius of the Earth rank, who may directly enter the inner sect. Li Jioming expressed his envy, stating that compared to the outer sect, the inner sect is truly a gathering place for the most extraordinary talents. It is said that even those of the Earth rank are not uncommon there. Furthermore, if we are fortunate enough to catch the eye of an elder and be chosen as a disciple, the future would be boundless. However, generally speaking, the initial stage focuses on concentrated training. A distant cousin of mine experienced this path. As he concluded, Lu Qing understood that there were indeed influential figures within the sect. Moreover, it is rumored that there are numerous organizations and cultivation societies inside, making it quite complex. Thank you, brotherly, for enlightening me. I was truly unaware of these intricacies. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing found it somewhat peculiar that this was not merely a traditional sect form. Yet he only paid it a fraction of his attention, for the true nature of the matter could only be discerned through personal experience. As the three conversed, Lu Er occasionally interjected a remark, but more often than not, it was Li Jioming who dominated the dialogue, possessing knowledge that surpassed that of the others. Engaging in deeper discussions with Lu Qing. 3 days later, Lu Qing learned that individuals from that side had already commenced their cultivation. How could it be so swift? The two who sought him out were clearly astonished and hurried over to find him. What could this mean? He was well aware that they were merely preparatory disciples, and the term preparatory was of utmost significance. What should they do? There was an impending minor entrance competition, the nature of which remained unclear. Yet advancing in cultivation appeared advantageous. Should they also begin their practice in advance? It was rumored that someone there possessed valuable insights. This situation was further complicated by the blinding effect of self-interest. Lu Qing harbored doubts regarding the old, ink-stained man who steered their vessel. Believing he was fully aware of their circumstances, he shook his head, reminding everyone that they still needed to participate in the second round, emphasizing the significance of foundational training. The choice of a solid foundation must align with the principles of the Xiantian Dao Academy. He subtly indicated that there was no need for haste. Their innate talents were evident, and they should not squander their potential by being overly anxious. Was this early training merely an endeavor to achieve remarkable feats in the upcoming introductory competition? Lu Qing was unaware and reluctant to involve herself in this murky situation. Even though there was no apparent danger, she could instinctively sense that it was undoubtedly a futile endeavor. Upon hearing this, Li Jioming was suddenly enlightened. He smacked his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "Goodness, I was also being foolish. If it weren't for your words, Lu Qing, I would have been left in a state of anxiety and unease." Lu Qing finds some agreement in this notion. The ambience is indeed of paramount importance. As 3 days elapsed, the atmosphere within the spacecraft did not ease. Rather, it intensified, for each small team had familiar faces among them. And as they delved into the intricacies of preliminary matters, the atmosphere gradually ignited like a smoldering flame, becoming increasingly fervent. A wave of anxiety surged within, compelling one to hasten their steps. Lu Qing remained tranquil and at ease, possessing an innate talent that rendered him free from anxiety. Thus, his mindset was remarkably stable. After 3 days had elapsed, Elder Imo surveyed the scene below with satisfaction, noting several outstanding individuals with exceptional temperaments. As for the cultivation method presented, it was merely a fundamental technique for opening meridians. To cultivate, one must first forge their channels. This was the initial step in their academy's practice. He regarded those who sought immediate results with indifference. Among them, Lu Qing's performance was commendable. Throughout the process, he exhibited neither impatience nor unease. His talents were extraordinary. While he may not rival the prodigies, he certainly stood out as a promising genius. Lu Qing remained unaware of the evaluation bestowed upon him by the elder Imo. He was only cognizant of the fact that his lifespan was secure, destined as he was to be an immortal being. Time had the capacity to endure all trials and tribulations, thus, why rush for the ephemeral? With a resonant hum, the flying vessel came to a halt, and he stepped out of the craft. Lu Qing's expression momentarily froze as they docked at a mountain's midsection, where a cliff jutted out into a platform. Beneath them lay an unfathomable abyss, while before them stretched a staircase, pristine and white as jade, extending into the mist, shimmering with ethereal light. Surrounding them was a cascade of jade-hued clouds entwined among countless peaks, with elegant and opulent palaces flickering into view atop the mountains. In the distance, atop the highest peak, a grand city loomed. To behold such a vast city nestled within the mountains was enough to astonish anyone. "Now, let us proceed to the Disciples' Hall for your second assessment," Elder Imo declared, producing a token. Suddenly, a vast array materialized beneath their feet, and in an instant, the scene outside transformed into the grandeur of a hall. Lu Qing steadied his mind. Just this single move clearly revealed the formidable strength of this Taoist academy. Lu Qing harbored no intentions of clinging to a singular sect. His foremost desire was to cultivate. The current strength of the Tao Academy was undoubtedly a positive development. Chapter 5. The Illusionary Examination. Xiantian Tao Academy, old you has returned with a new batch of disciples. The Earth-grade prodigies you discovered. It seems you have encountered quite the stroke of luck. An elder, whose arrival was imperceptible, materialized before the gathered crowd, his tone familiar. Elder Mo, filled with pride, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my fortune is rather exceptional. This time, we have 3 disciples of superior quality. Such rarity is seldom seen even in the most secluded locales. The elder sighed. Your luck is truly enviable. He expressed profound admiration and jealousy, noting that while others were expanding their sects, Elder Mo was tasked with a remote area of the Xiantian Tao Academy, where even finding a medium-grade talent would suffice. Who could have anticipated the emergence of 3 superior talents? No, one should say 4. Regrettably, one perished. Yet a new Earth-grade prodigy has arisen. Let us not dwell on the trivial, Elder Lin interjected. Conduct their assessments. Those who pass shall receive their disciple tokens immediately. Ha ha ha. Due to your fortuitous encounter, the academy head and other elders will surely come to observe, Elder Lin continued, waving his sleeve. Instantly, all present succumbed to an illusion. Simultaneously, a mirror hung in the hall, gently radiating a soft light that enveloped the disciples. Their backgrounds were clean. There were no issues. 3 superior talents, excellent indeed. In the undetectable fluctuations of the air, strands of consciousness seeped into the disciples' gathering hall. With eyes closed, those who had lost awareness of the outside world remained unaware that numerous elders were already observing them, a rare occurrence. This presented an exceptional opportunity. Should any elder take notice and accept them as disciples, they would no longer be isolated within the academy. However, this opportunity was inherently passive. Lu Qing focused his mind, and an illusion materialized before him. He was startled to see a wolf appear, questioning, "What is this?" However, his thoughts quickly settled, and a flicker of clarity emerged within him. Indeed, this must be the second phase of the assessment. His innate talent for evasion did not activate, evidently. The wolf posed no threat to him. He swiftly extricated himself, moving with remarkable speed. This young man is commendable. His temperament is admirable, devoid of fear. Let's delve deeper. In the blink of an eye, as the wolf vanished, Lu Qing found himself ensnared in a more profound illusion. This time, although he could not discern the situation, he witnessed a scene unfolding where he was congratulated for becoming a peerless prodigy of the Tao Academy, personally taken under the wing of a supreme being. His expression remained impassive, and he even felt a hint of amusement. Enough of this. I am well aware of my own qualifications. With talents of earth and heaven rank present, I cannot possibly accept this farce. In the next moment, the illusion shattered. Oh, how intriguing, a subtle voice chimed in. An interesting prospect for a disciple? Alas, I deduce that the fated one is not among this year's candidates. The first voice hesitated, but ultimately opted for rejection. Another consciousness shifted its gaze elsewhere. This lad's qualifications are somewhat lacking, yet his relentless pursuit of the path of cultivation is indeed rare and commendable. He possesses upper-grade talent, but his temperament is considerably weaker. Is there no one worthy? The academy had instructed us to recruit disciples. Chattering away. As if I have never taken on a disciple before. We have already accepted those of Earth grade this year. They may be considered next year, but this year, it is not meant to be. As the discussion concluded, a solemn voice resonated. The whispers exchanged were exceedingly faint, sending shivers down Lu Qing's spine, until a more irritable voice emerged. He recalled everything. Yet, he refrained from immediately opening his eyes. What if this were yet another illusion? Well done. Congratulations on passing the assessment, Elder Mo's voice rang out. This time, upon opening his eyes, Lu Qing beheld 2 elders before him. He averted his gaze, having distinctly heard a multitude of voices earlier, yet now, he saw no one. Undoubtedly, those who spoke were formidable figures. He harbored no intention of revealing any unusual aspects of himself. Lu Qing was uncertain whether it was himself or others who had overheard, and he would not gamble on that possibility. As for taking on disciples and becoming a master, he remained open to fate. Whether or not such opportunities arose was inconsequential. Lu Qing firmly believed in himself above all else. Not a single person in the vicinity sought to become a disciple. Those influential figures engaging in conversation might merely be there for the spectacle. What significance does excellence hold? What merit does genius possess? The death of an extraordinary individual stirred no ripples. Lu Qing was acutely aware that his purpose lay in cultivation, embracing humility. He had already attained a unique form of longevity and possessed skills to avert calamity. Engaging in competition was neither his inclination nor his strength, nor was it a necessity. After offering a brief admonition, the old man entrusted this group of new disciples to a dozen or so younger individuals who had arrived subsequently. Lu Qing received his jade token from a senior brother who arrived later. After dripping his blood onto it, a luminous essence gathered, imprinting his aura upon the token. Even though he had yet to embark on his cultivation journey, he felt an inexplicable connection to the jade in his hand. "Senior brother, I humbly seek your guidance on how to select a Tao peak," he inquired. Upon receiving the jade token, several other disciples appeared, each taking their respective companions away. The senior brother before him, possessing a cheerful disposition, laughed heartily upon hearing Lu Qing's question. "Do not fret, junior brother. Tao peaks are abundant here. As you have not yet commenced your cultivation, you will uniformly select a Tao peak in the outer sect for now. In the future, as you advance in your practice or attain greater mastery, you may choose to transfer to another location. Ultimately, this will depend on the cultivation method you choose to pursue." Lu Qing understood that not having embarked on the path of cultivation meant that the choice of a particular Tao peak was not of paramount importance. He expressed his gratitude to his senior brother for the guidance. "It is of no concern," the senior replied, "as we have come to undertake a task. Allow me to escort you to this Tao peak. The jade tablet from the Tao Academy is of utmost significance. Do not misplace it. Should it be lost, remember to return here to the Disciples' Hall for a replacement. If you have any uncertainties, you may seek my assistance or contact other fellow disciples or mentors via the jade tablet. This is your initiation token, an essential item for all new disciples. Once you have secured it, you will find therein introductions to various locations. Simply press it to your forehead to access the information." Upon reaching the designated location, Lu Qing chose a Tao peak shrouded in mist. The senior brother, who had assigned the task, spoke with remarkable fluency and efficiency, succinctly conveying essential details while handing over a parcel, which contained the initiation stipend from the Tao Academy for new disciples. Lu Qing chose this nameless peak, where a group of mortals was diligently sweeping the courtyard. The three-story courtyard, upon opening the gate, revealed an expansive expanse. At its center, a pool crafted from jade stone captured the gentle sound of trickling water. The main structure of the courtyard comprised 3 levels, the grand entrance hall on the ground floor, while the second floor housed several cultivation chambers. In the rear, there lay a patch of spirit fields. Lu Qing observed a dozen mortals diligently tidying the courtyard. Upon greeting the celestial master, they announced that the courtyard had been prepared and invited the master to reside there. Upon seeing Lu Qing, they collectively bowed in respect. "You may leave now," he instructed. "Yes, master." As cultivators themselves, they had their own practices to attend to. When the senior brother had brought Lu Qing here, he noticed many others laboring on the peaks of the Tao. Once that group departed, tranquility enveloped the courtyard once more. Entering the main hall, Lu Qing first unwrapped his bundle and retrieved a jade slip. Following the senior brother's instructions, he pressed it to his forehead for examination, revealing information about the Xiantian Tao Academy. Chapter 6, Outer Sect, Competing Talents. Having traversed to this era, Lu Qing discovered that the place he hailed from was known as the Liang Kingdom. He had tirelessly sought news from various celestial beings, culminating in his arrival at Xiantian City, albeit without a comprehensive understanding of the academy. The very next day, he participated in the assessment. To be candid, Lu Qing was still quite unfamiliar with the Xiantian Tao Academy. His knowledge primarily stemmed from the innkeeper's tales and the incessant chatter of Li Jioming during their journey, which offered him a rudimentary awareness of this formidable cultivation force. This jade slip served to dispel the obscurities that had previously clouded his understanding. The Xiantian Tao Academy stood as the dominant cultivation power within the Xiantian domain, boasting countless prodigies, elders, and formidable beings. After finishing his reading, Lu Qing was left with a singular thought. He had indeed made the right choice in coming to the Xiantian Tao Academy. The area he resided in was known as the Xiantian domain, which was surrounded by several other vast domains, each housing formidable cultivation powers. The path of cultivation was arduous, and he would be attending the Elders' cultivation class early the next morning. After surveying the surroundings, Lu Qing turned his gaze to the cultivation practices within the academy. The Xiantian Dao Academy's cultivation process was divided into several stages: opening the meridians, nurturing the qi, and subsequently establishing a foundation. Further details were inscribed in a small booklet, yet they remained obscured from the disciples' view. It was clear that one needed to possess a certain level of cultivation to perceive the subsequent realms. The Dao Peak courtyard was expansive, offering ample internal space. The sole aspect that Lu Qing must remain vigilant about is the indication in the introduction of the Jade Tablet, which reveals the presence of formations here. Each outer Dao peak is equipped with protective formations, interconnected with the main peak. Furthermore, the courtyard's formation requires activation by its master. Lu Qing is currently not engaged in cultivation, hence he must wait until he embarks on his training before he can commence. After a restful night, he found himself unfamiliar with his companions, with the only notable acquaintance being Li Jioming. Following the guidance of the Jade Token, he observed countless snow-white cranes soaring and frolicking above a serene lake. One of the cranes approached and landed before him. The crane spoke in a clear voice, its gender indistinguishable, proclaiming, "I am the crane youth. A single outing cost 1 spirit stone. Where do you wish to go? I shall take you there. Just provide the spirit stone." Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback, and then he noticed, on the peaks of distant mountains, elegant figures gliding gracefully through the snowy mist. White cranes soared through the sky, with disciples perched upon their backs. "Thank you, White Crane Boy." With the assistance of the magnificent crane, he was generous enough to extract a spiritual stone from the storage bag issued the previous day. The spirit beast, known as White Crane Boy, delicately grasped the stone with its slender beak and, after a swift motion against its abdomen feathers, the spiritual stone vanished from sight. Lu Qing discerned a feather glimmering with silver light, intermingled among the pristine white feathers of the crane. When illuminated by the sun, it appeared somewhat dazzling. Noticing his gaze, the White Crane Boy proudly declared, "Behold, this is my storage pouch. Isn't it exquisite?" "Indeed, it is quite beautiful," Lu Qing replied candidly. Such a shimmering object, at a mere glance, exuded an extraordinary elegance, especially as it harmoniously blended with the surrounding feathers. "Haha, you possess a discerning eye," the White Crane Boy acknowledged, nodding in agreement, his crimson feathers swaying with the motion. "As a newly initiated disciple, I shall escort you to the martial arts peak. Your class will be held over there. Come aboard." Seated cross-legged upon the back of the crane, Lu Qing felt the cool breeze caress his skin as they ascended. The White Crane Boy flew with remarkable speed and steadiness. Fluffy white clouds drifted by, and from their lofty vantage point, they could survey much of the Dao Peak. However, numerous areas radiated white or other hues, clearly indicating the presence of barrier formations. Some regions were shrouded in dense fog, merging with the heavens, rendering it indistinguishable whether the peak remained atop the mountain or had already entered the cloud bed. Suddenly, Lu Qing beheld a fervent blaze erupting from a certain peak, accompanied by a thunderous roar reminiscent of an explosion. He was taken aback. The White Crane Boy, unfazed, remarked, "Ah, Elder Yu's alchemical furnace has exploded. Such occurrences are quite normal." Lu Qing turned his gaze towards the sound of the explosion, where an elderly man with white hair appeared utterly distraught. "This cannot be right. What is amiss here?" "It is precisely this ratio. It must be an issue with the wind, a problem with the feng shui." The clamor gradually faded, and from a distance, Lu Qing could almost envision the elder's frantic demeanor. He could not help but feel that this disrupted the scene he had imagined the previous day. "Ah, Elder Yu, so consumed by alchemy, incessantly delving into this and that. The last time I visited, I nearly got scorched by the flames," lamented the White Crane Boy. Lu Qing remained silent. Who could discern the temperament of that elder? As Bai Tongzi remarked, those newly initiated would naturally not leave themselves open to criticism. "Well, this is the martial arts peak. I shall pause here, and you may proceed on your own." The voice of Bai Tongzi appeared just in time. "Thank you for escorting me, Tongzi." Bai Tongzi chuckled, stating that when it comes to handling spirit stones, he is indeed quite reliable. "The next time you venture out, feel free to seek my assistance again. Remember, I am Bai Tongzi, simply call my name, and I shall hear you." "Oh, I almost forgot. I will leave a trace of my aura on your Jade Token. The sect is vast, and at times I find myself lost even while flying. So having the Jade Token is immensely convenient." Bai Tongzi tirelessly endeavored to attract patrons, to aid these newly initiated disciples in discerning their way. He clearly explained how to summon him, evidently in response to prior instances of mistaken identity. Lu Qing felt a slight smile within, acquiescing to its approach. The feathers glimmered as the jade pendant gently swayed at his waist. While he observed the crane soaring through the sky, he found it difficult to discern its features. However, he would never voice such thoughts. Indeed, if Lu Qing ever required assistance, he would surely seek out the youth. With a flap of its wings, the crane youth took flight, departing from this place. Lu Qing was also preparing to attend the cultivation class at the Dao Academy. The area was adorned with a cluster of palatial structures, intricately arranged on the mountainside, transforming the Dao Peak from a mere summit into a grand mountain in its truest sense. Stepping onto this expansive plaza, one was enveloped by a kaleidoscope of radiant lights. Numerous beams danced through the air, while ethereal glimmers from beyond the mountains manifested in the square, revealing their forms. Lu Qing, over here. Here. Li Jioming, true to his inquisitive nature, had already familiarized himself with the surroundings by the time Lu Qing arrived. I came early. The elder hasn't yet arrived. This is our training ground, and our first lesson will take place here. After this class, we will embark on our personal cultivation journeys. However, the martial Dao Peak regularly hosts elders who share their insights and teachings. This is part of our external discipleship routine. Generally, if we have tasks to undertake, we can receive them here. Once we officially enter the sect, we will gain access to the Jade Token space, where we can accept tasks. Now that's where the true excitement lies. Li Jioming shared his newfound knowledge, revealing his curiosity about the enigmatic Jade Token space. Lu Qing, aren't you even a little curious? Of course, but we haven't begun our cultivation yet. We'll discover more later. Indeed, I'll go take a look over there. The rapport between the two had developed quite warmly, thanks to their shared entrance into the academy, fostering a pleasant camaraderie. Yet, Lu Qing was acutely aware that the enjoyment of the present might not endure through the rigors of cultivation. Within the lecture plaza, a corner erupted with commotion. Hey, have you heard? I overheard people on the road saying that a genius of the Earth grade is coming to our place. What is going on? Isn't it said that those prodigies can directly enter the inner sect if their talents suffice? I don't know, but I also heard that apart from our region, several prodigies have appeared in other states of the Xiantian domain, all of them Earth grade, and some even possess heaven grade talent. Goodness, that is terrifying. They will be joining us. You're unaware of this? The prodigy from my area, Xian Prefecture, is a descendant of the Gu family, known as Gu Xiantian, possessing heaven grade qualifications and astonishing comprehension. He too has not entered the inner sect directly. The multitude seated on the cushions in the hall wore expressions of shock. Chapter 7. The first step of cultivation. Lu Qing remained silent, yet his ears were attuned to the conversation. What makes this year different? Could it be that these prodigies, like us, are also required to take the entrance examination for the inner sect? A disciple appeared dazed, clearly shaken. Surely not. Within the lecture hall, the arrangement of the sitting cushions bore significance. Those adorned in fine silks and satins congregated together, while others formed their own clusters. Whispers revealing hidden truths drifted from the cushions at the front. Even these geniuses are barred from the inner sect, it seems. Quite fair indeed. This is true. They must endure the same evaluations as we do. However, your visions are rather idyllic. Ultimately, there will be a competition between the initial entrance assessments and them, and the rankings will determine the monthly stipends henceforth. A basic stipend is assured, but to access superior resources, one must strive above. A haughty youth stood up, surveying the assembly with a scornful expression. Furthermore, while they may not enter the inner sect, their masters have already been predetermined within it. What is there to fear with a master? Your thoughts are overly optimistic. The youth's tone dripped with derision, clearly dismissing those around him. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. Yet, upon seeing his countenance, the initial ire of some quickly subsided into silence. You're courting death. His name was Gu Xing, a member of the Gu family, with Gu Xiantian as his elder brother. A disciple hurriedly tugged at the sleeve of another who appeared ready to retort, whispering the lineage of Gu Xing, a member of the Gu family. Lu Qing immediately understood why. Upon the boy's utterance, the previously animated discussion abruptly ceased. The members of the Gu family appeared quite extraordinary. However, judging by Gu Xing's tone, it seemed there were hidden circumstances at play. He refrained from pondering the matters concerning the esteemed family of cultivators, and instead focused on the significant point raised by Gu Xing, the importance of cultivation resources. This group of prodigies had not entered the inner sect, but were instead vying for resources alongside the outer disciples, suggesting that the ensuing competition would undoubtedly be fierce. He observed the varying expressions on the faces of most disciples who had overheard this exchange. Lu Qing sat steadily, methodically engaging in his cultivation, without delving into unnecessary details. Just moments ago, the effect of lifespan reduction for this month had manifested. Skill effect activated, a random deduction of 10 years of lifespan. Miraculously, he had gained a decade of life, which brought him great joy. Yet, his expression remained composed, mirroring that of the disciples beside him, both feigning contemplation while their minds wandered far beyond the present. He was destined to be an immortal being, and the tumult of conflict was ill-suited to him. They had arrived. The crowd buzzed with excitement, akin to the fervor surrounding a celebrity's entrance, and Lu Qing followed their gaze. Melding into the throng was unremarkable. He sought to maintain his steady cultivation. A dozen figures appeared, a mix of men and women. He overheard praises from those nearby. Ah, indeed a genius, extraordinary and unparalleled. To speak frankly, as he observed with his left eye on one side and his right on the other, he discerned nothing particularly exceptional, at most. They were adorned in opulent attire and exhibited a certain poise. As someone whose spirit had matured over decades, Lu Qing found himself unable to express any profound reflections at that moment, only able to observe with his eyes, a faint sense of sarcasm flashing through his mind. Of course, in the realm of cultivation, time is often inconsequential. The next time they met, perhaps each would exude an aura of extraordinary talent. He mused internally. The frontmost meditation cushion remained unoccupied. Lu Qing had previously harbored doubts, occasionally reflecting on whether there existed a tradition of disciplined students in the realm of cultivation. It now appears he has indeed overthought the matter. The earlier scene was evidently reserved for this particular group. Lu Qing occupies a position of moderation, neither attracting contention from others nor falling into a state of neglect, where he might be subjected to scornful glances. He remains untouched by the fluctuations of fortune, avoiding the cyclical rise and fall of 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Soon, an elder appeared, a venerable old man with white hair, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, seated upon a cloud-like platform. Without casting a glance at the assembled crowd, he commenced his discourse on the essentials of cultivation, omitting even a self-introduction. It was evident that he was pressed for time, intent on imparting this lesson with haste. Lu Qing recognized this elder, having caught a fleeting glimpse of him earlier, which explained the peculiar sensation stirring within him. The elder's expertise in alchemy was apparent, as evidenced by the remnants of an explosion. Now that he was here to deliver a lecture, one could anticipate that his pace would be swift. Lu Qing immersed himself entirely in the task at hand, devoid of paper and pen, relying solely on the faculties of his mind. He recorded as much as he could recall, and even if there were a writing instrument available, keeping pace with Elder Yu's rapid discourse remained an uncertain endeavor. The journey of cultivation commences with the opening of the meridians. Our academy offers a myriad of diverse practices, yet visualization of divine powers is most fitting for beginners. Now, as you follow my words and gaze upon the visualization image before you, enter into a state of closed-eye meditation. Before Elder Yu, a luminous diagram materializes. The object of visualization is a sea of molten lava. The searing waves churn, and blossoms of foam arise within the magma, only to vanish once more into its depths. Lu Qing gazed into the distance as a wave of heat surged towards him, filling his eyes. The heavens were abundant, yet the physical form was lacking. The spiritual essence flowed autonomously, embodying the very foundation of the Tao. Lu Qing closed his eyes instinctively, and at first, he could clearly hear Elder Yu's voice beside him. However, it wasn't long before a faint warmth began to radiate from his forehead, gradually spreading from the crown of his head throughout his entire body. A gentle heat coursed through his limbs and bones, an unmistakable sensation. He felt a flow of warmth akin to molten lava, penetrating through the air and into his flesh, forehead, spine, and every meridian of his body, as if each channel was traversed by this fervent current. It was an indescribable heat. In the next moment, he lost track of time. Lu Qing sensed the emergence of a lava river within his consciousness. Boom. There was no need for words. Instantly, a surge of vitality awakened within his spirit. Crack, crack. The bones, connected by meridians, emitted a sound. The flesh resonated, marking the successful initiation of his cultivation and the opening of his meridians. With a clear mind, Lu Qing suddenly felt an immense lightness enveloping his body, as if he had been burdened by a heavy physique until now. In that moment, he experienced an ethereal lightness, an unimaginable buoyancy. The sensation was exhilarating. Ha ha! I have entered the realm. Hee hee, I too have entered. As Lu Qing opened his eyes, he noticed that those with promising talents had already awakened. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, a number of individuals began to enter the realm, some filled with elation while others bore expressions of discontent. Upon lifting his gaze, he realized that Elder Yu had mysteriously vanished from sight. However, the radiant image of the magma remained suspended in the air. The group of young men and women, who had successfully initiated their meridians, began to depart from the cushions around them. Meanwhile, the greater number who had yet to enter this phase went unnoticed, with the new disciples having officially entered. Lu Qing sensed that the protective period for newcomers would soon conclude after today. His journey into the realm of cultivation would now commence in earnest. With the opening of the meridians being merely the first step, his thoughts now turned toward the study of spells. Lu Qing's spirit is clear, and his consciousness is awakened. Chapter 8. Choosing the cultivation technique of the Xian Tian Yuan Jing. Lu Qing steadied his mind, feeling a surge of strength within him, greater than before. This is the essence of cultivation. He prepared to head to the library. The library, towering 9 stories high, spans an area vast enough to encompass several cities. There was no legendary floor-sweeping monk at the entrance. Each disciple passed through a thin layer of magical array to enter the library. Upon entering, Lu Qing was astonished by the sheer expanse of the first floor. Previously, he had not fully grasped its magnitude. However, this library could hardly be deemed merely a building. From the entrance to the interior, countless rows of meticulously arranged bookshelves stretched out before him, an innumerable array of magical jade slips radiating a gentle luminescence. Disciples clad in purple and green robes moved in and out, creating a scene of grandiosity. Truly, there is a universe within. Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Having entered with the jade token, he now sought to explore the spells available for his cultivation. He needed to ascertain whether he possessed sufficient spirit stones, 100. To be precise, it was unclear what spells could be exchanged for such a sum. Through the blood oath with the jade token, he had established a connection that allowed him to utilize his mental faculties to reach out. The expanse of this place was vast, and the variety of spells inscribed on the jade slips was overwhelming. Glancing through them all would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Therefore, prior to entering the library, a dedicated notice board was erected before the array, providing essential reminders for newly initiated disciples regarding the library's protocols. The instructions were few, and Lu Qing had already committed them to memory, including the functionality for search and filtration. By mobilizing his mental energy and having attained the opening veins realm, he could shed the impurities of the mundane world. The opening veins realm, new disciples, spirit stones under 100, foundational, possessing the capability to transition to other cultivation methods. Lu Qing paused to contemplate. After inputting several merging items, a resounding sound echoed, and before Lu Qing, the scenery shifted dramatically. The vast expanse of the jade slips ocean, once as boundless as the starry sky, vanished from view. Lu Qing glanced back and realized that he had not vanished from sight. Rather, he was gazing down at his feet, where indistinct patterns were swirling in motion. When he turned his attention to where he had been moments ago, he discovered that he was now quite far from the entrance. It became clear that he had been imperceptibly relocated. Lu Qing suddenly realized that he had underestimated the Dao Academy he had joined. Before him, what had once vanished had now transformed into clusters of radiant orbs, each enveloping a jade slip. Even after meticulous selection, to Lu Qing's discerning eye, there were at least hundreds present. He grasped one of the luminous orbs, which felt like water flowing through his palm, its icy touch sending a shiver through him. A technique known as the Xiaoju carefree technique manifested in his mind. Naturally, this technique was bound by restrictions, allowing only a glimpse of a brief segment of content. However, it also revealed numerous inscriptions left by predecessors who had practiced this art. These inscriptions served as both warnings and guidance. The technique was intended for the cultivation of body techniques, promising a modest achievement where the body takes form. Yet the path to true mastery demanded discernment. Those lacking in understanding were advised to refrain from self-deception. Beware of this technique. It cost me a decade of my youth. Do not choose it. Are you a genius? A prodigy? A monster of talent? If not, then steer clear. While minor success could still be attained through arduous effort, the Xiaoju was inherently flawed. To pursue it meant to bear the consequences. The repeated admonitions were grave and serious. Lu Qing was not daunted by the passage of time, yet he did not possess an obstinate desire to tread an unconventional path. Here, he encountered numerous well-trodden routes and incomplete techniques. Thus, he saw no necessity to challenge himself. He subsequently selected several luminous orbs, examining each one meticulously. Although Lu Qing believed himself to be in a commendable mental state, brimming with vitality, the sheer volume of choices led him to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Nevertheless, despite his own perceptions, those observing him would consider his selection process to be remarkably swift. Lu Qing was acutely aware of his own circumstances, endowed with external assistance. He harbored no concerns about the uncertainties of longevity. His repertoire included various techniques for agility, offensive spells, and daily cultivation methods. A mere 100 spirit stones proved insufficient, compelling him to prioritize his innate technique. He opted for the Xiantian Yuanjing, a commendable choice among the limited superior Taoist methods available to newcomers, only a handful, barring those affluent in spirit stones. The sole drawback was its relatively slow progress. He intended to transition to another method upon reaching the Yuan Dan stage, as he preferred the thrill of combat beyond the mountains. He found great allure in the spiritual essence transformation into a sword, though its cultivation proved to be quite challenging. Indeed, for those aspiring to master the Xiantian Yuanjing, it is imperative to understand that this technique holds considerable merit. The lengthy cultivation period often reflects a deficiency in innate talent or comprehension. Moreover, practitioners must progress diligently, step by step. The integration of evasion techniques, defensive measures, and cultivation harmonizes splendidly within this method. Furthermore, it garners favorable evaluations, consistent and reliable, devoid of any pitfalls, rendering it a superior Taoist technique. Albeit with the caveat that achieving profound mastery necessitates a considerable investment of time. Even the original founder of the Xiantian Yuanjing, after attaining strength, meticulously refined it from top to bottom. One might observe that even a senior brother of the Yuan Dan stage eventually parted ways with it. Those capable of reaching the Yuan Dan level possess a significantly deeper understanding of this technique than most disciples. Yet, it must be noted that the departure stemmed from a lack of compatibility and thus cannot be generalized. After making his selection, Lu Qing confirmed his decision, causing the jade slip to coalesce into a luminous orb. He placed spirit stones into the orb, which promptly vanished without a trace. Concurrently, the disciple's jade token emitted a resonant hum. Probing into it, he discovered that within the misty void of his cultivation space, a new impression of the jade slip had emerged. Lu Qing made his selections with remarkable speed. He had also perused other superior techniques. However, the price of the spirit stones required for exchange was beyond the reach of a novice disciple. Lu Qing estimated that there must be many others in a similar situation. However, disciples hailing from prestigious cultivation families likely do not share this concern. After his recent training, he refrained from conversing with others. There was no need for such interactions. Lu Qing had already solidified his path in cultivation, understanding that forming bonds with others could inevitably lead to enmity in the future. Lu Qing activated his talent for evading calamity, yet he could not fathom the trajectory of the hexagram. Currently, he found great satisfaction in the Xiantian Dao Academy, which did not resemble a conventional sect or an ordinary school of the mortal realm, but rather a harmonious amalgamation of both. Within the disciple's jade token, it was said that upon entering the nourishing Qi realm, various sect segments would become accessible. At present, Lu Qing could only perceive a wide expanse, inscribed with the techniques he had acquired. Having departed from his designated Dao peak, he was soon joined by the White Crane youth. Previously, a grand bridge spanned the chasm between the two peaks, rendering their distance negligible. Now, however, they stood at the heart of the academy, with Lu Qing's peak situated far beyond the boundless Dao peak, quite distant indeed. The White Crane youth remarked, "Your Dao peak is rather far removed." "Indeed, but it is quite tranquil," Lu Qing conceded. "Ah, you've begun your cultivation. I had hoped to continue guiding you. You are quite an intriguing disciple." The White Crane youth praised, his fluffy feathers ruffling gently in the breeze. "By the way, what is your name?" "I am called Lu Qing." "Oh, Lu Qing. I shall remember that. Should you visit again and find it inconvenient, feel free to call for me. Let us speak of it another time, my friend. My spirit stones are dwindling." "Ah, then we shall defer our conversation until next time," the White Crane youth responded, hesitating upon hearing of the lack of spirit stones. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Qing returned to his nameless Dao peak, entered his meditation chamber, and seated himself upon the meditation mat that aided disciples in their cultivation. He commenced his practice, finding it far more engaging than the trivial matters that surrounded him. Chapter 9. The ominous hexagram reemerges. The Xiantian fundamental scripture guides one from the opening of meridians into the nourishing Qi realm. drawing upon the ethereal energies of the cosmos to enrich the Dantian. Qing commenced his meditative practice in accordance with the guidance provided by this particular cultivation technique. The nameless peak upon which he resided was abundant in spiritual energy, and the courtyard itself stood majestically atop the rugged cliffs, thus encountering an even more plentiful influx of the celestial essence of heaven and earth. Qing felt as if his vision was abruptly drawn back from the external scene to within his own body. An invisible aura seemed to transform into luminous specks before his eyes. Qing made an attempt to reach out and touch the radiant points, which gradually dispersed and flowed into his being. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed. He swiftly steadied his mind. After the passage of a joss stick's worth of time, he opened his eyes, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. For the disciples here, opening the meridians was merely a foundational transitional phase. Only by truly stepping into the realm of Qi cultivation could one be considered a practitioner of the art. Qing can now ascertain his qualifications, and given his swift progress, it is reasonable to speculate that those above him will advance even more rapidly. It is no wonder that one's aptitude for cultivation is deemed of utmost significance, even though Qing has always maintained a calm demeanor. To truly take this step without enduring excessive tribulations fills him with joy. At this moment, he can enter and explore the contents of the jade plaque space. Previously, the space appeared shrouded in a misty haze, rendering it indistinct to Qing. However, with his newfound, albeit modest, cultivation, he now perceives that the layer of obscuring fog has dissipated. Before him stands a magnificent palace, supported by an immense mountain. The plaque of the palace is adorned with the elegant characters Task Hall. A subtle intuition whispers in his mind. The Task Hall is a place where disciples of the Tao Academy can accept quests, settle tasks, and engage in transactions. Within the Task Hall, one can alter their appearance and conceal their aura. So, this is how it is. Qing's mind stirred, and his figure transformed. Within this jade token space, he was free from the constraints of his cultivation and directly arrived at the Hall of Missions. Upon entering, he observed a bustling scene filled with disciples of the Tao Academy, though most of their figures appeared ethereal. It dawned on Qing why the Xiantian Tao Academy's residence appeared so vast upon entering, yet the number of disciples did not seem to correspondingly match that grandeur. The truth was that they were all here to receive tasks. It must be said that the realm of cultivation differed significantly from Qing's initial expectations. At least from the current observations, it was evident that magic had been integrated into every facet of daily cultivation. Rather, it could be said that to facilitate their practice, it was necessary to handle trivial matters with greater efficiency. However, one thing remained constant across any realm. The circulation of resources was not commonplace. Qing realized that he would need to earn spirit stones in the near future. Of course, leaving the mountain gate was still not an option. He had studied the sect's regulations and understood that newly initiated disciples were required to complete an internal sect task before venturing out for external missions. This was ultimately for the benefit of these newcomers, ensuring they became familiar with the application of spiritual energy and magic during their initial stages of cultivation. Upon entering the Grand Hall of Missions, Qing was greeted by ethereal screens resembling flowing light, scattered across several expansive zones. Many disciples lingered before these screens, contemplating the tasks they wished to undertake. Each celestial display was accompanied by a disciple stationed behind a table, responsible for settling tasks and distributing rewards. Alternatively, one could directly utilize the disciple's token for transaction completion. The entire process was both efficient and convenient, a fact Qing noted with approval. After observing for a while, he departed, his consciousness returning to his physical form. At present, he possessed only spiritual energy without the requisite means. Thus, he had no inclination to hastily accept a task. Spirit stones. He quietly cultivated upon his mountain peak, where the security provided by possessing magical powers was unparalleled by any other. The harrowing sensation of nearly losing his head lingered in his mind. Though he had survived, Qing wished to avoid such experiences in the future, as they were far from pleasant. As he contemplated this, whether stirred by his thoughts or triggered by certain conditions, an ominous divination resurfaced after his entry into the academy. Great omen. The tree wishes to remain still, yet the wind does not cease. As you prepare to undertake a task within the mountain to earn spirit stones, en route from the nameless Tao Peak, you are courted by Qing. Should you refuse, you will incur his wrath and subsequently face unfamiliar foes who may lead to your demise, an ill-fated outcome. Great omen. The tree wishes to remain still, yet the wind does not cease. as you prepare to undertake a task within the mountain for spirit stones en route from the nameless Tao Peak. You acquiesce to Bai Yunqing's advances. Nonetheless, while performing the task of nurturing spiritual flora, you will encounter unknown adversaries who may lead to your demise and ill-fated outcome. Neutral omen. Remain on the nameless mountain for a month, free from concerns and calamities, peaceful. What grievance do I hold against you? Whether I refuse or agree, death awaits regardless. Lu Qing is truly exasperated with these individuals. One after another, they neglect the pursuit of spirit stones and the path of cultivation, fixating instead on petty alliances, revealing their narrow-mindedness. Lu Qing's gaze fell upon the unfamiliar adversary. A familiar name evoked memories of the events that transpired in Xintian City. These strange foes, were they indeed one and the same? The Tao Academy was not an infallible sanctuary, after all. No, wait. In an instant, Lu Qing found himself contemplating a multitude of thoughts, including the possibility that this unfamiliar adversary was, in fact, the nefarious sorcerer mentioned by Elder Mo during their last encounter. Alternatively, he considered that it could be a disciple or an elder from the Tao Academy. The tasks assigned to me have always been approached with caution, and this task concerning the spiritual flora is no exception. Lu Qing possessed a commendable memory, which was further enhanced after his cultivation, rendering his senses remarkably acute. He had meticulously organized the events involving individuals he had encountered into a memory palace. When he pondered upon it, he swiftly recalled the tasks related to the irrigation of spiritual plants that he had filtered through in the Hall of Missions. These tasks were not particularly challenging. However, the fundamental requirement was that disciples must attain the Qi nourishing realm. In the absence of this realm, one was expected to master a common cloud and rain spell. What captured his attention were not the task conditions, but rather the locations involved, as these tasks pertained to the cultivation of spiritual plants. They were generally situated over 100,000 miles away from the main peak, even farther than his outer sect courtyard, likely in the servantess courtyard. This implied that if he were to be killed there, it would undoubtedly signify peril. Presently, Lu Qing's cultivation level was at least that of a legitimate outer sect disciple in the Qi nourishing realm, whereas those in the servantess courtyard, under normal circumstances, were likely still grappling with the opening vein stage or had yet to enter it. Observing the ominous hexagram with ease, he pondered whether this unfamiliar foe could truly be that nefarious demon from before. The servantess courtyard was overseen by 28 individuals. While their cultivation levels were uncertain, they were undoubtedly stronger than he. Could it be that the spiritual plant area harbored a secret? Yet, that did not seem plausible. Had there been a secret, the hexagram would have mirrored the previous instance, indicating a confrontation upon uncovering it. That demon indeed. Lu Qing harbors the greatest suspicion towards the old fiend of the demonic path, for that region lies in the most remote area covered by the Tao Academy. The formation there is likely not as stable as it is here. If something were to transpire in that vicinity, given the old demon's style, it would undoubtedly be within his capabilities. Chapter 10. A month of cultivation, turbulence arises. Yet, with this, Lu Qing once again made a note of the unfamiliar adversary, and added 2 more entries for the nefarious figure from the demonic path, as well as for the individual known as Bai Yunqing. He was certainly not a person easy to deal with, and has now found his place on Lu Qing's list of enemies. Presently, his thoughts are clouded by a scarcity of clues, and he can only glimpse a fragment of the Tao Academy. Perhaps that unfamiliar adversary is someone from within the Academy itself? In any case, he is resolute in his decision to refrain from accepting any tasks. Whoever dares to accept shall meet their demise. Lu Qing, have you completed your cultivation? Come join us for a gathering. We are all here with the original group, and Lu Er has even renamed himself Lu Yuan. I have also met several new faces whom I would like to introduce to you. A message from Li Jioming appears within the jade tablet. At the moment when Lu Qing discerned the ominous omen, descending the mountain was unequivocally out of the question, whether it was to undertake a task or for other reasons. The divination clearly stipulated that one must remain on the mountain for a full month. This indicates that within this month, should he descend, there exists a substantial likelihood of encountering Bai Yunqing. As for who this individual is, Lu Qing remains oblivious, and even more so to the background that looms behind them. Lu Qing harbored concerns that this predicament would ensnare him in perpetual misfortune. Even with the prospect of evading calamity, the incessant disturbances left little room for cultivation. Avoiding disaster, while akin to immortality to a certain extent, was not an absolute safeguard. Should a mundane hexagram materialize in the future, he yearned for the tranquility to return to the mortal realm and live out his days in peace. This notion of a serene hexagram lingered in Lu Qing's heart as a subtle anxiety, an unrealistic hope entrusted entirely to this skill. The myriad methods within the realm of cultivation were notoriously unpredictable. Whether the ability to evade disaster could withstand the formidable techniques of those terrifyingly powerful beings remained uncertain. Primarily, Lu Qing suspected that if this truly were the skill from the unscrupulous game developers of his past life, the subsequent implementation data might still be incomplete. He had recently made some progress in his cultivation and needed to enter seclusion for a month, unable to visit for the time being, and he hoped for their understanding. He inscribed these words, and with a flick of his jade tablet, a glimmer of spiritual light emerged. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that cultivation took precedence, chuckling softly, and looked forward to the next opportunity to gather. After Lu Qing sent this message, he once again immersed himself in the jade pendant space. He discovered that within the task hall, there were not only missions, but also various other items for sale. A detailed report on the outer sect was available for purchase, requiring 5 spirit stones. Fortunately, as a new disciple, he was eligible for a discount. Lu Qing ultimately made the decision to acquire this item. Initially, upon entering, he had contemplated postponing the purchase. However, securing it now brought him a sense of reassurance. His understanding of the outer sect was still rather superficial. As for Li Jioming, they were merely companions who entered the sect together. The complications arising from that relationship had begun to deplete their camaraderie. Presently, Lu Qing's focus was on unraveling the mystery of Bai Yunqing and the identity of the person behind him. These were matters of public knowledge, not encroaching upon personal privacy. A name and a level of power, undoubtedly, many were aware through word of mouth. With the prerequisite of not descending the mountain, Lu Qing felt at ease as he examined the information. The outer sect, as expected, was intricately complicated. He set down the jade slip containing the intelligence. Lu Qing could only express that wherever there are crowds, disputes are inevitable. In this outer sect courtyard, there are those who are devoted to cultivation. Yet there are also various factions. This is due to the timely updates. Lu Qing also noticed the names of some new disciples who had entered at the same time as him appearing on various group lists. Bai Yunqing and Yan Longyu's attendant. Yan Longyu is an outer sect disciple of the Purple Mansion, aspiring to enter the inner sect with his foundation-building cultivation, anticipating to reach the golden core stage within 2 years. Over the years, many disciples with outstanding potential have become vassals to Yan Longyu, while others have aligned themselves with the more established disciples of the sect. Lu Qing seldom felt that his complexion was truly remarkable. He had only just begun to cultivate his inner energy. So it was. Upon reflection, his thoughts appeared to have crystallized. In truth, Lu Qing was deeply curious about the relationship between Bai Yunqing and that unfamiliar adversary. Although the inner sect forbade conflict among its own members, it remained a world where cultivation prowess reigned supreme. Lu Qing does not believe that regulations can restrain everyone. Moreover, this turmoil will last for another month. I shall not be the first to be drawn in. Hence, regarding Li Jioming's side, Lu Qing did not see Li Jioming on the list of affiliates. However, a relative of his is present here and has reportedly gained entry. There should be no cause for concern. It will take a month for the tumult to settle. Surely, he cannot be expected to linger on that road every day to obstruct me, can he? Lu Qing, lost in peculiar thoughts, swiftly dismissed the notion. Regardless, he resolved to note it down and focus on his cultivation. A month later, at the nameless Dao Peak, he found himself before a spacious plaza meticulously fashioned from smooth stones. Lu Qing stood upon his training grounds, where the protective array inherent to the Dao Peak had already risen, enveloping the area in a vast expanse of pristine white mist. To an outsider, it would merely appear as though the high terrain melded seamlessly with the clouds on the horizon. Yet, this veil of mist was precisely conducive to Lu Qing's cultivation. He focused his breath, centering his mind, and gazed upon his palm. Spirit sword. Condense. After a month of cultivation, his dantian had accumulated an additional strand of spiritual energy. As this energy concentrated in his hand, a subtle sensation of extraction began to manifest in his heart. At that moment, a spirit sword formed entirely of ethereal energy materialized in his grasp. It was transparent throughout, its blade shimmering with a cold, white light. Sunlight filtered through the thin mist, casting a gentle halo that danced around it. Lu Qing's complexion paled slightly, her eyes gleaming with intensity. With a swift motion, she released the spiritual sword grasped firmly in her hand. It soared through the air like a sharp arrow released from a taut bow, striking a stone several hundred meters away outside the square in the blink of an eye. Boom! The The sword pierced through the stone, reducing it to a fine powder. As the spiritual sword lost its subsequent force, it transformed into indistinct wisps of spiritual energy, dissipating into the atmosphere. Lu Qing felt somewhat exhausted. Yet the outcome was still considered favorable. There was attacking power, but the speed remained too sluggish. Whether it was the condensing of the spiritual sword or the speed of its release, it needed to be as swift as the direction indicated by one's own arm. To master the art of the spiritual sword, the core secret lies in speed. At present, my spiritual energy only allows me to unleash a single strike. Lu Qing reflects on the shortcomings of this sword. Thus, it can now only serve as an unexpected means to secure victory. During the past month, aside from his cultivation, Lu Qing devoted himself entirely to the practice of his skills. In addition to his foundational techniques, he also mastered a rudimentary form of the cloud and rain art, which facilitates the acceptance of tasks. The four essential arts of cultivation often demand a considerable expenditure of spirit stones in the early stages. Lu Qing has steadfastly chosen to pursue the path of spiritual plants, primarily due to the all-encompassing nature of the Xiantian Yuanjing, which undoubtedly qualifies it as a superior cultivation technique. Within it, there are numerous foundational spells, akin to a buy-one-get-10 deal. Many of these spells are intricately aligned with the essence of spiritual plants. In addition to the menial tasks assigned by the auxiliary courtyard, the external courtyard has also refreshed its assignments, which grants Lu Qing a sense of reassurance. Over the course of a month, he has ascended to the third layer of Qi nourishment, fully appreciating the advantages bestowed by his superior aptitude. His storage pouch contains 10 specially provided pill of abandoning grains, with a single pill capable of sustaining him for over half a month. While the Tao Academy does offer a dining facility for disciples, such amenities require spiritual stones, as the offerings transcend ordinary sustenance, being crafted by culinary cultivators into spiritually enriching food. Consuming such fare not only accelerates one's cultivation pace, but also confers additional physical enhancements. Lu Qing did not descend from the mountain. During this month devoted to cultivation, the previously tranquil life in the outer sect was disrupted by the emergence of new disciples, along with the presence of a genius who should have been in the inner sect now residing in the outer sect. The once calm waters became rife with undercurrents. Over the course of a month, undisturbed and in high spirits, Lu Qing observed that the news from the outer sect was incessantly updated on the jade slip. Lu Qing suddenly comprehended the reason why this jade slip required more spiritual stones than some ordinary spells. Were it not for the new disciple discount, he would have found it difficult to part with his resources. The jade slip possessed an inherent update function, allowing various pieces of information from the outer sect to be presented directly, regardless of their veracity. The truth mingled indistinguishably with falsehood, leaving one to discern the reality for themselves. Chapter 11. News from the outer sect. However, the sheer volume of information was immense, enabling one to grasp the happenings outside immediately upon emerging from the cultivation palace or cave. Only news from the inner sect came at a different price, accessible exclusively to its disciples. Lu Qing had not encountered any sales of jade slips pertaining to the inner sect. Yu Xiantian of the outer sect had already attained the 7th level of Qi nurturing and was likely on the brink of foundation establishment. It was rumored that his master had procured the legendary Jiao Pearl Moonlight from the South China Sea for his foundation cultivation. Yu Xuantian's exceptional talent was indeed astounding. One could only wonder if the other two were equally gifted. He recalled that among his peers, only a month had barely allowed him to reach the 2nd level of Qi nurturing. Extraordinary news. The entrance competition for the 381st generation of new disciples was about to commence. The top 3 in this competition would earn the opportunity to cultivate in the Fire Cloud Cave for 3 days. Bai Yanqing had garnered considerable support from many new disciples, perhaps intending to challenge Brother Lin. Among this batch of new disciples, numerous individuals possessed superior talents, with several even exhibiting heavenly qualities. Was there anyone who could elucidate this phenomenon? Such occurrences had not been observed previously. The competition was fierce. Now, superior talents seemed to be commonplace. The information displayed at the forefront of the jade slip comprised long-standing news that rarely underwent alteration, while the subsequent updates were, rather than mere information, a dynamic narrative unfolding. Lu Qing preferred to perceive the information inscribed on this jade tablet as somewhat akin to a message board. Naturally, he was grateful for this jade tablet of messages, for upon his emergence from seclusion, he swiftly grasped the events that had transpired over the past month. His cultivation was still rather modest, and a month of seclusion could be deemed a considerable duration. According to the reports from the sect, it was evident that the senior brothers and sisters within the inner sect might not encounter one another for over a decade. From this perspective, it was clear that the higher the cultivation, the longer the duration of seclusion. Now, upon his emergence, Lu Qing noticed a notification regarding his disciple's jade token. The enrollment for the entrance competition of the 381st generation of outer sect disciples was about to commence, starting in 3 days, and he was advised to prepare accordingly. A familiar sensation washed over him. Lu Qing inscribed her name and confirmed her registration for the preliminary competition before closing the application. The introductory competition is a mandatory event that all disciples of the sect must participate in. Only subsequent grand competitions are exempt from such obligations. Those aspiring to enter the inner sanctum would enroll, while those preferring to play it safe and await the next year's external competition might opt to forego participation. This particular preliminary competition is exclusively designed for newcomers, temporarily excluding the senior disciples. Lu Qing also took note of a piece of news that was intricately linked to him, or more precisely, to the ominous hexagram. Had he not divined this foreboding omen, he would not have spent an entire month in seclusion. It was reported that the Auxiliary Institute had uncovered traces of a demonic blood mage. This malevolent entity had revealed itself, but was swiftly apprehended by the dean of the Painting Institute, vanishing into ashes on the spot. Allegedly, this blood mage had previously slain numerous celestial seedlings in a remote province, including one of high grade, and was seeking to replenish its sustenance when it fortuitously encountered the Painting Institute's territory. Interestingly, the external disciple who undertook that particular mission hailed from the Painting Institute as well. Lu Qing finally discerned the identity of this unfamiliar foe. It was the nefarious sorcerer from before. The sequence of events had become clear. What a fitting demise. No wonder he claimed he would linger here for a month. It would coincide perfectly with the blood demon's death just before my own emergence. Reflecting on the recent experiences in Xiantian City, particularly the peculiarities of the neighboring room during my stay at the inn, it now dawns on me that the secret must pertain to the dark forces plotting to ambush this group of Xiantian City's celestial seedlings. Those of exceptional aptitude were to be selected and eliminated. It is likely that the youngest son of the Lu family fell victim to this very scheme. On Lu Qing's little notebook, an enemy was eliminated. This adversary, who would typically require substantial time to be vanquished, met their demise purely by coincidence. Who could have anticipated that this disciple would become entangled with the esteemed head of the Qing Academy? Had Lu Qing ventured forth alone, he would undoubtedly have faced a dire fate akin to that of a tragic omen. 3 days swiftly elapsed. As he emerged, the White Crane youth approached. Lu Qing, this time you owe me a spirit stone. When you possess spirit stones in the future, you may repay me. The White Crane youth was quite amiable, accustomed to such debts. Naturally, it was expected. Transforming into a radiant streak of light, he soared through the air, a feat achievable only through foundational cultivation. To fly, one must rely on spiritual artifacts, yet with insufficient cultivation, mastering such abilities remained a formidable challenge. Moreover, those newly initiated had little surplus spirit stones to spare. Acquiring spirit stones was indeed arduous. Indeed, it is indeed, the White Crane youth concurred, his impression of Lu Qing growing more favorable. Recognizing the difficulty of earning spirit stones endeared Lu Qing to him. As for the other affluent spirit cranes, the White Crane youth felt a pang of sympathy. Sighing in silence, the two, one human and one crane, shared a moment of reflection as they arrived at the designated meeting point. Lu Qing bid farewell to the White Crane youth. A considerable number of individuals had already gathered on the mountain platform. Some were engaged in conversation, while others displayed tokens or various peculiar spiritual artifacts, conversing with one another. Lu Qing held the jade slip in his palm, and with a flicker of his mind, he gazed upon the latest news that had emerged. Lu Qing has come to deeply understand that the spirit stones expended on the jade tablet are indeed worthwhile. Once acquired, it equates to a lifetime warranty. The myriad messages appearing on the jade tablet converge from various locales. This time, the venue for the small competition is a miniature realm, reportedly obtained by an elder from a minor world. How enviable! The treasures within such a miniature realm are plentiful, and it is immensely beneficial for these disciples. While the advantages of a miniature realm are numerous, one must also possess the means to navigate its dangers. Although the significant threats have undoubtedly been eradicated, the areas deemed safe for the elders may not hold the same assurance for these disciples. Just as with the disciples' jade tokens, the formidable cultivation techniques are beyond the comprehension of these novice practitioners. The assessment method employed in this competition deviates from the traditional arena combat format, instead taking place within a miniature realm of an even higher echelon than the secret caves and paradises. Lu Qing observed one item after another, marveling at the unexpected use of a miniature realm. Within, there were numerous treasures and abundant opportunities, yet it was also fraught with peril. Lu Qing glanced into his mind, and upon noticing the absence of a perilous situation panel, he felt a temporary sense of relief. Perhaps it was because the small realm had yet to be activated, preventing the formation of any dire circumstances. Lu Qing waited in serene anticipation until a group of youths arrived. These young men and women appeared as paragons of excellence, each soaring through the air on their spiritual artifacts, while a select few at the forefront rode upon mystical beasts. These were not the ordinary disciples riding the white cranes for whom spirit stones were exchanged. Rather, they were extraordinary creatures. The resplendent feathers of a phoenix trailed behind, leaving a golden cloud in its wake, while a majestic dragon with a single horn and scales as gleaming as armor emerged. Following closely was a radiant feathered crane, its call resonating with spiritual energy. In that moment, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Chapter 12. The Trials in Closed Realm. It is Gu Xiantian. The dragon is associated with Gu Xiantian. Is that Su Xinhua beside them? The illustrious daughter of the Su family. And this one, he also possesses top-tier aptitude, though I seem to recall hearing that he hails from the mortal realm. My goodness, why do they have such magnificent spiritual mounts? Well, of course, they have esteemed mentors guiding them. Lu Qing wore a calm expression. After enduring 2 arduous years of travel, upon witnessing the scene before him, he could only dismiss it as a trivial matter, perhaps reflecting on the undeniable differences that come with having connections and influence. Lu Qing, is that you here? After the group passed, Li Jioming noticed him and exclaimed with delight, Brother Li, what brings you here? Lu Qing glanced at the individuals behind Li Jioming, 1 man and 2 women. Hiki, Lu Qing, these are the friends I mentioned earlier, Li Jioming chuckled, proceeding to introduce them on either side. It's a pleasure to meet you. After a round of exchanging names, the young man named Lin Zixuan spoke up, Brother Lu, are you familiar with Bai Yanqing? Li Jioming's expression suddenly shifted. Lin Zixuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Before Lu Qing could respond, Lin Zixuan added, I merely wish to inquire, why does Brother Li react so strongly? Lu Qing, I am uncertain. The assessment has commenced, so I shall refrain from further conversation. After Lu Qing finished speaking, he turned and departed. Left in the wake of his departure, Li Jioming's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, his gaze icy as he directed it towards Lin Zixuan. Humph, why are you in such a hurry? My fellow disciple is solely focused on his cultivation. He will not acquiesce to your request. With that, only Lin Zixuan and the 2 young ladies remained in the vicinity. What sort of people are these? Lin Gu, let us take our leave, one of them suggested. Indeed, they do not recognize the value of what we offer. Why should we pursue them? Lin Zixuan felt a twinge of regret. After all, they possessed commendable innate talent. Winning them over would have yielded significant benefits. However, if they declined, there were certainly others to consider. After Lu Qing departed, he paid no heed to the events that transpired thereafter. To him, this encounter could merely be deemed unpleasant. Anger was not quite the sentiment he harbored. He had discerned that Lin Zixuan was supported by others, and it was implausible for Li Jioming to be oblivious to this reality. Rather than engaging in a battle of wits with them, he preferred to assert his dominance through strength. Brother Lu, I sincerely apologize. I truly did not anticipate he would speak in such a manner, Li Jioming expressed, his voice laden with regret. Bai Yanqing was a figure well known even in the outer sect, but it was Yin Longyu, the force behind him, who held paramount importance. Lu Qing nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further remarks. Li Jioming appeared visibly uneasy, aware that any camaraderie he once shared with Brother Lu had dissipated. At that moment, an elder clad in purple robes made his entrance. The upcoming minor competition for entrance to the sect would take place in a secluded locale. The assessment would be conducted on a points-based system, wherein 3 parts of the acquired treasures would be submitted to the Tao Institute, while 7 parts would be retained by the participants. This regulation was not lengthy in its explanation. Did this not imply that the more precious the item, the greater the points it would yield? Within this realm, there also existed a few demonic beasts, albeit in limited numbers. I have already adapted a portion of my spirit sword technique, which would serve as an optimal means of common attack. Lu Qing understood why the focus was not primarily on hunting demonic beasts, the main reason being that, within just a month's time, It was impossible for all disciples of middle and lower tier talents to have entered the Qi-nourishing realm. Qing sensed that most of those around were either at the pinnacle of the meridian opening stage or lingering at the Qi-nourishing level. The only exception was the leading group ahead. Previously, it was a competition arena, but it has now transformed into a smaller realm, likely to provide us with greater opportunities to showcase our abilities. Qing pondered deeply. At that moment, an enormous waterfall, cascading with immense force, materialized before him. Enter. For the small realm shall close in 7 days, uttered the elder in the purple robe, as the water gate swung open, drawing everyone in with an overwhelming force. In the periphery of his vision, Qing noticed that the majestic steeds of the celestial prodigies remained firmly in place. So, they cannot enter. Just then, a resonating buzz echoed in his mind. A perilous situation had arisen. Qing focused his gaze and discerned the ominous hexagram. Upon descent, moving southwest, one would encounter a 5th-grade spiritual herb, yet would be met with death at the hands of a foundational guardian beast, an ill fate indeed. The malevolent hexagram indicated, after landing, proceeding northeast would lead into a miasmic swamp, resulting in the ruin of one's foundation, a dire omen. Conversely, the neutral hexagram suggested that upon taking flight, an immediate journey northward would present no peril, signifying tranquility. Qing did not hesitate. Even a moment's pause would signify a lack of regard for his own life. Upon landing, he found himself alone, a chill enveloping him. He furrowed his brow and looked up at the sky, where 2 suns hung in the firmament, their light lacking warmth. The fleeting cold he had sensed earlier emanated from directly above him. This small realm was unlike any other. Qing recalled the mention on the jade slip about the newly acquired small realm, a domain untouched by the predecessors who had previously eliminated its dangers. The specific circumstances within remained to be uncovered by their explorations. The ferocious creature lurking within the ominous hexagram posed a significant threat to their cohort of disciples, akin to a dimensional assault. However, before the elders, such a peril would likely not raise any concerns. As long as they refrained from harvesting, death would not ensue. It is, after all, hardly surprising that the greedy and the reckless meet their demise. Qing merely cast a fleeting glance at the sky before swiftly departing towards the north. He landed amidst a thicket of grass, flanked by a foreboding jungle on one side and a meandering stream on the other. In the northern direction, a flicker of awareness stirred within him. Fortunately, his cultivation of the Xiantian Yuanjing had greatly fortified his mind. With his heightened senses, he felt assured that he would not err in his orientation towards the north. He promptly resolved to leave. Every nuance within the hexagram must not be overlooked. Behind him, the grass by the stream swayed gently in the breeze, revealing a triangular head emerging from the shadowy green leaves, grotesque and fearsome, as the sunlight grew increasingly frigid. Qing was unaware of what transpired after leaving that place. However, the divination indicated that there were no mistakes. It was only after the dense forests and streams flanking his sides vanished behind him that he began to realize. In Qing's mind, clarity suddenly emerged, indicating that the divination had been successfully completed. At that moment, he shifted his thoughts and realized that no perilous situation had arisen. It appeared that this time, even if he were to retrace his steps, he would encounter no danger. Turning around, he noticed that the ominous forest behind him and the small stream had vanished from sight. With a hiss, he cast aside his previous thoughts and decided to head west. Traversing the expanse of the world, Qing glanced around at his current surroundings. The vast wilderness stretched endlessly, and it seemed inconsequential which direction he chose to pursue. Having entered this realm, he naturally harbored hopes of gaining something in return. To speak of nothing else, participating in this minor competition, even if he ranked lower, would still yield rewards in the form of spirit stones. Qing harbored doubts about the Academy's willingness to invest such resources in the cultivation of its disciples. Qing instinctively began to channel his cultivation technique. Although this basic method of concealing one's aura might not fool individuals of higher realms, it proved to be effective nonetheless. Qing is currently at the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. As long as he does not encounter the exceptional talents from the inner sect, he believes he will not be relegated to the bottom. Chapter 13. Snow Spirit Fruit, advancing to the mid-Qi cultivation. A rustling sound emanates from the grass. A blood-red flower sways in the breeze, rooted in the black soil. At the center of the flower bud, a snow-white fruit is maturing. Suddenly, as the fruit ripens and is about to fall, a figure swiftly flashes by. The fruit detaches from the bud and vanishes without a trace. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The flower becomes frenzied, but the figure has long since disappeared from sight. Lu Qing's heart raced with excitement. After a considerable while, she sensed the presence of the snow-white fruit nestled within her storage pouch, causing her heartbeat to quicken further. The snow spirit fruit, when consumed, could enhance one's comprehension, with effects varying from person to person. However, the currently available 5 spirit elixirs that could elevate understanding were all notoriously expensive. In comparison, the snow spirit fruit was even more precious. At least in the descriptions I have encountered, this fruit was classified among the exceedingly rare treasures. This was an unexpected windfall. Initially, Lu Qing chose to tread cautiously along a certain path, for after narrowly escaping a perilous situation, he soon discovered the presence of snow spirit fruits in this place. Remarkably, perhaps due to the vastness of this trial realm, he had yet to encounter a single fellow cultivator. This was indeed good news. The only challenge lay in the fact that such extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth were typically accompanied by innate demonic beasts. Lu Qing observed for a period and discovered that there were no signs of large demon beasts in the vicinity. His gaze fell upon the vines of the snow spirit fruit, which was where his instincts sensed something amiss. Who would have anticipated that there existed a demon beast so adept at camouflage? Yet, it was precisely because this demon beast was of weaker strength that it resorted to disguise. Had it been a formidable foundational demon beast like the one encountered previously, Lu Qing would have been entirely unable to contemplate the snow spirit fruit. Lu Qing ceased his contemplation and, after surveying his surroundings, decisively selected a concealed spot to ingest the snow spirit fruit. The snow spirit fruit ripens upon falling and decays upon contact with the ground. Its potency lasts only for the duration of a single incense stick. Once that incense stick has burned out, the fruit's efficacy wanes, transforming it into a putrid remnant. Lu Qing swiftly chose to ingest it. The fruit melted upon contact, resembling the sensation of consuming a mouthful of ice and snow. Devoid of the usual sweetness or texture found in ordinary fruits, utterly unremarkable. However, as Lu Qing settled into a cross-legged position, a refreshing and icy clarity swept through his mind. It was as if, at that moment, the confounding doubts he had encountered during his cultivation underwent a profound transformation. The challenges of his practice no longer posed any difficulty. A subtle change in the aura surrounding Lu Qing signaled a shift within him. An intangible enlightenment cleared his mind, revealing the abundant spiritual essence of this small realm. As the Xiantian Yuanjing circulated, the surrounding spiritual energy was absorbed into his dantian. Initially, the spiritual power within his meridians and dantian resembled a mere trickle, but it had now transformed into a flowing river. He had reached the 4th level of Qi nourishment. As the water reaches its brim, he had previously cultivated for a month, and now, shortly after entering, the unseen fluctuations allowed Lu Qing to transcend that threshold, genuinely entering the 4th level of Qi nourishment, marking the mid-stage of his cultivation. In an instant, Lu Qing calmed the aura around him and resumed the operation of the technique that cloaked his presence. The aura he had just broken through swiftly stabilized. He opened his eyes, a hint of joy illuminating his face. He had achieved a breakthrough. Now it was time to seek other pursuits. He was not greedy. Lu Qing did not believe that those prodigies who already had spirit beasts by their side lacked contingencies. Given the emergence of differing rules between the inner and outer sects this year, such an outcome had become somewhat predictable. Lu Qing cautiously explored this small realm, diligently collecting everything within reach into his storage bag. However, the items that appeared later were predominantly in the category of 8th or 9th grade spiritual herbs and plants, lacking treasures such as the snow spirit fruit. Ever since consuming it, Lu Qing realized a notable change in his mental state. Accompanied by a slight enhancement, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy had increased significantly. It seemed that his upper-grade aptitude had progressed further. Although it was not explicitly stated that his aptitude could be improved, this could be considered an additional benefit, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. This small realm truly lived up to its name, for shortly after Lu Qing's arrival, he discovered an entity resembling a transparent wall from his past life, which obstructed his view and prevented his exit. It seemed to serve as a reminder to the disciples who ventured here that they had reached their limits. Nonetheless, despite this barrier, the trial space appeared remarkably vast. It was not until 5 days later that Lu Qing finally encountered other individuals, a group of disciples who had also entered. Lu Qing possessed a realm of cultivation surpassing theirs, allowing him to remain concealed. Practitioners of the path are keen of sight and hearing, their senses acute. Even without direct contact, he could discern their voices from afar. As they were all focused on a spiritual beast at the center of a lake, the three factions remained oblivious to his distant eavesdropping. "Humph, the capable gather more." One faction declared, "Our strength exceeds yours. The fruits above belong to us." "Nonsense. First come, first served. Do not forget there are 3 teams here. Do you intend to face 2 alone?" The highest aura among the 3 factions was merely at the first layer of Qi nurturing. It could be said that all 3 factions appeared to be equally matched at that level. "Senior Brother Chang requires the core of this demon beast. We shall not concern ourselves with the rest," interjected a member of the 3rd faction. Upon the mention of Senior Brother Chang, the expressions of the other 2 factions shifted noticeably. Meanwhile, Lu Qing swiftly made his escape, choosing not to listen further. The fruit upon that tree was also present in his storage bag, primarily for the purpose of tallying points. Along his journey, he had encountered formidable and astonishing demon beasts. Yet he had always evaded them in advance, relying on his innate talent for avoiding danger. Now, he decisively retreated. He had not anticipated that this place would also brew ominous portents. The moment the proud disciple uttered Senior Brother Chang's name, the ominous signs abruptly manifested. The omen foretold great peril. In the trial's small realm, danger brews. Encountering a crisis, the purple mansion poison python turns over. Certain death is unavoidable, a severe omen. The neutral reading suggested, fleeing southward to the place of first landing, there lies no threat to life, yet some karmic ties may arise. Lu Qing could not suppress his urge to curse aloud. His scalp felt as if it might burst, as if the previous foundational level demon beast was not enough. Now another entity, surpassing the foundational stage, appeared, a purple mansion. The extent of its combat prowess was unclear to Lu Qing, shrouded in uncertainty, yet undoubtedly it heralded a fatal predicament. In that fleeting moment, as his mind raced, he immediately summoned all his spiritual energy and fled southward. He melded seamlessly with the low-hanging forest. Soon, Senior Brother Chang would arrive. Did they truly wish to provoke him? The voices behind him continued to taunt. Lu Qing was still unable to transform into a fleeting light, as that was a capability attained by foundation-building practitioners after they developed their spiritual awareness, allowing their souls to become powerful enough to envelop themselves. Furthermore, he lacked any evasion techniques. Thus, he continued his sprint towards the south. Although he was unaware of the circumstances that lay beyond his destination, the current situation was different. There was no imminent danger to his life, and he naturally chose without hesitation. In the distance, as he hurried along his fateful path, he caught sight of countless ethereal lights emerging beneath the clouds far ahead. Chapter 14. Perilous Trials, Unexpected Outcomes. Lu Qing did not wish to pause and assess the situation. The glimmers of light eluded his understanding. It was not until he beheld the familiar brook, alongside the somber jungle that seemed perpetually shrouded from the sun, that a palpable sense of relaxation washed over him. At last, he had arrived at this place. He could endure no longer. His spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Yet he pitifully clung to the final vestiges that could manifest his spiritual sword. He had not forgotten that his golden finger had yet to align with a powerful skill to turn misfortune into fortune. And the subtle causal connections that emerged after this hexagram kept Lu Qing from fully relinquishing his anxiety. Just then, a sudden rustling caused him to retreat sharply as a spiritual sword erupted from the sleeve of a disciple's robe. With a swift sound, the sword pierced an unknown corporeal form, and blood gushed forth from the slender, dark body, thick and viscous. So, an ambush, is it? Lu Qing constantly reminded herself. Upon seeing the head of the black serpent, with its unblinking eyes, she immediately summoned her last ounce of spiritual energy, ruthlessly enveloping the ambushing black serpent beast and reducing it to a pool of putrid blood. Fortunately, being in the early stages of energy cultivation allowed her to cope. Yet the venom indeed proved to be exceedingly potent. Lu Qing gazed at the grass blades, now corrupted into a shade of black, and for a moment, he distanced himself from this area. The venom, though formidable, was not lethal to him as he had ascended 2 tiers in his realm. What, after all, is the essence of causality? Lu Qing now fervently wishes that the divination could speak plainly. It is worth noting that when he first arrived, the omens clearly indicated that he should depart from this place immediately. Yet now, he is compelled to return. This dark serpent, a malevolent beast, evidently poses no threat to his life. No, that cannot be. Could it be that this serpent harbors some hidden significance? The divination merely unravels this predicament, suggesting that I shall soon encounter another perilous situation. Does this imply a subtle interplay of cause and effect? Lu Qing found himself perplexed. He had only embarked on the path of cultivation for less than a year. His responses were solely reliant on the scattered thoughts within his mind. The flipping of the Purple Mansion's demonic beast had resulted in a situation fraught with peril, one that seemed inescapable. Lu Qing found a massive stone and seated himself upon it. Utilizing clusters of unknown thorny trees on either side and the large umbrella-like leaves above to obscure his presence from the physical realm. Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling echoed, as if the very earth and heavens were in a tumultuous whirl. This was, of course, an illusion. What remained certain was that the monstrous beast had turned over. Lu Qing's expression grew solemn as he rose to his feet, parting the leaves beside him. With half of his spiritual power restored, he managed to steady his mind. He turned his gaze toward the source of the thunderous roar that echoed from a distant place. Yet, at that moment, he also heard the sound of rocks crumbling and striking the ground. Indeed, it was happening. An endless cloud of dust billowed, transforming into a vast haze that enveloped half of the sky. The grayish mist hung heavily, obscuring the light of two suns overhead in an instant. It was as if the heavens had darkened, and Lu Qing shivered as he beheld the ominous scene, goosebumps rising on his skin. This was the might of the Purple Mansion. The sheer force of it was utterly astonishing. Lu Qing did not venture outside. Instead, he resumed his seated meditation, waiting until the surrounding vibrations ceased. Cursed beast. He had initially believed that this ordeal was over. However, a sudden rebuke resonated through the heavens and the earth. A torrent of sword light surged forth, reminiscent of the boundless flow of the ocean across thousands of miles, instantly tearing apart the shroud of darkness. In tandem, the previously pitch-black area erupted in an exceedingly brilliant radiance of sword light. Lu Qing squinted his eyes. Although he could not discern the figure behind the streak of sword light, there was no doubt that the individual approaching was undoubtedly an elder responsible for the trials. Lu Qing was uncertain whether more individuals would become embroiled in that affair, yet there was no doubt that this place was a realm of trials, undoubtedly under the vigilant watch of the Academy's elders. Nevertheless, despite this awareness, the unfolding of events transpired with startling abruptness. Upon witnessing the imminent peril, Lu Qing instinctively fled, illustrating that even if salvation were possible, it would be futile to attempt to rescue his disciples from the central expanse of the lake island, which spans several hundred miles. The Purple Mansion's subsequent actions regarding this matter remained shrouded in uncertainty. The brilliance of the sword light surpassed that of the sun, rendering the encroaching darkness utterly powerless, affirming the insignificance of the demonic beasts from the Purple Mansion. In the outer sect, one could easily find disciples capable of slaying them. The elders' direct involvement suggested that the trial was nearing its conclusion. This indiscriminate assault on disciples of their realm was akin to a cataclysmic disaster. All disciples departed from the trial's confined space, returning to the Tao Academy. At that moment, Lu Qing heard the sounds of their return. He rummaged through his storage bag, which had accumulated sufficient spiritual herbs over the past 5 days, alongside the corpses of a dozen small demonic beasts. Ever since he discovered the existence of a task hall within the Disciple Jade token, tasks could be issued, accepted, or traded therein. Upon his return, he planned to sell some items in exchange for spirit stones. Lu Qing currently finds himself lacking in skills, yet he remains unhurried. He intends to commence with the cultivation of spiritual plants. After all, following his practice of the Xiantian Yuanjing, he has discovered that this superior technique is remarkably well suited for the cultivation of spiritual flora. Moreover, both spiritual plants and spiritual herbs share the character spirit. Yet the requirements for spiritual herbs are significantly more stringent, demanding not only a certain level of cultivation, but also substantial connections and background. After all, spiritual herbs can lead one to the esteemed realm of alchemy within the Tao Academy, a highly coveted pursuit. In contrast, the tasks involving spiritual plants are much more commonplace and accessible. Additionally, engaging in daily agricultural labor seems to lack the ethereal grace typically associated with practitioners of the mystical arts. Lu Qing was unburdened by such thoughts. At this moment, he had departed from his secluded space and returned to the original square, awaiting alongside several other disciples. Most of the disciples emerged with expressions of terror, as if they had narrowly escaped death. Lu Qing's expression mirrored that sentiment. As he cast his gaze around, he noticed that many had departed. Lu Qing recalled the scene of selecting disciples back then, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril at every turn. Fortuitously, I possess a golden finger. He inwardly rejoiced that before his untimely demise, he had been engaged in that particular game. Otherwise, he might not have been able to extract this skill. Ultimately, the trial in this small realm came to an end. The elder in the purple robe appeared, his expression comforting as he addressed the disciples below, delivering a lengthy discourse. Essentially, he conveyed that this incident was caused by some unknown reason, and that the disciples would receive an additional allocation of spirit stones, among other things. After the lengthy monologue, many disciples transitioned from their initial panic to displaying a hint of excitement. Chapter 15. Discussion after the minor competition. Lu Qing was deeply moved. The ability to distribute spiritual stones eclipsed all other concerns. However, it seemed that the losses were quite substantial. Inwardly, Lu Qing observed the once resplendent prodigies, now appearing disheveled and battered, their bodies marred by bloodstains, with many visibly gravely injured, in stark contrast to their previous spirited demeanor upon entering the small realm. Lu Qing could only reflect on the ethereal light he had witnessed at the time of his departure. Could it be that they had rushed into danger as well? Such a thought renders it understandable that most of them bore significant injuries. Lu Qing listened attentively. She had a vague recollection of that senior brother Chang, as he was known to be a genius of the earth grade. She was grateful for this information jade slip, which contained the names of all the newly admitted disciples and prodigies. Lu Qing also saw his name on the list of superior talents, yet it garnered little attention. This year was indeed exceptional. Fortunately, his achievements were commendable. He had broken through a minor realm, which naturally elevated his spirits. Additionally, his comprehension had improved, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at a significantly faster rate. Considering this, he felt it prudent to begin seeking foundational spiritual items in advance. However, that was more of a long-term objective. In the short term, Lu Qing needed to acquire a sum of spirit stones. Once the elder in the purple robe permitted their departure, the spirit beasts cried out in the sky. The multitude of disciples began to engage in animated discussions. What terrible misfortune! Who would have known such fearsome beasts lurked within? One disciple lamented. Indeed, I was quite distant at the time. I wonder what truly transpired, another whispered. It seems those who left earlier were all injured. It is said that it was originally due to a guardian beast. While its strength remains unspoken, the spiritual radiance it emitted was a foundational spiritual item, highly compatible with many of our esteemed cultivation techniques in the academy. Thus, the remaining words were unnecessary, as many disciples began to understand the implications. Lu Qing suddenly comprehended why a mere beast at the first level of Qi cultivation could provoke a standoff among the three factions. It appeared that what they professed with their lips did not necessarily align with their innermost desires. Fortunately, he felt no such concerns. The cultivation of the Xiantian Yuanjing was serene and profound, flowing like the waters of all creation, perpetually invigorating. It imposed no stringent demands for foundational spiritual materials, as any of the five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, could suffice for his foundation. Lost in contemplation, he had no intention of summoning the white crane boy. Instead, he descended the mountain directly, navigating a winding chain bridge at the halfway point, and ventured towards the neighboring mountain, upon which a city stood. It was the very city that had initially filled Lu Qing with awe upon his arrival. This was the Tao Academy's cultivation city, frequented by the greatest number of disciples. The city itself was constructed entirely from an indistinct gray stone, cold under the sunlight. However, its entrance was designed with an essence of universality, devoid of fixed points for entry and exit. As long as one presented their disciples' jade token for identity verification, they could enter and exit freely. Lu Qing visited this place for the first time, not as a mere coincidence, but with the purpose of accepting a mission. The tasks associated with the jade token space are synchronized with this cultivation city. However, Lu Qing had yet to discover a satisfactory and suitable task from those available. Thus, seizing the rare opportunity to arrive at the main peak of the Tao Institute, he deemed it more prudent to seek offline tasks here. Although many disciples hurriedly passed by, the streets and alleys were noticeably more populated than usual. Lu Qing did not disturb others. Instead, he headed straight for his objective, following the guidance of the map inscribed on the jade slip, making his way to the mission hall located within this cultivation city. The mission hall appeared no different from the jade token space. Lu Qing, upon his arrival, merely glanced around during his entry. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, he discerned that the cultivation city was not entirely divorced from the mundane world, nor was it starkly dissimilar. At the very least, it still existed here, albeit imbued with rich spiritual energy, suggesting that they housed their own unique wonders. Alas, his purse was rather light. Lu Qing cast a cursory glance, mentally noting the layout encountered along the way, before accepting a task involving spiritual flora. The offline task hall was sparsely populated. As Lu Qing stepped inside, the tasks in the spirit planting zone were utterly dazzling. In the Emerald Cloud Paradise, 2 disciples of the Qi nourishing realm are sought for weeding, and the remuneration is negotiable. In the Water Cloud Cave, 1 disciple proficient in water cloud techniques is needed to guard my spiritual fields for 7 days. With the spiritual stones open to discussion. Outer sect tasks. There is a year-round recruitment of spirit planting disciples, as detailed in the task information below. Lu Qing cast his gaze around and noticed that many of the tasks originated from the outer sect, with several evidently issued by senior disciples. Upon confirming their willingness, a faint aura would manifest, allowing for discreet communication through jade tokens to finalize the arrangements. It was clear that this place was considerably more abundant, featuring numerous tasks not visible in the task hall. Lu Qing noted the time and realized that those tasks had only recently emerged. It appears that even though our jade token is indeed a magical artifact, it cannot maintain constant synchronization in communication. Lu Qing gazed upon a task, opting not to select a location that was overly remote. As it stands, the atmosphere of cultivation emanating from the Xiantian Dao Academy is undoubtedly grand. However, the previous divination and the circumstances surrounding the service hall still lead Lu Qing to feel that he cannot place his hopes entirely on the Xiantian Dao Academy. It is improbable that they would monitor each disciple constantly. After all, within the realm of cultivation, the relationship between disciples and their sect is inherently reciprocal. The expanse of the Xiantian Dao Academy is far too vast. A lake soaring high in the sky, though termed a lake, bears little distinction from a shallow sea. Yet, such a lake, nestled amidst the towering peaks of the Daofeng mountain range, appears as a mere droplet of water, inconspicuously magnificent. This shall suffice. Lu Qing gazed upon a task at hand. The spirit plant garden by the submerged lake in the outer sect was seeking to recruit several disciples to assist in the irrigation of the spirit water lotus flowers surrounding the garden. Lu Qing opened the message and discovered that someone had already accepted it. Due to the recruitment of several disciples, Lu Qing also chose to take it up. This spiritual herb garden is situated by the submerged lake, conveniently close to the Dao Peak, making travel effortless and eliminating the need to expend spirit stones. During his previous cultivation, he had dabbled in the minor cloud rain technique. Owing to his superior aptitude, he had already made significant progress in mastering this art. Firstly, the reward for this task would be dispersed by the outer sect according to standard procedures, alleviating any concerns about the nature of the task's employer. Secondly, the proximity of the location was advantageous, and thirdly, this opportunity would allow him to refine his skills in this particular technique. The spiritual energy within the herb garden is significantly denser than that of the average Dao Peak. Having just experienced a breakthrough, he was not in a hurry. Upon receiving the item, Lu Qing summoned the White Crane Boy and departed from the city of cultivation. The following morning, at dawn, after an entire night of cultivation, Lu Qingxiu felt a subtle clarity in his senses, his ears, nose, and eyes all perceived the world with renewed acuity. The spiritual energy within his dantian flowed more harmoniously than ever before. Following yet another night of dedicated practice, the effects of the spiritual fruit he had ingested had completely integrated into his foundation. He selected a few elements that contradicted his cultivation methods and were of no benefit to his current state to submit for review. The disciple's jade token, crafted from an unknown material, held an air of mystery. Chapter 16. The Joy of Reward and the Spirit Plant Task. Lu Qing merely placed the items into the jade token space. Upon selecting submission, a white mist swiftly enveloped them, indicating they had been reclaimed by the jade token. Simultaneously, the events of the previous day had become known, and despite the unforeseen complications, this minor competition had reached its conclusion. His name, stamped within the jade token space, was accompanied by a ranking. Outer sect disciple Lu Qing, ranked 12th in the minor competition. Lu Qing was somewhat taken aback. He estimated the age to be around 15 or 16, as he could discern the distinction between heavenly and earthly talents. The heavenly talent was beyond comparison, while even those of earthly talent numbered in the teens. However, this was not unexpected. Given the upheaval that transpired yesterday, it was inevitable that some would be injured. And the consequences of such an upheaval were not merely measured by the level of strength. In a brief span of time, Lu Qing has managed to regain his composure. Beyond the significance of his ranking, the rewards bestowed upon him hold greater importance. Disciple Lu Qing, you are to receive your 3 rewards. Please check them promptly. A surge of information flooded his mind as the details of the 3 rewards simultaneously entered his consciousness. There are a total of 3 rewards. Let me see what they entail. The items he submitted for conversion into points are of no use to him. At present, spiritual stones can at least alleviate his essential needs for cultivation in daily life. He harbors a degree of anticipation regarding this. As his ranking is relatively high and his aptitude is of superior quality, yet, he remains uncertain about the nature of the rewards. Could it be that he can select a cultivation technique from the disciple treasury? Lu Qing was the first to examine the initial reward, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. The Xiantian Yuanjing, as a fundamental cultivation method, undoubtedly represented a superior technique. However, what Lu Qing truly yearned for was a means of self-protection. This reward arrived just in time, yet he had not yet made a decision, as he still needed to visit the spirit plant garden today, allowing him to refrain from hasty choices. 1,000 spirit stones, well, this was anticipated and could alleviate his pressing concerns. Without spirit stones on hand, he felt a lingering sense of unease. Turning to the final reward, Lu Qing's pupils widened slightly at the sight of a foundational spirit item. He glanced into his spatial realm, where, beside the spirit stones, lay a fragment of a crescent-shaped, milky white gemstone. Ethereal moonlight flowed over the gem, and a refreshing, pleasant aura wafted into his senses. This was evidently a foundational spirit item. The accompanying information elucidated its origins, a crescent spirit item from the moonlight stone realm, broad and pure, suitable for foundational cultivation. In the brief description, even if Lu Qing had previously maintained a calm demeanor, he could not help but feel a ripple of excitement now. It was a crescent spirit item, a rare foundational resource. Due to its unique properties, it could enable even those whose natures were incompatible to advance into the foundational stage. Truly, the Tao Academy was magnificent. Lu Qing was previously contemplating his foundational spiritual artifact. He was aware that the sect's treasury housed numerous invaluable items. Yet these required contribution points from the Tao Academy for exchange. Although these points could be converted into spiritual stones, the conversion rate was rather meager, rendering it an unwise investment. He decided to reserve this for future cultivation purposes. The foundation he chose must be stable and enduring. Impatience was not an option. For now, his priority was to visit the spiritual plantation. Lu Qing has always had a clear vision for his future plans and grand aspirations. Indeed, upon encountering the foundation-building spiritual objects, it is only natural to entertain the fanciful notion of effortlessly refining them and thus ascending to the ranks of foundation-building cultivators. However, the tranquil flow of spiritual energy soothes the flicker of impatience within him, and his gaze clears with clarity. In half an hour, at 7 o'clock, it will be time to set forth towards that destination. Lu Qing silently recited the incantation of the cloud and mist array, dispersing the shrouded fog that enveloped the Tao Peak, revealing a pathway down the mountain. Now a cultivator, he commanded spiritual energy beneath his feet. Although he could not yet roam the heavens and the earth at will, he was capable of swiftly gliding at low altitudes for brief periods. After reaching the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, his spiritual power became even more pure and abundant, allowing him to expend minimal effort on the journey. Soon, he arrived at his intended destination, for the lake lay within sight of Tao Peak. Lu Qing need not worry about losing her way. The underwater lake resembles a verdant emerald. Only when one stands beside it does the lake reveal itself as a shallow sea, its expanse seemingly endless. Elegant white cranes frolic in the water, embodying a serene sense of contentment. Lu Qing did not encounter the white crane boy. After a few meetings, he was able to recognize him. The spirit plant garden is nestled within a small valley, where a serpentine lake weaves into the earth's veins, converging within the garden to form a tranquil body of water. Lu Qing proceeded according to the assignment. He was greeted by a disciple clad in a gray robe. Lu Qing was clad in the pale blue disciple robe of the outer sect. "Esteemed senior, are you here for a visit?" inquired the gray-robed disciple of the servants' courtyard with a respectful demeanor. "I have come to collect the task of irrigating the water lotus." Upon hearing this, the gray-robed disciple's expression brightened. "Senior, please follow me." Lu Qing entered the spirit plant garden, yet remained at the periphery. As he stepped into the garden, an invisible wave swept over him, prompting Lu Qing to steady his mind. It must be the overseeing elder stationed here. "Senior brother, just ahead lies the water lotus area. I can only guide you this far," he said apologetically. Clearly, the area ahead was forbidden to the disciples of the servant hall. Lu Qing expressed his gratitude and soon arrived at the designated location for his task. It was a pond nestled at the foot of the mountains, adorned with blood-red lotus flowers that swayed gently in the breeze, creating a scene that was far from desolate. However, as Lu Qing approached for a closer look, he noticed that the water level of the pond was somewhat low, with a crimson line undulating beneath the surface. It was no wonder that disciples were summoned to tend to its needs. Even more perplexing was the absence of any personnel. Only a signpost stood there, inscribed with task information in a scrawled and flamboyant script. The water lilies required constant hydration to thrive, and any moment without water would spell certain doom. The disciples assigned to this task needed to monitor the water level, ensuring it remained at the red-marked line, and replenish the water source promptly. It became clear that the crimson line was indeed the designated marker. Lu Qing could not help but ponder whether this was the essence of efficient cultivation. Thus far, the only living soul he had encountered in the spirit planting garden was the disciple who had guided him. Now, having arrived at this secluded location nestled beneath the mountains, he found it utterly desolate apart from a single pond. The tranquility was such that the sounds of birds and beasts were scarcely heard. Clearly, the atmosphere within the spirit planting garden was extraordinary, distinct from the outside world. Reflecting on the teleportation array situated at the foot of the task hall, he surmised that there must also be enchantments enveloping this place. The spiritual energy here was remarkably potent. Water lilies thrive in water, and these spiritual plants require the essence of the earth and sky's spiritual waters, as well as the magical rain that cultivators could summon. Lu Qing cast his gaze upon the surface of the water, immersing his thoughts as he summoned his spiritual power. With a series of hand gestures, he focused his mind, and above the pond, a mist began to gather. Gradually, this mist coalesced into a small cloud, as Lu Qing was merely employing a minor rain spell. A gentle drizzle descended from the cloud, and as he continued to channel his spiritual energy, the light rain transformed into a vigorous downpour, saturating the area entirely within the confines of the pond. A multitude of large water lilies unfurled their petals, eagerly absorbing the rainwater, while the water level in the pond steadily rose. After several breaths, the pond was brimming. Lu Qing retracted his spell, a hint of satisfaction gracing his expression. Unlike the natural elements of heaven and earth, he was now able to concentrate the winds and rains entirely within this pond, a task that would not require much time to accomplish. Chapter 17, Matters of the Outer Sect. After Lu Qing retracted his spell and surveyed the area once more, he could sense the previously surging spiritual energy converging in this location. This valley, characterized by its expansive spiritual herb garden, indicated through the mission brief that it was merely the periphery at this moment. Upon entering, Lu Qing noticed the absence of others in this place. It seemed likely that there was a concealed formation at work. Otherwise, it would be improbable to see only the water lily pond before him, devoid of any other presence, as if this were merely an ordinary valley. Such a notion, however, was far from reality. Given that this was a spirit herb garden, one would naturally expect the presence of spiritual flora. Yet, after Lu Qing completed his incantation and surveyed his surroundings with keen attention, he found nothing beyond a natural pond nestled within the valley. No further clues emerged. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence to him. Avoiding interaction with others was preferable. What captured his attention now was the remarkably slow rate at which the water level was receding. After the completion of the spell, Lu Qing found that the spiritual energy in his dantian had dwindled to a mere wisp. However, the abundant spiritual essence in the air allowed him to swiftly replenish his energy. With his commendable aptitude, he began to circulate the energy within his body back into his dantian, gradually restoring what had once been completely depleted. This recovery was notably swifter than his meditative practices at the Daofeng, attributed both to the remarkable effects of the rare snow spirit fruit and the fact that these spiritual plants thrived in an environment that gathered the ethereal energy of heaven and earth. Upon reflection, it was not merely a coincidence that he had chosen the secluded rear mountains of the nameless Daofeng, which also boasted vast fields rich in spiritual crops. He gazed at the pond, and after a brief moment, he still could not discern any significant decrease in the water level. Nevertheless, he decided to continue his cultivation here, reassured that the water lilies, which drew sustenance from the celestial waters, would remain unaffected by his presence during their own growth. Lu Qing was certainly familiar with the mystical herb known as the water lotus. This enchanting flower blossoms every 7 days and bears its fruit after 14. The lotus fruit, when incorporated into meals, serves as a commendable source of spiritual nourishment, particularly esteemed among the disciples of the sect. Consuming it can notably reduce the duration of one's cultivation cycle, effectively shortening training time by a day or two. However, the water lotus is not considered rare. Habitual consumption diminishes its efficacy over time. Additionally, since the seeds of the water lotus are relatively common, they are planted around the periphery of the garden. Once the fruit has matured, designated individuals will attend to the harvest, ensuring that the water lotus bears fruit is the extent of their responsibility, as the subsequent gathering is beyond the scope of their duties. Lu Qing's choice of spiritual plant task lies within a manageable scope. After all, the prices of such rare flora are exorbitantly high, and it would be absurd for him to tend to them. Let us not forget that he currently possesses only a modest cloud and rain technique to employ. Watering alone proves insufficient. The crux of the matter is that most precious spiritual plants find mere watering inadequate for their growth requirements. Hence, the water lotus thrives in a rather unrefined manner, proving to be remarkably easy to cultivate, and it is not an object of desire for others. Lu Qing finds solace in his cultivation here. With a tranquil heart and focused mind, he diligently refines the spiritual energy within his dantian. The recent introductory competition has merely stirred the waters. Although the rankings have yet to be revealed, each disciple possesses an awareness of their standing, and through casual inquiries among the more socially adept, the names of the top 10 may be surmised. Yet, the unforeseen turmoil surrounding this preliminary contest leaves the final outcomes shrouded in uncertainty, known only to a select few prodigies of exceptional talent. On a towering peak, an elegant pavilion stands majestically, enveloped in ethereal mist and auspicious light. Within, several disciples of the outer sect have convened a small banquet. Brother Fu, we have embarrassingly ranked outside the top 20, Lin Tianen expressed, his countenance filled with discontent. He is a prodigious talent hailing from the Xuantiandu's central territory, having anticipated a fierce competition for the top 10, only to find himself relegated beyond the 20th position. This implies that numerous disciples of superior quality have overshadowed them. Fu Wooding chuckled derisively. And what do you propose to do about it? It is merely a minor ranking. Lin Tianen retorted, this is not simply a minor ranking. I have inquired previously, and one reckless individual has obtained foundational spiritual materials. A nearby disciple clad in green interjected, noting that all present at this gathering were originally capable of entering the inner sect, despite currently residing in the outer sect. Some among them have already taken on masters within the inner sect. Even the elders overseeing the outer sect's ascension to the inner sect have turned a blind eye to the peculiar circumstances that led to these disciples being relegated to the outer ranks. Such foundational spiritual materials hold little value to us, given our capabilities. Lin Shidi, do not be overly concerned, one of the seated individuals remarked. Li Shixiao, I cannot help but feel indignant. Clearly, our cultivation exceeds theirs, and on the arena, they would surely be no match for us. Lin Tianan's gaze flickered as he regarded the speaker, who had recently been courted by Yin Qing and seemed to have gained the favor of Yin Shixiao, now advancing in cultivation at a pace surpassing their own. In the realm of cultivation, precedence is often granted to those who have achieved higher levels, and most adhere to this norm, thus referring to each other as Shixiao. Lin Tianan's initial refusal stemmed from his own pride. Yin Longyu, possessing high-grade talent, had fortuitously transformed into a being of earth-grade quality. As one born with earth-grade potential, Lin Tianen resented being subordinate to another, especially given that they were once destined for the inner sect. The speaker among the seated disciples seemed unfazed, aware that his role was to foster relationships with these individuals. Oh, might I inquire which of our esteemed Shidi are recognized as the dark horses in the rankings? I would like to become acquainted with them, he inquired. Lin Tianan's eyes glimmered with a hint of disdain, recognizing him as a sycophant. However, he donned a smile. There are a few. But as the reasons for their rankings remain undisclosed, I can only speculate. This year has seen an influx of high-grade disciples. Perhaps I can guess 3 or 4 names. That would be splendid. I shall endeavor to form bonds with them. Li Jiao responded amicably. This gathering was intended for the disciples to interact, connect, and casually discuss the events of the previous day. What truly transpired yesterday? One asked. Oh, do not mention it. A purple mansion beast wreaked havoc, only to be vanquished by the supervising elder with a single strike that shattered its soul. Regrettably, many were injured as they were too close to the fray. The speaker's expression was laden with nuance, mirrored by the others. Notably, The exceptional talents who had recently gained prominence were among those severely injured. Yet, a flicker of relief and joy remained concealed beneath their stoic facades, as they had initially sought to recruit some of the high-grade talents, but opportunities had eluded them. Li Jiao, seated above with a cup in hand, contemplated. He understood the nature of his own talent, yet it was not genuine. It was merely the result of his family's significant sacrifices, believing they could facilitate his entry into the inner sect, allowing him to harness its resources for his advancement and subsequently benefit his family. Yet, the new regulations introduced this year had become a source of great distress for Li Jiao. Life is seldom as simple as one might hope. He must continue to seek out individuals, as his suspicions regarding Li Jioding's connections within the inner sect had proven unfruitful, and even by Yunqing's efforts had failed to sway the situation. Lu Yuan had already allied with their faction. As for Lu Qing, alas, he was but a reclusive cultivator, having spent an entire month without descending the mountain due to Bai Yunqing's prior interventions against many. Let's disregard him. Clearly, he is a pauper, he mused, his mind racing with thoughts of the new disciples. Lu Qing remained oblivious to the fact that the seemingly innocuous decision he made regarding the hexagram had only now truly come to fruition. Early in the day, he opted to venture to the spirit planting garden to undertake his tasks. To say nothing of his commendable aptitude, there were indeed individuals keen on establishing contact with him to forge connections. However, upon learning that he was currently engaged in earning spirit stones through labor akin to the traditional role of a spirit planter, their interest waned significantly. The role of a spirit planter conjured a rather pedestrian image in the minds of most disciples. Even caring for spiritual herbs was regarded with more esteem than that of a mere spirit planter. Such subtle nuances of perception had eluded Lu Qing, who remained unaware of this sentiment. As days turned into weeks, the valley exuded a serene charm. A disciple clad in green attire stood beneath an ominous gathering of clouds. As a gentle rain fell, perfectly enveloping the pond where crimson lotuses blossomed resplendently, his adept manner revealed a mastery of the spell he was employing. This disciple was none other than Lu Qing. He found his days in the pond valley both tranquil and comfortable. The abundant spiritual energy allowed him to cycle through his cultivation repeatedly, after which he would attentively observe the pond's movements before commencing his spells. With each passing day of practice, his proficiency grew, requiring less time to prepare. He could conjure a rain cloud directly, bypassing the need for mist. And within a mere few seconds, he would unleash a deluge of raindrops upon the pond, creating an array of splashes. In this haven, he cultivated with peace of mind, successfully advancing to the 5th layer of Qi nourishing. Initially, his progress was satisfactory, and as he slowed his pace, Lu Qing found no reason for concern. Although he was physically present in the valley, he would occasionally immerse himself in contemplation, attuned to the activities of the outer sect. This jade slip served as a conduit for communication, and Lu Qing surmised there must be higher echelons within the academy involved, for such detailed information could not have surfaced without their influence. Moreover, it provided ample material for numerous disciples to leave messages. After spending 7 days and nights in diligent cultivation, he observed that many from the outer sect were actively seeking challengers to face in the arena, which existed upon various principal peaks. Lu Qing observed intently, pondering whether this was an attempt to assert oneself or perhaps to achieve something else. Was it merely an outlet for frustration? The revelation of one's ranking seemed to be limited to a select few, those unafraid of the challenges posed by others. It appears that more excitement is on the horizon. Li Xin from the outer courtyard has challenged Su Xinyue, only to face a crushing defeat. Meanwhile, Du Xiantian from the outer courtyard and Qingdu engaged in a contest on the arena, resulting in a stalemate. It seems their injuries have healed well, after all. A fortnight has passed, allowing ample time for recovery. Lu Qing gently shook his head and placed the jade slip back into his storage bag. The challenges posed by the outer sect bore no relevance to him. His strengths lay in evading danger and longevity. To forsake his advantages for mere comparison with them seemed futile. He harbored no ambitions of rivalry. Moreover, due to his undertaking of the spirit herb garden task, entry here was not permitted to just any disciple. It pertained to the academy's assets. Only tasked disciples or those possessing a token could gain access. Thus, Lu Qing viewed this commotion merely as a spectacle. Should he continue to accept tasks? Indeed, he would. This period afforded him the opportunity to thoroughly perfect this particular spell. Were it not for the impracticality, Lu Qing would have even considered establishing another cultivation facility nearby, allowing him to practice within the spirit herb garden, which would have been exceedingly delightful. However, such a prospect was highly unlikely. He hoped the disciples overseeing the spirit herb garden would not return too soon. The academy offered countless tasks, and those pertaining to the spirit herb garden were primarily assigned to certain spirit herb disciples. Nevertheless, not all disciples aspired to become herb cultivators here, so it was tacitly accepted that others might be assigned to complete the tasks. As long as the herbs successfully blossomed and bore fruit, that was sufficient. After completing his circle of cultivation, Qing did not continue his practice. In his perception, someone was approaching. He glanced at the fist-sized fruits that had formed at the center of the lotus flower. Today was the day for someone to come and settle the account. The visitor was also a disciple from the outer sect, clad in a blue robe. Fellow cultivator, I am here to collect the water lotus fruits, the newcomer stated his purpose. Indeed, this patch of water lotus has borne fruit, Qing replied succinctly. Splendid. The disciple, tasked with completing his mission, needed to collect from other locations as well. Upon observing the pond, he expressed his surprise. The fruits here have grown remarkably well. With a cheerful demeanor, he added, the completion is excellent. Your rewards and contribution points will be credited to your jade token. Please check. All right, no problem. Their dialogue was brief, devoid of unnecessary chatter. Since both were donned in blue attire, being from the outer sect, and with Qing consciously suppressing his aura, the disciple hurriedly left after exchanging a few words, paying little heed to Qing's cultivation level. The water lotus fruits were indeed an affordable supplement, thus eliminating any possibility of conflict. Qing lingered here once more. It would be splendid if this task could be sustained over the long term. One step at a time, with a plethora of tasks before him, he need not worry about the absence of such opportunities. Qing, feeling at ease, concluded this period of tranquil cultivation. He also took the opportunity to exchange for a reward technique, selecting a formidable spell known as the Cloud Water Arrow technique. This spell transforms spirit into water and then into arrows, harnessing the advantage of arrowheads and the speed of clouds and mist. With the core principle of shattering souls and breaking bodies at a terrifying velocity. In essence, it can be encapsulated in one word, swiftness. However, it is not truly feasible to demonstrate its potency within the confines of the spiritual plantation. His minor rain cloud technique bears a resemblance to this newfound spell. One invokes rain beneath the clouds, while the other is a technique of destruction, both intrinsically linked to the swiftness of the clouds. Here, his minor rain cloud technique is but a hair's breadth from perfection. Despite having adapted over the course of several days, he has only cast his spells 2 or 3 times. To mitigate excessive rainfall, he also practiced for a period at a nearby diving lake. This lake, akin to a shallow sea, is typically devoid of people except for the occasional white cranes that frolic and linger at dusk. Qing had experimented with the small cloud rain technique several times here. Yet the extent of the clouds could only encompass an area roughly equivalent to 3 times that of the pond. It is no wonder it is referred to as the small cloud rain technique. In an instant, a spark of enlightenment pierced through his mind. And as if the waters had naturally converged, Qing successfully mastered this spell. Chapter 19. Riding the Cloud Water Arrow, Cultivation of Spells. Qing rarely wore a smile. But today, a hint of joy graced his face. Progress on his cultivation journey naturally brought him happiness. However, he remained humble, aware that his fortune was exceptionally favorable. Aided by a golden opportunity, leaving little room for excessive worry. Ample time allowed him to stabilize his mind and ascend step by step. While completing this particular cultivation, his thoughts oscillated between his practice and the newly acquired spells. He meticulously planned his future training. Aside from the day he first embarked on this path, Qing observed that the outer sect truly afforded its disciples a remarkable degree of freedom in their development. Moreover, the outer sect boasted a staggering number of nearly 1 million disciples. Upon first witnessing this figure, Qing was momentarily astonished, yet he soon found it unsurprising. The city he had initially glimpsed could comfortably accommodate a population of that magnitude. Among such a multitude, the presence of a select few with superior potential still managed to elate the elders in charge of recruitment. This indicated that while great numbers may abound, the emergence of quality individuals was not guaranteed. Nevertheless, superior potential was not exceedingly rare. Reflecting on his origins in a remote region, Qing noted that it had been over a decade since any promising talents had emerged from there. The joy displayed by Elder Immo likely stemmed from the successful recruitment of disciples who surpassed the minimum qualifications. Qing chose not to dwell further on these matters. He resumed his cultivation here. Once the next 14 days had passed, the disciple from the spirit plant garden would return, marking the completion of his temporary assignment. Due to his growing familiarity, Lu Qing adeptly managed his training schedule, ensuring timely replenishment of his water supply. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the valley, a surge of spiritual energy manifested, and Lu Qing successfully broke through to the 6th level of Qi nourishing. He opened his eyes, feeling immensely satisfied with his progress. Perhaps the previous 14 days had dispelled the last remnants of unease in his heart, for during this period of cultivation, he encountered no obstacles. Within his dantian, the spiritual energy surged like a tide, filling every corner, and after his breakthrough, a profound sense of fulfillment enveloped his mind and spirit. Given the speed of his cultivation, it was no wonder that many individuals with decent talents found themselves among the ranks of extraordinary geniuses. Following his breakthrough, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him indicated that he had perfected the 2nd layer of the Xiantian Yuan Jing. However, its effectiveness in concealing his aura had become increasingly diminished. It seemed that only upon reaching the 3rd layer would he experience significant results. Nevertheless, when compared to his current realm, his combat techniques were still scant. And the Xiantian Yuan Jing, indeed a superior method, held mysteries of the 3rd layer that eluded him for the time being. Moreover, comprehending the 3rd layer relied not on talent, but rather on one's insight. Lu Qing pondered carefully. 14 days had elapsed, and once this task was completed, he would return to Daofeng. Having spent nearly a month here, he found that, after immersing himself in his thoughts, time did not seem to pass swiftly. He calculated briefly with his fingers and realized that the time had indeed come to conclude his assignment. The submission of this task proceeded remarkably smoothly. After Lu Qing and the disciple completed their handover task, they counted the spirit stones within their jade tokens before departing from the spirit herb garden and returning to the nameless Dao Peak. The nameless Dao Peak remained unchanged from before. With a wave of his hand, Lu Qing silently chanted an incantation, and the mist dissipated once more, revealing a path ascending the mountain. However, this time Lu Qing did not need to traverse it on foot. Instead, he summoned his spiritual energy and soared upwards with the wind, his figure becoming somewhat ethereal. He returned to his own pavilion courtyard, where the formation was activated again. Fortunately, this formation was a benefit provided by the Taoist Academy, requiring no spiritual stones. Lu Qing cast a glance at the impeccably maintained yard, feeling a deep sense of comfort. There was not the slightest change here. Currently, with 30 contribution points and approximately 1,100 spirit stones from previous rewards, I find myself unconcerned about the spirit stone issue in the short term. Contribution points and spirit stones are both indispensable within the Tao Academy. Whether it be techniques, magical instruments, or other items, one cannot procure them without spirit stones. Alas, the jade token space appears not to be omnipotent. The primary focus remains on sect tasks, thus necessitating offline transactions for any private dealings in the city markets. After Lu Qing's cultivation breakthrough, he lingered in the jade tablet space for a considerable duration, quickly uncovering some of its hidden functionalities. This was to be expected. Should the jade tablet be destroyed, both parties would incur significant losses. In the offline realm, within the confines of the Tao Academy, there was little concern about overt acts of murder. However, one must remain vigilant against the covert maneuvers that could transpire in secrecy. Initially, Lu Qing believed that this jade token served as a medium, consolidating numerous functions within its form. However, he soon realized that it could be interpreted both ways. It could be deemed so, yet it could also be refuted. What truly mattered was that one could effortlessly exchange for techniques directly here without expending much effort. Lu Qing chose to disregard the cacophony surrounding him and instead began to comprehend the art of the cloud-soaring water arrow technique. Allow me to delve into this mystical practice. While the study of swordsmanship is indeed commendable, Lu Qing currently lacked an adequate magical instrument. The notion of transforming spiritual energy into a sword struck him as akin to unleashing a forceful explosion of power, serving primarily as a trump card. At present, it was essential to seek more conventional methods. Moreover, this technique was undeniably of superior quality, a reward bestowed upon him, had it been a disciple's endeavor. They would likely have to rely on contribution points or spiritual stones for such an exchange. Mastering the art of traversing clouds and riding mists. This technique would also serve to rectify the deficiencies in his own agility. Lu Qing did not practice within the confines of the training chamber. Instead, he ventured outside to the designated training square in the courtyard, commencing his experimentation with this particular spell. Immersed in the nuances of the technique, he lost himself in concentration. And thus, 7 days drifted by. He achieved a modest level of mastery. Lu Qing slowly murmured to himself, and then with a flicker of his mind, countless streams of mist-like energy surged around him, piercing through the clouds like a multitude of arrows. Suddenly, in the distance, they created a path of clear blue sky, revealing a sliver of azure amidst the layers of fog. Excellent. Lu Qing felt a surge of joy as he realized that the cloud and water arrows moved with an ethereal grace, both swift and sharp. Adept in close combat, as well as long-range attacks. This particular technique, once mastered, had truly astonished him. Its execution was prompt and remarkably discreet, perfectly suited for stealthy ambushes. Yet, there remained some flaws that were of my own making. If only the aura emanating from me could be further restrained. If I were to practice an additional spell specifically designed to conceal my presence, in conjunction with these omnipresent assaults, could I not become even more elusive? Lu Qing's mind turned, realizing that the hexagram was, in fact, an ominous sign. He had encountered several perilous situations before his cultivation, yet at that time, he was merely a mortal endowed with martial prowess, which provided him with a semblance of resistance. Chapter 20, Cultivation Techniques and Attending Lectures. Lu Qing acted decisively. Having progressed to the latter stages of Qi cultivation, he found that it mattered little whether he consumed the fasting elixir, for he had begun to gradually embrace fasting. The spirit stones he had acquired could easily be replenished. Thus, his cultivation and magical prowess remained his true foundation. He chose a spell that concealed his presence. Countless luminous orbs enveloped the jade slip that materialized before him. Lu Qing had become quite adept at the process, meticulously selecting a mundane concealment technique to exchange. This technique allowed him to obscure a minor realm at the initial stage of cultivation, 3 layers of minor realms at the intermediate stage, and a single layer of major realm upon achieving full mastery, albeit limited to below the golden core stage. A perfectly standard concealment technique would suffice. The realms that lay ahead of Lu Qing felt far too distant. He did not aspire to lofty ambitions. While there existed more superior and elusive techniques for masking one's aura, they required a level of cultivation that Lu Qing, currently at the Qi nourishing stage, could not meet. After expending a handful of spirit stones, Lu Qing soon immersed himself once more in his training. In his cultivation endeavors, Lu Qing seldom ventured out of the Dao Peak. The mountains were shrouded in a chilly mist, yet the square remained illuminated by the unimpeded radiance of the sun and moon. Unlike others, Lu Qing preferred to practice in the early morning, basking in the gentle dawnlight, when the spiritual energy was pure and infused with a faint trace of the ethereal Ziwei aura. As twilight approached, the moon would ascend above the willow treetops, casting a cool silver glow upon the earth. Lu Qing absorbed the shimmering light with great intensity. Suddenly, his aura flickered in and out of visibility. To an observer with closed eyes, it would be nearly impossible to perceive his presence, as if he were a practitioner of a far greater realm. The significance of the morning light and evening bells was clear. During these moments, the essence of the heavens and earth was at its peak, allowing for swifter cultivation of spiritual energy. 3 days passed in this manner. An elder was scheduled to give a lecture, and it was time to attend and listen. Upon receiving the notification from the jade tablet, Lu Qing swiftly prepared to depart from Daofeng to attend the lecture. Lacking the means of spiritual tools or artifacts for transportation, Lu Qing had no need to walk. Instead, he summoned the white crane boy due to the remoteness of the journey. Boy, are these the spirit stones from last time or this time? Lu Qing presented the spirit stone to the white crane youth. Indeed, you have not misjudged me. The youth responded, where have you been all this time? Have you been engrossed in your cultivation? As they conversed, Lu Qing shared his mundane experiences of undertaking tasks while simultaneously honing his skills, which deeply impressed the white crane youth. Now I understand the reason for your absence. It is no wonder I have not encountered you. Many disciples in the outer sect have been making quite a name for themselves lately. My ears have grown calloused from the incessant chatter. Why do you not engage in combat on the arena and demonstrate your prowess to others? The white crane youth suddenly broached this topic. Lu Qing was slightly taken aback, not expecting that the commotion sparked by the minor competition a month and a half ago would still linger until now. The youth joked, claiming that he had never been fond of conflict. The arena was a battleground for reputation. By making a name for themselves in the outer sect, they might attain the desires they sought. Lu Qing, however, was not inclined to such thoughts. What he did not anticipate was that upon arriving at the lecture venue, he was greeted by a multitude of cloud platforms. On the highest cloud platform, no elder had yet appeared. Nevertheless, the scene was bustling with a throng of attendees. Many cloud platforms already occupied. Furthermore, instead of a tranquil atmosphere of cultivation, a cacophony of noise filled the air. Upon exiting, Qing certainly did not arrive at the appointed time. Observing the multitude of disciples who had gathered in advance, he surmised that an event of significance was imminent. Remaining silent, he chose to first assess the situation. With a mere glance, he immediately discerned the source of the disturbance. Before him, he beheld the cloud beds. With 16 positioned on either side, just below the elevated platform's cloud bed, Qing glanced over and perceived that the 16 cloud beds resembled a grand audience. Upon each cloud bed, amidst a multitude of figures clad in azure robes, some were meditating with closed eyes. Others were engaged in discourse with fellow disciples on adjacent cloud beds, while a few regarded the disciples outside the 16 cloud beds with indifference. The source of the discordant voices, however, was situated at one corner of the cloud beds. Qing counted in order and discovered that it was the 15th cloud bed. "Junior brother, are you certain you do not wish to relinquish this position? As far as I know, your cultivation is still lacking." The speaker's voice was resonant, laced with indignation. In that instant, Qing realized he had arrived at just the right moment. As soon as that voice echoed, the other disciples on the 16 cloud beds, regardless of who they were, even those meditating with their eyes closed, opened their eyes and turned to look toward that position. Some gazed with a glint of coldness in their eyes, while others observed with keen interest. A lively atmosphere mingled with indifferent spectatorship, revealing two starkly contrasting attitudes among these disciples. These individuals were likely the most formidable group of disciples in the outer sect. Qing did not recognize the person, but it was evident that anyone seated atop at this moment could only be the most formidable disciples from the outer sect. Could it be Junior Brother Qing? When Qing arrived, he initially positioned himself in a corner, opting for a seat further back to observe the unfolding situation in the distance. There, two individuals were engaged in a standoff, both clad in azure garments. One, a robust disciple, emanated an extraordinary aura, clearly more powerful than the other. The disciple referred to as Qing, however, exhibited no signs of trepidation. With a cold smirk, he declared proudly, "Brother, those destined may enter. You cannot claim this space. Since I have taken my place, how could I abandon it?" At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. "Ah, very well, chum. It appears you are resolute in your stance," the formidable disciple replied, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, as he gritted his teeth and laughed heartily. "In that case, I shall relinquish it to you, hoping that you too will firmly secure your position on the cloud bed in the future." With a disdainful snort, he descended from the cloud bed, opting for the central one rather than one of the 16 surrounding it. Qing scoffed, unfazed by the turn of events. "Brother Lu has actually conceded? You may be unaware, but it is rumored that this disciple named Qing is a direct disciple of the current inner sect elder instructing this lesson, possessing exceptional talent and an innate celestial aura. Although he has only recently entered the sect, he is highly regarded by several esteemed elders of the inner sect." "No wonder," one remarked. "He appears to be merely a new disciple, yet it seems he possesses considerable backing." Qing refrained from expressing his opinions, for at that moment, he had gleaned the intricacies of the contest for the cloud bed from the hushed whispers emanating from nearby, which, in truth, were not as subdued as they appeared. Upon entering the sect, Qing diligently practiced for over 2 months, unlike others who spoke eloquently about various matters and individuals. Subsequently, the disciples at the cloud platform, who were evidently of the same initiation batch, engaged in conversation, recognizing their inability to compete with the esteemed senior brothers and sisters ahead of them. In Chapter 21, The Origins and Gains, the elder teaching that day was extraordinary, hailing from the inner sect. He established 16 cloud platforms, each presenting its own trials. However, the elder conveyed a single word: fate. Those with destiny could enter, but those with exceptional cultivation could also gain entry. Among them was a certain Brother Lu, who was originally a renowned figure from the outer sect. Yet, it became awkward as he vied for a position that was based on merit. The opponent he sought to contend with not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also had formidable backing, which naturally dissuaded Brother Lu from continuing the dispute. Even if he were to engage in combat, it was true that Brother Lu's cultivation level was superior. However, to act openly would merely provide an opportunity for the Tao Academy to intervene. The elder's cultivation was formidable, and while the disciples were unaware of the underlying circumstances, Even the strongest individuals are still human, harboring personal interests. When the esteemed elder from the inner sect arrived, it would likely be Brother Lu, with his high cultivation, who would find himself at a disadvantage. While clandestine duels could be conducted freely, Lu Qing surmised that he would lack the courage to take action in this classroom setting. After Lu Qingdong painstakingly pieced together the information, he was eager to continue listening, but the elder from the inner sect made his appearance. Dressed in a dark purple robe, his aura was concealed, and he wore a purple crown while carrying a whisk. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback, for the individual's attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the Taoist priests from his previous life. Moreover, the person merely cast a fleeting glance before commencing the lecture, showing no interest in the recent events or the 16 disciples seated upon the cloud bed. This demeanor evoked memories of Elder Yu, who had instructed during his initial lesson upon entering the sect. Today's discourse began with the fundamentals of cultivation, emphasizing the dual refinement of both life and spirit. This elder, indeed worthy of the title of inner sect elder, eloquently articulated the profound connection between life and cultivation. Lu Qing felt a surge of vitality, his entire being captivated by the lecture. As Elder Ziguan shared his insights on cultivation, layers of extraordinary phenomena began to unfold. Lu Qing reigned in his earlier casual demeanor, immersing himself fully in the discourse, listening with great satisfaction as the elder began his teachings from the most fundamental aspects of cultivation. Whether this was done to accommodate his disciples or for other reasons remained unclear, yet Lu Qing, being at the qi nourishing stage, could distinctly sense that after the enlightening session, his foundation had become more harmonious, and many of the uncertainties clouding his path ahead had dissipated. That concludes today's lecture. I will be here to continue teaching for the next 3 days. The elder in the purple crown spoke softly as all the disciples gradually emerged from their reverie. Yes, we respectfully bid farewell to the elder. The disciples on the cloud platform responded, rising in unison to bow. It became evident that the journey of cultivation unfolded in such a manner. Lu Qing felt an unparalleled sense of comfort enveloping him. When the conversation shifted from the purple palace to the formation of the golden elixir, he realized that such profound topics were beyond his comprehension. Although everyone was present, his insufficient cultivation rendered it unwise to force himself to listen to the teachings. Lu Qing understood the importance of decisive action. Upon hearing certain matters before the Zifu, he felt that the day's gains were exceedingly fruitful. The wisdom gleaned from the experiences of predecessors, coupled with the sagacious guidance of a senior elder from the inner sect, proved invaluable for any practitioner. It was prudent to depart now. Casting a glance around, he noticed a commotion ahead and resolutely chose to slip away, maintaining a low profile as he exited the area. He had no desire to intervene in the standoff between Brother Lu and Qingdu. After returning to Daofeng, he attended lectures throughout the morning. His cultivation progressed steadily, step by step. He did not rush to break through. Abundant spiritual energy flowed within his dantian, circulating throughout his limbs and meridians before finally settling at the center of his forehead. A qualitative transformation began to unfold. The spiritual energy had become even more intense than before, hinting at the imminent manifestation of a spiritual sea. Lu Qing focused his gaze upon his dantian, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and soon detected a subtle anomaly. A surge of delight welled within him as he observed that the spiritual energy, which had previously manifested as a mist within his dantian, was now imbued with a profound density beneath its surface. Merely a single drop of this spiritual energy could rival half the force of his most potent strike. The foundation of cultivation begins with the transformation of ethereal energy into a vast ocean, subsequently forging the physical body and the soul's essence with spiritual substances. This process solidifies the practitioner's foundation immensely. However, as the elder had articulated today, the establishment of this foundation marks not only the commencement of one's journey, but also serves as the essential groundwork upon which towering edifices are raised. This step demands utmost caution and deliberation. Lu Qing pondered deeply over the insights he had gleaned today. The path of cultivation is inherently shrouded in mystery for every practitioner. Yet Lu Qing now found himself able to peel away a layer of that obscurity, gaining clarity on the road ahead. Thus, it is no wonder that foundational spiritual artifacts hold such paramount importance. Indeed, the tumultuous events that unfolded have extended into the present day. The Xiantian Dao Academy reigns supreme in the Xiantian domain. Even the esteemed cultivation families and other sects possess foundational spiritual artifacts that likely pale in comparison to the treasures housed within the vault of a regional sovereign. The Moonlight spiritual artifact, serene and devoid of peril, is perhaps a privilege reserved for only a select few. One can easily surmise why feelings of resentment may arise among others. For disciples yet to establish their foundation, these artifacts are undeniably priceless, save for those with influential backing. However, Qing remained unaware of the backgrounds of his peers. It dawned upon him, after attending today's lecture, that he had overlooked another repository of treasures within the Tao Academy. The cultivation jade slips and insights therein were the fruits of prior sages' realizations. He had yet to explore them, and it seemed prudent to delve deeper into this aspect of study. The following morning, Qing returned to the cloud platform from the previous day to continue absorbing the teachings of the elder. Although he could not comprehend why the originally scheduled one-day lecture had been extended to 3, he was eager to listen to the elder's discourse. Today's subject was the art of formations, and the elder promptly established the theme of the lecture. Qing's gaze brightened as he reflected on the past month. Aside from his cultivation, he had spent his intermittent free time perusing the freely available jade slips of cultivation knowledge in the library. To know oneself and one's adversary is to secure victory in every battle. He had no desire to remain ignorant in the realm of cultivation. Thus, he had certainly heard of formations. Formations gather the spiritual energy of cultivation and amalgamate the wisdom of practitioners. From the initial spirit-gathering formation to the subsequent guardian formation, and including the simpler tranquil heart formation, which later evolved into illusionary formations, dream formations, and even the grand dream of dreams formation. Countless formations twinkle like stars in the sky, resplendent and captivating. Regrettably, this path of cultivation, most widely recognized and understood, tests not merely one's aptitude for cultivation, but rather a certain profound and esoteric comprehension. Qing was uncertain whether he possessed such a talent, but he thought, why not? Having the opportunity to listen was certainly not to be missed. Moreover, as a being of eternal life, the lifespan he had lost was more than sufficient. He had already forfeited several decades in the past month alone. Even in the absence of innate ability, he had time at his disposal, allowing him to embrace the lengthy passage of time without haste. His mindset remained remarkably serene. However, during today's lecture, he noticed that there were quite a number of vacant seats in the cloud platform, particularly in the front row. Qing understood that these disciples were likely already aware of the theme to be discussed today. Unlike the newly initiated, they had already established their own paths of cultivation. Moreover, in consideration of the majority, the content presented today would undoubtedly be rather elementary. In this case, whether they attended or not seemed inconsequential, as their primary motivation was to engage in the foundational practices of alchemical formation on the first day. Chapter 22. Late stage of Qi nourishment, experimenting with formation arrays. The realm of formation arrays is indeed a test of one's comprehension. This is true. However, it is also a domain where steadfast determination can lead one to become a master of arrays. At the onset of one's journey in array cultivation, it is essential to cultivate tranquility. The voice of Elder Ziguan resonated throughout the cloud platform, ensuring that every disciple could hear. Thus, it became clear that due to insufficient control in the earlier stages, it was necessary to utilize spirit stones to assist in the operation of the arrays. Yet, once one achieves perfect mastery over their own spiritual energy, capturing the essence of heaven and earth, and merging harmoniously with the natural world, the formation will manifest effortlessly. The gathering spirit array serves as a starting point, but one could also commence with the concentration array, which focuses the mind. Regrettably, the initial stages require an array plate and a combination of materials. These are essential for novices. If one possesses extraordinary talent, that would be a different matter altogether. Qing pondered for a moment and realized that he could not abandon his nascent venture in spiritual cultivation. The spiritual fields at the back mountain ought to be put to good use. He had to admit that Elder Ziguan's discussion on formations was both profound and accessible. Rather than engaging in lofty rhetoric, he demonstrated the arrangement of formations to the disciples on site. Each formation materialized at his fingertips as if he were orchestrating them with his very own limbs. Qing remains a novice, unable to discern the intricate details. Yet he has begun to appreciate the efficacy of the spirit-gathering array. Initially, he intended to further refine the foundation of his Qi cultivation at the 6th level. However, as he absorbed the spiritual energy, he found himself experiencing a tranquil breakthrough. transitioning seamlessly into the seventh level of Qi cultivation. This realm signifies the later stages of Qi cultivation. Lu Qing remained unfazed, feeling that everything was as it should be. He possessed innate talent and was not concerned about the pace of his cultivation. He attended lectures for 3 consecutive days, and, among the many outer disciples, he did not stand out. After leaving, he heard that many of his peers, who had entered at the same time, were already being hailed as new talents of the outer sect. Among them were distinguished individuals like Gu Xiandian, Qingdu, Su Xinyue, and Wan Feiyu. However, these accolades held no significance for him. Currently, he was in his courtyard, eager to embark on the journey of constructing his first formation. The knowledge of formations resonated deeply within him, and he felt an irresistible urge to experiment. A simple formation plate was not excessively costly, and he soon acquired one. He attempted to set up a basic gathering spirit formation. Clearly, the spiritual energy emanating from the formation's core had yet to circulate properly. It seemed to falter midway, akin to a disruption in the flow of energy, which naturally prevented the formation from activating. It was only natural to experience failure on the first attempt. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing felt compelled to put it into practice. A full day and night passed, yet Lu Qing remained invigorated. He observed the 8 directions around him. As gleams of spiritual light flickered to life, akin to a mystical vein pulsating with energy, it resembled the ignition of lanterns in the heavens. In Lu Qing's eyes, that flicker of spiritual light was once merely a solitary pearl, but now, woven together by spiritual power, it transformed into a genuine pearl necklace, a masterpiece successfully crafted. I have succeeded. It seems I possess a remarkable aptitude for formations. Lu Qing felt a surge of joy. It is often said that cultivating immortality consumes vast resources, yet he had been experimenting with a spirit-gathering array. To his astonishment, he had managed to devise it without depleting his own spirit stones. Instead of relying on spirit stones, he utilized the natural spiritual energy of heaven and earth as the foundation for its operation. Excellent. This array is perfectly suited for placement in my courtyard and spirit fields. Once I become proficient, I can even upgrade it from the most rudimentary spirit-gathering array. Lu Qing was poised to embark on the endeavor of farming, having meticulously prepared rather than merely expressing a fleeting intention. Spiritual plants are typically supplied to the dining hall, and the Tao Academy does not retain exclusive control over them. Each month, a variety of special spiritual plants is procured. Engaging in trade with others entails a degree of caution, as one may know their faces but not their hearts. However, conducting transactions directly with this formidable entity alleviates many of those concerns. Lu Qing now recognizes his own capabilities, and thus, it is prudent to select seeds first. As a formidable force capable of sustaining daily cultivation independently, Lu Qing understands that this place offers an abundance of seeds. He does not seek to challenge himself with high difficulties. The spiritual fields, previously neglected, now lie before him in the backyard, arranged in a grid-like pattern beneath the heavens. The soil is rich and fertile, and beside the fields, there is a small pond, within which only a few ordinary fish swim leisurely. Lu Qing entered and merely cast a glance around. Now, having observed the surroundings, he decided to invest some effort in establishing the spirit-gathering array. There is a pond here, making it an ideal location to position the focal point of the array in this direction. Lu Qing prepared himself, feeling the spiritual energy converge, and soon extracted the seeds from the jade tablet space. The convenience was remarkable. With this jade tablet, the speed of delivery was instantaneous. Except for the exceedingly precious items that required personal verification and retrieval, there was no need to expend such effort on these humble spiritual plant seeds. The more he utilized it, the more Lu Qing perceived the profound mysteries encompassed by this jade tablet, which were indeed countless. Not to mention other aspects. Merely the space within a single jade tablet was sufficient for many to glimpse the formidable nature of the Tao Academy. This also explained why Lu Qing had previously sensed that this place was not merely a conventional cultivation sect. The Moonsword Spirit Rice perfectly met the requirements. With a swift motion of his hand, Lu Qing scattered countless seeds of the Moonsword Spirit Rice into the soil. Subsequently, he formed a hand gesture and silently chanted in his heart, causing a dense mass of dark clouds to gather above the spirit field, from which rain began to cascade down. The water level in the pond gradually rose as the soil became moist. Lu Qing remained, his gaze fixed upon the earth. In less than half a tea's worth of time, the seeds he had sown began to break through the surface, sprouting tender green shoots. They grew for a day and yielded grain in 3 days, though full maturity would require over half a month before they could be harvested. Once matured, the leaves of the moon sword spirit rice could also be harvested to produce talisman paper. Although the cultivation process was not particularly arduous, ensuring a bountiful harvest necessitated the provision of certain special nutrients. As Lu Qing contemplated this, an expression of peculiar intrigue crossed his face. Gazing at the tinder buds before him, he realized that had he merely glanced over them in haste, he would have likely overlooked the remarkable connection they bore to his current predicament. Indeed, these extraordinary entities required cultivation by a practitioner, nourished by offensive spells, preferably through the art of swordsmanship. This was precisely why Lu Qing opted for them. Moreover, the swordsmanship must not employ genuine weaponry to inflict harm, which essentially equated to the necessity of wielding spiritual energy to delineate the sword techniques. Lu Qing now comprehended thoroughly. The library and the treasure house of the Taoist temple were replete with all manner of resources. Perhaps there were indeed numerous predecessors who practiced the Xiantian Yuanjing. Eventually, someone must have discerned this purpose. Otherwise, the radiant swordsmanship would merely serve as fertilizer for the growth of these spiritual plants. In this boundless world, wonders abound. Lu Qing shook his head and returned to his cultivation. At present, he felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility, as the impending danger had not manifested. It seemed that the circumstances had changed since he had first embarked on this journey. However, there are moments when the very things one wishes to avoid arrive with unexpected abruptness. Chapter 23. The Demon-Slaying Mission? The Transformation of Impending Peril. Since Lu Qing embarked on his journey to study the art of spiritual plants, he has ceased practicing in the cultivation chamber located above the loft after completing his daily rounds of training. He has, after all, successfully entered the realm of the spirit-gathering array, a feat he had not anticipated. Nonetheless, this development is indeed a positive one. Surrounding the spiritual fields, he has utilized the array plate to inscribe several small spirit-gathering arrays. If the initial successful array he devised encompassed only the size of a mat, it has now expanded to cover the area of several large ponds. While nurturing the moon sword spirit rice, he sits cross-legged in the backyard spiritual fields, diligently cultivating. Each day, he engages in fulfilling practice, and with a tranquil mindset, his progress in cultivation is remarkable. It is in this manner that he has successfully harvested his first crop of spiritual plants. Lu Qing's leisurely and abundant life was abruptly interrupted by a sudden divination that emerged in her mind. This omen, unlike the tranquil hexagrams of the past that awaited the mountain gate in peace, bore an ominous message at the top. The power of the demonic path was waning. Yet in its desperation, it retaliated fiercely. Moreover, due to its connection with a certain small realm, the Xiantian Dao Academy resolved to dispatch disciples to the heart of the demonic realm to eliminate its followers and seek out the small realm. The hexagram foretold great misfortune. To take risks amidst flames is to invite one's own demise. Accepting the task of vanquishing evil would lead to death and the loss of one's path upon leaving the mountain, an omen of grave danger. The lesser misfortune hexagram advised to tightly close the mountain gate and disregard external matters. However, the extermination of evil serves as a covert assessment by the higher echelons of the academy. Those who retreat and avoid confrontation may be deemed lacking in character and thus face future troubles, a sign of minor misfortune. The tranquil hexagram indicated to remain in the rear, accept tasks, and take on the supply mission from the Spirit Herb Institute, planting spiritual herbs at the mountain gate. This may cause some ripples, yet it remains steady. Lu Qing's complexion was exceptionally striking. Previously, he had relied on seclusion within the mountain gate to evade impending peril. However, it was now evident that such a strategy was no longer viable. Moreover, what was the true nature of this demon-slaying mission? He recalled the nefarious old rogue of the demonic path. The Xiantian domain was a sovereign realm, and naturally, the demonic forces within its inner domain were not overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, it was apparent that the minor realm hinted at in the divination was pivotal to the Dao Academy's issuance of this task. Resources, indeed, were of paramount importance. The Dao Academy, with its vast wealth and influence, equally bore immense consumption. This minor realm was not merely a fragment of a small world. Furthermore, the divination suggested that this was a covert assessment. Although the specifics of the latent dangers alluded to by the minor ominous hexagram remained unclear, Lu Qing, ever cautious in his actions, would not venture into testing such uncertainties. The minor ominous hexagram itself posed no immediate threat to his life. However, The existence of subsequent latent dangers certainly indicated the likelihood of many perilous situations to come. Initially, he had hoped to pursue a tranquil existence and cultivate in the mountain gate, yet it seemed that such a notion was utterly unattainable. Lu cast a glance at the jade slip, only to find it devoid of any information pertaining to the demon-slaying mission. Thus, is this event currently unfolding? Or has it yet to transpire? Or perhaps it is beyond my current comprehension. Lu Qing took a deep breath, and then gazed upon the spiritual plants he had harvested that day. Having completed the collection, it seemed fitting to visit the Spiritual Plant Institute. He pondered the recent disturbances, wondering where they might lead, and deduced that it must be related to the tasks he had undertaken upon returning to the peak. It was evident that secluding himself from the world was not a viable option, and leaving the mountain gate would be akin to courting death. Hence, it was imperative for him to register as an entry-level spiritual plant master at the Institute. This unforeseen event had disrupted Lu Qing's plans. Yet he found solace in his ability to endure solitude during his cultivation, free from worry. If he could successfully secure this minor realm, it was likely that many disciples would be drawn to it spontaneously. Opportunities, resources, and benefits are the true catalysts that stir the hearts of individuals. This minor realm must hold significant importance. Otherwise, the disciples who sought to evade this task would not be deemed utterly useless, nor would there be lingering repercussions. Perhaps it was also due to Lu Qing's current lack of strength, rendering him incapable of alleviating this looming risk. Thus, a visit to the Spiritual Plant Institute was in order. He carefully stored the plump, snow-like grains of rice into his storage bag. The Moonblade spiritual rice. Upon reaching maturity, bore stalks adorned with leaves resembling sharp blades, glistening like snow and as pure as paper. This was indeed material suitable for crafting talisman paper. Lu Qing was not overly ambitious. He had yet to grasp the intricacies of the talismanic arts and, for the time being, would not divert his attention to the study of other subjects. These matters had already found their rightful place. The Spirit Plant Academy, nestled amidst the lush, verdant mountains, offered a breathtakingly beautiful setting. As Lu Qing moved with remarkable agility, his skill had greatly improved. Upon reaching a flat expanse, he gazed into the distance, his expression one of astonishment. Beneath the drifting white clouds, pavilions and towers emerged in a misty haze, while several floating islands coalesced in the sky, encircling a central city. Verdant vines climbed the outer walls of the city, creating a scene of lush greenery and breathtaking beauty. Upon his arrival, a refreshing breeze enveloped Lu Qing, as if cleansing his very spirit. This sensation intensified as he presented his disciples' token to enter the city, cradled by the floating islands. The scenery of the Spirit Plant Academy differed markedly from the peaks he had encountered previously. Within, the majority of the disciples donned a variety of robes, eschewing a uniform appearance. The ethereal aura they exuded indicated a strong connection to the art of spirit planting. At that moment, a young disciple approached with a welcoming smile. "Greetings, senior brother. You must be new to the Spirit Plant Academy. I am quite familiar with this place. Would you like me to guide you? Just one spirit stone will suffice, and I assure you, it's a fair price." Behind him, several other disciples displayed expressions of envy, as though he had seized the opportunity first. The others quickly dispersed in search of alternative prospects. Lu Qing understood that this was a guide, and he was not one to be stingy. Indeed, he was unfamiliar with this place, and having someone to lead the way was immensely beneficial. He promptly retrieved a piece of spiritual stone and said, "All right, junior brother, I would appreciate it if you could introduce me to the Spirit Plant Institute." "Ah, senior brother, you are quite generous," Su Qing replied, his face lighting up with joy as he accepted the spiritual stone, pleased to see more spiritual stones added to his account. He was not a pure disciple of the outer sect. Rather, he had ascended from the Miscellaneous Work Institute many years ago, with a rather uncertain path ahead. He had managed to cultivate to merely the first layer of Qi nurturing, and in the presence of many disciples, he referred to them as senior brothers. As for the duration of his entrance into the sect, it was of little consequence. The Spirit Plant Institute, alongside the Painting Institute, the Weapon Refining Institute, the Alchemy Institute, and the Array Institute, stood as one of the 10 esteemed arts within our Taoist Academy lineage. This city serves as the outer city of the Spirit Plant Institute, which encompasses 4 major areas: the Market District, the Cultivation Area, the Living Area, and the Spirit Plant Area. The place where Senior Brother currently stands is within the Market District. The Market District is a veritable treasure trove of cultivation artifacts. Some vendors display an array of spiritual rice and related items, while others showcase enigmatic treasures, and there are also stalls selling seeds of spirit plants. Lu Qing walked along the sides, noticing that many of the vendors offered items related to spirit plant masters, such as seeds, treasure books, and jade tablets. Please take me to the registration area for spirit plant masters, Su Qing spoke confidently. Upon Lu Qing expressing his desire to register as a spirit plant master, Su Qing appeared to have an epiphany. I have visited the registration area in the spirit plant zone numerous times and am quite familiar with it. Brother, please follow me this way. Given the vast expanse of the city, there are multiple registration locations within the spirit plant zone. Today, the duty falls to Manager Luo, who is easy to converse with. It is fortuitous that you have arrived today, brother. By the way, if someone inquires, it is best to exude a hint of spirit plant energy. Clearly, Su Qing was not fabricating his familiarity with the place. In Chapter 24, entering the realm of spirit plant masters, prepare yourself, Lu Qing took note of this small piece of advice. After winding through several turns, they arrived outside a grand hall, which exuded a sense of understated dignity, with the words Spirit Plant Institute registration gleaming in 6 radiant characters. Even from a distance, Lu Qing could see it. This is it. Brother, you have matters to attend to. I shall not impose further. Su Qing, with a beaming smile, took his leave. Thank you, junior brother. You are most welcome. At the entrance stood 2 disciples clad in emerald green robes, their expressions predominantly indifferent. The aura they emitted was elusive to Lu Qing. Esteemed brothers, I have come to register as a spirit plant master. As he spoke, he inadvertently revealed a trace of ethereal energy, a subtle indication that cultivators of spirit plants often carry a hint of such purity. For nearly 2 months, Lu Qing had been in the company of spiritual plants, their ethereal aura naturally enveloping him. Ah, it turns out you have come to register. The disciple on the left, upon noticing this, relaxed his demeanor slightly and invited, please, come inside. The interior of the grand hall was expansive, with an enormous canopy cascading from the ceiling. Numerous individuals stood before it, some with closed eyes lost in contemplation, others deep in thought, and a few furrowing their brows. Adjacent to the canopy, a table was set up, behind which sat a slightly plump cultivator with a jovial expression, likely the steward Luo mentioned by Su Qing. Here to register, are you? Which level of spiritual plant assessment do you wish to undertake? The disciple on the left led Lu Qing to the table, and before he could speak, Steward Luo had already initiated the conversation. Master Uncle, I shall take my leave now. Lu Qing gazed at several jade slips on the table, their soft luster revealing various ranks: entry-level, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Returning to the elder, I have registered for the entry-level rank. Very well, let me take a moment to observe the aura surrounding you. Manager Luo replied with a slight nod, his smile unwavering, though his eyes subtly lifted to cast a glance at Lu Qing. Lu Qing then noticed that the cheerful steward, Luo, had a layer of white light gently swirling in his eyes. Lu Qing focused his mind. In a fleeting moment, the steward Luo emitted a bright white light. Filled with astonishment, this disciple appeared to belong to the recent entrants, yet his foundation was remarkably solid, suggesting that he was on the verge of establishing his foundation. With a shift in thought, he retracted the white light from his gaze, refraining from observing further due to the vast disparity in cultivation levels, which allowed him to discern the cultivation of this group of disciples at a glance. This disciple seemed to be a prodigious talent. Although the reason for his arrival at the Spiritual Herb Institute remained unclear, Luo could not let the opportunity slip away. A deeper smile graced his face, even instilling in Lu Qing a sense that the steward was overly amiable. Indeed, registration at the entry level was in order. Present your token and place it upon this jade slip. The registration process was swift, akin to the seamless connection between the jade tablet and the slip, followed by the imprinting of information. Ah, this is your token for the Spiritual Herb Institute. As he spoke, an idea struck him, and Luo revealed a verdant green token from his palm. What is your name? The disciple is called Lu Qing. Very well. Luo produced a seal, and with a single imprint, Lu Qing's name appeared on the surface of the green token. Thank you, senior. Lu Qing expressed his gratitude. No need for such formality. Simply call me Uncle Luo. Lu Qing couldn't help but murmur to herself, pondering Su Qing's assertion that Master Luo was easy to converse with. It was no wonder he would express such sentiments. Thank you, Master Luo. This process unfolded with an astonishing smoothness. Lu Qing also displayed a hint of gratitude. He did not shy away from interactions, yet his primary focus remained on himself. After Lu Qing departed, Manager Luo gradually reined in his excessively exaggerated friendly smile. A disciple nearby, witnessing this scene, couldn't he help but feel envious of the departing Lu Qing. They were well aware that while Manager Luo was affable, he did not regard every disciple with equal favor. Leaning back in his chair, Manager Luo clicked his tongue, marveling at the exceptional talent displayed by this batch of disciples. He practiced eye techniques and had not deliberately scrutinized Lu Qing's circumstances. However, the aura of his cultivation was difficult to conceal in his presence. Moreover, considering that 3 months had passed and Lu Qing was on the brink of foundation establishment, possessing either superior or earthly grade qualifications, Manager Luo's spirits soared further at the thought of having registered such a prodigy, especially one from their spirit plant institute. Lu Qing, having completed his own tasks, remained unaware that Manager Luo had mistakenly regarded him as a genius of the earth grade. However, his cultivation speed, contrary to his earth grade aptitude, had not diminished. He had achieved the pinnacle of the 9th layer of foundation establishment, and the next step would be to reach the foundation establishment stage. This exemplifies Lu Qing's pace in cultivation. While tending to the fields, he did not neglect his own training. In fact, his progress had already surpassed that of the vast majority of his peers. Prior to this, the outer sect had introduced its top 10 newcomers, most of whom had already entered the foundation establishment stage. With such remarkable speed, apart from the extraordinary talents of the heavens, Lu Qing ranks among the finest in the earthly realm. However, his demeanor is excessively humble. Each day, as the arena updates its news, he seems to blend into the vast sea of disciples with mediocre or lower qualifications, drawing no attention whatsoever. It was only today, during the registration, that Manager Luo fortuitously encountered him. Otherwise, no one would have thought to recognize Lu Qing. Manager Luo retained a lasting impression of this new disciple. Meanwhile, Lu Qing willingly accepted a task specifically designated for the internal affairs of the Spirit Plant Academy. Having taken on this assignment, I believe my purpose here has been fulfilled. Lu Qing's heart had been burdened by an unrelenting weight. From the moment of registration to the selection of a task, the essence of the endeavor was to provide spiritual plants to the disciples of other academies. One could choose from familiar varieties. However, in the absence of such familiarity with the spiritual flora, one found themselves considerably restricted. Lu Qing believed that his innate talent for avoiding calamities might bring about some additional benefits. This was particularly evident as the Moonsword Spirit Rice he had just cultivated happened to be in high demand. One cannot help but acknowledge the streak of fortuitous luck. Lu Qing had not yet sold this batch of spirit rice when it fortuitously caught the attention of a disciple from the Spirit Plant Institute, who promptly made a purchase. "Junior brother, the quality of your spirit rice is commendable. Please take this order," the disciple behind the counter said, swiftly producing a luminous jade slip. The entire transaction, while not extraordinarily rapid, unfolded within the time frame Lu Qing had anticipated. It was only after he accepted the task that the sense of impending crisis began to recede. Chapter 25. A Rising Wind. A grand undertaking. It seems that the seeds of intention bear fruit. He had not anticipated that his earlier efforts would bear fruit at this juncture. Could this be the mysterious intuition guiding him? Without further ado, Lu Qing returned to his own Dao Peak. Although I remain on my Dao Peak, the task summons have arrived, and this token will undoubtedly aid me significantly. The task, the verdant token. With these 2 items securely in hand, it was now a matter of observing the subtle ripples that might appear in the divination. Within a mere 7 days, a whisper of news began to circulate among the outer sect. Have you heard? The Dao Academy has issued a major task, a demon extermination mission. Those cunning demonic cultivators have been lurking within our Xiantian domain, and this time, the Academy is making a concerted effort, especially regarding the recent incident at the Servitor Academy. What happened at the Servitor Academy? It was that incident, the infiltration by a rogue of the demonic path. After being vanquished, traces led to a demonic stronghold, rumored to be a major base. If eradicated, the demonic cultivators would be left with no refuge. Furthermore, during the recent recruitment, the demonic cultivators launched attacks across various locations. The Academy now seeks to capture them all in one fell swoop. This jade slip has become Lu Qing's source of information. He need not discern its authenticity. Upon hearing these rumors, he instinctively knew that the task was imminent. The winds of change had begun to stir. Yet, he pondered how far-reaching this demon extermination mission would be. Though he had achieved the 9th level of Qi cultivation, stepping into the foundation establishment stage remained a formidable challenge. With his current strength, even if he were to engage in battle, he would merely serve as cannon fodder. The Academy would not act without discretion. The demonic forces are waning, as indicated by the divination. Lu Qingzheng pondered the duration of this task. The Xiantian Dao Academy announced to its inner and outer disciples the mission to exterminate demons. The demonic forces that have long plagued the Xiantian Dao Academy have been like a persistent parasite, difficult to eradicate completely. This time, numerous elders have discovered the location of an old lair of the demonic sect. Lu Qing glanced over the task description on the token, but his gaze shifted to the rewards section. The demon-slaying task grants access to the Daoist Academy's treasury, with those cultivating Qi earning 10 contribution points and those in the foundation establishment stage receiving 20 contribution points, and so forth, with no upper limit. Furthermore, those who accept the task may receive a complimentary spirit stone. Numerous academies, with demon slaying as their focal point, have increased the output of resources in various aspects. Lu Qing continued to read on. At last, he discovered his assigned task. As a disciple of the Spirit Plant Institute, he was eligible to undertake the Spirit Plant Supply Mission. This was it. Lu Qing can now be regarded as a disciple of the Spirit Plant Institute. The token he holds was not obtained without merit. He gazed at the extensive list of demon-slaying missions that appeared within his disciple's jade token, accompanied by various rewards. It was as if a scroll unfurled before him, revealing an array of rewards categorized meticulously. Treasures of heaven and earth, millennia-old divine herbs, along with ancient celestial techniques, wafted into his vision like a mist. Even though Lu Qing had thought himself impervious to amazement, he could not help but feel a flicker of desire upon witnessing such astonishing rewards. A moment of guilt washed over him. After all, one's life is paramount. He quickly withdrew his gaze, maintaining his composure. Regardless of how enticing these rewards might be, they surely carried significant risks. Such grand undertakings indicated that the realm in question must hold immense importance. In light of this, Lu Qing pondered the potential interference of other domain forces, which could complicate matters considerably. The Dao Academy's missions frequently involved the extermination of demonic cultivators, and those who managed to survive under prolonged siege were certainly no ordinary adversaries. To describe them as ruthless would be an understatement. Lu Qing, with his petite frame, found himself ill-equipped to withstand the surge of this tide. Despite the external advantages he possessed, a flicker of longing ignited within him. The actions of the other disciples were a foregone conclusion, without a shadow of a doubt. This mission cast a monumental shadow over both the inner and outer sections, while the complexities of the inner sect were beyond the comprehension of the outer disciples. The winds of change swiftly swept through the outer sect, prompting countless disciples to either vacate their abodes, soar upon the winds to the peak, or transform into radiant streaks of light. The demon-slaying mission had officially been issued. Within both the inner and outer sects, myriad figures ascended into the sky, heading towards the mission hall to claim their assignments. Given the gravity of the situation, only a select few were privy to this intelligence in advance. In a molten cauldron of seething magma, a figure lingered atop a colossal stone, his aura seemingly melding with the fiery depths beneath him. A demon-slaying mission, you say? Those cursed demon cultivators shall face their reckoning. This fiery figure transformed into a streak of luminous energy, swiftly departing from the molten landscape. In a chilling stone pool, torrents cascaded down, striking the young man's form and producing a series of resonant sounds. He opened his eyes, and with a tremor of his body, the waterfall began to part behind him. There is something I seek. In another realm, a cloaked maiden wielding a bone whip, with a verdant serpent coiling around her arm, contemplated the thrill of demon extermination. In a concealed cavern, someone emerged triumphantly from a breakthrough upon a sheer cliff. An individual transformed into a bird and soared into the heights. The multitude of disciples from both sects was vast. Within the mission hall of the outer sect, a grand space that Lu Qing regarded as boundless, countless figures flitted to and fro. The once expansive area was now densely populated with silhouettes. Yet, none of this pertained to Lu Qing. He had already accepted a task from the Spirit Herb Institute. While the outer sect's mission hall offered a variety of assignments related to the demon-slaying endeavor. Is that you, my junior brother, at home on the mountain? A voice echoed distantly from the clouds. Lu Qing activated the formation. A figure descended, riding a white crane. This individual appeared gaunt, yet there was a glimmer of excitement in his expression. His words flowed swiftly, and upon seeing Lu Qing, he inquired, "You are Lu Qing from the Spirit Plant Institute, correct?" "Indeed," Lu Qing affirmed. "Excellent. Your order has now expanded to include 2 additional tasks, assigned from above." The arriving senior brother spoke with remarkable speed, yet his enunciation remained clear. For this demon-slaying mission, the required resources and rewards are allocated among the various institutes. I shall refrain from detailing the basic quantities needed, however. Should you cultivate exceptional specimens, you may retain the extra portion. Let us first exchange token auras. I am Gui Yongheng, your senior brother. I will return should any issues arise. If you have no further inquiries, I shall take my leave now. Gui Yongheng added hastily, if there are any uncertainties later, simply leave me a message on the token. Certainly, senior brother Gua. Please attend to your matters, Lu Qing responded, handing over the 2 jade tokens to Lu Qing. The senior brother mounted the white crane once more and swiftly departed to another peak. Lu Qing watched him depart, gently shaking his head. This senior brother Gui Yongheng was exceedingly busy, his impatience and hurried demeanor evident. Clearly, following this mission, every disciple, except those fated to perish, would likely need to undertake this demon extermination task. It remains uncertain whether the inner sect would follow suit. Chapter 26, Cultivation at the Mountain Gate, Astonishment. Through a narrow lens, this senior brother Gua, situated in the Spirit Herb Academy, was equally occupied, leaving little room for speculation about other areas. Now, Lu Qing found it unnecessary to venture outside. Instead, he gazed upward at the sky. He discovered that what had initially been a clear azure day, devoid of clouds, was now transformed. Countless streaks of light dashed across the heavens, akin to meteors cascading from the sky, creating an extraordinary spectacle of a meteor shower in broad daylight. Lu Qing raised his hand, sealing the mist formation once again. He could still see the outside world, though an additional layer of mist, born from the evolution of the formation, now enveloped it. A subtle ripple stirred within, but what was it responding to, beings or objects? Lu Qing held the jade token of the cultivation realm in his hand, pondering. He had initially assumed that senior brother Guo would be the one to decipher the omen. Yet their conversation scarcely lasted a minute. The turmoil did not stem from their interaction. Could it be that the source lies within these 2 additional orders? Lu Qing dismissed this absurd notion. If it were truly the case, that would be splendid. As a novice spirit botanist, the orders he receives are certainly not for high-difficulty spirit plant seeds. Chia rice, Longya rice. Am I truly aligned with rice? Within the jade slip, there are seeds, and to prevent the spirit botanist from becoming disorganized, a detailed introduction has been thoughtfully inscribed on the jade slip itself. The cultivation methods for these spirit plants are largely similar, lacking any particular uniqueness. Like earthly rice, they require sunlight, water, and soil, needing at least 2 or 3 of these essentials. The moonsword spirit rice, previously chosen by Lu Qing, stands as an exception. Its leaves can serve as talisman paper, rendering it no longer a purely consumable food. There is no challenge involved. Lu Qing examined the situation and found it to be quite manageable. It merely required the standard methods of cultivation. The only peculiar aspect was that these seeds were imbued with spiritual energy. They sprouted, broke through the soil, grew, blossomed, and bore fruit without the need for years of effort. It could be said that the 2 types of seeds he possessed were both rapid-growth spiritual plants. 15 plots of spiritual land would accommodate 3 varieties of plants, each divided into 3 sections. Lu Qing sowed all the seeds into the earth. The clouds descended, bringing forth rain. The sharp essence of the sword penetrated the soil. Lu Qing did not hasten to embark on the foundation-building stage. Instead, he chose to refine his other skills. After 5 days, disciples from the Tao Academy emerged from their seclusion. The lair of the demonic faction was besieged. This was an event that unfolded on the first day, resembling a divine confrontation where gods vanquished gods and demons annihilated demons. It was truly remarkable. The inner disciples of the academy engaged the elder demons while the outer disciples confronted the demon disciples, resulting in an intensely fierce battle on the front lines. Oh, how delightful it is. I have heard that someone unexpectedly broke through a significant realm on the battlefield and turned the tide by vanquishing a treacherous demon elder. The demon lair is rumored to be brimming with countless spirit stones, spirit fields, and spirit herbs. Moreover, it is said that someone unearthed a ginseng aged for several millennia, which was presented to the Tao Academy in exchange for a reward. I am utterly envious of the disciple who had the opportunity to forfeit the reward for the ginseng. I, too, yearn to leave the mountain gate and slay the demonic cultivators. Opportunities abound in every corner. Lu Qing observed the fervent comments in the outer courtyard and could roughly surmise the rapid developments on the front lines, where risks and opportunities coexist in a delicate balance. Lu Qing also caught sight of the figures of the ancient Xintian group. However, In this frontline battlefield of demon extermination, although they were renowned for their celestial excellence, it was predominantly the formidable warriors who truly shone. Their innate talents were exceptional, being the pride of the heavens, yet those who managed to enter the inner academy were, in their prime, individuals who overshadowed others, instilling fear and awe. In the outer academy during this period, Lu Qing had not witnessed the radiant streaks soaring overhead. The once frequent flashes that would occasionally traverse the sky seemed to have vanished entirely. Within the mountain gates, the previous clamor had abruptly descended into an eerie silence. Lu Qing initially believed that the previous tranquility was sufficient, yet little did he know that this was the epitome of serenity. An emptiness pervades the surroundings. Even the white herons that once graced the lakes are now nowhere to be seen. Lu Qing inquired about the White Crane Youth and learned that their clan had also ventured to the front lines. The White Crane Youth, who held a lifelong passion for spiritual stones, was now contemplating whether he could casually fish for some gains. Upon noticing Lu Qing's approach, the White Crane Youth even extended an invitation for him to leave the mountain together. Lu Qing declined. How could he possibly venture out? He subtly advised the other party to exercise caution if they were to proceed to the front lines. In his heart, Lu Qing observed the earlier spectacle of dazzling lights and the promise of substantial rewards. From his position, he lacked a broader perspective to discern the underlying truths. However, upon witnessing the recent reports of success and contemplating the ominous divinations, he harbored a lingering suspicion that something peculiar was afoot within the demonic realm. "Hey, Lu Qing, you are being overly cautious," said the White Crane boy. "Rest assured, I will remain in the rear. If the situation turns dire, I will make my escape without hesitation. Who can match my speed?" It boasted in the message. Lu Qing could not help but burst into laughter. The White Crane Youth boasted about himself, yet his words held a semblance of truth. The White Crane clan was renowned for their astonishing speed, and the youth was indeed one of the finest among them. With his innate bloodline abilities, it seemed plausible that he could escape with ease. Lu Qing now only hopes that the other party will not encounter the old man of the demonic path. Lu Qing, a remarkable youth. Bai Tongzi, indeed. He set down the token, unaware of the state of the battlefield ahead. What he must prioritize now is to manage his own affairs. After a continuous 7 days of cultivation, he is on the verge of achieving great mastery with the cloud water arrow technique. While the most rapid advancement has been in the concealment technique, which specializes in masking one's aura. With just a few more days of practice, he shall attain perfection in it. As a spirit planter, it is imperative to acquire the essential metal finger technique as well. Although Lu Qing has yet to identify any pestilence, it is prudent to remain vigilant. The spirit field naturally emanates spiritual energy, and with the gathering spirit array in place, it is unlikely that certain pests from the cultivation world will entirely avoid detection. The 7-day cycle has arrived once more. Lu Qing made his way to a corner of Daofeng Mountain's precipice. Behind him, the serene field of the courtyard was barely discernible. A piercing cry resonated through the vast skies, an echo of a crane's call. Gui Yongheng wore a beaming smile, exuding an air of triumph. "Junior brother Lu, have you encountered any matters of note recently?" "Nothing of significance, senior brother. Yet, you seem to be brimming with joy. I wonder what fortunate event has transpired?" Upon hearing this, Gui Yongheng's smile widened even further, accompanied by a hearty laugh. "It seems my junior brother is wholly devoted to his cultivation," he jested before continuing. "As for the recent developments, it has yet to reach the gates of our sect. Your relentless dedication to your practice has left you uninformed. I have a friend on the front lines who informed me that a small realm has been discovered up there, a miniature world." He spoke with an air of mystery, eagerly anticipating junior brother Lu's astonishment. Lu Qing was indeed taken aback. The notion of a minor realm, a lesser world, struck him profoundly. It was no wonder that this task had been assigned with such swiftness and grandeur. His previous understanding of what a minor realm entailed had been fundamentally flawed. The divination's reference to a minor realm was evidently not synonymous with his earlier interpretations. Chapter 27. Entering Foundation Establishment. Moreover, the fact that this rumor had reached him suggested that the higher echelons had already pinpointed the location of that minor realm, possibly having ventured there long before. To incentivize disciples to journey there, a new cultivation policy had been instituted. After today, he planned to seek out opportunities to earn contribution points. He had come today merely to discuss the handover with his junior brother. Lu Qing was astounded, thoroughly satisfying Gui Yongheng's desire for recognition. He radiated joy, clearly eager to step onto the front line of the demon-slaying battlefield. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to my senior brother for achieving his aspirations, he thought. He understood that by venturing into the realm of demon extermination, Gua had also mentioned the prospect of entering the minor realm, indicating that he might indeed be among the chosen few to gain access. The previous trial in that small world had unveiled a plethora of treasures, leaving Lu Qing in awe. It seemed that this miniature universe was indeed teeming with opportunities, after all. Who among the disciples would not yearn to be the first to enter such a realm of abundance? There was no need for Lu Qing to mention those perilous concerns. Baihe Tongzi was distinctly different from the senior brother before him. To be more candid, he was not well acquainted with Brother Gua. Ha ha ha. Thank you, thank you. I shall go today. It is indeed the most convenient stop for me to hand over matters here. Watching the other depart once more, this time not to another peak, but to leave the gates of the Tao Academy. A glimmer of profound meaning flickered in Lu Qing's eyes. The ominous hexagram that lingered in his mind remained ever present, signifying that a minor turbulence was imminent while the dire hexagram continued to hover ominously beyond the mountain gate. Truly, could not one or two individuals simply devote themselves to the path of cultivation? Yet, at times, one's own abilities seem too meager, and when the storm arises, one can only drift along with the current. He now fervently hoped that there would be no issues at the front line of demon extermination. After all, the formidable support behind him was none other than the Xiantian Tao Academy. If a crisis were to arise, chaos would ensue beneath the collapsing nest, and the resources for cultivation would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions. Lu Qing did not wish to engage in futile worries. The day after senior brother Gua's departure, a new senior brother arrived. The newcomer bore an indifferent expression and spoke little. After completing the necessary calculations and settling accounts, he turned and departed. Lu Qing found no opportunity to exchange pleasantries. This was to be expected, as they were all cultivators, and extraneous matters were naturally resolved with utmost efficiency. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, strength was paramount, and Lu Qing's current abilities were hardly noteworthy. The path of cultivation deepened. Lu Qing's hand pressed firmly against the foundation-building spiritual object. Within the cultivation chamber, the spirit-gathering array gradually began to operate, drawing in countless strands of celestial and earthly spiritual energy directly into the heavenly orifice. The boundless ethereal spiritual power within the Dantian began to undergo a transformation. The spiritual object merged with his body, settling into the Dantian. A soft dripping sound resonated. Tick-tock. The spiritual power transformed into liquid, dripping rhythmically. After an indeterminate passage of time, the previously mist-like spiritual energy within the Dantian vanished, replaced by a serene lake of pale gold, shimmering with a pure, tranquil light. Lu Qing was wholly immersed in the process of foundation building. An intangible aura enveloped him. Lu Qing has officially entered the foundation establishment stage, devoid of any grand celestial phenomena or disturbances of the mind. It was simply a tranquil passage, much like any other, through this significant realm of cultivation. Within the sea of consciousness, an additional force of mental energy emerged, marking the transition into foundation establishment and the birth of divine awareness. Lu Qing extended his consciousness outward, akin to the gaze of his own eyes, sweeping through the training chamber, then the courtyard, across the plaza, and finally settling upon the spiritual fields in the rear garden. It was only upon encountering an obstruction that Lu Qing realized he had reached the current limits of his consciousness. He had successfully entered the first layer of foundation establishment. As his consciousness returned, he found his foundation tranquil. The pale golden hue signified a superior foundation. However, initially, it resembled a modest pond of spiritual energy, whereas Lu Qing currently manifested as a vast lake. In comparison to others of the same realm, his spiritual energy was evidently far more abundant. After 4 months of cultivation, Lu Qing had ascended to the first layer of foundation establishment, an astonishingly swift progression in the realm of immortal cultivation. Indeed, the initial stages may advance rapidly. Yet as one approaches the later stages, entering foundation establishment becomes a subtle threshold, not easily surpassed by all. Upon achieving this milestone, one is also entitled to receive a reward for their foundation establishment. Lu Qing does not depart from Daofeng. Instead, he receives his tasks within the task hall of the Jade Pendant space. Due to the principle of universal benefit, the rewards are counted as contribution points. Consequently, there is no need to worry about depleting excessive resources. Lu Qing completed the registration, and the once bustling task hall now appeared rather desolate. A stirring in his heart prompted him to emerge from the training room. Upon reaching the courtyard, he lifted his gaze toward the distance, his expression tinged with a hint of solemnity. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from afar, a sound that seemed immensely distant. Qing sensed that the tremors emanating from that distant locale were undoubtedly the aftermath of a fierce battle between formidable adversaries, even at an unfathomable distance. It stirred a faint apprehension within him. One can only imagine the immense power wielded by the combatants. Today was meant to be a momentous occasion, a breakthrough in his own realm, signifying a day of celebration. Yet, this flicker of unease extinguished the smile from his visage. He remained unaware of the identities of those engaged in combat. However, he turned his gaze inward, where a panel depicting danger dissipated into a veil of white light. This indicated that his own ordeal had only now reached its conclusion. The subtle disturbances he felt were, it seemed, destined to manifest in this very moment. Qing sensed the disturbance. Daofeng was situated in a relatively remote area of the outer sect. Just now, the sound that emerged caused a tremor in the Daofeng's formation. Fortunately, this place was not merely a Daofeng. It was also backed by the Xiantian Dao Academy. Qing gazed deep into the main peak, where several streaks of radiant light surged upward with an overwhelming might, unveiling an endless array of ethereal luminescence cascading across numerous summits. In the distance, the horizon was thick and fervent, resembling blood-red clouds, akin to fire boiling in oil. The formation had effectively isolated the outside commotion, ensuring this place remained undisturbed. That direction pointed towards the demon-slaying battlefield, the location of the demonic stronghold. Over the past fortnight, disciples had already begun sharing their insights through jade slips. Many had proclaimed their witnessed grand events on these slips, while others provided information in a formal, official tone. In the 12 states of the Xiantian domain, the demonic stronghold was situated in the water state, an area perpetually filled with lakes and heavy miasma. The demonic cultivators, known for their cunning and ruthlessness, had covertly employed unknown means to disseminate news of the minor realm. The closest to the Xiantian domain, the Taitian domain, likely already had individuals dispatched from the Taitian Dao sect. The value of a small thousand-world realm was sufficient to sustain a major sect, greatly enhancing the cultivation of its disciples. Qing, upon scanning the jade slips, quickly absorbed this information, including a message from the White Crane Boy. After entering the demon-slaying battlefield, the White Crane Boy would share daily accounts of his experiences from the battlefield. Upon Qing's emergence from his cultivation, he would promptly respond. Thus, although he had not yet reached the forefront of demon slaying, Qing had already heard numerous tales steeped in blood and tears. Bai He Tongzi remarked, "How terrifying." Indeed, one must not underestimate the world and its people. Today, an unexpected and tremendous explosion occurred, igniting the spiritual veins there and claiming countless lives. Qing, did no elder intervene to stop the ignition of the spiritual veins? White Crane Boy, it was too late. For the demonic cultivators were engaged in a brutal internecine conflict. Beneath this very land lay a formidable array, known only to the core of the demonic sect. They fought with utmost desperation, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that nearly annihilated the entrance to the minor realm, causing the very heavens to collapse and the earth to tremble within. The White Crane Boy, filled with trepidation, recounted the rumors he had heard. Qing felt a lingering sense of trepidation. The thunderous roar he had just heard could not possibly be the result of a cataclysmic upheaval in the Earth's crust. Could it? The White Crane youth was reluctant to remain at the forefront any longer. The jade slip began to update with a flurry of messages. Lives had been lost, so many had perished. Alas, numerous prodigies had met their demise. Chapter 28. The turmoil of the demon-slaying battlefield and the shifting of the heart. Qing glanced at the jade slip and discovered numerous names of those who perished in the extensive explosion. Among them, a few were familiar to him, including Bai Qing and Yin Longyu, who had previously appeared in the divination. What does this signify? Is it true that good and evil ultimately receive their due recompense? Qing never anticipated that these two individuals would perish, and so effortlessly at that. The enemies meticulously inscribed in his little notebook have all been obliterated by this cataclysmic explosion. Yet, this incident underscores a profound truth. Even the esteemed Bai Qing, who had diligently cultivated a formidable reputation within the outer sect, has met his demise. The magnitude of this explosion is thus rendered evident. This is no longer akin to the trials within the small realm, where the vigilant gaze of the elder from the Dao Academy ensured that no significant calamities would occur. The malevolence of the demonic cultivators is truly ruthless. Their wanton destruction of the earth and the obliteration of the spiritual veins is utterly appalling. Unsurprisingly, if the affected area is not promptly restored, there will likely be a precipitous decline in spiritual energy, leading to numerous disasters. Furthermore, this territory falls under the jurisdiction of the Xiantian Dao Academy. Inaction is not an option. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one is assigned a duty of vigilance. Having cultivated to this point, it is indeed time for him to engage in combat on the arena, as he has yet to employ his cultivation techniques against another. Although he places little value on reputation, it is imperative to test his martial prowess to further his comprehension. Lu Qing cultivated the art of cloud and water arrows, which was somewhat singular in nature. However, he possessed knowledge of formations, and he was not lacking in intelligence when it came to them. If he could integrate both skills, his primary concern would be his own defense, which currently stood as his Achilles heel. His thoughts flowed seamlessly, and he soon stepped onto the arena. The 4 arenas were perched atop the cliffs, each harboring a miniature world within, brimming with profound mysteries. Lu Qing stepped forward, and a stone monument of the leaderboard appeared at the pinnacle of the arena. The names inscribed upon it were renowned among countless disciples. Lu Qing saw both the names of the senior disciples and those of the new batch of disciples above. Among the earlier entrants, Li Jioming and Lu Yuan were also listed. The ranking only includes the top 3,300 names from the outer sect. Lu cast a glance and commenced the duel. Each disciple could leave behind an imprint of their essence during combat. Future challengers, even if unable to contend directly with the original, could engage with this residual mark. After all, some disciples seclude themselves for decades, and when they seek confrontation, it is a common tactic to vanquish their opponent and leave an imprint behind. The first to emerge was a figure cloaked in azure, wielding a long spear, with an intangible aura of lethal intent swirling around him. Shen Chang'an, Lu Qing. Lu Qing's expression was solemn and grave. After exchanging names, in the next moment, both individuals simultaneously launched their attacks. The long spear shimmered with silvery brilliance, reminiscent of a serpent exhaling mist, blurring the line between reality and illusion, yet manifesting a singular, overwhelming intent to kill. The murderous intent of the divine spear. A cacophony of water surged forth, creating a barrier before them. Lu Qing's journey through time was marked by the perilous 2 years on the path of seeking immortality. Though he had not directly experienced the battles of celestial realms, he was not unacquainted with the fierce contest of martial prowess in the mortal world. He had witnessed bloodshed, yet at best, he could say he had embarked on the path of cultivation without engaging in direct confrontation. At this moment, a surge of suppressed energy surged forth from his heart and spread throughout his spirit. His expression bore a hint of exhilaration as he prepared for the next encounter. Countless water arrows materialized, aimed at vital points. With a flick of his wrist, Shen Chang'an transformed his once ferocious assault into a gentle, flowing grace. As the water meandered through the universe, at that moment, his spear technique morphed into an omnipresent breeze, light and elegant. The resounding clash of arrows against the long spear created a myriad of sparks, while the mingling of spiritual forces stirred the air into a tumultuous current. After several breaths, Lu Qing suppressed the thrill of his initial strike and brought it to a close. The water arrows, having reached a significant mastery, finally attained their ultimate form. In this instant of engagement, infused with the essence of combat, they achieved complete perfection. After Lu Qing completed his challenge, the next contender was a disciple named Lei Fa. The palms of his hands crackled with electricity, resembling the thunderous deity from the heavens, exuding an aura of formidable might. After a fierce entanglement, Lu Qing utilized his swordsmanship to obliterate the thunder dragon charging towards him. Figures emerged and vanished in succession. Eventually, after successfully defeating one disciple, Lu Qing retracted his magical technique. Within the reservoir of his dantian, which had recently advanced, there was an utter void, devoid of any remnants. This intense arena battle had rendered Lu Qing, who had just entered the foundation establishment stage, more harmonious in body, consciousness, and mental state, akin to water embracing all things. This was sufficient. His name lingered inconspicuously at the tail end of the leaderboard, among the 100 names. To ascend the ranks, one must either challenge those ahead or purely seek recognition by confronting the lowest, leaving their name behind. Lu Qing's recent endeavor yielded the desired rewards, prompting him to refrain from further challenges. The arena he occupied on the Four Directions leaderboard was solely dedicated to combat and martial prowess. In contrast, The other three arenas also possessed their own rankings, specifically reserved for disciples who excelled in a singular discipline. This meant that the arena he participated in was devoid of restrictions, whereas the others required proficiency in a specific path to gain entry. It is important to note that this proficiency did not equate to mastery of the vast Tao, as true mastery is an elusive concept. With a gentle exhale, he withdrew the aura of foundational spiritual energy that enveloped him back into his being, preparing to return to his agricultural pursuits. His mind was clear, and even the thunderous roar that once stirred his heart was now overshadowed by a profound sense of joy. Following numerous battles in the arena, Lu Qing underwent a subtle transformation. His Tao heart became more transparent. Although he had advanced swiftly in his cultivation, he had not devoted sufficient attention to his mental state. In the pursuit of immortality, one must cultivate not only one's life but also one's heart. Without a stable mind to anchor one's power, strength alone would ultimately yield futile results. It is in stillness that one contemplates action. After overcoming perilous challenges and breaking through barriers, Lu Qing's journey beyond the mountain gates brought him rewards that exceeded his previous gains. The tempering of his mental state through this experience cleansed him of the residual traces of worldly concerns and alleviated the unease that once accompanied him. Akin to a soaring sword traversing the skies without trepidation for life. Reflecting on the remnants of memories from that day, Lu Qing was unaware of the thin veil of shadow that had nearly severed his consciousness. Fortunately, through the trials of the arena, he was able to erase that lingering shadow. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Lu Qing exuded a more tranquil and natural aura. Chapter 29, The White Crane Boy. Clear tea. As he cultivated his foundation, Lu Qing felt a newfound confidence within. He was no longer among the lowest ranks of practitioners in the cultivation realm. He cast a glance at the spiritual field, where the red, golden, and crescent white plants swayed gently in the breeze. This batch of spiritual rice marked the commencement of a new cycle of sowing, and his contribution points had precisely reached 100. Lu Qing has nearly perfected the spells at his disposal, and through relentless practice of the fundamental technique, he has finally ascended to the third level. Although this third level appears formidable, the esteemed cultivation method comprises a total of 18 levels. Attaining the golden core stage is undoubtedly within reach. Upon reaching the third level, a warm current flows throughout his body, cleansing his very soul. The Xiantian Yuanjing embraces all things, flowing like water and drifting like the wind. Lu Qing gathered his spiritual energy, inheriting the essence of this unique technique, gentle and natural, akin to water nurturing all life. He continued his cultivation, untouched by the tempest outside the mountain gate. The years of practice flowed on, and before he knew it, another month had slipped by. Lu Qing, are you at home? The White Crane Boy happened to return to the mountain gate today. Lu Qing activated the formation. Young master, what brings you here today? The White Crane youth unfurled his wings and gracefully descended to the ground. All the cranes I know have ventured out, so I thought to visit you. He followed Lu Qing into the courtyard, where two individuals and a white crane were seated before an ancient stone table. The teacups held a fragrant brew, and Lu Qing, feeling unoccupied, had planted a tea tree in a corner of the courtyard, which bore little significance, merely exuding a trace of ethereal essence. Ah, just in time. I'm quite parched. The white-craned youth gulped down the tea, quenching his thirst as he savored the drink, akin to a cow savoring peonies. Delicious. Truly delightful. Lu Qing did not anticipate that a simple cup of tea would elicit such unreserved praise from the White Crane Boy. This is truly delightful, Lu Qing. You are the very first person to brew tea for me. Lu Qing remarked, if the young lad desires tea, I possess an abundance of fine leaves. The tea trees in the courtyard, nurtured by a touch of spiritual essence, are undoubtedly superior to ordinary earthly brews. However, after I began cooking with spiritual rice, I have grown accustomed to the flavors, and thus do not perceive my own harvest as particularly extraordinary. Upon hearing Bai Tongzi's words, Lu Qing surmised that the young one simply had yet to experience the pleasures of tea. Bai Tongzi smacked his lips in contemplation and then retrieved a feather from beneath his chest plumage. Here, Lu Qing, this is a gift for you. The feather, a pristine white with striking black tips, shimmered with an otherworldly radiance, exuding an air of distinction. Young lad, we are acquaintances. How could I accept such a precious gift? Lu Qing protested. Bai Tongzi chuckled lightly. It is not precious, not at all. You have offered me a cup of tea, so it is only right that I return the favor. As the human saying goes, friendship flourishes through mutual exchange. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing felt a slight smile tug at his lips. The first friend he made upon arriving at the Tao Academy turned out to be the white crane boy before him. This feather of mine may not be precious, but I see you have begun your farming here. If you insert this feather into the spirit field, infused with my essence, you need not worry about pestilence or calamity. Ah, I see now. Thank you, young one, Lu Qing replied. He had been cultivating his spirit field and was currently practicing the metal finger technique. Yet he had not encountered any harmful insects thus far. Nevertheless, having a white crane feather nearby would certainly serve as a deterrent against pests. He poured another cup of tea for the white crane boy, who genuinely seemed parched and had a true fondness for the beverage. This ethereal aura was indeed cherished by the white crane clan. However, the cultivation of tea trees, the brewing and preparation of tea, were matters that had little to do with the white crane lineage. Now, sipping tea at Lu Qing's place, the white crane boy felt completely at ease. With each satisfying gulp, he began to think that, from this day forth, spirit tea would become as beloved to him as spirit stones. Lu Qing, child, you mentioned your return a month ago. Why have you only just arrived now? Due to the recent incident of the spiritual vein explosion that occurred a month prior, many disciples, consumed by greed and fear amidst the chaos of that battlefield, witnessed the mountains collapsing and rivers flowing backward, as if the world were coming to an end. In that moment, they were filled with dread. A considerable number of disciples have already embarked on the journey back to the mountain gate. Occasionally, Lu Qing would position himself on the edge of a cliff, drawing upon the essence and spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth for his cultivation. It was during these moments that he beheld countless streaks of light, soaring vessels, and celestial cranes gliding gracefully through the sky. He understood in his heart that most likely, the disciples who had ventured abroad had returned. As Lu Qing began to speak of this matter, Bai Tongzi was instantly filled with immense indignation. Let me tell you, Lu Qing, those demonic cultivators are not worthy of being called human. Its voice, delicate yet filled with fervor, was brimming with righteous anger. They could have escaped. We spoke of purging evil and safeguarding the path. Yet, when I witnessed the minor realm, I realized that what they truly desired was not merely the demonic lair. In the end, no one was willing to relinquish their stake, which led to the catastrophic eruption of the ley line. Consequently, even that small realm was ensnared by the ley line's tumult, shattering into fragments. Had there not been formidable individuals present to stabilize the entrance, that minor realm would have surely succumbed to annihilation amidst the chaotic void. Bai Tongzi had originally intended to seek treasures, but upon encountering such calamity, it nearly failed to return. One can only imagine the depth of its fury towards the demonic cultivators. This time, a number of disciples were lost, and several elders sustained injuries. It is likely that the mission will soon conclude, but reinforcements will be required to stabilize the ley line, and another group of disciples will probably be dispatched. Bai Tongzi shared all that it knew. Lu Qing comforted it with a few words. He was well aware that many had perished. After all, some individuals were renowned, and their demise stirred considerable turmoil. Fortunately, you did not go this time, indeed. There are advantages to fearing death. Lu Qingzheng was lost in thought when he heard these words, and a shadow of despair immediately crossed his face. He replied earnestly, Bai Tongzi, the pursuit of cultivation is for the sake of immortality. If one loses their life, what is there to speak of longevity? Moreover, the ominous hexagram lingered ominously in his mind, making him hesitant to step beyond the mountain gate. He feared that with one foot out the door, he might lose his head with the other. Bai Tongzi shook its feathers vigorously, its eyes, the size of black beans, now filled with profound understanding. The air was thick with blood mist, corpses fell from the sky, and the stench of death pervaded the ground. These were all events that had transpired in reality. The Bai clan cherished purity and, naturally, abhorred the presence of filth. Bai Tongzi remarked, Indeed, Lu Qing, you are correct. After a brief conversation, Bai Tongzi soared away once more. For those stationed on external missions, it is a matter that one must contemplate after achieving the foundational level of cultivation. Lu Qing did not return to the cultivation chamber for his training. He pondered over the nature of this station task. The Xiantian Tao Academy was not a transcendent force of cultivation. On the contrary, it maintained an exceptionally close connection with the 12 states of the Xiantian domain. Within these states, there were neither dynasties nor nations, only the Xiantian Tao Academy exercising dominion. In various cities and localities, branches of the academy were established, with admissions occurring every 3 years and new students recruited every 5 years. Lu Qing has traversed a journey of 3 years, a path that truly assesses one's aptitude. The 5-year recruitment signifies a genuine opening of the gates, a comprehensive evaluation encompassing qualities such as talent, disposition, and insight. Embracing the vastness of the ocean, one becomes truly great. Chapter 30. Gradual Progress in Cultivation, the Misty Array. Lu Qing. In terms of foundational tasks, becoming a city lord or a prefect is no longer an option. However, there is a possibility of serving as a station cultivator in certain areas within the county. Nevertheless, those locations are rather remote. Alas, it all depends on the arrangements made. After Lu Qing reached the foundation establishment stage, a portion of the responsibilities and obligations pertaining to disciples at this level was unveiled within the Jade Tablet space. After studying this content for several days, he quickly abandoned it, as most assignments were dictated by those in authority, unless one opted for particularly challenging outpost locations. However, given their challenging nature, they evidently demanded a certain level of cultivation. Without sufficient prowess, venturing there would be futile. Nevertheless, there was no need for haste at this moment. Having just entered foundation establishment, and with less than half a year of experience, it would only be after a year, following the external sect's grand competition, that he could be considered free from the true novice sanctuary. Upon stepping into foundation establishment, his consciousness became remarkably clear. The array formation at this level of the Dao Peak had become a model for Lu Qing's exploration of formations. Previously, he had been unaware of the intricacies, only knowing how to gesture and chant to activate an array. However, now that he had entered the realm of array formations, Lu Qing found them increasingly fascinating. By harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, seizing fleeting opportunities, and integrating points and planes, the array's focal point could be fixed at one location or be omnipresent. After perusing the Encyclopedia of Formations, he realized that the concealed cloud and mist array of his Dao Peak was relatively simple among the concealment formations. Yet, even within simple formations, the skill with which they were laid out varied greatly. Although Lu Qing does not possess profound formations, he holds a particular fondness for the concealed mist formation. In the mountains and fields, fog rises and clouds drift through the forest, concealed within its depths. And complemented by his own cloaking technique, he has crafted an unparalleled ambush skill. Lacking defensive techniques at present, Lu Qing decides to utilize the formation to disrupt visibility. It is no trivial matter, as it also encompasses the obfuscation of spiritual awareness. After Lu Qing awakened his divine consciousness, he soon realized that not everything he beheld was veritable. Days passed, and when the spiritual rice was harvested, he heard the words, "From today onwards, the order is fulfilled. This is your reward." As he listened and observed his companion's hand clap, an abundance of spiritual rice instantly fell into the latter's storage ring. "Thank you, senior brother, for your care during this time," he said with a smile. The usually impassive senior brother, surprisingly, nodded in acknowledgement before turning to depart on his flying sword. It turned out he was a sword cultivator. Lu Qing murmured to himself. Typically, the other party would leave in a flash of transformation, but upon seeing him today, he was astonished to discover that the individual was a sword cultivator. How could someone who practices the way of the sword find themselves in the Spirit Plant Academy? Nevertheless, this was of no concern to him. Having finally fulfilled his quota, aside from what he consumed, there remained a batch that could be sold directly. Lu Qingqing counted the contents of her storage bag, discovering that the number of spirit stones within was rather modest. Spirit stones serve as an aid for cultivation, and during this period, Lu Qingqing had purchased several formation diagrams, along with jade slips pertaining to the cultivation of spiritual plants. Her days in this place were spent either honing her cultivation or practicing spells, leading to a remarkably tranquil existence. However, tranquility was soon disrupted as a brilliant glow of rosy light appeared in the sky above the mountain gate, accompanied by the resounding calls of numerous cranes. At the forefront of the wind-riding figures were countless streaks of light, reminiscent of those seen before. It turned out that the demon-slaying mission had come to an end. After nearly 2 months, this arduous task had finally reached its conclusion, yet its repercussions were undeniably extensive. Alas, it was a pity, these malevolent demon cultivators, with their merciless hearts, had utterly destroyed the spiritual veins and left the minor realm in ruins. Indeed, there had been hopes of seizing an opportunity within, but those aspirations were dashed. Above the soaring spirit beasts, numerous disciples engaged in discussion, unrestrained by the presence of others. Such explosive news had long since permeated the entire Xintian domain, and even the neighboring Taitian domain had heard the tidings. The disciples of the Taitian Dao sect had initially intended to intervene, but But misfortune befell one of their true disciples, who perished at the very epicenter of the explosion. One voice expressed a hint of schadenfreude, for this incident was primarily a matter concerning the Xiantian Dao Academy. Little did they anticipate that a true disciple from the Tai Tian Dao sect would venture to their realm for training. Once word of the minor realm's calamity spread, the two neighboring factions, perhaps engaging in some form of mutual benefit, decided to collaborate on its development. The outcome, however, was this disastrous result. Indeed, it was unfortunate. Yet we have been fortunate in our own way. With the Dao Academy suffering such heavy losses, it is likely that compensations will be in order, and the rankings may very well shift. Yes, who could have predicted their misfortune? They spoke with an air of casualness. Lu Qing did not rely on his spiritual awareness. Even with his ordinary ears, he discerned the unfolding news. It appears that this time, the losses are rather significant. Listening to the tone filled with ambition for advancement, it is evident that with the vacant positions, one need not ponder deeply. After the majority of disciples return, it is likely that a fierce contest, both overt and covert, will ensue. Lu Qing found solace in his unassuming Dao peak, diligently cultivating his mystical arts. Once he completed his spell work, he delved into the intricacies of formations. In moments of stillness, he would brew a cup of delicate tea, savoring its subtle flavors. As the moon ascended the branches, he immersed himself in the profound teachings of the Xiantian Yuanjing. With the dawn's first light, he sought to absorb the essence of spiritual energy. Gradually, he honed his skills in the gathering spirit array, beginning with the simplest of designs, and meticulously transformed it. Were there a gaming interface present, it is likely he would have already elevated the gathering spirit array to the third tier, effectively covering the entire courtyard. Such days were marked by tranquility and serene solitude. Lu Qingxiu, in terms of cultivation, has not failed to live up to his innate talents, having attained the third level of foundation establishment. This pace is indeed remarkably swift. Foundation establishment serves to forge the very bedrock of one's cultivation. Each layer solidifies the foundation, testing both innate aptitude and comprehension. Should one's heart encounter obstacles, it is feared that merely entering the foundation stage may necessitate years of painstaking effort to comprehend the first layer. Occasionally, the white crane youth visits, either bringing news from beyond the mountains or presenting some spiritual delicacies and fruits. On this day, Lu Qing was skillfully deploying the ethereal cloud and mist formation. Although the Dao Peak cloud and mist formation appeared singular, it was, in fact, interconnected with countless surrounding Dao peaks, all beneath the overwhelming suppression of a magnificent great sun formation. As Lu Qing first caught sight of it, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He was acutely aware that the nameless peak's misty formation was not isolated. Rather, it was intricately linked to the protective grand array. Fortunately, my own misty formation does not necessitate enveloping an entire mountain range. I shall commence with a radius of several hundred meters beneath my feet. His gaze sharpened, and with his hands forming intricate gestures, the formation disk hovered before him as he chanted incantations. Suddenly, without a hint of wind, the clouds began to part. Within the span of several hundred meters, a tempest arose, swirling the clouds and conjuring a blanket of white mist. At this moment, Lu Qing's figure seemed to merge into the formation, blurring the line between illusion and reality. It is accomplished. Lu Qing was pleasantly surprised, once again forming the array's incantation. A flash of spiritual light illuminated the array, dispersing it. The mist suddenly parted, revealing a serene courtyard. Chapter 31. Do you wish to draw my attention at Daofeng? A stir arose once more in the outer courtyard. What genius! A dead genius is no genius at all. I knew it. This time, I have secured a place within the top 1,000. With only half a year until the grand competition, I am determined to enter the inner courtyard. Alas, the spiritual energy in the outer courtyard is vastly inferior to that of the inner courtyard. I was once fortunate enough to convey a message to a senior brother from the inner courtyard, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it a true celestial paradise, a realm of transcendence. I had previously been unaware of the exceptional prowess of heavenly grade aptitude, but now I finally comprehend what it means to be a genius. Indeed, when the grand competition arrives, I suspect that some of the new disciples from the previous batch will participate in this year's outer courtyard contest. But what is this? Wasn't it stated that only those of at least Purple Mansion realm could enter the grand competition? I acknowledge their extraordinary talents, yet achieving Purple Mansion within a year? Even the legendary disciple of the Tai Tian Dao sect, rumored to be a reincarnated celestial being, took a year and 3 months to accomplish that feat. No matter how exceptional one's aptitude may be, can it truly surpass that of a born celestial? Yes, concern breeds chaos. The upcoming outer courtyard competition will undoubtedly be attended by the elder disciples. The others should patiently await the next opportunity. Lu Qing diligently hones his abilities, meticulously studying formations without neglecting his other pursuits. He does not engage in endless practice day and night. Occasionally, he allows himself moments of relaxation. The messages left on the jade slips have become his recent source of joy, serving as his means of receiving information from the outside world. Upon reviewing these messages, he swiftly discerns the current state of affairs in the outer sect. Lu Qing remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of tranquility. He held no illusions about the fantastical tales of achieving immortality within a year or ascending to celestial realms in 3. At best, he aspired to a life of longevity and enduring existence. Although he maintained a demeanor of utmost humility and refrained from seeking fame, it was essential to consider the context of comparison. To be regarded as possessing superior aptitude was a significant accolade, particularly for those disciples deemed lacking in merit. Each one of them represented a potential beacon of hope for the path of immortality. Indeed, the recent demise of several disciples resulted in numerous vacancies among the surrounding Dao peaks. Lu Qing never anticipated that his Dao peak would attract anyone's interest. Qian Wanan rode on the most inexpensive white crane spirit beast of the sect to the task hall. After several decades of diligent service, he remained merely at the mid-stage of Qi nourishing. He was contemplating seeking another Dao peak as his training ground. He dared not covet the caves and Dao peaks left behind by fallen seniors. Upon his arrival at Yunwu Peak, he noticed that the spiritual energy here seemed denser than at other nearby peaks. Thus, he hurried to find his cousin, who worked at the task hall in the outer sect. The elder, responsible for registering Dao peaks, delegated specific tasks to certain disciples, making the position quite desirable. Without some connections or background, one might not even be selected. Brother, I have my eyes on a Dao peak. Could you check if it's occupied? Qian Wanan inquired. His cousin scoffed and replied, those prime locations have long been claimed. Even I cannot lay claim to them, so you should abandon such thoughts. Qian Wanan shook his head, eager to placate him. You know me. I am self-aware and would never pursue something too hot to handle. His cousin relented. All right, let me see where it is. He produced a jade slip, from which swirling mist emerged, presenting a three-dimensional scene as if one were present. This is it, Qian Wanan exclaimed, pointing excitedly. It is occupied by a disciple named Lu Qing, who entered 6 months ago and possesses outstanding talent. His cousin's hand pushed forward, revealing a plethora of densely packed information about registered Dao peaks. Ah, Qian Wanan thought, believing that such a remote place in the outer sect would pose no threat. Although the occupant was a newcomer, the fact that he had superior talent was concerning. Could he possibly, he ventured, worried that this gifted individual might have powerful backing? His cousin's expression shifted subtly, as he had not heard of this individual taking a master. However, one should not underestimate a disciple with high-grade talent. I do not wish to concede, Qian Wanan decided. Let us visit him. Thus, they found themselves in the scene that Lu Qing observed. His innate talent for avoiding danger did not activate, suggesting that there was no immediate threat to his life. Who are you? A voice pierced through the mist, reaching their ears before they could respond. We wish to discuss an exchange of Dao peaks, one of the newcomers stated. Lu Qing's expression shifted slightly at this proposition. An exchange? He had neither spiritual veins nor valuable items. What could they possibly offer? Yet, one of them was at the foundation establishment stage. Lu Qing sensed that their cultivation was not insurmountably beyond his own, perhaps just 1 or 2 minor realms higher. Having dedicated himself to arduous training, Lu Qing had now reached the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. His spiritual sense had expanded several times since its inception, allowing him to envelop the entirety of his Dao peak effortlessly. However, he refrained from probing areas beyond his own. This was the domain of the sect, protected by formidable arrays that connected heaven and earth. Ordinary spiritual senses would falter, akin to tofu striking a wall, making it unsustainable. This was why the content of the foundation establishment was partially open. Disciples must study it diligently to avoid severe consequences from careless manipulation of their spiritual sense. Come up. Lu Qing beckoned, and the 2 white cranes ascended. Brother, why are we doing this? Qian Wanan questioned, puzzled. Though he is a genius, he has not yet matured. This Dao peak is not an invaluable treasure. Why be so cordial? Yet, his cousin's demeanor was no longer relaxed. The mere mention of an exchange stirred turbulent thoughts within him. He chastised himself. pondering whether he had been secluded for too long or had not encountered new disciples in ages. Was high-grade talent truly as monstrous as this? Do not speak yet. I sense a presence of foundation establishment, Lu Qing stated. He found it difficult to believe that they sought to exchange anything for his Dao peak. He was content where he was, with no threats to his life, and would not shrink from confrontation. He was determined to discern their intentions. Do not speak yet. This brother may very well be a foundation establishment cultivator, Qian Huanan gasped in disbelief. Despite the multitude of outer sect disciples, not every mortal could become high-ranking officials or emperors, and many remained in the qi-nourishing stage, attending to the mundane affairs of the sect for years. Chapter 32. A fortuitous encounter. Having witnessed significant events, Qian Huanan was accustomed to the presence of great cultivators. However, what astonished him was, "You say he is a new disciple from 6 months ago?" His mind swirled, unwilling to relinquish a glimmer of hope. "Indeed," his cousin replied, looking at him with pity. The other party's perception was indeed lacking, and he had not anticipated such a revelation. Within the sect, the closer one was to the inner sanctum, the richer the spiritual energy. It was true, however, that the outer sect did not exhibit a stark divide. Only between the inner and outer sects did a significant disparity in spiritual energy exist. Upon dismounting from the crane and arriving here, his cousin felt an aura that was not inferior to his own, even instilling a sense of trepidation. "Esteemed brothers, I am uncertain how to commence this discussion regarding the exchange of Dao peaks." His cousin addressed the young man before him, who radiated a natural aura, unmistakably embodying the essence of foundation establishment. As he beheld Lu Qing and the surrounding misty courtyard, he cleared his throat. "Lu Shidi, it appears my cousin has been misled and has acted rashly." At that moment, Qian Huanan, feeling utterly out of place, quickly confessed, "It was my fault for intruding upon this esteemed brother." Lu Qing was taken aback. Had it not been merely a couple of sentences, how could they have already shown signs of discouragement before him? No matter, the other party approached with a smile, and Lu Qing felt it inappropriate to act as an unwelcome guest, so he engaged in a brief conversation. "Junior brother, your mist formation seems to be derived from this grand cloud formation, almost elusive in nature. No wonder I sensed a difference upon entering this place." His cousin chuckled, casually bringing up the topic. "Elder brother, you possess keen insight." Lu Qing candidly acknowledged that the combination of the cloud mist array and the gathering spirit array allows for a more concentrated flow of spiritual energy. Unlike the diffuse nature of the cloud mist array, which can be better focused within the courtyard and the spiritual fields behind. My cousin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, producing a diagram from his storage ring. "Impressive. I did not expect my junior brother to delve into the intricacies of formations. Coincidentally, I possess a formation diagram. Since I have come to visit with my cousin today, it would be of little use to keep this diagram for myself. Consider it a gift for you, my junior brother." "This, brother, you should take it back." Lu Qing hastily declined. He had no rapport with the elder brother Qian before him, and he dared not accept the gifts offered. In the realm of cultivation, one cannot easily discern the intentions of others. "Ah, junior brother, you need not fret. I merely wish to foster a benevolent connection with you as a form of atonement. For my cousin is indeed quite inept." Qian Huanan observed with a calm demeanor, refraining from uttering a word. It was preferable to be chided by his cousin than to endure a beating from others. Had he been of a more vindictive nature, he might have acquired an adversary in the foundational stage. "Damn it, had I known better, I wouldn't have been so greedy." "Ah, it is no wonder they say geniuses are indeed exceptional." Qian Huanan evidently forgot his earlier thought that a genius is merely a genius, not necessarily a strong individual. He was no fool. Seeing his cousin's demeanor, it was clear that junior brother Lu's cultivation was not that of a mere novice in the foundational realm. After half an hour had passed, Qian Huanan remained in a daze, watching his cousin engage animatedly with Lu Qing. The rapport between them suggested a bond of friendship. It was not until they descended the mountain that the smile on his cousin's face gradually faded. "Cousin," Qian Huanan said weakly. "Ah, cousin, you must refine your temperament. There happens to be a notable disciple from the Qili clan who is set to embark on a training mission. You shall replace him." With that pronouncement, Qian Huanan's expression turned anxious, his face contorted. "Cousin, the claws of the Qili are sharp. I fear my constitution may not withstand it." He felt a chill run down his spine, who was unaware of the abundance of spirit beasts within their academy. The ancestor of the Qi Li was a mount of a powerful dean, and this came with considerable backing. Not only must one be well-fed and well cared for, but they also had to face disciples who sought to curry favor with the opportunity to combat it. Many disciples, eager to test their mettle and expand their connections, would return from the Chile forest with faces marred by misfortune. I do this for your own good. Junior brother Lu is no ordinary individual. His talent is remarkable. Initially, I believed him to be solely focused on his cultivation, only to discover his adeptness in formation techniques as well. Previously, there were those who wished to study the cloud mist formation, yet few possessed the intellect and insight to grasp its complexities. Furthermore, I perceive a tranquil and ethereal aura about him, suggestive of spirit plant energy. With such cultivation, should he dedicate himself to a single path, I might find myself addressing him as senior brother in no time. His cousin expressed with a sense of wistfulness. Working in the outer sex task hall had honed his keen eye for potential, and he had already discerned the promising future of junior brother Lu. He valued not only the present interaction but also the possibilities it heralded. Through their exchanges, one could glean much about an individual's inclinations. Without a doubt, junior brother Lu leaned towards tranquility and effortless existence. While a tinge of envy may have existed, it was overshadowed by a sense of joy. Investing in a genius is indeed an art. No, it is more accurate to say that befriending a genius is an art. His cousin understood this well, for he too had once been regarded as a genius, yet he lacked hope for entry into the inner sect. However, this junior brother Lu might very well have such prospects. The serendipity of today may well prove invaluable in the future. Moreover, it was fortunate that Lu possessed a pure and natural disposition. Otherwise, the consequences of today's encounter might have been quite dire. Qian Wanan, now wide-eyed, nodded earnestly. Cousin, you are absolutely right. Lu Qing stepped out of the courtyard, gazing into the distance where the dawn light illuminated the clouds with a golden sheen. Glancing at the formation diagram in his hand, he understood why no ominous scenarios had manifested in his mind. Strength was indeed paramount. Lu Qing's expression remained serene as he deftly retrieved an ancient formation plate from his storage pouch. The archaic disc rested comfortably in the palm of his hand, while his right hand unfurled the intricate diagram of the formation. This was a superior-grade formation diagram, a testament to his competence as a disciple working in the mission hall. Throughout their interaction, the initial wariness dissipated quickly, and any lingering tension was resolved with just a few exchanged words. His peak of Tao was purely a manifestation of the formation's power. Qian Wanan, who happened to pass by, instinctively sensed the spiritual energy emanating from the formation. Though unable to perceive its intricacies, a foundation-building cultivator could. Even without a dedicated study of formations, residing within the mountain gate offered ample exposure. In the end, even if they exchanged, it would be Qian Wanan who bore the brunt of the loss. Thus, this formation diagram served to cater to their inclinations, alleviate grievances, and forge connections. Chapter 33. The Superior Grade Formation of Golden Light. Lu Qing's gaze was enigmatic. He recognized this as a diagram of a high-tier formation. Recently, after delving into the study of formations, although he lacked spirit stones or contribution points for exchange, he would frequently open various formation diagrams to peruse their information. Among them was the Golden Light Formation. This particular formation was derived from an ancient blessing incantation known as the Golden Light Divine Spell. Typically, formations imbued with divine essence are beyond the mastery of ordinary cultivators. It was later that an unknown master of formations, inspired by the Golden Light Divine Spell, devised a complete system for the Golden Light Formation. The Golden Light Formation that Lu Qing possesses has been passed down since that time. This formation is neither an illusionary array nor a killing array. Rather, it is a defensive array. Indeed, it occupies a distinguished place among high-grade formations, relying solely on its defensive capabilities. The master of formations believed that only his own physical body was truly suited to bear such an array. Thus, this Golden Light Formation is essentially inscribed upon the flesh itself. The body becomes the array, etched upon every inch of skin, with not a single strand of hair overlooked. And the delicate areas of the eyes and other sensory orifices receive particular emphasis in their protection. Once perfected, its defense rivals that of ancient tortoises. Lu Qing had never anticipated that he could engrave formations onto his own flesh. However, at this moment, he felt utterly unsure of his capabilities. The road ahead is long and arduous. Nevertheless, despite these uncertainties, Lu Qing found himself pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. The formation diagram merely sketched a few lines. To someone unacquainted with formations, it would undoubtedly appear as nonsensical scribbles, utterly incomprehensible. Yet, to Lu Qing's discerning eyes, every single line on this diagram resonated with the rhythm of the formation path, as if each stroke was a fortuitous gift from the heavens, masterfully crafted. It seemed to embody the very laws of nature. He unconsciously relaxed, and his heartbeat gradually slowed. The golden light formation, during its refinement process, imbued flesh with a golden radiance. Without a formation eye, the only way to breach its defenses was through absolute force to crush the outer layer. This meant that the formation could withstand assaults from those of lesser realms. Of course, if all went well, this golden light formation would be classified as a superior formation. However, it also bore its drawbacks, particularly concerning luck. The entry threshold was profoundly obscure. Once, a cultivator entered the purple manor and attained the golden core, yet remained utterly perplexed by this formation. This individual was a renowned young prodigy, whose comprehension surpassed that of most. It is evident that the formation diagram Lu Qing glimpsed in the treasure vault of the Tao Academy existed, but regrettably, there were many who sought to exchange for it. Yet, those capable of mastering it were exceedingly few. The most recent successful practitioner had been an outer sect disciple from a century ago, possessing mid-grade aptitude. While some with exceptional insights could not gain entry, those of average understanding managed to do so. It was only when an elder who had devoted thousands of years to studying formations elucidated the aspect of luck that the origins of this formation became clear. It was derived from the ancient golden light divine spell, which typically required a dash of fortune. Brother Qian's intention in providing this formation diagram was not to deceive. It was simply the sole superior formation diagram he possessed. A genius of superior aptitude, who also diligently practiced the art of formations, demonstrated an unprecedented speed in cultivation, ranking among the fastest in the history of outer sect disciples. Lu Qing was acutely aware of this. His confidence stemmed not from insight, but from the enhancement of his lifespan. With a foundation of 500 years, he had now calculated his longevity to be 600 years. Time was on his side. The green bamboo, rooted resolutely on the precipice, swayed gently, yet Lu Qing paid no heed to the outside world. He did not gaze at the clouds nor the leaves cascading down. His entire focus, both vision and spirit, was entirely absorbed by the golden light array. The golden light array was a matter of fortune. One might grasp its essence in a single day, while others could toil for decades without a hint of success. A thread of profound understanding flickered within his mind. As he examined the intricately lined diagram of the formation, a thunderous sound echoed in the distance. The formation shifted countless times, golden light flashing as the intricate patterns of the array intertwined with the acupoints throughout his body. With a resounding boom, the once blank expanse of his spiritual sea was suddenly illuminated by golden light. A vivid scene materialized within his consciousness. Lu Qing's heart instinctively turned as she realized that this formation diagram actually bore the legacy of a true practitioner. Within the image, a middle-aged man clad in azure robes emerged, enveloped in an aura of profound age. The golden light formation, expanding from a single point to a vast expanse, layered upon itself, was unassailable. This represented the method of refinement. Lu Qing stared unblinkingly at the figure clad in blue. In an instant, with a wave of his hand, the weighty aura was subdued by a radiant beam of golden light. He employed his fingers as a quill and the luminous energy as a thread, deftly tracing several points upon his corporeal form. The technique was not overly intricate, yet his movements were remarkably swift. To an untrained eye, it would appear as though this individual possessed countless arms, orchestrating a mesmerizing display before them. Lu Qing meticulously recorded the specific locations, their order, and the intensity required. If I am not mistaken, these are the pivotal points, with hundreds of acupoints in the physical body and the emergence of spiritual consciousness within the sea of awareness. It is not an arduous task to survey the entirety of one's being. Yet, even so, entering the threshold remains a formidable challenge. The errors likely stem from initial misconceptions. The application of the golden light formation upon one's own flesh is a matter of considerable significance. Where to exert force and where to commence holds profound implications. The figure clad in blue moved with the swiftness of a tempest. Yet his breathing remained tranquil as a still lake. Lu Qing unconsciously began to imitate. He closed his eyes, not focusing on himself, but rather manipulating his formation with his consciousness. The formation was originally purchased by him, and now that he had entered the foundation establishment stage and acquired spiritual awareness, he could effortlessly infuse a strand of his divine thought into it, facilitating his control. The creator of the golden light array was a formidable being, a powerful figure who naturally required no external assistance. For such individuals, deploying multiple grand formations was as effortless as breathing. Lu Qing undoubtedly possesses the required capital and is not arrogant. He clearly perceives the path beneath his feet. Once the formation is unleashed, his divine consciousness and spiritual power seamlessly converge in imitation. A few strands of golden light are sketched forth. After the scene concludes, the figure in green garments glows brilliantly in gold, before reverting to his original appearance, with the golden light concealed beneath his skin and flesh. After a brief moment of breath, he appears indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Lu Qing furrowed his brows slightly, closing his eyes, and unconsciously began to mimic within his sea of consciousness. Before him, strands of spiritual energy began to delineate an intricate formation. This marked the location of a physical acupoint. The air resonated with a thunderous roar. At that moment, rays of dawn light pierced through the azure clouds, illuminating the grand peak with a radiant golden sheen. Mysterious patterns of the formation danced before him. Although the vision of inheritance within his sea of consciousness lasted but a minute, it did not dissipate. Rather, it felt as if this formation had captured and recorded the very essence of that moment. Lu Qing opened his eyes, a glimmer of realization flashing across his face. The golden light array had confounded countless individuals, and it was evident that he was still far from mastering it during this initial attempt. However, while his chances of success had previously been non-existent, they had paradoxically increased following his failure. Chapter 34, Foundation Establishment Level 4, Mission Update. Nevertheless, this was not without its triumphs. To be precise, he had achieved success to a degree. Lu Qing set his hands down, and strands of golden light appeared before his eyes. Slowly, he began the refinement. This formation was unlike the Gathering Spirit formation or the Mist formation, which could be activated simply by establishing the array and its focal point. The golden light formation, being intrinsically linked to the physical body, initially manifested as a single layer. However, upon successful refinement or deepening of one's cultivation, layers would accumulate upon one another. The phrase thousands of waves crashing would not be an exaggeration. This is precisely why it is regarded as an invincible defensive formation. After careful contemplation, Lu Qing finally discerned the underlying principles. He retracted the formation diagram and recalled the contents of his storage bag, having memorized them all. Since entering the foundation establishment stage, Lu Qing had imbued a strand of his spiritual consciousness into these items. Although he lacked the skill of artifact crafting as a foundation establishment cultivator, the manifestation of his spiritual consciousness and the subsequent division of a fraction of it posed no significant challenge. Now at the 9th level of foundation establishment, Lu Qing had ascended to this stage within merely half a year, undoubtedly placing him among the ranks of prodigies. The passage of time in his cultivation journey seemed indifferent to the changing seasons. Another month elapsed. Lu Qing emerged from his seclusion, having attained the 4th layer of foundation establishment, reaching the same realm as his senior brother Qian. However, Lu Qing was uncertain whether it was due to his cultivation method. But the spiritual energy within his dantian had transformed into a vast, golden lake, rich and abundant. Today, he concluded his retreat because the White Crane Boy had brought him a few dragon fruits from the spiritual herb garden. Such treasures, indeed, anything presented by the White Crane Boy is bound to be of exceptional quality. Do give it a taste. Ever since he inexplicably awakened a penchant for tea, the White Crane Boy had been exchanging tea leaves from his trees with Lu Qing during each of his visits. The flavor was delightful. The dragon fruits in the fruit platter gleamed a pale blue, reminiscent of the color of the sea. As he took a bite, even before savoring it, he felt a refreshing liquid cascade down his throat, as cool as water. One fruit consumed, Lu Qing distinctly sensed a refreshing vitality coursing through him, accompanied by a subtle increase in spiritual energy. Child, you wouldn't be pilfering from others, would you? Earlier, Lu Qing had pondered the source of the myriad treasures possessed by the White Crane Boy. So diverse and without overlap, the White Crane Boy raised his neck with pride, declaring, "What do you mean by pilfering? A few elderly gentlemen ventured out without any spirit stones and exchanged fruits with me instead. If it weren't for their frail age, I wouldn't have bothered." With a carefree demeanor, the White Crane Boy effortlessly carried passengers as he pleased. Lu Qing had heard tales of this, noting that a certain elder's attendant was indeed from the White Crane lineage. Such a status might surpass that of many spiritual beasts and disciples within the Tao Academy. As for how Lu Qing was aware of this, it could only be attributed to the White Crane Boy's inability to keep secrets. Even if Lu Qing had not inquired, the boy would have readily divulged his origins. After all, he was a descendant of the esteemed White Crane ancestor, and judging by the tone of the White Crane Boy, he was quite favored. He was certainly no ordinary old man. Lu Qing remained skeptical. Bai Tongzi curled its lip. It typically held great reverence for certain venerable elders. Yet most of them secluded themselves in their cultivation. In ordinary circumstances, only direct disciples would have the privilege to encounter them. It remarked, I wager that they are not from the Tao Academy, for the next few individuals I met were outside its confines. Originally, I had intended to venture to the White Sea to catch fish, as the season had arrived and the flavors were exquisite. Instead, I stumbled upon several elderly men. And seeing them too frail to move, I kindly offered to assist them away from that place. They spoke of their poverty and expressed their gratitude. Unlike Lu Qing, who devoted himself wholeheartedly to his own realm of cultivation, Bai Tongzi was inherently drawn to the outside world. Growing weary of the scenery here, it often took flight to explore the surroundings. The White Sea lies just north of the Tao Academy, a region perpetually blanketed in snow, with its icy landscape and frigid ocean, hence the name. Of course, this geographical knowledge is not the crux of the matter. What truly captivates is the tale of Bai Tongzi's recent excursion. Lu Qing's lips twitched slightly. Bai Tongzi still hadn't grasped the situation. It was said that life was impoverished, lacking in spirit stones, with only a few fruits offered as tokens of goodwill. If one were to sell this dragon fruit, surely one spirit stone would be a more advantageous transaction. Bai Tongzi was rather carefree, yet the proximity of Bai to the Xiantian Tao Academy, the most formidable power within the Xiantian domain, meant that no one would dare oppose the academy, except for demonic cultivators. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for Bai Tongzi's identity to be recognized. White cranes were exceedingly common within the academy. Setting aside such matters, I have heard much during my time outside. Lu Qing, have you established your foundation? Just as he was about to inquire further, Bai Tongzi's mind finally caught up. Having recently emerged from seclusion, Lu Qing's aura had yet to fully dissipate. After sipping his tea, Lu Qing nodded with composure. Goodness, at this rate. Could it be that you will enter the inner academy by the end of this year? Bai Tongzi gazed at Lu Qing with a peculiar intensity, suddenly realizing that this young man, whom he had encountered merely half a year prior as an ordinary person without any cultivation, had astonishingly established his foundation in the blink of an eye. As a foundational white crane, Bai Tongzi did not revel in boasting about his own cultivation. It was an intrinsic instinct born of his nature as a spirit beast, where the very act of breathing was a form of cultivation. Yet, he had never anticipated that in less than half a year, Lu Qing would achieve such a feat. Do you truly possess superior talent? Such a display should typically correspond to an initial level of earthly quality. It is indeed superior. Ah, never mind that. I have some news that may pique your interest. What news? Pray tell, Lu Qing replied. Bai Tongzi opened his mouth, explaining that foundational cultivators, unlike disciples in the Qi nurturing stage, were assigned a guarding task. Thus, one must venture out as a guarding cultivator. After a year, you will be required to depart. And the news is that the protection period for your cohort of new disciples has been shortened. Rather than being calculated by the protection period, it is now based on cultivation level. Therefore, Lu Qing, I suspect you will soon be leaving the mountain gate. Bai Tongzi sighed softly. This revelation caused Lu Qing to momentarily pause, though he quickly regained his composure. Why had this been advanced suddenly? His expression remained calm. He had anticipated this turn of events. Nevertheless, being at the 4th level of foundation still felt somewhat insufficient. Bai Tongzi added, I only learned of this recently. It seems that due to the previous incident with the spiritual vein explosion, which resulted in the loss of many disciples, there is now a shortage of personnel in that area. However, you need not worry excessively. It is said that a lottery system will be employed, determined by 3 supervising elders from the outer academy. Bai Tongzi was clearly well informed on the matter. Upon hearing the drawing of lots, Lu Qing displayed a peculiar expression, as if he believed that his ability to avert disaster could be triggered, providing an opportunity to validate his thoughts. Chapter 35, Seclusion, 8th Layer of Foundation Establishment. After the departure of the White Crane youth, Lu Qing's spirit was slightly elevated, though he held little curiosity about the outside world. He was acutely aware that the duty of guarding was an obligation that must be fulfilled. He contemplated the possibility of a lottery system, which might allow him to evade perilous locations. Furthermore, he engaged in reverse thinking. Should he draw a location that was neither dangerous nor ominous? Lu Qing believed there could be a fortuitous opportunity, what is often referred to as the notion of avoiding misfortune to embrace good fortune. Naturally, since this matter had reached his ears, he knew he must prepare. He resumed his cultivation and left the Tao Academy, although the spiritual energy conditions were far from ideal. The previous cohort of guarding cultivators had returned. Alas, he had hoped to remain at the mountain gate, but that seemed unlikely now. This did not concern them. Even those dispatched were disciples of considerable cultivation, while this group comprised foundational practitioners. Many disciples from the outer sect had caught wind of the news and were inclined to observe the unfolding events. The majority had yet to enter the foundational stage, and sending them out would subject them to dangers sufficient to test their mettle. However, no formal notification had yet been issued from above. Qing cultivates diligently every day, simultaneously sowing the new round of spiritual rice. After the completion of her cultivation of the Shaolin rain technique, the descending rainwater enveloped strands of ethereal energy. The task entrusted to Qing was to procure the phoenix rice, a grade above the usual spiritual grain. Its hue, a vivid crimson, glistened like pearls. It required but a single cycle to reach maturity. Upon Qing's emergence, his foundational cultivation had reached the 4th level, his spiritual energy flowing smoothly. With a mere thought, he formed a seal, summoning clouds and rain. Standing in the corridor, he gazed at the gentle rain cascading down, while the moisture that enveloped him remained at bay, untouched by his robes. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, he channeled his spiritual energy, causing the rain to dissipate once more. After the downpour, clouds and a vibrant rainbow adorned the vast sky, while the fields of phoenix rice lay spread out in a magnificent crimson expanse. Qing gathered the rainwater once more, forming a hand gesture, and unleashed a force as sharp as the metal of gung, sweeping forward. The wind stirred, and the spirit rice fell. Qing stored the spiritual rice he had obtained into his storage pouch. Today was a bountiful harvest, and Qing took to the kitchen, with his consciousness extending outward. He deftly manipulated various cooking utensils to prepare a dish of spiritual rice. After savoring the spiritual rice, he attentively sensed the changes within his dantian. It was slightly superior to ordinary spiritual rice, yet the difference felt rather subtle to him at this moment. Qing examined his own consciousness. Such spiritual grains hold little significance for one who has already attained the foundation establishment stage like himself. Qing was not disheartened. Instead, he departed from Daophone and made his way to the Spirit Herb Institute to submit this task. As the seller was currently in seclusion and unable to engage in a face-to-face transaction, Qing decided to entrust the matter to the platform. Typically, tasks accepted within the Spirit Herb Institute would be supported by the institute itself, alleviating any concerns of financial misconduct. Qing had not descended the mountain for quite some time, traversing the path with the aid of the wind. Within the confines of the Taoist Academy, one need not worry excessively about grave dangers. Qing's figure transformed into a beam of radiant light, swiftly retreating into the vast sky. The time taken was remarkably brief, far surpassing the speed of that era when consciousness had yet to be conceived. Qing is excessively modest. As the rainbow light ascended into the sky, some disciples looked up with envy. They too yearned to soar through the air, but regrettably, their inadequate talents hindered them from establishing a foundation for a long time. Upon completing this task, Qing received nearly 200 spirit stones and resolved to continue his seclusion. He would soon depart from the Tao Academy, venturing to an unknown destination. For now, his priority was to elevate his cultivation. Qing immersed himself in a tranquil state, attuning to the shifting lake within his dantian. A delicate thread of Tao rhythm enveloped his spirit, continuously drawing in the ethereal energy that flowed from all directions with each breath. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had elapsed. Suddenly, several disciples' tokens emitted a resonant hum. Within the cultivation chamber, the door swung open of its own accord, revealing the silhouette of a young man. Clad in azure robes, he exuded an air of serene composure. Qing let out a slow sigh, calculating that over 2 months had passed. This period of seclusion marked a new record for him. Whether it was due to a change in his mental state or the progress he had made in understanding the golden light array, the newly arranged gathering formation had become considerably more intricate. The abundant spiritual energy in this place filled Qing with delight, enabling him to advance directly into the late stage of foundation establishment, reaching the 8th layer of the foundation establishment realm during his 2 months of secluded cultivation. The moment he had anticipated was finally approaching. His gaze shifted slightly. Today marked his emergence from seclusion, prompted by the task assigned by the White Crane Boy to maintain vigilance. He had not expected that it would take such a prolonged period to finalize this matter. Qing's consciousness delved into the token. Outer Sect Foundation establishment disciples are to report to the mission hall today, tomorrow, and the day after to accept their assigned guarding tasks. Those who have already completed their duties may disregard this message. Lu Qing emerged from his seclusion, his aura once again restrained. In the grand hall of the outer sex mission area, within the expansive city, Lu Qing observed numerous streaks of light, akin to himself, all converging towards the mission hall. He descended gracefully upon the wind. A disciple approached him. "Senior brother, the station tasks are over there." Those capable of flight today were primarily Foundation establishment disciples. There were designated individuals for guidance. "Thank you," Lu Qing replied. However, being well acquainted with the surroundings, he felt no need for assistance. The disciple experienced a fleeting moment of disappointment but quickly noticed more streaks of light descending, prompting him to hasten towards them. After all, there was a reward for guiding tasks, and not everyone was qualified to offer such assistance. Lu Qing stepped inside and discovered that a considerable number of individuals were gathered there. In the forefront stood a high platform made of white jade, upon which a venerable elder clad in purple robes sat in serene contemplation, his gaze directed towards Lu Qing. In his hand, the elder held a divination tube, which appeared to contain only 3 slips of paper. However, Lu Qing did not dwell on this. Instead, he focused on the divination tube, immersing himself in thought. Suddenly, the tube before him transformed. Countless slips floated before him, resembling a wall, meticulously arranged from top to bottom and left to right. Each wooden slip bore no numbers, relying solely on his perception for order. Beside him, shadowy figures, evidently fellow disciples, were also present. Some wooden slips were selected, while others were pondered over. This disarray rendered the location indiscernible. No one knew where they were stationed. Lu Qing gazed intently ahead. Suddenly, a dire scenario unfolded in his mind. However, this time Lu Qing remained remarkably composed. The task of guarding the cultivators was far from simple. Those demonic cultivators had lurked in the shadows for so long, akin to tenacious cockroaches, stirring trouble in various locales. Having dismantled the stronghold of the demonic sect, it was difficult to ascertain whether those who remained outside would seize the opportunity to eliminate the cultivators stationed at the Dao Academy. Lu Qing believed that the location secured by the Foundation building disciples might indeed harbor hidden perils. A divinatory image emerged within his thoughts. Lu Qing meticulously examined the situation. This time, the occurrences seemed somewhat excessive. Chapter 36. Guard Duty, Departing from the Mountain Gate. Ominous Prognosis. Selecting the first stick numbered 13, proceed to Baifeng County, where one encounters a formidable beast in the Dan stage and meets a tragic end. A grave omen, with no chance of survival. Ominous Prognosis. Selecting the second stick numbered 19, journey to Ningfeng County, where one unexpectedly encounters a secret and faces obliteration. A grave omen, with no chance of survival. Ominous Prognosis. Selecting the third stick numbered 9, travel to Tianyun City, where one is beset by envy from many, leading to endless repercussions. Ominous. Neutral Prognosis. Selecting the fourth stick numbered 12, head to Yutian County, resulting in no gains or losses. Neutral. Neutral Prognosis. Selecting the first stick numbered 1. Proceed to Anning County, with no gains. Neutral. A peculiar glimmer sparkled in Lu Qing's eyes as he gazed upon the wooden stake wall before him, where stakes continually vanished. Yet, his attention was drawn to a particular spot. Excluding the ominous and unfavorable signs, along with countless neutral ones, he focused on the remaining area. He raised his hand and summoned the 7th stake, seemingly ordinary amidst the multitude of wooden stakes. However, Lu Qing aimed to validate whether he could employ the skill of avoiding misfortune for a reverse selection. While such maneuvers were commonplace within the game, this was Lu Qing's inaugural attempt to choose a sign that was not neutral in this world. As the stake came into his grasp, a surge of inspiration coursed through him. Upon selecting this particular stake, a location materialized before him, Lingtai County. The elder in the purple robe remained seated, exuding an air of authority. Upon making his selection, Lu Qing discovered that a new message had appeared in his token. The Outer Sect Foundation disciple Lu Qing had drawn the station location of Lingtai County in the Nuan Prefecture of the Xiantian domain. The path to immortality is long and arduous, with a station duration ranging from a minimum of 1 year to an indeterminate length. Please allocate time reasonably based on the commencement date. Lu Qing glanced back, noting that the Dao Academy had allotted a preparation period of half a month, indicating that certain locations were quite distant. He cast a fleeting glance at his own location before examining the map of the Xiantian domain. The Xiantian domain lay at the center, while Lingzhou was situated towards the eastern side, separated by 2 intervening states. Lu Qing's eyelids twitched. He retracted his previous statement. In certain aspects, The distance was not merely far, but exceedingly vast. One state's area is already dozens of times that of the Blue Star Ocean. Lu Qing had not conducted a dedicated calculation, yet he was acutely aware that this Lingzhou was quite distant from the Dao Academy. Nevertheless, in selecting this location, Lu Qing recalled several ominous hexagrams and their corresponding place names, which lingered in his mind. The few cities that existed were indeed a source of envy for some. The resources available to cities and counties were, without doubt, disparate. The jealousy directed towards Tianyun City, as well as the secrets alluded to in Ningfeng County, remained shrouded in mystery. In the future, when embarking on journeys, it would be essential to possess a method of concealment. While the disciple's jade token was undeniably of great significance, its efficacy appeared markedly diminished when one ventured beyond the mountain gate. Lu Qing speculated that there might be a connection with the extensive array surrounding the Dao Academy. It is imperative to exchange for some necessary items first, as the duration of this stationing remains uncertain and excessively prolonged. Lu Qing merely yearned to pass through the year in tranquility. Generally speaking, he had perused the station regulations, and barring any unforeseen errors, a year should suffice. However, should there be any discrepancies or should something of significance arise in the stationed area, then the duration of this stationing could not simply be measured in years. Lu Qing ultimately purchased a technique of wind chasing and a skill known as wave upon wave, alongside a method of body movement and a technique of combat. The wave upon wave technique, which allows for the stacking of all things, struck Lu Qing as having a remarkable similarity to the golden light array. Aside from the cultivation methods, what remained were merely essential items for travel. The Daoist Academy's treasury contained an abundance of various items. Lu Qing was not in a hurry to embark on his journey. He dedicated a day to mastering the fundamentals of the wind chase technique, a skill designed to traverse distances with the swiftness of the wind, embodying speed to the utmost degree. This ethereal pursuit resonated with Lu Qing, as he possessed an inherent sensitivity and prior exposure, allowing him to progress swiftly to a minor achievement in his practice. Within the Dao Peak, he had little to gather, and thus, he needed minimal preparation. After dismantling the formations he had set up and bidding farewell to the White Crane Boy, he departed from the Xiantian Dao Academy. The Mountain Gate's formations were enigmatic, and as Lu Qing stepped forward, he immediately sensed the disparity in spiritual energy. Previously, without having embarked on his cultivation journey, he had been oblivious to such sensations. Now, with his newfound abilities, Lu Qing comprehended the necessity of cultivating in places rich in spiritual essence. He glanced at the map, the meticulously detailed version of the Xiantian domain, a copy provided to each departing individual. After Lu Qing discerned the direction, a flicker of azure light beckoned him to depart towards the heavens. Lingzhou, situated beneath the Nuan Prefecture, encompasses several counties, one of which is named Lingai County. In front of Lingai County flows a vast river, while behind it looms a formidable mountain, providing sustenance from both the land and the water, rendering the environment quite agreeable. The Lingai River teems with aquatic life. Though not extraordinary treasures, it nonetheless harbors a hint of spiritual essence. The catch is sold in various inns and taverns within Lingai County, following a model of modest profits through high sales volume, yielding considerable earnings. Meanwhile, Lingai Mountain, devoid of divine trees or sacred fruits, is, overall, quite unremarkable. Nevertheless, within Lingai County, numerous factions thrive, as the presence of the river and the mountain sustains a vibrant populace. Recently, however, the attention of the prominent figures in Lingai County has shifted towards the newly appointed resident cultivator of the Xiantian Dao Academy. This new resident cultivator is named Chen. Lord Chen, do you know the background of the newly arrived immortal master? We ought to prepare accordingly, inquired the county lords from the Zhao, Li, Chun, and Bai families, raising their cups in salute. After a few rounds of drinks, one could no longer contain their curiosity and spoke up. They had only recently learned of the new resident cultivator's arrival. This group consisted of foundational cultivators, unperturbed by the possibility of the newcomer disregarding their presence. Chen Xing shook his head and replied, "There is no need for you to pry into my knowledge. I am only aware of the name of my fellow disciple, and nothing beyond that." He glanced at the four individuals and smiled. "Do not fret. You are all foundational cultivators, and I trust you will receive some measure of respect." The resident cultivator was not one to adopt an aloof demeanor. In mutual exchanges, certain matters could be settled as long as there was no lack of transparency. Upon hearing this, the elder head of the Zhao family acknowledged, "What Lord Chen says is indeed wise. I am grateful for your care over the past 3 years, and I raise a toast to you." In an instant, the banquet atmosphere grew warm and convivial. After the feast, The focus turned to discerning the character of the newly arrived immortal master. Indeed, appointing a resident cultivator brings its own style. I wonder what kind of person this newcomer is. I have heard that although he is a foundational cultivator, he is still relatively new to the path. So there is little to worry about. This news circulated among the 4 prominent families, leaving some members deep in thought, while others appeared more relaxed. For in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Chapter 37, 9 Layers of Foundation. Lingtai County. The Lingtai River flowed majestically, its vast expanse stretching into the horizon, with countless vessels traversing its surface. Among them, a grand ship sailed, adorned with fluttering banners, rising 9 stories high, each level housing numerous rooms brimming with abundant spiritual energy. A testament to the effectiveness of the gathering spirit array. Clearly, this vessel was intended for cultivators, as only they would require such concentrations of spiritual essence. Master Liu. We are nearing Lingtai County, a steward in splendid attire remarked with a smile towards a young gentleman. Should outsiders witness this steward, notorious for his frugality while navigating the waters, displaying such obsequiousness towards a youth, that would likely be taken aback. The young man in azure robes merely nodded, exuding an air of extraordinary grace. The steward's behavior stemmed from 2 reasons: gratitude and recognition of Lu Qing's identity. Indeed, Lu Qing had fortuitously encountered a formidable beast of demonic nature during his travels, a creature at the 6th layer of foundation. However, Lu Qing dispatched it with a single arrow, severing its head. The steward was among those who witnessed this event and warmly invited Lu Qing aboard the ship. Upon learning of Lu Qing's intention to travel to Lingtai County, the steward, seasoned in navigating waterways, was well informed about Lu Qing's identity. After the steward departed, Lu Qing gazed at the water's surface, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating his eyes. The water shimmered endlessly, an immeasurable expanse of riverine might. Lu Qing gazed out, feeling his mind expand considerably. His spiritual energy began to circulate instinctively around him. With ample time and the convenience of the riverboat, Lu Qing traveled leisurely, gradually solidifying his cultivation at the 8th layer of foundation establishment through his observations and reflections. The 9-story boat boasted chambers on each level, serving both as places of rest and as sanctuaries for cultivation. Within this serene environment, Lu Qing diligently devoted himself to his practice. And out of gratitude for the life-saving favor, he was spared from any expenses. Lu Qing has been out for over 10 days and is now capable of arranging the spirit-gathering array, while also having learned of the news from Lingtai County. Lingzhou, despite its name that incorporates Ling, cannot truly be described as a place of remarkable talents and spiritual essence. This region is vast. To the east lies the sea, and to the south, the mountains. With mountains facing the sea, it seems implausible that it has fallen to such a state. When Lu Qing first gazed upon the map, such thoughts crossed his mind. However, after delving into the history of Lingzhou, he found no cause for astonishment. Thousands of years ago, this land witnessed an unparalleled and cataclysmic battle among preeminent beings. The details of this monumental conflict have largely faded into obscurity, with the sole remnant being the knowledge that it obliterated the very essence of Lingzhou's geographical veins, causing countless spiritual meridians to vanish and leaving an aura of calamity and malevolence to envelop the region. Only after the passage of millennia has it transformed into its present form. The name Lingtai County, though unremarkable, sparked a fleeting reverie in Lu Qing's mind. After all, he was familiar with the famed Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain and the Crescent Moon 3-star cave, even if he had not perused the original text. This location did not feature in the divinatory symbols, yet his choice to settle here was undoubtedly rooted in personal contemplation. The only foundation upon which he could rely was his own cultivation. Lu Qing sat cross-legged in her practice. Meanwhile, upon arriving on deck, Steward Zhou was quickly surrounded by several individuals. Steward Zhou, who is this person? Why do you treat him with such caution? These individuals were all merchants, well-traveled and closely associated with the Lingzhou trading vessels, and they were familiar with Steward Zhou. Zhou, a slightly rotund middle-aged man, chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits, reflecting a certain nobility. He feigned nonchalance. One of the onlookers laughed. Is there anyone more esteemed than Steward Zhou on these waters? While the words were spoken lightly, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. I am unworthy of such praise, Zhou quickly downplayed, attributing his fortune to the kindness of several esteemed individuals who patronized his business. With a slight smile, he then inquired, Aren't you all planning to conduct business in Lingtai County? Suddenly, the other men grasped the implication, their minds ignited with understanding. Sent down from above? Zhou nodded in affirmation. Ah, steward show, your fortune is indeed remarkable. Fortune? Hardly. The news of personnel changes in Lingai County has long been circulating. I merely stumbled upon it by chance. Truly. One can see the distinction of those dispatched from Zhengzhou. Their demeanor and presence are beyond my comprehension. Admiration was etched upon their faces. The Xiantian Dao Academy held a celestial status within the Xiantian domain, and such reverence extended even to this remote locale of Lingzhou. Each stationed cultivator, regardless of other attributes, possessed a level of cultivation that surpassed theirs by a considerable margin, stirring a deep envy among many wandering practitioners. By the afternoon, the vessel finally docked. Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, feeling his aura ascend to a new pinnacle. 9 levels of foundation established, he stood in Lingai County, where the bustling excitement began to spread. Chen Xing announced, "My esteemed junior has arrived." A paper bird soared forth, landing among the 4 prominent families: Zhao, Li, Chen, and Bai. All 4 families of cultivators had their heads of households present, and the gates of the county town swung wide open. What is this about? It was said that a new guardian immortal had arrived. Well, what great grandeur! I too wish to pursue the path of immortality. The Dao Academy's presence is truly magnificent. Meanwhile, countless pairs of eyes were discreetly fixated on the gates. Some were indifferent, others apathetic, some exuded confidence, while others were filled with envy. Regardless, in the face of such a welcoming spectacle, none dared to disrupt the gathering. Even they were aware of this. Killing in the shadows allowed for some leeway. But to brazenly emerge in such a public setting would be to confront the Xiantian Dao Academy directly. A formidable force would not mobilize for a single disciple. Yet should even the slightest hint of a threat arise, a mere finger would suffice to crush those lurking gazes. Even Chen Sheng harbored concerns about returning to the Dao Academy. Though this place was comfortable, it was ultimately not a refuge for long. In coming to greet them, he was representing the Xiantian Dao Academy, his own sect. Similarly, the 4 families regarded this occasion with equal weight. Whispers had circulated that this Lu immortal was a disciple who had only recently joined, and yet here he was, having established his foundation so swiftly. Was this what it meant to be a prodigy? Were all disciples of the great immortal sects such remarkable talents? Even before Lu Qing's arrival, the previously obscure rumors had begun to circulate with increasing fervor. Numerous wandering cultivators had caught wind of these discussions. Oh heavens! Why can't I join the Xiantian Dao Academy? The sense of discontent was palpable. To establish one's foundation in their teenage years was truly enviable. He has arrived. The lofty ship docked. The 9-story vessel was an unmistakable sight. A streak of azure light appeared before the crowd. There, a young man clad in azure robes strode forward, exuding an extraordinary aura. Countless gazes were drawn to him, as if peering into an unfathomable abyss. Chen Sheng's expression reflected profound astonishment. He could not discern the strength of this junior brother. Could it be that this junior's cultivation surpassed his own? Or had he employed some form of magic to conceal it? However, as the young man approached and released the aura of late-stage foundation establishment, Chen Sheng relinquished that thought. The other's cultivation was undoubtedly beyond his own. Junior brother Lu, now that you have arrived, the task of guarding Lingai County is entrusted to you. He regained his composure and smiled. Lu Qing nodded slightly, his expression gentle. The junior brother understood. Was the senior brother departing today? Chen Xing sighed inwardly. Initially, he did not perceive this newly arrived junior as particularly formidable. Yet, the aura he exuded truly startled him. Chapter 38. Arrival, astonishing all indeed. One cannot afford to be negligent regarding matters at the mountain gate. Thus, the senior brother would take his leave, hoping to share a drink and revelry on a future occasion. Until we meet again, senior brother, the other clasped his hands in respect, and Lu Qing returned the gesture. Chen Sheng cast a complex glance at him before transforming into a streak of light, departing from Ling Tai County. With the arrival of new guards, it was inappropriate for the old ones to remain. One should not strike those who bear smiles. Ultimately, Lu Qing was indifferent to the affairs at hand. As long as the annual quotas were met, he had no desire to meddle in trivial matters. Lu Qing gazed at the members of the 4 great families. Their faces bore expressions of astonishment, yet they swiftly approached to pay their respects, their countenances adorned with smiles. We welcome the arrival of the immortal master. There is no need for such formalities. The newly arrived immortal master emanated an aura as deep as an abyss, yet his demeanor was gentle. The mere raising of his spiritual energy instilled a profound sense of shock within them. They found themselves powerless, lifted effortlessly, their hearts racing with trepidation. In that moment, their eyes reflected astonishment and fear. The display of power they had just witnessed made them feel as if their very beings were under his control. Had this been a moment of confrontation, they feared they would have met a gruesome fate. This act unequivocally enlightened them. The immortal master before them possessed cultivation far superior to their own. Reflecting on Chun Sheng's earlier expression, the four family heads exchanged glances, recognizing the glimmer of awe and trepidation in each other's eyes. In the realm of cultivation, the strong command respect. Youth and age could not be applied to this newly appointed guardian immortal master. Lu Qing held no interest in power. The banquet he prepared was merely accompanied by a sip of delicate tea. Despite the lavish feast, the atmosphere was far from lively. A few individuals recounted the resources of Lingai County. How should one address the esteemed gentleman? I call him Lu Qing. What are the previous titles? Someone inquired, puzzled. From now on, let us adhere to the past conventions. Lu Qing maintained a serene expression, listening intently, leaving no one aware of whether this youthful immortal master truly absorbed the sounds around him. Brother Chen, please guide me to the place where you previously practiced. He remarked briefly, revealing glimpses of his aloof disposition. As a disciple of the celestial realm, he exhibited little interest in the mundane pursuits of power and wealth, a sentiment echoed by many who harbored such thoughts. The head of the Zhao family smiled gently. Immortal master, this way please. He presumed that Lu Qing sought accommodation there. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qing, being newly arrived, possessed a considerable understanding of Lingtai County. The foremost duty of the station cultivators was, in fact, to remain vigilant against the threat of beastly incursions. These creatures typically resided deep within the mountains and forests, and the flesh and souls of cultivators were regarded as a rare delicacy to them. With a graceful flick of her flowing sleeves, Lu Qingxiu seemed to command the very movement of the stars. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the location previously guarded by Chen Xing. Many, upon witnessing such a display of prowess, felt a surge of both astonishment and delight. With this celestial master present, their safety was significantly assured. Lu Qing gazed upon the elegant and imposing mansion before him, exuding an air of opulence. However, he refrained from stepping inside, a slight furrow forming on his brow. The others who had accompanied him felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, reflecting on whether they had inadvertently offended this esteemed Master Lu. Master, they pondered. What sort of abode do you desire? Yet, some individuals, possessing a keen intuition, swiftly began to discern a hint of his underlying thoughts. Lu Qing held no aversion towards the residence, it was merely that the location was excessively bustling and ostentatious, which did not align with his intention to engage in a discreet and modest cultivation. Moreover, when he ventured outside, the various formations he had acquired would inevitably attract the attention of discerning individuals. Although in such places, those at the foundation establishment stage were already regarded as remarkable cultivators. One would scarcely encounter those at the Purple Mansion and core formation stages until reaching the provincial capital. Yet, the realm of cultivation is rife with the unexpected. This place does not suit me. I have heard that Lingtai Mountain offers secluded dwellings. Upon hearing this, a member of the Bai family, who held a county position, eagerly suggested, if the immortal master requires it, allow my Bai family's disciples to renovate it further. The other three individuals regarded the Bai family member with a certain inscrutability. Well, that sounds agreeable. In the blink of an eye, another day had elapsed. The cultivator's powers coalesced and surged forth with astonishing swiftness. Within a single day's time, a courtyard had risen upon a peak of Lingtai Mountain. Within this courtyard lay a microcosm, featuring koi swimming in clear waters, along with exquisite stones forming an artificial mountain. And a vast expanse of verdant bamboo groves nestled behind it, creating a serene and elegant ambience. After Lu Qing took residence here, there was no need for them to establish a formation. Moreover, Lu Qing harbored reservations about others as well. The terrain of the mountains and peaks was most suitable for the mist formation he had brought from the mountain gate. He raised his hand, and the formation plate hovered about 3 inches above his palm. Subsequently, streams of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, intertwining countless formation patterns with his spiritual power. With a swift grasp, the wisps of white mist that had been undulating between the mountains instantly billowed forth in layers. The mist emerged from the deep mountains. In Lingai County, atop a high platform, many were intrigued by the newly arrived immortal master from yesterday. As they beheld the delicate mountain peak, layers of rolling mist suddenly materialized, seemingly merging with the heavens, creating an ethereal and obscure sight. It obstructed their vision and shielded their consciousness. Such a formidable formation. Naturally harmonious. Some individuals, with bright eyes, gazed in awe at the sprawling mist, showering it with praise. Lu Qing did not cease his transformation. The fog array, while serving as a veil, also possessed offensive capabilities. With a mere thought, the original fog array continued to expand outward. Atop the peaks, the mist appeared ethereal and elusive. Within the mountains, it seemed as though nothing had changed. Yet, whenever someone approached, they would unwittingly find themselves wandering in circles, ultimately departing from an entirely different direction. After Lu Qingxi set up the formation, he cast another glance at the courtyard. Having discerned his thoughts, it became apparent that this courtyard, which had risen from the ground in just one day, was situated amidst a bamboo grove, with a gentle stream flowing nearby, making it an ideal and tranquil place for cultivation. Lu Qing did not allow them to set up the spirit-gathering array. Instead, he raised his palm and, with a graceful motion of his fingers, a large spirit-gathering array swiftly unfurled from the center of the Qingzhou courtyard. The surrounding spiritual energy surged tumultuously towards him. In an instant, Lu Qing felt the spiritual liquid in his dantian rising continuously, until it transformed into a flawless, rounded form, at which point it ceased its ascent. A flicker of joy crossed his mind, for it was the breakthrough of his realm that had been stimulated and was now being refined. The spirit-gathering array was activated, and only after reaching its limit did Lu Qing withdraw the incessant flow of spiritual energy he had been channeling. Lu Qing gazed upon the verdant bamboo courtyard, a faint sense of satisfaction blossoming within him. The fruits of his own labor, combined with the mastery of the formation he had crafted, were indeed a source of joy that stirred even his typically tranquil heart. Meanwhile, within Lingtai County, the sight of the swirling mist was immediately recognized as a grand array. No wonder Master Lu did not require our assistance in arranging the spirit-gathering array. It turned out he was a formation master himself. This realization prompted some to ponder his cultivation level. At such a tender age, appearing merely 14 or 15, he might seem like an inexperienced youth to some, yet before this celestial master, no one had regarded him as a junior from yesterday until now. Chapter 39. Understanding and Continuing the Cultivation. Lingtai County. The news of the arrival of the new celestial master gradually subsided after a few days. For most, Master Lu felt exceedingly distant. Not to mention, after presenting their offerings, the four families had little opportunity to converse with the celestial master. His unwavering commitment to cultivation was apparent to any discerning observer. Consequently, none dared to report trivial matters to him. The style of this celestial master was starkly different from that of his predecessor, Chen Xing, who required resources for his cultivation and possessed only average aptitude, was involved in various county affairs upon his arrival. Thus, opportunities for interaction were frequent. However, this new master was different, residing atop Lingtai Mountain, far from the bustling town. Those wishing to engage soon recognized his disdain for mundane matters. "Father, were you not like this before? Is the new celestial master truly so formidable?" At the Bai family, the 5-year term of the county magistrate had coincidentally fallen to the head of the Bai family. Bai Deguzi wore a perplexed expression. Bai Shotsai scoffed, fixing his gaze upon his son. "You are unaware. I am not only no match for him, but even if I joined forces with those 3 old men, we would still be inadequate." Subsequently, the 4 gathered and concluded that this master was undoubtedly at the mid to late stages of foundation establishment, while they could potentially withstand a mid-foundation cultivator when united. A late-stage cultivator represented a significant leap in combat prowess. Bai Deguzi gaped in astonishment. In his eyes, his father was the strongest. Yet now, even his father admitted to being outmatched. The seemingly youthful celestial master, appearing even younger than his youngest brother, was indeed exceptional. Rest assured, he shows no inclination to interfere with these matters. Once the new batch of goods is traded, we shall present a gift to Master Lu. After all, remaining uninvolved is preferable to meddling. Bai Shotsai's voice trailed off, barely audible. Ultimately, each station cultivator had their own style. Yet the families residing there could not escape their obligations. Fortunately, this celestial master did not demand exorbitant tributes, but even in his silence, the families understood the necessity of providing for him. This was, in a sense, an unspoken rule. Lingtai County enjoyed peaceful days, free from turmoil. Lu Qing was nestled amidst towering mountains, with an expansive vista before him and a vast bamboo grove swaying gently behind. At that moment, he formed a hand seal with both hands, causing a mystical array to hover gracefully in front of him. Subsequently, he deftly tapped certain acupoints on his body with swift precision, allowing strands of golden spiritual energy to dance across his skin. Suddenly, the array transformed. As the spiritual energy coalesced into radiant golden light, flowing in accordance with the connection between Lu Qing and the array. A thunderous roar echoed, akin to the rumble of thunder in a clear sky, as countless pulses of flesh and blood surged within him, and a layer of golden brilliance enveloped his skin. Lu Qing lowered his hands, and with a flicker of thought, he examined his own body. The radiant golden light that once shone so brilliantly had abruptly receded. Beneath his skin lay the golden array he had previously obtained. After extensive contemplation and refinement, it had finally been successfully inscribed onto his flesh. It was akin to a living formation, ever vigilant against surprise attacks. Lu Qing was well aware of the treacherous tactics in his possession, and naturally, he would not neglect to guard against the stealthy maneuvers of others. The golden light formation was currently the most suitable defense known to him in his present circumstances. It could hardly be classified as a traditional formation, as it was inscribed into his very flesh, granting him constant augmentation. This was beyond the capabilities of ordinary formations. If cultivated with a technique, it could undoubtedly be referred to as a form of martial art. Over the course of several days, Lu Qing consolidated the rapid advancements he had made in his cultivation, diligently compressing strands of spiritual energy to reinforce his physical form. Though the bodies of foundation establishment cultivators were robust, they appeared fragile when confronted by those who specialized in the refinement of the physical body. With the body and spirit intertwined, Lu Qing would not allow himself to fall behind in this aspect, even if he did not focus solely on physical cultivation. He remained vigilant against the assaults of others. At the 9th level of foundation establishment, his next step would be to open the purple mansion. His gaze drifted, and a chill emanated from his brow, becoming increasingly pronounced in recent times. The purple mansion, akin to a celestial eye, lay at the center of a leaf obscuring the view. Unlike the sea of consciousness, the purple mansion nurtures the spirit. Even Lu Qing, at present, would not dare to claim complete understanding of it. The mysteries of the spirit were profound, and he brushed his fingers across his brow, feeling that chill distinctly. He did not rush to open the purple mansion or to break through it. Instead, he continued to compress the spiritual energy within his dantian. The spiritual liquid of the golden light lakes had reached an astonishing purity under pressure. The distinction between innate and acquired energy was evident. With innate spiritual energy being particularly pristine, Lu Qing was in no hurry to break through. He awaited a natural opportunity. On the journey away from the mountain gate, with his cultivation safeguarding him, he was enveloped by formations here and had researched the locale of Lingtai County. According to records from several families, the beast tides in this area had nearly vanished, and the most recent tide had not originated from the mountains, but from the great river that Lu Qing had traversed. This river, known by various names elsewhere, was commonly referred to as Lingtai River here. This region could be considered a safe haven. At least, the dangers were minimal. Only reckless cultivators seeking overnight wealth or ascension would encounter a few beasts. Yet, those beasts were at most of the 1st or 2nd level of foundation establishment. Upon his arrival, Lu Qing had cautiously scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Among the higher-tier beasts, the most formidable one lay concealed beneath the waters of Lingtai River, seemingly in a deep slumber. It was an ancient turtle. To speak frankly, Lu Qing could traverse this place with ease and confidence. However, such a demeanor was not in accordance with his character. As for taking action, he saw no necessity for it. Who could tell whether this ancient turtle might attract even more formidable entities? The year-end approached swiftly. Lu Qing stepped out of the courtyard and gazed into the distance. The county town at the foot of the mountain had already begun to adorn itself with lights and decorations, preparing to welcome the arrival of the new year. Lu Qing gazed down at the mountains, quietly observing, until the twilight descended, illuminating the surroundings with countless flickering lights akin to fireflies. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. The purple mansion, he murmured softly. Just moments ago, he had captured a fleeting glimpse of spiritual enlightenment, as if he had plunged into a state of sudden comprehension. Retreating inward, his eyes sparkled, and a smile graced his lips. The prior period of introspection had indeed served as a wellspring of inspiration for breaking through to the purple mansion. Now that the moment had arrived, how could he not feel elated? Aware of his cultivation state, Lu Qing had certainly prepared adequately before his departure. The experiences recorded in the jade slips of his predecessors had transformed into invaluable nutrients for his growth. Coincidentally, today marked a significant turning point following his recent training. Chapter 40. Entering the Purple Mansion Realm. The Immortal Master had been in Lingtai County for a month. During this time, those in the know had recognized how remarkably low-key and reclusive he truly was. Indeed, in the eyes of some, this immortal appeared extraordinarily aloof. He was neither disdainful nor particularly sociable. In a typical tavern on the third floor, several young scions from prominent families were reveling together. Previously, due to a change in garrison duties, their families had mandated that they remain at home for an entire month to avoid trouble. With the dawn of the new year approaching, their families had finally liberated them. Naturally, it was time to indulge in a hearty feast. Amidst the merriment, they could not help but vent their frustrations to one another. I tell you, none of you can fathom the torment I endured. My old man locked me up in the courtyard for a whole month. A month of relentless training. It nearly killed me, lamented a young aristocrat, his voice filled with exasperation. His words instantly resonated with everyone present. Do you think we had it any better? I suspect they conspired to imprison us at home to force us to cultivate. Otherwise, why would they release us now, a month after that immortal master arrived? Another chimed in. Exactly. What is the point of cultivation? We were enjoying ourselves here, while those who joined the great sects live like monks. Someone scoffed, only to be met with a retort. Shut up. Who said I was eliminated? There was even a Taoist who wanted to take me in. I simply declined. The red-faced youth protested, whether from anger or intoxication was uncertain. Really? Do tell us more. Came the laughter from the group as they teased him. The young man at the head of the table, dressed in fine garments, erupted into hearty laughter. Beside him, a youth resembling a young bull, his face flushed, was indeed the one who claimed he had been eliminated. Brother Bai, you have a point, another voice chimed in. We lack extraordinary talent. Why would our elders compel us to cultivate? The speaker was none other than the young master of the Zhao family, his words resonating with the sentiments of the group. Before they could fully indulge in their revelry, a sudden rumble disrupted the scene. The sky, previously clear, was suddenly veiled in ominous clouds, followed by a series of thunderclaps that reverberated through the heavens. What is happening? Someone exclaimed. Is it thunder outside? What nonsense! How could it thunder in broad daylight? Some common folk looked up in bewilderment. Others, including a few cultivators, directed their gaze towards a particular direction. A group of young masters on the high platform rushed out, staring up at the dark thunderclouds that enveloped the sky. Such terrifying thunderclouds. Is that thunder? No. Wait, isn't that where the immortal master is? One noted. Recognition dawning as they recalled Lu Qing's location, obscured by the mist and mountains. Many were taken aback. This doesn't resemble ordinary thunder, it resembles a tribulation. Someone exclaimed, clutching their beard in astonishment. In the realm of cultivation, it is unnecessary to face tribulations during the Qi refinement stage. Rather, tribulations arise only after establishing the foundation. Yet for most inhabitants of this small locale, tribulations were an enigma. However, seasoned cultivators and wandering practitioners recognized the signs, and the realization dawned upon them. Lu Qing was undergoing a tribulation. It was said that each stationed immortal was a foundation establishment practitioner. Thus, could it be that he was confronting the tribulation of the Purple Mansion? The revelation struck them with a sense of awe. The young masters on the high platform, jolted by the thunderous events, found their intoxication dissipating. Across the streets, family estates, inns, and various locales, many eyes turned towards the looming mountain. It had only been a month since Lu Qing arrived, and the confrontation at the city gate had already captured the attention of many, including the elders of the four families, who had come to realize the exceptional nature of Lu Qing. Setting aside the mysterious Tao Academy, he was indeed a formidable practitioner of foundation establishment. The four families, seemingly docile, were likely aware they could not contend with him. Now, as they considered the current tribulation, it was evident to all that Lu Qing was not merely a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. The Bai family, particularly Bai Shotsai, was astonished, estimating Lu Qing's cultivation to be at the 6th or 7th layer of foundation establishment. Yet, observing the events now, it was apparent that he had likely reached the 9th layer. Today marked the day of his tribulation, the entry into the Purple Mansion. Regardless of the shifting thoughts of those outside, they would not sway Lu Qing during his tribulation. As for Lu Qing himself, his initial curiosity about the thunderous tribulation had waned as the lightning descended upon him. First one bolt, then two, and ultimately, the 9th bolt of thunder, extinguishing any lingering intrigue he held. The tribulation fell upon his corporeal form. Lu Qing, enveloped in a torrent of spiritual energy, did not resist. Instead, he utilized the raging thunder to temper his physical form. He was not oblivious to the dangers of the tribulation. Rather, he discerned that within the tempest of lightning lay both destruction and immense vitality. Aside from a modicum of pain, nothing else was fatal. He emptied his mind, feeling a chilling sensation at his brow that threatened to turn icy. Then, with a flicker of intention, he reversed his spiritual energy, cleansing his consciousness repeatedly until a faintly perceptible membrane dissipated from his eyes. It was as if a veil of mist had been swept away, revealing the world in its entirety with startling clarity. Every flower, blade of grass, tree, lake, bird, and fish came into view. The bamboo forest swayed gently, and the clear stream gurgled softly. His perspective shifted as he ascended from the bamboo courtyard, the thunderous tribulation having waned, until the last remnants of the storm clouds faded. He saw the myriad gazes of Ling Tai County directed towards him, some filled with astonishment, others with awe, uncertainty, or confusion. He also saw a bottomless river flowing from beyond Ling Tai County, with boats dotting its surface like stars in the night sky. The entirety of Ling Tai County lay before him, accessible to his vision, whatever he wished to see. He could behold with astonishing clarity, as if reading the intricate patterns of his palm. A hint of fatigue washed over his spirit, and Lu Qing realized this was a result of his recent emergence into the Purple Mansion, causing a slight weariness in his soul. Fortunately, he gathered his thoughts back together. Within the Purple Mansion at his brow, an identical silhouette of Lu Qing sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by an ethereal whiteness. Chapter 41. Changes in the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion nurtures the spirit. Lu Qing opened his eyes, and at the same moment, the spirit's eyes also fluttered open. However, in contrast to Lu Qing's ordinary gaze, the eyes of the spirit were no longer mirror orbs. They resembled intricate, ethereal patterns inscribed within, as enigmatic as the depths of a chasm. With a mere thought, Lu Qingxin transformed the once blank expanse of the Purple Mansion. The ethereal white mist dissipated, revealing a breathtaking scene where silver waterfalls cascaded from rugged cliffs, illuminated by the radiant sun that cast a brilliant golden glow upon the surroundings. Atop the precipice of the waterfall, a figure sat in tranquil meditation, surrounded by an aura of boundless purple energy. In that moment, Lu Qingxin had molded the Purple Mansion into a space strikingly similar to her current cultivation environment. With the addition of a magnificent waterfall, the sound of rushing water filled the air, yet it did not disturb the profound stillness of her spirit. Within this interplay of calm and movement, a subtle resonance of cosmic law seemed to reverberate. Lu Qing instinctively made such arrangements, and a fleeting spark of inspiration flickered through his mind, elusive and swift, leaving him unable to grasp it. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He returned his focus to the present. A few remnants of dust, struck by lightning, clung to him, and with a deft gesture, he employed a cleansing spell to wipe away the traces of dirt. He sensed a transformation within his dantian. It had expanded several dozen times, morphing from a mere pond into a vast ocean of spiritual energy. Even his eyes, which had not undergone any specific training in ocular techniques, perceived a change in the world around him upon truly entering the Purple Mansion realm. Previously, he had seen mountains as mountains and waters as waters. Now, Lu Qing had transcended to a state where mountains were no longer merely mountains, and waters were no longer merely waters. The essence of nature, imbued within every drop of water and every blade of grass, revealed to him the principles governing the cosmos. A vision reminiscent of what he had glimpsed during his soul's departure from his body. His consciousness radiated outward, encompassing all of Ling Tai County within his gaze. Whispers of intrigue drifted to his ears like whispers on the wind. Attaining the Purple Mansion in just a year was quite commendable. Lu Qing felt a surge of joy. Every enhancement in strength equated to an increase in self-preservation. He yearned to dominate the situation, rather than witness a scenario where the weak triumphed over the strong. It was time to plant that tea tree of mind. The fragrant tea, a balm for the soul, would only serve to deepen the solitude of the empty courtyard, amplifying the vexation of having no one to share it with. Lu Qing had previously been preoccupied with the golden light formation and later retreated for cultivation, thus forgetting about the tea tree he had brought with him. Fortunately, a month's time is not excessively long. Lu Qing stepped out of the training chamber. The Qingzhou courtyard is a two-entry courtyard. Beside the azure stone path in the front yard, there lies an artificial rockery with flowing water on the right side, while on the opposite side, there is a vacant spiritual land, conveniently situated in one corner near the entrance. Lu Qingxiu gracefully flicked her sleeve, planting the tea sapling precisely into the ground. The verdant leaves remained lush and vibrant, yet they could not compare to the dewy luster of those cultivated in the mountains. With a flicker of his mind, Lu Qing did not invoke the minor cloud and rain technique. Instead, he drew upon the stream of crystal-clear water flowing beside the courtyard. He collected 3 ladles of water, which cascaded from the heavens. As this pristine water fell within the confines of the spirit-gathering array, the recently surged spiritual energy seamlessly infused into the tea tree. Instantly, the soil became moist, and the leaves of the tea tree unfurled, fresh and delicate, exuding wisps of fragrant aroma. In the front courtyard, there were also exquisite jade tables and benches specifically designated for receiving guests and enjoying tea. As Lu Qing's newly attained realm slowly converged within the gentle ebb and flow of his demeanor, the atmosphere around him began to settle. Meanwhile, within Lingtai County, nearly all inhabitants bore witness to the dissipating thunder tribulation, giving rise to a resplendent rainbow in the heavens. How little time has passed. And does this not imply that we are now graced by the presence of a purple mansion cultivator? Undoubtedly, this thunder tribulation has broadened the horizons of many wandering cultivators. The remoteness of Lingzhou, particularly Lingtai County, has rendered such encounters exceedingly rare. Nestled amid mountains and rivers, it stands as a flourishing locale within a 100-mile radius. Yet few have genuinely interacted with a purple mansion cultivator. Only in distant places like Xian and Prefecture might one have the chance to meet such beings. However, the journey to Xian is long and arduous. Many spend their lives scarcely venturing beyond their modest plots of land, let alone exploring other states. Ah, the Purple Mansion. The gazes of various family cultivators were rife with complexity. Though not youthful in years, upon encountering Lu Qing, one could not deny that this guardian immortal, hailing from the Xiantian Dao Academy, possessed an undeniable vitality. He was no ancient monster. The previous guardian, Chen Xing, had spent 3 years in their company. Yet even he was not of a mere teenage countenance. Had he not been a practitioner, he would have appeared akin to a venerable ancestor among mortals. Truly, he is a prodigy beyond compare. Prepare a gift at once and dispatch someone to pay a visit to the immortal master. Quickly, open the storeroom and retrieve that item I preserved from last year. My lord, that, I command you to go, so hurry. In an instant, those who had regained their composure ceased to dwell in astonishment. They hastened to prepare gifts for the recently ascended Lu Xianshi, the Purple Mansion cultivator. The Bai, Zhao, Li, and Chen families were all similarly engaged. One reason for their enduring presence in Lingtai County lay in their established rapport with the guardian cultivators. The departure of these guardians meant that their evaluations would significantly influence whether a family could be deemed worthy of holding the esteemed title of county authority. With a mere thought from Lu Qing, the movements of the cloud and mist formation echoed within. The individuals present dared not disturb the formation, nor did they raise their voices in excitement. Instead, they collectively prepared their familial gifts and clearly articulated their intentions at the foot of the mountain. They held a firm belief that Lu Qing could hear them. Esteemed immortal master, we present our humble gifts. Your Excellency has safeguarded our Lingtai County, ensuring peace and safety throughout this month. In gratitude, we have prepared a modest token of appreciation, and we extend our heartfelt congratulations to you on your immortal path to everlasting life. Bai Shouzai arrived with his eldest son. Please, come forward. After Lu Qing crossed the threshold, he became somewhat carefree. As a group ascended, they felt an extraordinarily rich aura along the way, far more intense than that at the foot of the mountain. The mastery of such formations was indeed superior to that of many so-called formation masters within the county. The eldest son of the Bai family, accompanying his father, couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy as he sensed the spiritual energy surrounding him. The gathering array at his own home paled in comparison to this place. Lu Qing emerged, the mountain breeze brushed past, and his garments remained undisturbed. The eldest son of the Bai family, too, had the opportunity to behold this celestial master up close. Before him stood a youth, youthful in appearance, his aura ethereal and natural. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have been unaware that the other had already approached him. Congratulations, Master, on entering the Purple Mansion. May you achieve longevity and prosperity. The young man, who held his ground, smiled at these words, exuding a casual yet serene demeanor that belied the oppressive presence of a great cultivator. Yet there was an intangible force surrounding him that dissuaded any thought of offense. Chapter 42, Fundamental Array Techniques, Wind-Chasing Art. Their approach was motivated by the need for clarity. Would the master who had transcended to the Purple Mansion desire to intervene in the affairs of Lingtai County? Would he seek to monopolize all resources within it? If he were to make exorbitant demands, how could they possibly procure what a Purple Mansion cultivator required? I shall accept the gifts you have brought, yet in the future, unless there are pressing matters, you need not seek me out. Handle your own affairs. He paused, observing the slight relaxation on their faces, and continued with a light-hearted tone. However, the share required by the Dao Academy must not be neglected. You 4 families have been engaged in this for long enough. You should understand what is to be done. As for the rest, I shall not interfere. His voice was ethereal, yet his underlying message was clear and direct. The share was non-negotiable, but beyond that, he would remain uninvolved. The eldest son of the Bai family momentarily stood in astonishment, having spent much time learning the intricacies of familial relations from his father, the head of the Bai clan. Sudden exposure to such forthrightness led him to ponder deeper meanings behind these words. He then heard his father assure, "Rest assured, esteemed master. We are adept at managing these matters and will ensure you are not burdened with trifles. Very well, you may leave." Despite being in this formidable place, with the mountain wind chillingly tugging at his garments, Lu Qing remained as still as a statue. Accompanying his father down the mountain, they returned home. Bai Shouzai's face was brimming with delight. "Father, speak your mind." Bai Shouzai glanced at his son. The eldest son of the Bai family hesitated, then articulated his thoughts. "Since we have taken on the role of guardianship, should we not consolidate our resources? Wouldn't that facilitate better cultivation?" "Ah, you are overthinking it. What I have taught you is the balance of power essential for our family, yet for one solely devoted to cultivation, such mundane matters are mere encumbrances." Upon hearing this, Bai Shouzai's expression turned contemplative. "Moreover, do you not realize that compared to our local resources, the treasures available in the great sects and immortal clans are beyond imagination?" As he spoke, a flicker of nostalgia danced in his eyes, reminiscent of his youthful days. Yet, are not those practitioners of austere cultivation often inflexible? The eldest son mused, recalling that such practitioners were notorious for their rigidity. Every family harbors secrets. If a practitioner of austere cultivation were to take up residence here, it might very well herald a cascade of bloodshed from the moment of their arrival. This was no mere fantasy, but a grim reality that had transpired in a neighboring county the previous year. That sanguinary upheaval had instilled fear among countless cultivators, who dared not covet more than their share for fear of losing their heads. Austere cultivators themselves were unconcerned. It was their formidable backing that posed the true threat. "Do you think he resembles such a practitioner?" Bai Shouzai shook his head, his wise gaze piercing through his eldest son's thoughts. "The world is vast, and austere cultivators are not uniform. The one we encountered before adhered to his own path even in acts of violence." The eldest son blinked in surprise, unaware of the intricacies of that encounter. He yearned to inquire further, but Bai Shouzai waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that. In any case, unless there are pressing matters, do not disturb him. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. You must also strive to elevate your own abilities." Other families, too, were imparting similar wisdom to their descendants, albeit with only a few fleeting encounters to share. Lu Qing has already left a considerable impression on many. This celestial master is evidently indifferent to worldly affairs, stating so bluntly that he will not engage in the myriad trivial disputes among several families. Such a casual delegation of authority raises suspicions among some, while others subtly sense his indifference. For Lu Qing, the matter is quite straightforward. He merely wishes to remain here in peace for a year before departing without hesitation. He is not a master of political maneuvering, unable to outwit these individuals in their games of cunning. However, Lu Qing's purpose in coming here is not to vie for power or profit. To be frank, he believes that both the Tao Academy and he himself deserve their respective shares. Beyond that, he is indifferent. As long as there is no impending beast tide, he remains unconcerned, even if the families engage in their fierce struggles. Lu Qing did not come here to serve as a caretaker. With the passage of time and his cultivation, he meticulously honed his resolve with each retreat. Having triumphed over the shadows of past mortality, Lu Qing grew increasingly composed and at ease. However, he remained prudent, refraining from placing himself in perilous situations. During his visit to Lingai County, he took the opportunity of his recent breakthrough to thoroughly examine every inch of this place. He did not uncover any fortuitous opportunities. Aside from the old turtle resting in the river, which could be considered a decent spiritual abode. Nevertheless, it paled in comparison to his current residence at the Qingzhou courtyard. He dispersed his consciousness, observing the contents of the opened wooden box. His gaze was momentarily taken aback. What lay within were neither spirit stones nor treasures, but rather dozens, if not hundreds, of formation diagrams ranging from the ordinary to the exquisite, and even the incomplete. Each was remarkably consistent, as what was presented to him, aside from spirit stones, consisted of formation diagrams, detailed explanations of formations, or records related to formations inscribed on jade slips and scrolls. Lu Qing's gaze momentarily shifted, as he pondered his unexpected fascination with formations. Nevertheless, this was a positive development. The sect's collection of formation diagrams was indeed vast and varied. Unfortunately, Lu Qing found himself financially constrained, as acquiring contribution points required considerable time and effort. Although the majority of the diagrams he possessed were rudimentary, he understood that great edifices rise from humble beginnings. The fundamentals of formations originate from such basic diagrams. Having already engaged with and successfully drawn formations, he now had access to a more diverse array of diagrams, ensuring he would have ample work in the days to come. As he surveyed the several large chests before him, Lu Qing, despite claiming to be busy, could not conceal the joy that welled within him. The types of formations, confinement, killing, prohibition, illusion, and more, were indeed diverse. Lu Qing has transcended into a higher realm. Instead of hastily engaging in further cultivation upon entering the Purple Mansion, he has slightly touched upon the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. His initial foray into this understanding is not merely a result of the previous breakthrough in spiritual power that would elevate him to a higher realm. In the days that followed, he began with the simplest formations, mastering a few fundamental arrays with remarkable proficiency. Beyond this, Lu Qing immersed himself in the study of formations, carving a lethal array in the clearing of a bamboo growth. This array, designed to target and exploit the formation's critical points, serves to complement his practice of the wind-chasing technique. The wind-chasing technique, once mastered, embodies the essence of the wind, swift and elusive. During the initial part of his journey, Lu Qing devoted himself to honing this formation. However, he later neglected it for a time. Seizing the opportunity, he simultaneously demonstrated the array's power while exploring the consummate state of the wind-chasing technique, all the while contemplating how to conceal the fluctuations of the formation. In the tranquil bamboo grove, the leaves rustled softly. Though the clearing appeared devoid of any presence, it seemed as if a breeze had swept through, producing a gentle whisper among the foliage. Lu Qing's figure emerged, having entered the Purple Mansion, his cultivation reaching new heights, allowing him to master this technique to its fullest extent. Chapter 43. The Fluctuation of the Formation, a Test. This killing formation shall be named the Gale Formation. The array laid out in the open space is a fragment of a diagram that Lu Qing acquired from the offerings presented to him. Lu Qing was also filled with curiosity. After the ordinary formation was performed, he developed a keen interest in the incomplete formation diagram. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to slightly modify several nodes of this formation using his spiritual energy. After all, it was referred to as an incomplete formation diagram, which naturally implied its lack of completeness, making it difficult to replicate it accurately. Lu Qing discerned that this incomplete formation was originally a composite of various array techniques, designed to create a grand array. However, given its fragmented state, he adeptly repositioned several key nodes to transform it into a diminutive yet formidable killing array. Were it a complete formation, such alterations would undoubtedly exceed his current capabilities. Yet, with this remnant array, the challenge diminished significantly. Furthermore, Lu Qing did not merely seek to restore it, but rather to innovate, skillfully integrating other array techniques. The Gale array, swift and elusive, rendered its victims indistinguishable upon entry. Those ensnared within would be swiftly refined by the tempest. With 7 pivotal nodes, breaching this array required either overwhelming force or unparalleled speed. Lu Qing gazed contentedly at the formation laid out in the vacant ground before him. In his eyes, this intricate array was the result of 3 days of meticulous contemplation and effort. It was a lethal mechanism, shrouded in secrecy, capable of obliterating life without a trace. Even the bones and souls of the deceased would be rendered to dust by the winds, rendering any attempts at soul searching or resurrection utterly futile. Has all my talent been devoted to these ambush techniques? Lu Qing pondered for a moment and resolved to act as if he were oblivious. This array, perfectly positioned here, harmoniously operated alongside the fog formation, as if it were divinely ordained. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a specific location. Just moments ago, an invisible ripple had manifested deep within a mountain range, a fluctuation of space itself. In Lu Qing's eyes, there was no surprise, only a faint sense of relief that it had finally arrived. He was quite curious about what lay within the mysterious Lingai County, which had not appeared in the divination. He cast his gaze towards the spatial fluctuation, emanating an aura characteristic of the Foundation establishment realm. Instead of rushing towards it, he focused intently, his eyes scanning the area. It turned out that there was a concealed formation here. As he concentrated on this point, Lu Qing noticed something peculiar. There existed a formation, but its power was being diminished with each passing moment. This deterioration could either be attributed to the passage of time, which had eroded the formation's strength, or it could indicate that the formation itself had lost its spiritual energy support. Lu Qing's thoughts whirled ceaselessly, yet his external expression lasted but a fleeting moment. He activated the cloud and mist formation, seamlessly blending his figure into the gentle breeze. Linghai Mountain continued its descent into the depths, surrounded by countless mountain ranges, both grand and diminutive. A whisper of wind caressed the treetops, glided over the stream, and ultimately settled beside an ancient tree. Simultaneously, this breath of wind silently parted a concealed formation. Soon, a cacophony akin to thunderclaps erupted. Unexpectedly, in broad daylight, the sound of thunder rolled ominously, muffled within the depths of the mountains, failing to reach the outside world. A rumble echoed, reminiscent of distant thunder. A cloud of dust spread forth, lingering until silence enveloped the scene once more. Lu Qingkai gradually transformed from a distant mountain peak into a gentle breeze that arrived at this location. Faced with an uncertain situation, his innate ability to avert danger did not activate, indicating the absence of any immediate peril. However, Lu Qing had a habit of enveloping himself in layers of protection before approaching. His spiritual awareness was now sufficiently expansive to encompass the entirety of Lingtai County, enabling him to manipulate formations from afar with ease. Among the various formations at his disposal, the swift wind formation was the most lethal. Given the fluctuations of the formation in this area, it was highly probable that a hidden cave abode existed nearby. Upon releasing the swift wind formation, it collided with the existing formations, effectively dismantling the outer mechanisms. With his bright eyes, he directly observed the unveiling of a cave abode once the formations dissipated. After a year of cultivation, Lu Qing had yet to encounter the secluded retreats of any esteemed predecessors. With the protective formations lifted, the landscape of the valley transformed dramatically. Previously overgrown with wild grass, Lu Qing now beheld dozens of spirit fields. Adjacent to the spirit fields stood a thatched cottage, encircled by a wooden fence. Nearby lay the long-abandoned spirit field surrounding the thatched courtyard. At first glance, this site bore little resemblance to the secluded abodes or legacy caves of revered masters. Lu Qing squinted his eyes slightly, probing both internally and externally with his spiritual sense, yet he discovered nothing peculiar, nor any signs of life. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to venture inside. Since there was no immediate danger, this place warranted exploration. Of course, Lu Qing was primarily motivated by the desire to validate his own skills. If the principle of reverse selection indeed leaned towards fortune, then perhaps he too could uncover some harmless opportunities. This fleeting thought crossed his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. For the time being, he aimed to discern what made this thatched cottage unique. Typically, a cultivator, particularly one in the foundation establishment stage, would not have an affinity for residing in such a rudimentary abode, would they? The interior was meticulously cleaned, with several white bones resting atop a mat. Apart from that, the furnishings were quite ordinary. The wooden window was ajar, and a writing desk faced the windowsill. It was evident that this place had not been inhabited for at least a century. Clearly, these white bones were remnants left behind after the previous occupant's demise. Lu Qing remained oblivious to the scars, only sensing the melancholic breath of time's twilight. 9 layers of foundation had been established, just one step away from a breakthrough, yet ultimately met with demise. Lu Qing's mind reconstructed the manner of the homeowner's demise. Lu Qingshuang's eyes, no longer as they once were, discerned no peculiarities in this place. As a cultivator, apart from the jade slips, there exist only a few fragile tomes. These volumes, rendered to mere dust once the formation dissipated, evoke a sense of loss in me, for I, as the carefree one, lament the arduousness of cultivation, difficult, arduous, and challenging. In this desolate space, perhaps sensing the brevity of his own lifespan, the carefree one chose to chronicle his life. As Lu Qing continued to read, he couldn't help but raise his brows. This individual known as Zai Yaozi was not a native of the Xiantian domain. According to his account, he was originally a practitioner from the Taitian domain, belonging to a family that once thrived. However, in his youth, his family fell into ruin, leaving him to wander aimlessly. Eventually, he discovered a legacy within the cave of an ancient predecessor, which bestowed upon him a powerful cultivation technique. With this inheritance, he successfully reached the 9th level of foundation establishment and avenged the destruction of his family by eliminating all his foes. Yet, after attaining the 9th level, he languished for many years, his lifespan dwindling. Ultimately, he had no choice but to depart this world with a sense of regret. Lu Qing felt a mix of skepticism and curiosity regarding this account, particularly the notion of the inherited cultivation technique. He believed that practicing a miscellaneous technique acquired by chance was far less prudent than investing contribution points to exchange for top-tier methods, those validated by countless practitioners in esteemed sections. If such a technique were to come into his possession, he would not undertake its practice lightly. The jade slips predominantly contained various anecdotes, with many references to the Taitian domain. The Taitian Dao sect held a position there akin to that of the Xiantian Dao Academy. However, the Taitian Dao sect was undoubtedly a genuine sect, engaging in both worldly and transcendental pursuits. While the governance of the Taitian domain was under the aegis of the Taitian celestial dynasty, which held a subordinate relationship to the Taitian Dao sect, Lu Qing watched with great interest. It seems that each great region is remarkably distinct, and the paths taken are quite varied. Chapter 44, The Spirit Liquid of the Ancient Tree, Enhancement of the Soul's Power. After perusing these, no opportunities were discerned. Lu Qing's consciousness is remarkably expansive. Upon personally arriving at this place, he discovers various opportunities, albeit primarily beneficial for those below the foundational stage. For someone like him, who seeks to transcend his current realm, these opportunities hold little significance. The sole aspect that captivates Lu Qing's interest is the concealed formation. Regrettably, this formation does not originate from the renowned Zayayozi, but rather, it appears to have been acquired from an unknown source, subsequently transformed into his own protective array for the cave dwelling. Lu Qing was poised to depart when, all of a sudden, he cast a fleeting glance toward a certain direction. A fleeting aura instantly heightened his vigilance, revealing an underlying peculiarity in the surroundings. Lu Qing followed the faint trace of this scent, stepping out of the thatched cottage. Behind the courtyard encircled by the cottage, there stood an ancient tree, its gnarled roots entwined, its leaves withered. The faint trace that Lu Qing Fong just captured, distinct from the peculiar aura of this place, emanated from this ancient tree. This ancient tree. Lu Qing surveyed his surroundings with meticulous attention, thoroughly examining every detail. At last, he discerned the peculiarities of this ancient tree. His eyes shimmered with a golden light as he peered through the layer of withered bark, gazing into the heart of the tree. Within this segment of aged timber, a hollow cavity revealed itself. It was evident that the old tree had long since perished, devoid of any vitality. Yet, within its core lay something enigmatic. With a flicker of thought, Lu Qing concentrated, channeling his spiritual energy into a mist-like sword aura that permeated the tree bark. A crisp crack echoed as the once vibrant trunk, now devoid of moisture and spiritual essence, crumbled like parchment. Effortlessly piercing through, Lu Qing enveloped the object of his intrigue in his spiritual energy, drawing it forth. It was transparent, roughly the size of a palm, and retained a semblance of hardness when grasped. At a glance, Lu Qing could still faintly discern strands of ethereal light entwined around it. Exceptional. This was the first impression one would have upon seeing it. Lu Qing's initial impression was similarly striking. This object seemed oddly familiar, as if it had been encountered before. Lu Qing's memories gently resurfaced. He had previously immersed himself in a plethora of intriguing tales concerning cultivation to supplement his knowledge. This was also to avert the embarrassing scenario of being utterly uninformed while venturing into the world. Now, as he reflected briefly, he swiftly unearthed that fragment of recollection. If he was not mistaken, this substance was none other than the essence of ancient trees, appearing soft in texture yet possessing a resilient core. Typically nurtured within the heart of a spiritually endowed ancient tree that had existed for at least 10 millennia. It held significant nourishing properties for the soul. At this moment, Lu Qing could not help but acknowledge that this item was indeed remarkable, especially considering that, for him, everything here paled in comparison to the vial of spiritual liquid in his hand. There was no need to rush. He would review that jade slip upon his return. It is often said that within books lie treasures beyond measure. After leaving the mountain gate, the efficacy of the token diminished compared to before, as it lacked the support of the sect's formation. However, the items exchanged within the disciples' space remained unaffected. Regrettably, the disciples' task hall was currently closed. Lu Qing departed from this place in the mere span of a tea's brewing time, within the confines of Lingtai Mountain. His comings and goings have always remained shrouded in secrecy. Moreover, the disturbances caused this time resonated deep within the mountains, rendering it impossible to reach such a location without a certain level of cultivation. Lu Qing returned to his place of cultivation. The spiritual liquid was enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, unable to emanate even the slightest glimmer or alluring fragrance. Given its nature, it was undoubtedly a valuable substance for the soul. Attracting unnecessary attention would disturb Lu Qing's tranquil existence. Upon returning, he immediately began to investigate again. meticulously probing every inch with his divine sense. After cautiously refining a small portion and confirming there were no adverse effects, he found that his ability to avoid danger had not manifested, indicating it was safe to proceed with the refinement. The spiritual liquid was indeed exceptional, earning the Tao Academy's commendation as a premium supplement for the soul. As he commenced the refinement, Lu Qing's aura remained unchanged. Yet he alone perceived the transformations occurring within his inner sanctum, the Purple Mansion. If previously the Purple Mansion was merely shaping itself, now the essence of his soul had begun to acquire a trace of genuine vitality. His soul, once ethereal and primarily seated in meditation within the Purple Mansion, adjusting the various changes of the physical body, now bore a flicker of power. Though seemingly subtle, this power was undergoing a metamorphosis every moment. Perhaps due to his experience of 2 lifetimes, Lu Qing's soul strength was inherently deeper than that of his peers at the same realm. After refining the spiritual liquid, he distinctly sensed his soul power ascend further. Time flew by. 7 days passed, and as Lu Qing opened his eyes, a powerful aura emanated from him, radiating in all directions. However, upon encountering the surrounding mists, it dissipated almost instantly. This commotion went unnoticed by anyone else. After 7 days of cultivation, Lu Qing felt invigorated. The primary gain from this retreat was the fortification of his soul, enhancing his ability to counteract certain lethal sorceries lurking in the shadows. Lu Qing was uncertain whether the world possessed the sinister 7 arrows of the nail-headed book, yet in the realm of cultivation, one must remain vigilant against various malevolent tactics, particularly those that target the soul, for they can take lives without a trace. With a stir of his spirit, Lu Qing soon beheld a figure that mirrored his own appearance standing before him. Upon shifting his perspective, it became evident that Lu Qing was not merely experiencing the separation of his spirit as during his previous breakthrough. Rather, his consciousness had bifurcated, allowing his spirit to extricate itself while his corporeal form retained its own perception, should the need arise for his spirit to depart in the future. This physical vessel would not be devoid of the means to resist. Lu Qing pondered for a moment over the newly developed spiritual ability and immediately thought of numerous applications. However, such actions would place a considerable burden on the control of spiritual power. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qing hastily drew his spirit back into his body. The sensation of stagnation dissipated only when his corporeal form and spirit became one. Accompanying this return was a slight weariness, though fortunately the impact was minimal. With his mind clear and focused, Lu Qing soon regained his composure after brushing aside a veil of dust. In Lingai County, nothing of significance had occurred for quite some time. In fact, it had been many years since any momentous events had unfolded here. However, trivial matters abounded daily. In the blink of an eye, another fortnight had passed, and Lingai County encountered a peculiar incident. During the tidal phase of the Lingai River, the waters surged tumultuously. But as spring approached, the river settled into a tranquil state, adorned with vibrant lights floating upon its surface, lanterns drifting downstream. These lanterns illuminated not only the water's surface but also revealed objects submerged below. Chapter 45, The Lingai Anomaly, the Eerie Skullsum, seeking to seize an opportunity, believed that the enigmatic objects rising from the riverbed were rare treasures. Yet, instead of treasures, they unearthed a colossal blood-stained skull, blood oozing profusely, exuding a nauseating stench. That very day, several fishermen inexplicably succumbed to illness. By the time the bizarre occurrences began, several days had already elapsed. The crimson skull had tainted the river's waters near the shore, and a strange white mist enveloped the river, appearing innocuous at first. However, soon several cultivators ventured forth only to find themselves unable to escape. Each day, departing vessels would circle back to the riverbank, as if confronting an otherworldly barrier. Strangely enough, even representatives from several foundational families dispatched to investigate were unable to resolve the situation. As the days passed, goods remained stagnant, and those who ventured into the mist at night met their demise, drowning as the cause of death. Such findings left many cultivators and forensic experts bewildered. Some vessels hesitated to set sail, fearing potential calamity. An ominous cloud loomed over the heads of countless individuals in Lingai County. What was to be done? What manner of ghastly entity was this? It seemed impervious to spiritual attacks. At the foot of Lingai Mountain, one pondered the origin of this bone. My lord, my lord. It was the old fisherman from a few days prior who discovered it, a voice called out, as a young man in azure attire appeared before Bai Shouchai. Having heard pleas for help and understanding the gravity of the situation, Lu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, as no ominous scenarios surfaced in his mind. It was evident that this place posed no lethal threat to him. Yet, He could not ascertain whether it was due to the elevation of his cultivation that rendered such matters inconsequential, or if there were other factors at play. Nevertheless, obstructing the river was not a viable solution. The prosperity of Lingai County largely depended on this vital waterway for commerce. Although this area was somewhat remote, there were still several branches of merchant associations and auction houses operating here. The families involved were unable to resolve the issue, leaving them no choice but to bravely seek an audience at the foot of the mountain. Lu Qing was stationed there, initially believing he could cultivate in peace. However, instead of the anticipated beast tide, an unexpected peculiar occurrence transpired. Lu Qing transformed the wind like a shadow, his sleeves swirling as he swiftly led the group to the city gates. Standing atop the city wall, he gazed into the distance at the fog and the blood river. "What were the results of your attempts?" he inquired. Beside him, Baishotsai promptly replied, reporting to the immortal master, "We sent people into the fog. But those few who emerged claimed to have wandered in circles, only to return inexplicably. As for the blood river, it is stirred by that blood bone. Our strength is insufficient. Even when we gathered the foundational cultivators of our city to attack, that blood bone remained unmoved. We truly had no choice but to seek your assistance, immortal master." The mention of the blood bone triggered a fleeting sense of familiarity in Lu Qing's mind, as if he were on the verge of grasping something elusive. What could this possibly be? Could it be that a strange occurrence has manifested? A few individuals in the crowd muttered quietly, believing their voices to be hushed, yet Lu Qing heard them clearly. Strange? A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. If it truly were a strange occurrence, it would explain the absence of a deadly crisis. The strange power was weak, merely a collection of inexplicable obsessions. "In the years you have been aware, what has been the most significant event to occur in Lingai County?" he pressed, observing the slight change in their expressions. "This phenomenon is indeed strange. Only by resolving its root can we hope for salvation. The fog obstructs the lifeblood of these families, yet for Lu Qing, it is not an inescapable fate. My lord," hissing, "I cannot recall any events in the past few centuries that could dispel the strangeness. This river occasionally witnesses vendettas." Lu Qing, upon hearing this, suddenly recalled something. He cast his gaze upon the bone, which distinctly bore the shape of a skull. However, as his eyes scrutinized it closely, he noticed the protruding contours on either side of the cranium. This object, it seemed, did not resemble that of a human being. Lu Qingxin's thoughts shifted as she pondered whether this river had ever been ruled by any cultivators. "Hiss, Master Lu, I seem to recall something. I once heard my ancestor mention that this river was formerly known as Longwang River, said to have been under the dominion of a dragon king a myriad of years ago. It was said that countless tributaries, rivers, and lakes in this region fell within the jurisdiction of this dragon king. However, what calamity befell that led to the silence surrounding this majestic dragon remains a mystery." Lu Qing felt a twitch in his eyelid. What on earth? He merely harbored some conjectures in his heart, never anticipating that such a bizarre occurrence would be linked to the Dragon King. Throughout history, any entity associated with the word dragon has never been trivial. Lu Qing suddenly felt a chill running down his spine, contemplating the decisive choice to enter seclusion starting today, vowing to remain hidden for no less than a year. However, the skills he sought continuously eluded him, providing a modicum of solace amidst his turmoil. It was evident that this entity was far from human. Yet to assert that it was the Dragon King from a millennium ago was utterly implausible. The records of the Xiantian Dao Academy regarding this place had been meticulously documented by generations of resident cultivators. As someone nearby spoke, Lu Qing swiftly recalled the thick tome of records kept by the Guardians. One particular entry mentioned there were suspicions of a celestial abode emerging. Yet it was merely an illusion. Could it truly be that Dragon King? Heaven forbid, the Dragon King's cultivation is unparalleled. Can our Lingtai County withstand such a force? A sense of dread loomed over the crowd, and the expressions of several families reflected their unease. Lu Qing could naturally perceive their mindset. However, he chose to remain silent, directing his focus instead upon the blood-red bones that lay upon the river's surface. With a subtle movement of his hand, an invisible breeze swept across the faces of the guards stationed at the city. A shiver coursed through their bodies. Why did it suddenly feel so cold? Unbeknownst to them, a deadly formation was soaring ominously above their heads. Lu Qing commanded with his mind, urging those individuals to return. He issued the order. The people beside him were momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Lu Qing was about to take action. There were still numerous cultivators by the riverbank, as well as some reckless rogue practitioners mingling about. "Come back quickly. Return to the city. Immediately return to the city." Lu Qing manipulated the formation, ostensibly waiting. Yet it was merely a matter of a few breaths. All were practitioners, and upon seeing the familiar figures of prominent individuals atop the city walls, along with the silhouette of the azure-clad immortal ahead, it was evident that an action was imminent. In an instant, numerous figures swiftly retreated into the city. Lu Qing paid no heed to the voices around him. However, a subtle change flickered across his countenance, though his expression remained inscrutable. Lu Qing's eyes flickered with a moment of surprise, for immediately after the cultivator's departure, the talent of evading calamity resurfaced in his mind. He had initially believed that the opportunity he had grasped previously had nullified the earlier divination, so it was not unexpected to encounter a new omen here. What was peculiar, however, was the timing of its reappearance. Could it be that the connections behind this phenomenon were indeed linked to that ancient dragon king from a millennium ago? The omen in his mind was rather unexpected. The minor calamity omen: eliminate the treacherous dangers, leaving behind the bloodied skull, which would then cause ripples. Hidden perils intertwined with causality, rendering escape impossible, a minor calamity. The neutral omen: eliminate the treacherous dangers, sealing the bloodied skull, submerging it beneath the river's surface. This would produce ripples, with slight entanglements, a neutral outcome. Another neutral omen: eliminate the treacherous dangers, obliterating the bloodied skull, with no entanglements and no ripples, a neutral outcome. In a fleeting moment, Lu Qing made his choice. This bloodied skull was undoubtedly problematic, seriously so. The underlying causality was beyond what he could currently withstand. He unleashed the formation in his hands, striking towards the riverbank with a palm, invoking the wave of 1,000 layers. It was precisely apt for this situation. The river lay still as glass, yet suddenly the gust of his palms surged forth like cascading waves, each crest towering over the last, ultimately engulfing and obliterating all the surrounding fog. The sound of thunderous crashes echoed as the fierce wind formation activated, a cacophony of devouring and destructive noises filling the air. A cultivator should never stand beneath the precarious walls of danger. Lu Qing, adhering to this principle, employed remote control to ensure that the bloodied skull met its demise in an utterly thorough manner. After delivering a powerful palm strike, he further concentrated his spiritual energy in midair, conjuring several water arrows. With a piercing cry, an endless barrage of water arrows transformed into a torrential rain, piercing through the target. This series of actions, though seemingly intricate, was merely a matter of a fleeting thought. The tremendous commotion caused the river's surface to erupt in a thunderous roar, as if countless waves had morphed into ferocious and malevolent dragons, their cries echoing with fury. The vibrations were so intense that they shook the very ground within the city for several moments. As long as Lu Qing remained inactive, all was well. Yet once he made his move, a lethal aura surged forth, accompanied by the tumult of winds and thunder. Many cultivators pressed their hands tightly against their ears, as the sound of the waves reverberated painfully through their eardrums. Chapter 46: Decisive Choices, News of the Outer Sect Competition. Stunned, the elders and youths of various clans were utterly taken aback. They had not anticipated that the seemingly affable Lu Qing could unleash such a tempestuous fury. The rain of arrows pierced the very surface of the river, the ominous energy palpable, while heavy mists were consumed by the relentless waves. As the final remnants of the mist dissipated, a clear azure sky emerged, stirring a profound unease within their hearts. Once tranquility returned, Lu Qing extended his spiritual sense, meticulously scanning the surrounding waters. Only after the ominous signs in his mind vanished did he retract the activated formation. The underlying issues hinted at significant problems, such as the true identity of the Bloody Bones and their connection to the ancient Dragon King. What did their presence signify? Was there a deeper mystery concealed beneath the flow of the Lingtai River? Such questions flitted through Lu Qing's mind, but he swiftly dismissed his curiosity. He unleashed the technique of waves 1,000 layers, employing the cloud water arrow to eradicate all threats in the vicinity. Complemented by the soul-shattering winds from the swift wind array, even any lingering remnants of spirit or consciousness would be utterly obliterated. Nevertheless, Lu Qing placed greater faith in the ominous signs that had dissipated. Their disappearance confirmed the conclusion of this particular foreboding situation. With the matter resolved, he felt no inclination to delve into the secrets that lay hidden here. Moreover, he discreetly marked this stretch of the Lingtai River as a zone of danger, deciding against venturing further within its depths. Who could say what entanglements of fate might arise? As the mist cleared and the threat was eliminated, many cultivators breathed sighs of relief upon hearing Lu Qing declare the demise of the sinister entity. They had witnessed the might of the Purple Mansion cultivator, capable of bending the very elements to his will. Being outsiders, they could only grasp the situation vaguely, obscured by the chaotic waves and mist, unable to discern the precise manner of the annihilation. However, the water arrows were a sight to behold. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your intervention. Indeed, had it not been for your timely assistance, our goods would have surely perished. Lu Qing's decisive action garnered the gratitude of countless cultivators. For every practitioner must earn their livelihood, and every aspect of cultivation necessitates resources. The banks of Lingtai River serve as a docking point for merchant vessels. The families within Lingtai County engage in substantial external trade, and a shipment of goods destined for Xinan Prefecture has been arranged at the behest of a prominent figure. Should any errors arise, while others may escape unscathed, the families responsible bear the brunt of the consequences. What does it matter if they are at the foundation establishment stage? Witnessing Lu Qing's prowess starkly illustrated the chasm in their cultivation levels, leaving them in a state of despair even at the prospect of confrontation. Very well. See to it that you manage these matters appropriately, the youthful immortal master remarked with an air of indifference. The onlookers beheld this young immortal transform into a streak of escaping light, swiftly departing from the city walls and retreating to Lingtai Mountain for quiet reflection. Before those remaining, eager to forge connections with the immortal master, could approach, he had vanished from sight. Humph! Hurry back and prepare to set sail, one individual exclaimed, glaring and promptly dispersing the throng of cultivators gathered in hopes of meeting the immortal master. Upon recognizing the Zhao family members, some cultivators responded with derisive laughter while others remained indifferent, yet the esteemed immortal they sought to associate with, the station lord, had long since departed. Consequently, they too vacated the area. Thus concluded the perplexing turmoil that had plagued Lingtai County for several days, ending with a thunderous finality. Even if some sought to return later in search of treasures in that location, they would find it utterly impossible to uncover even a fragment of the bone. Lu Qing initially came here to resolve his predicaments. Once he determined that there were no significant issues remaining, he planned to return to the Qizhu courtyard. Engaging with these individuals was an utter waste of time. After he eliminated that bloody skull, he subtly sensed he was on the threshold of the second level of the Purple Mansion. I suppose this marks the first cultivator I have slain, does it not? Lu Qing reminisced about the past year, a time spent either in cultivation or in pursuit of the path of cultivation. If one were to speak of having been stained by blood, it would pertain only to the period prior to embarking on the journey of cultivation. However, I had originally believed that I would have to wait until the external sect competition 3 years hence to gain entry into the inner sect. Yet to my astonishment, it has been unexpectedly postponed. On one hand, Lu Qing sensed an implicit breakthrough in his cultivation. On the other hand, he had just received a transmission from Bai Tongzi. Simultaneously, while the previous updates primarily concerned affairs within the outer sect, and the jade slips that bore no relation to Lu Qing, there emerged several pieces of information pertinent to him. No, it would be more accurate to state that this information was relevant to the majority of the outer sect disciples. The contents that Lu Qing was currently perusing read, Bai Tongzi, Lu Qing, are you there? Have you arrived at Lingtai County? Bai Tongzi continued, the outer sect competition has been postponed. You should prepare swiftly. It would be best to step into the Purple Mansion, who knows? You might even gain entry into the inner sect. Lu Qing pondered that the message from the White Crane Boy likely indicated that he had not ventured beyond Zhongzhou, possibly due to a limited understanding of geographical concepts. When he departed, Lu Qing had remarked on the vast distance. Now, the White Crane Boy's communication might stem from forgetfulness or perhaps a delay in receiving the message due to the considerable geographical expanse involved in the sect's token transmission. Lu Qing, concerned for Tongzi, I have arrived at Lingtai and have received the news. How has Tongzi been lately? After waiting for a while without any word from Bai Tongzi, Lu Qing set aside the token and shifted his attention to the crucial content of the message. Have you heard? The external sect competition has been unexpectedly postponed. Can you believe it? I was fully prepared, and now it has been delayed. Who knows what the reason is? Wasn't it supposed to take place at the end of the year? It is already a new year. Rumor has it that this delay is somehow related to that group of prodigies entering the external sect. I had a feeling the truth would be like this. Could they possibly make them wait until the competition 3 years later? Today's intelligence jade slip is particularly vibrant with information. Lu Qing, instead of hastily retreating into seclusion, took his time to peruse the events that had transpired during his 2-month absence from the Tao Institute. Among these, the most pressing concern was the grand competition of the outer sect. Lu Qing had heard whispers of this competition long before. Initially, he believed he would merely be an observer. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he chose not to pursue it further. It was confirmed that this grand competition had indeed been postponed, likely until this year, with insider disciples speculating that it might be delayed until the scorching summer months. Chapter 47. Enlightenment, Peril. Lu Qing felt a stirring in his heart, and he found himself inclined to believe some of the rumors whispered by that so-called insider disciple. He calculated in his mind, not with fingers, but merely by recalling the myriad messages that flooded through the jade slips. The prodigies, regardless of their whereabouts, always drew attention. Lu Qing was aware that those individuals had similarly reached the Purple Mansion realm, though he was uncertain of their exact stages within it. Furrowing his brow, he momentarily set aside the matter of the grand competition. Whether he participated or not was of little consequence to him. He was already stationed at the Purple Mansion and anticipated departing within a year. Reflecting on the passage of time, he noted that 2 months had already elapsed, leaving him with 8 months remaining. Lu Qing earnestly hoped that no unforeseen incidents would arise during this interval. The grand competition served as a stage for prodigies to showcase their talents, and Lu Qing was self-aware enough to recognize his own limitations. More significantly, such an ostentatious setting was fraught with potential hazards. Even a single misstep could attract the attention of formidable figures, making it a breeding ground for envy and hostility. Entanglements that could not be easily severed often led to significant troubles. Lu Qing dispelled a fleeting thought and turned his gaze towards his dantian, where his spiritual energy became increasingly solid, subtly exuding an aura of purity. Within the Purple Palace, his soul was engaged in a meditative posture. Lu Qing's aura gradually settled into tranquility as strands of spiritual energy were drawn into the center of the courtyard by the formation, coalescing around him. The Xiantian Yuanjing, a superior cultivation technique of profound depth, follows the path of the myriad things of the waters. The way of water represents the fundamental principles of the cultivation realm. While it is readily accessible, one must first behold the mountain to truly enter it. Otherwise, everything remains as if shrouded in mist, leading to a state of madness in the pursuit of cultivation. In Lu Qing's previous environment, there was no water. However, water exists in various forms, such as clouds, mist, and dew, all of which are included in this category. Lu Qing has permeated the mist formation, a grand array capable of serving as a sect's plaque, which undoubtedly possesses its own unique mysteries. Furthermore, when he took action today against Jiang Lang, he struck with a palm, employing the technique of waves 1,000-fold. By a fortunate coincidence, in a moment of mental clarity, he inadvertently brushed against the edge of this great path. The path is boundless and formless, devoid of emotion and name. It encompasses the myriad phenomena of past, present, and future across all realms of time and space. Ultimately, a common person's life amounts to merely grasping a few insights into the laws of existence. Even Lu Qing could not have anticipated that he would suddenly find himself ensnared in such an epiphany. Moreover, it was not an instantaneous realization. Rather, it seemed that the timing was fortuitously aligned, allowing him to subtly touch upon this threshold. The great path resonates with an eternal echo, transcending the measure of time. In the mountains, where one cultivates, time becomes irrelevant. The figure seated in meditation finally stirred, the once closed eyes slowly revealing a hint of rare excitement, mingled with a sense of caution and trepidation. At this moment, it was fortunate that he did not succumb to greed. Otherwise, he would have been consumed by the path itself. Since the inception of his cultivation, Lu Qing has not encountered significant peril, despite his constant inner vigilance. It is impossible to remain perpetually aware of all risks along the path of cultivation. This time, the threat did not emanate from external sources but rather from an epiphany. His exhilaration stemmed from the fact that this moment of enlightenment allowed him to touch upon the enigmatic Tao of water, the vast sea of Songlong, and the celestial expanse of the universe, entities so unfathomable among all living beings, reduced to mere fireflies when juxtaposed with the brilliance of the sun. Immersed in this revelation, the dormant Xiantian Yuanshu instantly ascended to the 7th layer, while his Tao heart seemed to undergo a profound purification, cleansing away all impurities. This baptism of the Tao heart instilled an undeniable sense of truth, revealing the splendor of the world before him. Such a rare and exhilarating sensation, akin to effortlessly ascending to celestial heights, harbored its own danger. He cast a glance at the ominous warning in his mind. In that very moment, as his skill activated, a sudden flash illuminated his consciousness, dispelling the enchanting feeling and withdrawing him from the epiphany. Reflecting on this, Lu Qing recognized that he had narrowly avoided a perilous misstep. The comprehension and realization of the Tao are not feats achievable by the average person. They often lead to madness or, worse, a dissolution of one's cultivation into nothingness. The threats are indeed formidable. Henceforth, he must exercise caution, avoiding greed and ensuring that each step on the path of cultivation is taken with deliberate care. Lu Qing silently established another principle for himself. Indeed, on the path of cultivation, one will inevitably encounter both significant and minor pitfalls. However, at its core, it ultimately revolves around the insidious nature of greed and desire. Through the baptism of the Tao heart, my innate qualities and comprehension have been imperceptibly enhanced. Alongside a deeper understanding of the principles of water, which now seem to embody a greater fluidity and harmony, Lu Qing formed a mystical gesture, and a delicate mist of cool, refreshing vapor emanated from his fingertips. After retracting his hand seal, he opened the training room and stepped outside. In a fleeting movement, he found himself in the courtyard. Upon reaching the front yard, his gaze fell upon a tea tree nestled in the corner. With a focused thought, he shaped the gesture once more, and a stream of water materialized at his fingertips. Initially as slender as chopsticks, the stream gradually expanded to the thickness of a bamboo tube, directly nourishing the tea tree. Though winter had settled in, and the sky was adorned with a blanket of soft, falling snowflakes, the tea tree remained a vibrant green, standing out strikingly against the pristine white landscape. The cold weather enveloped Lu Qing, but his cultivation kept him attuned to the surroundings, as did the tea tree. This particular tea tree was no ordinary specimen. The icy water flowed through its roots without causing any harm. Moreover, the frigid stream contained a trace of spiritual energy, making it far more favored by the tea tree than the natural rain that fell from the heavens. Its branches swayed gently, and each emerald leaf stretched out as much as possible, eagerly absorbing the unexpected gift of this sudden downpour. After experimenting with his own ideas, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile at the lively movements of the tea tree, acknowledging its discerning nature, recognizing the rain from the heavens and the water in his hands. This particular tea tree exhibited only a trace of subtle spirit, leaving Lu Qing uncertain whether it was instinct or a genuine manifestation of spiritual wisdom. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. Upon completing his cultivation, he planned to pluck a couple of leaves to brew tea. His recent epiphany resembled an awakening, which varied from person to person. Upon emerging from his retreat, Lu Qing estimated that roughly half a month had elapsed. Half a month is neither too long nor too short. Previously, he had contemplated how Lingai County seemed uncharacteristically devoid of winter's embrace, lacking snow and ice. However, upon his return, he was greeted with traces left by a heavy snowfall. Chapter 48. Unexpected developments with visitors from Lingyun Gate. His gaze traversed the courtyard wall, sweeping over the cliffs, and settling near the foot of the mountain in Lingai County. A thick blanket of snow enveloped the landscape, rendering it a vast expanse of white. Yet, Lu Qing also observed several areas pulsating with the energy of formations, shielding them from the encroaching chill of winter. These were the formations of several foundational families, possessing the ability to create a warm spring ambience, an occurrence that did not surprise Lu Qing. He refrained from delving deeper into these areas and instead turned his attention to the city walls beyond. The Lingtai River had long since regained its former vibrancy. It remained unfrozen and free of mist obstructing the view. Countless vessels, be they large ships, small boats, or fishing crafts, navigated the waters above. Suddenly, the river's surface began to shimmer with layers of white ripples, stirred by the passing boats. In the distance, where the water met the sky, several imposing ships, emanating an aura of solemnity, were making their way toward him from afar. Lu Qing slightly narrowed his eyes, observing the large vessels hoisting several flags, with the ominous words Lingium and fluttering in the river breeze. Unlike others who remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances, Lu Qing, as an experienced individual, was acutely aware of the intricate causality behind the waters of this river. Thus, after his recent retreat, he sought to comprehend the events of the past fortnight. His gaze was fixed here, and the sounds emanating from this vicinity also reached his ears. The past half-month had not been tranquil. Coincidentally, on the very first day of his emergence, he sensed the impending storm. His attention was immediately drawn to the appearance of these grand ships, and myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Knowing the location he was stationed at, Lu Qing had already noted the significant power players in Lingzhou. Lingium happened to be a prominent sect in Lingzhou, its territory situated in Sinan Prefecture. How could this small county of Lingai attract such a sect? Furthermore, Lu Qing possessed keen eyesight. He merely glanced over and refrained from further probing, as he discerned several extraordinary presences concealed within those ships. Were these individuals targeting Lingtai County, or did they possess knowledge of the eastern and western banks of Lingtai River? As these thoughts flickered in his mind, his gaze swiftly returned. He was untroubled, for after making his choice, the divination had dissipated indicating that he would not be implicated in these matters. Moreover, he harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding that enigmatic entity, suspecting a possible connection to the unknown Dragon King. Did the members of Lingyanmen possess knowledge of this as well? He momentarily entertained these thoughts, refraining from casting his gaze or extending his consciousness outward, yet the sounds he perceived seemed to resonate more broadly, a result of the enhancement of his spiritual power. The indistinct murmurs that reached his ears, devoid of ominous portents, suggested no imminent danger. Lu Qing sipped his tea, listening to the whispers carried by the wind and water. Skillfully filtering out the inconsequential cacophony, he began to discern human voices. On the deck of the Lingyanmen vessels, several figures cloaked in dark, cloud-like robes emerged. One individual leaned on the railing, their green eyes darting restlessly, images flashing across their irises. The others remained silent, awaiting news. Suddenly, the green-eyed cultivator froze, unable to comprehend the absence of what they sought. It was impossible. The divination spoken of by that monk indicated it was here. How could it be missing? Indeed. Old Seven, your eyes must be malfunctioning, remarked the other cultivators in disbelief. A stout cultivator appeared, moving with surprising agility for his size, swiftly ascending from the lower deck. Upon reaching the group, he collapsed to the ground, causing the floor to tremble slightly, his voice quaking. My lord, speak. The second elder shot a glance at the stout cultivator, recognizing him as a subordinate. Our people have scoured this place countless times and found nothing. A bearded cultivator. The third elder impatiently interrupted. We did not summon you to recount strange occurrences. We require the item. It is a treasure. Do you understand? Spare us your irrelevant tales. The stout cultivator felt wronged, thinking, was it not you who insisted we investigate the peculiarities of this location? Enough, old three. Interjected a figure in a wheelchair who had emerged from the group. He was no longer young, his face etched with age and half his hair white, yet no one dared gaze upon his legs. He was the leader of this assembly of dark-robed cultivators, all of whom held purple mansion cultivation levels, with the leader's aura even more inscrutable. Old Seven, have you found it? He inquired, turning his attention to the green-eyed cultivator. At this moment, Old Seven was fervently gesturing with his hands, muttering incantations, while his green eyes swirled in their sockets, revealing countless scenes from Lingai County. As the others focused intently on Old Seven, he began to utter a word when suddenly his body convulsed, contorting grotesquely as he expelled a mouthful of blood. His already emaciated form becoming even more fragile, resembling parchment. His eyes bulged, veins on his forehead protruding ominously, and he could not finish his sentence before becoming rigid. Old Seven, seventh brother. The other cultivator's expression shifted dramatically as they rushed to assist him. The leader swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to halt Old Seven's calculations with intangible spiritual force, but alas, it was in vain. In the briefest of moments, a skin-like vessel adorned with a pair of green eyes fell to the ground. The stout cultivator, quietly moving to a corner, caught sight of this scene and was seized with terror. Amidba, he fervently pressed his palms together in prayer, sweat beading on his forehead, fearing that this malevolent group would silence him. Brother, how could you perish so? Mourned one, tears streaming down their face. Seventh brother, another stared at the skin vessel, their expression complex. Seventh brother, may your journey be peaceful, one said, their countenance somber as they lifted the skin vessel. Old Seven was dead. He had glimpsed that which he should not have. The leader's voice remained calm, yet a flicker of coldness danced in his eyes. Since Old Seven has perished while attempting to divine, and since the item is no longer here, we need not waste our efforts. Brother, that deceitful monk has duped us. I demand retribution, raged Old Three, his eyes ablaze. Indeed, that monk is undoubtedly treacherous. Do not presume we are unaware of his intentions to meddle. He may have already reached the location of the treasure, exclaimed Old Five, brimming with ferocity. Inside the Qitian bamboo courtyard, Lu Qing set down his teacup, and as the lingering presence gradually faded away, a peculiar expression emerged in his eyes. He began to comprehend that the object of their search was undoubtedly intertwined with that bloody bone. In Chapter 49, Speculation, Lu Qing had been pondering how he, having publicly obliterated that bloody bone, could possibly remain unconnected to the ensuing consequences. However, upon hearing the developments, he was astonished by the unfolding events. Among the 7 individuals, the 7th, though he had not witnessed any peculiar abilities, had spoken of his own demise, and to those in the know, it seemed as if fate had dictated such an outcome. These 7 had come seeking the bloody bone, and this 7th individual was presumed to be a master of divination. Yet, unexpectedly, he had lost his life in this endeavor. Furthermore, it was ironic that his unfinished words had been misconstrued by the others. After all, anyone would assume that the results derived from such a perilous calculation could not possibly be false. But could it be that the truth lay hidden? With an unspoken continuation lingering in the air, Qing contemplated the choices presented by the divination, one being to remain and the other to seal away. Both options held the potential to be discerned in this context. Under the premise of such divination, even if this individual were to perish, the cultivators of Lingyun's sect would not depart with such haste. However, logically speaking, I would undoubtedly be unable to contend against at least 6 Purple Mansion cultivators. Yet there was no indication of impending calamity. Instead, a web of intricate causality ensnared the situation. Qing was initially reluctant to ponder further. Yet the events of today have led him to a deeper realization of his innate abilities. Concepts such as fate and causality seem too ethereal for him at present. Upon witnessing this development, he could not help but reflect on the uniqueness of this skill. Originally introduced under the guise of benevolence, this skill, though incomplete, possesses remarkable utility. Qing glanced back, noting that the several dark ships, resembling shards of ice, had departed from the river. Lingyun Gate, treasures, and a Taoist priest all came to mind as he recalled the intricate causality revealed in the divination he had encountered, fraught with entanglements and challenges that seemed insurmountable. He reflected on the demon exorcising task that had been activated in the Taoist Academy earlier. A vague intuition stirred within him, suggesting that this incident would not be an exception. The storm was brewing. He gazed at Lingai County, a place of picturesque mountains and clear waters, indeed rich with opportunities. After all, he had acquired the ancient tree's spiritual essence, which had facilitated a breakthrough in his spirit, allowing it to separate from his body and align with his cultivation level. What was once inscribed upon his physical form now shimmered faintly with golden light upon his spirit. This realization struck Qing profoundly. His spiritual cultivation was unconsciously fueling the circulation of celestial energy throughout his being. Consequently, a transformation in his innate talent had occurred. Historical records indicated that this ancient tree's essence benefited the spirit. Yet it was evident that such treasures nourished not only the spirit, but also the very foundation of one's cultivation. Qing found it difficult to determine whether his cultivation aptitude had indeed reached the level of the earthly realm. However, he surmised that it could not be far from it. The other cultivators in Lingtai County were oblivious to the unfolding events, except for a select few who had glimpsed the magnificent vessels. While they remained on guard, they were astonished to see the ships seemingly linger only briefly before altering their course and departing. Somewhere, the vessels prepared to return, drawing ever closer to the vicinity of Xian Prefecture. After their departure, in a deeper underground palace, countless crimson candles flickered ominously atop a table, arranged densely as if honoring ancestral tablets. Suddenly, one candle extinguished. A peculiar, contorted figure lurking nearby raised its head, noting yet another candle had died. The sound that followed was a raspy, muffled noise, akin to heavy, decayed wood scraping against one another, evoking a sense of unease. The flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow within the dim subterranean hall, illuminating a blank face that was strangely devoid of recognizable features. Meanwhile, on the distant Lingtai Mountain, Qing was preparing to set down his teacup when an unexpected chill washed over him. He raised an eyebrow, scanning his surroundings with keen awareness, yet found no hidden eyes watching him. Was someone indeed spying on him, or was there yet another calculating presence at play? Qing did not overlook the fleeting chill that had just passed. For the instinct that occasionally arises within a cultivator's body can often be a matter of life and death. With his innate abilities yet to be activated and no imminent peril in sight, Qing could only speculate that this sensation was related to the Spirit Platform River. He no longer believed that the Spirit Platform River merely housed a solitary foundational stage turtle in hibernation with nothing else of concern. Having encountered inexplicable occurrences and the sudden arrival of several true disciples from the Lingyun sect in search of treasures, he now harbored the hope that the treasures behind these events were indeed genuine, rather than merely the manifestation of some celestial abode. This is not a baseless conclusion drawn by Qing. Rather, it stems from his duty as a guard, which necessitates the documentation of significant events. The recent bizarre incident was certainly noteworthy, and these occurrences are evident to all. Qing had no intention of fabricating anything. Rather, he merely chose to withhold certain details, which does not equate to deceit, and thus, he expected no one would pursue the matter further. The fact that a guard from countless generations past recorded such a statement suggests that there may indeed have been a specter present at that time. As one involved in these events, Lu Qing's observations were limited compared to those at higher echelons. However, this remote region of Lingzhou had always been somewhat neglected. If it were indeed related to a celestial abode, it would stand to reason that more formidable cultivators should be dispatched here. Yet, some questions remained unanswered, and new ones continued to arise. Lu Qing did not exert himself over trivial matters. Since he could not comprehend them, he chose to set them aside. He determined that as his cultivation progressed, the veils of the world would naturally be lifted before him. During this period, Lu Qing ceased to ponder the implications of Ling Taizhong's actions or their potential impact on his current position. Instead, he diligently advanced to the second realm of the Purple Mansion. The myriad laws manifested by the way of water and the countless phenomena of the universe greatly aided Lu Qing's understanding. While he could not yet claim profound insights into the Tao, it was evident that practicing water-related techniques would yield exceptional results. Moreover, Lu Qing had also taken a keen interest in a particular technique known as the minor cloud and rain art, a genuine manifestation of the cloud and rain technique. With deep enough cultivation, it could even grant him the ability to summon wind and rain at will. Lu Qing gazed into the token space. Although the task hall was closed, a small exchange pavilion remained available for the disciples stationed outside. However, in comparison to the task hall and the scripture repository, the offerings here appeared meager to the discerning eye. To outsiders, it might seem a vast ocean of books, but to the disciples of the Tao Academy, it was merely a simplified selection. They could only exchange for jade slips and scrolls containing techniques and spells that could be inscribed within the space. Lu Qing currently possesses a considerable amount of spirit stones, as individuals consistently allocate a portion for him each month. Here, he is not required to rely on cultivating spiritual plants as he does within the Tao Academy to earn spirit stones. Nevertheless, the disparity between contributions and the exchange rate for spirit stones remains profoundly unbalanced. After Lu Qing exchanged for the cloud and rain technique, his spiritual stones were suddenly reduced by half. However, this was still within his capacity to bear. These spiritual stones were relatively easy to obtain, which made Lu Qing ponder why, despite being outside, he found various aspects lacking compared to within the Tao Academy. Many disciples, after completing a mandatory station task, still chose to leave the mountain and head to their designated posts. Not to mention, the allure of spiritual stones was undeniably tempting. Chapter 50. The Cloud and Rain Technique. News. Previously, although the cultivation of the minor cloud and rain technique had reached perfection and its coverage area expanded with the rise in cultivation, it ultimately remained merely a gathering of clouds and falling water, not yet qualifying as a true cloud and rain technique. Previously, Lu Qing perceived the world with obscured clarity. However, upon entering the Purple Mansion and nurturing his spirit, followed by an enlightening baptism of understanding, he gazed once more at the heavens. This time, he discerned not merely the superficial clouds and rain, but rather the intricate threads of cosmic laws that flowed through the fabric of existence. Here, the laws of nature resided in their essence, while the minor clouds and rain had yet to touch these principles. This particular art of cloud and rain was distinct. Lu Qing cradled a small storm cloud in his palm, the dark thundercloud swirling gently within his grasp. Though its form was diminutive and exquisite, it harbored an elusive essence that transcended mere spiritual energy. The two fundamental laws of clouds and rain had been distilled into simplicity by this technique, providing a swifter avenue to connect with the cosmic principles. As Lu Qing commenced his training, he could not help but marvel at the profound truth that simplicity lies at the heart of the great path. Such a seemingly straightforward art of cloud and rain encompassed profound cultivation principles, which many could scarcely touch upon, necessitating the expenditure of countless contribution points, an investment well worth its value. One could only ponder the true power of summoning the winds and rains. The deeper he practiced, the greater his reverence grew. While curiosity about the vistas above stirred within him, he felt no urgent need compared to others. Yet, the pursuit of a measure of self-preservation remained imperative. As Lu Qingxin's thoughts stirred, dark thunderclouds emerged from her palm, swiftly transforming the clear winter sky into a shroud of ominous gray. The air was filled with the sound of thunder, yet no flashes of lightning could be seen. The clouds enveloped the surrounding area, prompting many passers-by to glance upwards, unable to discern any difference from the usual winter weather. It was indeed midwinter. Would this herald a winter thunderstorm or perhaps a heavy snowfall? Let us hope it does not rain, for the icy droplets sting the face. Perhaps it would be prudent to conjure a protective barrier. If all else fails, one might as well procure an umbrella. After all, we are practitioners. Beneath the thunderclouds, Some gazed at the sky with amusement, while others, perplexed, offered their own humorous remarks. Lu Qing was not yet capable of unleashing a torrential downpour upon Lingtai County in the frigid grip of winter. While it was indeed rain that fell, upon reaching the ground, it transformed into cold, unyielding ice. He could alter the weather momentarily, yet he could not command every subtle shift of the heavens and earth. Nor could he eternally freeze time, for he lacked profound supernatural powers. Once he had progressed further in his cultivation, Lu Qing would again wave his sleeve, causing the storm clouds to dissipate swiftly, revealing the sun that lay behind. The sunlight was far from warm, and as Lu Qing tread upon the snowy ground, he did not constantly showcase his agility. Nonetheless, he moved as silently as the wind, leaving no trace upon the snow. In the second realm of the Purple Mansion, cultivation resembled a steep ascent, with each step presenting a higher threshold than the last. Lu Qing waved his hand, and the teapot and teacups upon the jade table remained untouched by the heavy snow. The clear water began to boil on its own, while 2 leaves of tea gracefully descended from the tea tree, falling into the open mouth of the teapot. In an instant, a rich aroma of tea wafted through the air, dispelling even the chill of the surroundings for a distance of 3 zhang. A token shimmered with light, signaling the arrival of a message. The White Crane Boy inquired, Lu Qing, the outer sect competition is set to commence on the 1st of April. Are you not considering signing up? Since their last communication, the White Crane Boy had been aware of Lu Qing's leisurely circumstances and had left a few messages during their occasional encounters. And now it sought to discuss the upcoming competition. Lu Qing, my cultivation is shallow, and I am powerless, so I shall refrain from joining the commotion. As for the White Crane Youth, I have no idea where he is, but his response time is remarkably swift. White Crane Youth, TSK, what a pity. The outer sect competition is always exceedingly lively. However, I understand. You are stationed outside, and returning would indeed be quite troublesome. Lu Qing did not feel any sense of regret. After all, there are gains and losses in life. The insider disciple had confidently asserted that the event would take place in the scorching summer, yet it was now evidently the season of spring peaches, which bore no relation to the heat of summer. He was uncertain whether there had been changes in higher circles or if other considerations were at play. Regardless, the early arrival liberated Lu Qing from any lingering concerns. The Purple Mansion realm served as the starting line for registration. To gain entry into the inner sanctum, one could choose to apprentice under a master, participate in the grand competition, achieve the golden core stage, or possess exceptional talents, those with innate gifts surpassing even the rarest celestial roots and extraordinary physiques. Although various paths seemed available, they ultimately revolved around the twin pillars of strength and innate talent. Lu Qing currently resides in the second realm of the Purple Mansion. His cultivation level unfortunately remains rather inadequate. Historically, in the grand competition, the lowest-ranked individual among the top 100 possesses a cultivation level of at least the 8th realm of the Purple Mansion, with many among the higher ranks even achieving the golden core stage. The reasons for not directly entering the inner sect could be twofold. Firstly, it may pertain to reputation, and secondly, it could relate to the rewards for ranking. Additionally, for those without a master, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that they might catch the eye of an esteemed elder during the competition and be accepted as a personal disciple. Lu Qing, there is nothing to lament. Even if I wished to enroll, bad luck might lead to an early exit. Bai He Tong Zi, I knew you wouldn't participate. However, it matters not. The competition merely brings some excitement. Your cultivation in Lingtai County is far more comfortable than mine. Lu Qing conversed once more with the White Crane Youth about the latest developments concerning the outer sect. The outer sect was vast, and even the White Crane Youth could only report that, at present, there were no notable occurrences within the Dao Academy. Following the previous demon-slaying mission, a contingent of disciples had been dispatched to that area, and an elder clad in purple robes had intervened, seemingly intending to transform that locale into a training secret realm to facilitate the cultivation of disciples from the body refinement lineage. Lu Qing had not anticipated the subsequent developments. Yet upon reflection, he realized that, after all, this was the realm of cultivation, and transforming it into a secret domain did not seem overly challenging. Naturally, after setting aside the token, Lu Qing turned his gaze toward the jade slip that represented intelligence. Unlike his indifferent demeanor, the messages within revealed that numerous disciples had broken through their confines upon receiving this news. The number of notable disciples emerging surpassed that of the demon-slaying missions. and Lu Qing needed only to recall the flurry of retreating lights during the demon-slaying tasks to comprehend the magnificent spectacle awaiting at the mountain gate. Once the senior disciples appeared, the disciples who had entered last year, including Lu Qing's cohort, had nearly lost their prominence. Save for those with superior aptitude who could still engage in friendly competition with some of the senior disciples prior to the announcement of the competition date. However, following the confirmation of the competition, many unfamiliar faces had emerged within the outer sect. Faced with this grand contest, which represented an opportunity to establish their names within the inner sect, every disciple was formidable, with various factors such as temperament, practical experience, and external equipment playing significant roles in the competition. What a predicament! I thought I would rank today. But why are all the names up there from the Purple Mansion disciples? How unfortunate. I was once ahead, but now I've fallen off the list. My spirit stones. Indeed, why couldn't they create a separate ranking for them? It seemed rather unjust. Another competition. I'm envious. When will I ever reach the foundation establishment stage? Quiet down, everyone. This happens every time during the competition. Remain calm. After the contest, you can take to the arena, and it will be somewhat better then. Some seasoned disciples offered their advice, drawing from past experiences. Chapter 51. Observing the commotion. The three realms of the Purple Mansion. Is anyone renting the Zuyue Pavilion? It offers an excellent vantage point for watching the competition. First come, first served. The competition was set to commence in April. Is anyone interested in purchasing spirit recovery pills? They are both affordable and effective for quickly replenishing spiritual energy, regardless of minor or severe injuries. They work wonders for Purple Mansion cultivators as well. April competition. If you're unable to secure a spot, you can directly purchase the flowing light mirror. You can watch the entire event as if you were present, with no hint of falsehood, even from the ends of the earth. Some disciples seized the opportunity to engage in commerce as the competition began. Each competition often resulted in friction and injury. Severe wounds occasionally occurred, as cultivators inherently faced adversity in their practice, yet the Academy did not overly comment on such matters. Consequently, during these grand contests, the most profitable ventures were those selling pills, spiritual tools, talismans, and other supplementary items, all of which saw their prices skyrocketing at this time. Lu Qing gazed upon the flood of messages, momentarily at a loss for words, as if he had suddenly found himself amidst a bustling marketplace. The cacophony was overwhelming, starkly contrasting with his memory of the desolate outer courtyard, where one rarely encountered another soul. Yet, these observations were but secondary. Lu Qing merely gazed at the message within the jade slip, aware that the revelry spoken of by the White Crane boy might not merely be a trivial affair, but rather a genuine commotion. The disciples he might encounter outside could very well be accomplished practitioners of the Purple Mansion. Furthermore, he observed the counsel offered by some of the more seasoned disciples. His ranking had undoubtedly plummeted beyond recognition, and at this juncture, the atmosphere was decidedly unwelcoming for those aspiring to ascend the rankings. Even for those intent on gauging their combat prowess against their peers, the situation was far from favorable. The very term grand competition indirectly influenced the rules of the arena, and in the absence of challengers, those newly initiated into the foundation establishment stage could find their names on the leaderboard. However, the spectral adversaries faced now were markedly different from those of yore. To ascend the stage at this moment in hopes of improving one's standing would undoubtedly be the gravest of errors. Engaging in combat at the foundation establishment level against practitioners of the Purple Mansion? It was a futile endeavor, a battle one could not win. Thus, participation in the grand competition was out of the question. He could only stand by as a mere onlooker, while onlookers eagerly scrutinized the fluctuating leaderboard, placing bets on which disciple would rise or fall. Some, for convenience, even updated the day's rankings directly within the jade slips. Lu Qing came across scattered news regarding several exceptionally talented individuals, all of whom had met their demise at the hands of senior disciples, causing their rankings to plummet. Others, whom Lu Qing had heard of previously, were also gradually being vanquished, with some entirely dropping out of the rankings. Within the span of just a few days, the leaderboard had undergone a substantial upheaval, with individuals consistently descending while others surged upward like a dragon crossing the river. Observing the flood of messages on the jade slips about the upcoming competition, Lu Qing could easily envision that the outer sect was far from tranquil. The battles among those above the Zifu realm were particularly fierce. The leaderboard had been entirely reshuffled, and even the most promising newcomer, Gu Xiantian, found himself suddenly relegated beyond the top 100. Such a ranking served as a stark reminder that this cohort of exceptionally gifted prodigies would undoubtedly be unable to gain entry into the inner sect this year. Lu Qing set down the jade slip, feeling a tinge of perplexity. The disciple who had previously vowed to divulge insider information had not made another appearance. This led Lu Qing to realize that the earlier revelations from the disciple had merely stemmed from an overestimation of the significance of the talented individuals involved. Now, with only a few months' delay, Lu Qing remained suspicious that this was related to the last demon-slaying mission. The aftermath of that endeavor, while not severely detrimental to the Dao Academy, had indeed spawned numerous subsequent complications. At the very least, there was an urgent need to quell the turbulent earth energy stirred by the explosions, which required manpower. Furthermore, there was the inherent malevolent energy of heaven and earth. The repercussions of this causal chain would undoubtedly spell doom for those demonic cultivators. Lu Qing surmised that they were contemplating the notion of either fully committing or retreating entirely, opting instead for a course of action that would result in leaving behind a chaotic aftermath, even if it led to their demise. Lu Qing was absent from the mountain gate, and the news brought by the White Crane Boy made it abundantly clear that the demon-slaying mission had progressed. This indicated that the karmic ties from this endeavor were finally beginning to unwind, leaving only time to erode what remained. He fervently hoped that he would not encounter the same ominous omens as before. Lu Qing regarded the bustling atmosphere before the grand competition with a sense of curiosity. However, the most crucial aspect remained his own predicament. He found himself truly separated from the mountain gate by countless mountains and rivers. In his current position of vigilance, Lu Qing did not believe there existed a place of absolute safety. At best, it was merely a matter of varying degrees of risk, whether fatal or not. Interestingly, although the last encounter with the blood-red bone resembling no human form had yielded only a minor ominous portent, it was merely the tip of an immense iceberg, with the rest submerged in the depths, beyond the reach of the naked eye. The solid ice above the sea concealed an entire mountain beneath its surface. Lu Qing remained remarkably composed, for he had already severed the root of this causality. He believed that this skill, being a divination of fate, would not intertwine with him, regardless of how events unfolded. Even if he were to eliminate that enigmatic entity on the spot, it was destined to have no connection to him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly rose, his figure darting like the wind, appearing outside the courtyard. His gaze pierced through the array, catching sight of a slight movement at Lingtai River. Were more visitors arriving? He scrutinized the unfamiliar vessel. It was neither a merchant ship nor a fishing boat. The boats that traversed Lingtai County daily adhered to a few specific styles. In Lu Qing's view, outside vessels were more ostentatious and opulent. As if money were no object, the array fluctuations emanating from a single ship represented a rare and formidable defensive formation. As Lu Qing observed, the vessel displayed no peculiar behavior. It merely lingered in the heart of the river for a while before departing. Its arrival was abrupt, as was its departure. Yet, Lu Qing's prior apprehensions seemed to be gradually validated. He sensed that a significant trouble loomed in the vicinity, though he hoped it would not erupt too soon, ideally, after he completed his tenure. For this reason, Lu Qing lost interest in the intriguing matters inscribed on the jade tablet and instead embarked on another prolonged seclusion. Lingtai County typically experienced little in the way of significant events. By Shouchai, the current county magistrate, maintained his position with ample strength and skill, adeptly managing dealings with foreign merchant vessels and guilds. Aside from the earlier peculiar incident, this magistrate exhibited remarkable leniency, and the four families involved conducted their affairs with efficiency. Having witnessed Lu Qing's prowess, they harbored no doubts. Such methods, if directed at themselves, would leave them equally defenseless. Months drifted by, and soon summer arrived. Following the continuous spring rains, the season of scorching heat and torrential downpours commenced. Time flew, and upon finally emerging from his seclusion, Lu Qing discovered that his aura had ascended yet another level. He had reached the third realm of the Purple Mansion. His months of isolation had once again extended the duration of his retreat. Chapter 52, Steady Cultivation, the Sorrowful Old Taoist. Lu Qing did not rush. Instead, he first directed his gaze towards Lingtai County. During his seclusion, he would sense any disturbances in the formation. There was no trace of communication talismans present. As he looked down, apart from the disappearance of the snow, which had transformed into a scene under the blazing sun, Lingtai County appeared unchanged from before his retreat. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he turned his attention to Lingtai River. The river's waters were a deep emerald green, concealing its depths, while the riverbanks remained bustling with activity. Had those people not returned? Lu Qing brushed aside this fleeting thought. This time, He had directly entered seclusion in June. He glanced at the disciple token. Bai He Tongzi had sent several messages of inquiry. After responding to it, Lu Qing turned his attention to the jade slip. Lu Qing calculated the passage of time. The grand competition should have concluded by now. He glanced at the information within. The list of entrants from the outer sect to the inner sect in the grand competition was as follows. Beyond the other news, this list of names was also considered a piece of intelligence. As Lu Qing gazed into the distance, his eyes settled on the very last individual to enter, a disciple from the outer sect named Li Feng. Compared to the usual candidates, Li Feng's cultivation was slightly superior, residing in the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet, a note indicated that he had already ascended to the 9th level. It was evident that Li Feng was not merely a newcomer to the 8th level, but had been awaiting this moment for some time, breaking through to the 9th level immediately after the grand competition. Unsurprisingly, none from his cohort, who had joined the sect last year, managed to qualify. The postponement of this year's grand competition, initially attributed to certain individuals, now seemed to be nothing more than a farce, as it was simply a matter of lacking personnel. The competition had been truly exhilarating. Even a month after its conclusion, it lingered in his thoughts, revealing new ways to unleash spells. Previously, he had assumed that the talented individuals sent down from the inner sect were meant to infiltrate the grand competition, but it appeared he had overestimated their intentions. Their ability to enter the Purple Mansion realm was primarily due to their possession of soul treasures and contracted spirit beasts, which had enabled them to break records set by the Divine Child. Indeed, this meant that their current levels were likely somewhat inflated. He pondered how, even if the competition were postponed until the end of the year, it was improbable for them to reach the 8th or 9th levels of the Purple Mansion realm in just a year. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that while they may not progress from the Purple Mansion to the Golden Core realm in a single year, they were, after all, prodigies. Moreover, their defeat this time was hardly unexpected. Having only entered the sect last year, their achievement in reaching the Purple Mansion realm this year was undeniably impressive, indicating that the next grand competition would truly showcase their brilliance. Lu Qing gazed intently, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He held no interest in rankings, nor in the formidable prowess of rising stars. The information that crossed his path primarily pertained to a handful of extraordinary prodigies, alongside some reports on those of inferior talent, all encapsulated within countless jade slips. Although the great competition had concluded, discussions surrounding it remained fervent. The unprecedented cohort from the outer sect also garnered considerable attention, albeit significantly diminished compared to before. Just entering the Purple Mansion, a superficial realm, Lu Qing suddenly confronted a pressing question. Was his current pace of cultivation normal or abnormal? Lu Qing had initially set his sights on a few renowned prodigies, whose exceptional talents and rapid advancements were nothing short of remarkable. With such formidable peers above him, he, as a slightly unconventional upper-grade disciple, merely advanced at a quicker pace. How could he compare himself to those who could attain the later stages of Qi cultivation in less than a month, or achieve the mid to late stages of foundation establishment mere months later? In contrast, as long as he blended in with these individuals, he would not seem overly conspicuous. After all, during his own Qi cultivation, these geniuses were already on the verge of foundation establishment, and his master had procured the necessary spiritual materials for it. In the wake of establishing his foundation, Lu Qing had little more than sparred with others in the Tao Academy's arena, never shedding blood. These prodigies, however, were directly engaged in the front line against evil, their combat prowess in foundation establishment astonishing. Such rapid progress led Lu Qing to never believe that he was the only one improving. Yet, upon reading this news, he furrowed his brow. He held no interest in being the standout among a flock of chickens or the one bird to stick its head out. Thoughts of titles such as first place or the unparalleled genius among men only conjured images of trouble and an inevitable demise. Perhaps he was overthinking it. They might have their own preparations, as cultivating was akin to crossing a treacherous sea, and a swift step was merely that. He quickly dispelled this fleeting thought. A swift pace was inconsequential. He simply needed to continue avoiding calamity and engage in steady cultivation. Having set this matter aside, Lu Qing began to reflect on his previous cultivation progress. He realized that his cultivation did not lack substance. The Purple Mansion pertained to the soul, and with his soul having experienced 2 lifetimes, it was indeed stronger than most. Furthermore, he had the essence of ancient trees and the insights gained from prior enlightenment. Summarizing his cultivation speed, he acknowledged that entering the 3rd stage of the Purple Mansion was indeed extraordinary. However, upon deeper contemplation, aside from his lifespan and avoiding misfortune, He had not employed any cultivation shortcuts. His breakthroughs were not publicized. Even his discussions with Bai He Tongzi primarily revolved around secluded practice. He maintained a low profile and, even upon returning to the mountain gate, did not cause any stir. He remained attentive to the area he was stationed in. Fortunately, the Ling Tai had been tranquil during this period, a positive sign. Without the presence of those uniquely grand sect vessels, Lu Qing was uncertain of their intentions. Yet this situation suggested that trouble had not yet arrived. To the north of Ling Tai County, a river, once a clear emerald, gradually became murky after winding through a mountain bend. The muddy, yellow waters flowed towards lower-lying areas, where a few black ships docked beside a fishing village. Beneath a withered tree at the village's entrance stood several figures clad in dark robes. At a wooden table for a game of chess, one side was occupied by a middle-aged cultivator with half-white hair, while opposite him sat a sorrowful-looking, impoverished old Taoist. The old Taoist lamented, "Infinite Heavenly Lord." The locations deduced by the old man were never erroneous. Aside from the Ling Tai River, where could one find a truly clear river? This group was indeed preparing to settle accounts, consisting of several members of the Ling Yun sect and their so-called bull-nosed Taoist. "How dare you harm us?" Seeking death, the third member seethed, clenching his fists. The sixth member, with a cold gaze, pulled back the third, whispering, "Don't cause trouble. The elder brother knows what to do." The old Taoist's expression grew more bitter, his furrowed brows drooping in despair. The third member seemed to recall a painful memory, his eyes reddening once more. The elder brother subtly raised a hand, an invisible force emanating to quell the rising emotions. After a moment of shock, the others immediately regarded the old Taoist with heightened vigilance. Chapter 53. The Peculiar Old Taoist, Dragon King River Bullnosed. "You dare betray us. Seeking death. Infinite Heavenly Lord." The old man is powerless. The middle-aged cultivator sought to pacify the anger of the five behind him. He was the most knowledgeable about the old Taoist abilities. Yet he held little concern. A chill emanated from his eyes as he spoke frostily. "Why is it determined that this is the Ling Tai River? Based on my seventh brother's calculations? What grounds do you, the sorrowful old Taoist, have for your assertion?" The old Taoist's countenance shifted slightly. It was no wonder the patrons had come, a true transgression. The old Taoist appeared more like a Buddhist monk than a Taoist in the eyes of this group. Enough with the nonsense. The third member could no longer endure, wishing to eliminate the bull-nosed old man immediately. "You must understand. What you seek is something from 10,000 years ago, an item that would stir a storm of bloodshed upon its emergence. To obtain it, one must pay a price." The sorrowful old Taoist pinched a talisman, the bitterness evident on his aged face. His gaze shifted from the board back to the chess pieces, worn smooth from years of handling. "No price means no answers. Infinite Heavenly Lord." The middle-aged cultivator turned to him, stating, "The cost is a few lives." The old Taoist sighed. One life is actually sufficient to uncover the clues. A palpable sense of trepidation swept across the group, even the most furious of them. The third member felt a chill race down his spine. Sacrifices. The realization hit them, and they fell into a heavy silence. Once a clear river, it had been known as the Dragon King's water, now merely a reference to the Ling Tai River. The sorrowful old Taoist felt this was insufficient and added with a somber tone, "Dragon King." What they sought was undoubtedly here, connected to the Dragon King. "Now I understand. Why did you not mention this earlier? With the Heavenly Lord above, it is fate." The sorrowful old Taoist sighed heavily again. However, these individuals were not virtuous, and they would not be easily deceived by the old man's demeanor. "Very well, then. Time is of the essence. We must depart at once. Patrons, please remain calm. The time is not yet ripe." The Taoist murmured, a flicker of candlelight glimmering in his aged eyes. "The time is not yet ripe?" The middle-aged cultivator fixed his gaze on him, countering. It seemed they could no longer afford to delay, as they had already paid a price. This strange sensation of sacrificial undertones was instinctively suppressed by all. "Patrons, everything I say is true. The Dragon King's treasures are not easily obtained. The right moment is essential for us to gain the upper hand. This timing will manifest 3 months hence, during the autumn harvest and winter storage, when all spirits lie dormant, and power is equally diminished by the heavenly nets." The old man spoke slowly, word by word. He had indeed heard many things and knew many secrets, being a profoundly enigmatic figure himself. However, the more he spoke, the higher the wariness of those transacting with him would rise in their next encounter. Autumn and winter interlude. Upon his utterance, the answer swiftly materialized. The middle-aged cultivator's intuition hinted at deeper, more clandestine truths concealed within. However, he was disinclined to question the elderly Taoist before him. whose drooping brows betrayed a visage of suffering and frailty. Outside the fishing village, a grand vessel soon departed. Strangely, in this fishing hamlet of merely a dozen households, individuals engaged in fishing appeared oblivious to the colossal ship moored along the riverbank. They also paid no heed to the two rival factions facing off at the village entrance, as if an invisible barrier had segregated them from reality. Upon boarding the ship, the members of Lingyun's sect collectively adopted a solemn and grave demeanor. The previously charged atmosphere, thick with anger, was now suffused with an unsettling chill, reminiscent of deep, black waters. Brother, that old Taoist is exceedingly enigmatic and cunning. We cannot place our complete trust in his words, spoke the sixth brother, breaking the silence. The old Taoist had left a poor impression on their group, a sentiment rooted in the instinctual wariness of cultivators. What information have you gathered regarding Lingai River? The middle-aged cultivator refrained from responding directly, opting instead to shift the conversation. The others sensed an understanding. Since the elder brother had broached the subject, he must have formulated a plan. One cannot fully trust the divination yet must also acknowledge its truths. The plump monk I brought along is from that side. I shall summon him, the third brother declared, recalling the presence of an ineffectual accomplice. The monk, originally named Wang Fuguei, had abandoned his monastic vows after 2 years, emerging as a rogue cultivator without any notable background. Initially, his association with Lingyun's sect seemed advantageous, yet in retrospect, he regarded that time as a lapse in judgment. Wang Fuguei's mind swirled with curses. Yet upon encountering this formidable group of high-ranking and ruthless cultivators, bolstered by the powerful Lingyun sect, he swallowed his discontent and donned a fawning expression. My lords, I am at your service. May I inquire as to the purpose of my summons? He secretly hoped to be dispatched to the frontier, thus alleviating his daily anxiety of being deemed a nuisance and potentially eliminated. What rumors have circulated about Lingtai River? The third brother prompted. Wang Fuguei, sensing the urgency, refrained from overthinking. Aside from a singular oddity that occurred previously, I believe I have heard that Lingai River once held great significance, he stammered, sweat beading upon his brow. Although he dared not meet their gazes directly, the subtle shifts in their expressions revealed a palpable tension among the three prominent figures present. What significance? The question hung heavily in the air, and Wang Fuguei, now fully aware of the gravity of the moment, replied, I have heard it said that Lingai River was once known as Dragon King River. Legend has it that a Dragon King reigned here, commanding countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and even constructed an underwater palace. However, the circumstances surrounding its disappearance remain a mystery, with whispers suggesting that the Dragon King met his demise beneath the wrath of celestial thunder during a tribulation. This is all that I know, and I would never dare conceal anything from my lords. Wang Fuguei knelt in fervent loyalty, his demeanor one of utmost servitude. Dragon King River, such crucial intelligence has only now come to our attention, the white-haired elder remarked coldly, not addressing those present, but rather the Taoist with whom they were negotiating. Even a mere pawn in this intricate game could discern such information, underscoring its lack of secrecy for those with intent. They had, until now, overlooked this avenue of inquiry, singularly focused on swiftly uncovering treasures, neglecting the reality that their visit would scarcely last a fleeting moment. While Wang Fuguei continued to profess his loyalty, the third brother grew weary and dismissed him back to the lower deck. Brother, do you think this is the handiwork of that masterful figure? With no outsiders present, they felt assured that their conversation would remain private. We have underestimated him, one of them mused. If this is indeed the case, the treasure will pale in comparison. When the winds and rains converge, he shall meet his end. A chilling aura of malevolence lingered in the air. Although information may be readily sought, most people regard such tales merely as curiosities. This presented them with a unique opportunity. Even the members of Lingyun's sect had not anticipated that a bizarre legend might hold a kernel of truth before they dispelled the veil of confusion surrounding it. Without a doubt, the Xiantian Dao Academy would not allow a foreign beast to roam unchecked within its territory. No one wished to offend the transcendent force that was Xiantian domain. Each successive garrison had observed the status quo, with a millennium passing as a lengthy epoch for most cultivators. Over time, even they, absent some extraordinary secret method, could not ascertain whether any treasure would benefit them, particularly in the vicinity of Sinan Prefecture. Will the station forces intervene? The fourth brother queried. As long as we do not cross certain lines, they will generally leave us be, the eldest brother replied, having dealt with some station personnel and possessing a modicum of understanding regarding the established protocols. They were unconcerned with taking lives, as their primary aim was the pursuit of treasure. Bloodshed would only detract from their objectives. and the repercussions of such actions were beyond their capacity to bear. In a moment of leisure, Qing sat serenely upon a smooth stone slab in the courtyard, engaging in the circulation of energy within his body. Each strand of pure spiritual essence, emanating from the heavens and the earth, continuously flowed into his being. He did not consciously practice. Rather, at this stage of his cultivation, his internal energy operated spontaneously, cycling through his body without deliberate effort. Though it may not rival the profound stillness achieved in secluded meditation, each breath brought forth subtle advancements. His presence here was not merely idle. After meticulously studying the array of jade slips, he sought to transform theory into practice. Raising his palm, he summoned energy to activate the formation disk, his fingers tracing intricate patterns before his eyes. These delicate, unbroken lines were critical. A mere misstep would cause the entire structure of spiritual energy to collapse. The clouds hung motionless above, while the mountain winds sang softly. In the delicate interplay of movement and stillness, Qing seamlessly completed the array, culminating in a single fluid motion. Invisible wisps of white mist rose with the wind, swiftly manifesting a confined formation ahead. The illusory array was complete. With a keen mind, Qing reflected on the enhancement of his physical strength, bolstered by the protection of the golden light array, while the gale-killing array further fortified his defenses. This led him to ponder the realm of the spirit. He understood that he possessed an advantage in spiritual depth and recognized the significance of cultivating one's mind. To slay, one must wield sufficient murderous intent after the gale-killing array has tasted blood. However, the notion of bloodless killing required further contemplation, as the tactics of cultivators are often enigmatic. Now that the formation was complete, he sought to observe its effects. This newly completed array, known as the illusory array, had an interesting origin. The golden light array in his possession came from another, and similarly. This illusory array was not derived from the standard array diagrams, but rather from a jade slip containing a detailed explanation of foundational formations. This jade slip harbored its own mysteries, and as Qing refined his theoretical knowledge of formations, he stumbled upon this array, compared to the formations etched into the diagrams. The true essence of the array, which required deep contemplation, was encapsulated in the jade slip. Should one fail to comprehend it, it would signify a lack of talent or destiny. Qing possessed an array of formations, yet high-quality formations were indeed scarce. The illusionary formation cannot be merely described as a confusing array or an illusory one. A masterful formation subtly integrates with nature and the cosmos, harmonizing seamlessly with the world. Qing's current path in the realm of formations is rather unconventional. It is a product of his own contemplation. Having previously delved into the golden light formation and the misty great formation, while others typically progress from the simple to the complex, he first tackled the spirit-gathering formation, and then abruptly ascended to the misty great formation. Although it may be a simplified version, it is not to be underestimated. Subsequently, the golden light formation allowed Qing to traverse the pathway from inferior to superior formations in one swift motion. While he cannot claim to have achieved mastery, such experiences undoubtedly assist him in mastering yet another superior formation. Qing acknowledges the widely accepted principles of formations, yet he has not yet been able to step into that realm of elevated understanding. Just as spirit plant masters face tiered assessments, so too do formation masters within the Tao Academy. It is prudent to first test the efficacy of his endeavors. Qing's thought shifted. He decided to experiment with such formations himself before making any improvements. He released his spirit, allowing its subtle fluctuations to ripple through the air like gentle waves, fleeting yet profound. Interestingly, he had never encountered illusionary formations or magic before. Now, he was crafting a formation for his own experience. Qing opened his eyes once more, quickly detaching himself from the previous state, a trace of regret lingering on his face. He harbored a desire to experiment with more terrifying thoughts. For the essence of this formation lay in the interplay of illusion and reality. When the false becomes true, the true may also become false. However, his spirit was unlike that of ordinary individuals, and his innate caution often led him to swiftly dispel even fleeting thoughts. Upon realizing that there were no external influences within, he comprehended that the illusionary array merely conjured a superficial layer of consciousness. Moreover, after undergoing a profound baptism both internally and externally, although his eyes had not yet mastered the art of discerning human hearts, and his Tao heart had not reached a state of complete clarity, he was certainly not one to be easily ensnared by an illusion. It was a pity. He could only contend with those of similar cultivation levels, or perhaps some careless practitioners of a slightly higher tier, unless one possessed a flawed Dao heart. For the time being, his current abilities were insufficient to deceive those of greater prowess. Lu Qing felt a tinge of regret. However, if others were to learn of it, they would only be left in bewilderment. It was one thing to contend with those of the same realm. But did he truly believe he could confront practitioners of a higher caliber? Lu Qing was by no means arrogant. Rather, he was primarily focused on preserving his life. After spending over a month in quiet contemplation on Lingai Mountain, he emerged to encounter a peculiar incident that had been reported from Lingai County. Although this strange occurrence bore no relation to the previous bizarre events, it was nonetheless odd, differing significantly from the blood and bones that once haunted the river. Shrouded in white mist, this latest anomaly posed no danger and had a limited impact, manifesting in the backyard of a wealthy merchant where a fish pond had long been maintained. Within that pond appeared a strange fish, devoid of any demonic energy, not a beast of the wild, yet capable of speaking human language. "Master! Master!" it called. Leaping from the water, its mouth remaining shut, yet its peculiar cries echoed insistently. The affluent merchant had engaged wandering cultivators in his household. Upon hearing of this strange affair, he promptly summoned them. Despite their attempts, not a single one managed to slay the peculiar fish with a mere slap. The fish, lacking the strength to retaliate, continued to shout "Master." Soon after, some recalled the earlier incident of blood and bones, which similarly displayed a spiritual energy that dissipated like mud in the sea, vanishing without a trace. Fortunately, a foundational cultivator intervened and swiftly dispatched the strange fish. Thus, this incident came to a close, given its connection to the uncanny. In recalling Lu Qing's merciless approach to such matters, those below did not consider concealment. They promptly detailed the events in a transmission talisman, accompanied by a shadowy projection. Lu Qing swiftly grasped the situation. Compared to others, he possessed a deeper understanding of the undeniable connection to Ling Taijiang. He calculated the days, realizing that in just 2 months, he would be able to depart from this place. However, as he contemplated this, an unexpected piece of news suddenly disrupted Lu Qing's original plans. Chapter 55, A Turning Point, Departure. Lu Qing had just been calculating the days, realizing that he had already reached the Purple Mansion realm. If one were at the foundation establishment stage, their tenure in this county could vary from 1 to 2 years. With good fortune, it could be completed in a year, but with misfortune, unforeseen circumstances could lead to delays. The underlying principles of this process remain shrouded in mystery, as each notification is issued directly by the elders of the outer sect, bypassing intermediaries and directly conveyed to individual tokens. This disciple token serves as both identification and a means of communication. While at the mountain gate, whether exchanging treasures or undertaking tasks, it is an invaluable spiritual artifact that must not be lost. Lu Qing had scarcely nurtured his thoughts when he received a notification. The first flicker of light from the token revealed a message from the outer sect. It read, "Disciple Lu Qing. The originally designated 1-year tenure for the station cultivators in Lingzhou has been extended by 2 months. Please be informed." The scope was clear. Lu Qing could not ascertain whether others had received the same news or if it pertained solely to Lingzhou. It was uncertain, indeed, and left much to ponder. Lu Qing adjusted his thoughts. In the current circumstances, it was undoubtedly necessary to maintain his post. However, having reached the 3rd realm of the Purple Mansion, he found the spiritual energy in this location somewhat inadequate for further advancement. He had not overlooked this area. Lingai Mountain was relatively favorable, possessing a spiritual vein, which was why he had decisively chosen this spot. Nevertheless, it was not entirely impossible to cultivate here. Yet, upon observing this news, Lu Qing could not shake the feeling of paranoia, sensing that this notification might indeed be connected to Ling Taijiang. For months of stability, the absence of any new divinations regarding Ling Taijiang thus far spoke volumes. The strange occurrences were also linked to Ling Taijiang, though it was unlikely to replicate the situation with the Bloodbone. The Bloodbone could unveil a dire predicament, a feat that other anomalies lacked the capability to achieve. Lu Qing resumed his cultivation, yet once again encountered a twist of fate. October, the golden autumn season. Lu Qing meticulously organized all the belongings in the Qizhu courtyard. His cultivation was straightforward. During his visit, he accumulated not only spirit stones but also a plethora of jade slips delivered to him. These slips contained not the techniques of cultivation, but rather a multitude of rumors circulating within the realm of cultivation. While some of the accounts may have been exaggerated or fanciful, they nonetheless broadened his horizons, preventing him from being caught off guard by ancient treasures and unfamiliar methods, leaving him utterly bewildered. The sudden urge to tidy up suggested an imminent departure, prompted by a recent notification indicating an unexpected turn of events. Indeed, this abrupt news conveyed that his term was concluding and that a new guardian would arrive within a few days. However, there was no need to contact the incoming individual. He was free to leave before their arrival. The initial plans had altered in just a few days, hinting at the inevitable changes within this place. As the Taoist Academy could not possibly remain oblivious, Lu Qi was not bold enough to claim an understanding of the Tao Academy. However, given the prowess of its elders, if this place bore any connection to the Dragon King from a millennium ago, it would be unreasonable for the disciples of Ling Yun's sect to possess knowledge that the Tao Academy lacked. He was inclined to believe that this situation likely entailed some intricate scheming. His curiosity about the identity of the new guardian was negligible. He was prepared to depart at once, wasting not a single moment. With his keen sight, he had already observed numerous unfamiliar faces appearing in Lingtai County. He was not oblivious to matters beyond the mountains. Throughout the year, various merchant guilds frequented this area. Upon learning of Lu Qing's interest in news from the outside world, several individuals readily provided him with intelligence, not only in Lingtai County, but also across the regions to the north and south of Lingtai River. Reports from traveling merchant vessels indicated an undeniable increase in the number of cultivators soaring through the skies. The saying goes, "The duck knows the warmth of the spring river first," and these merchant ships, traversing various routes, were precisely the ones capable of discerning such developments. This prelude felt akin to the brewing of a tempest. What would ultimately transpire remained beyond Lu Qing's estimation, for his innate talent had yet to manifest. Having cultivated atop the mountain for nearly a year, he noted that few claimed to have seen the stationed immortal master. Moreover, many cultivators were left pondering. The previous guardians each possessed a palpable presence, yet this current guardian had, in their minds, left little more than the memory of a prior peculiar incident. Consequently, discussions of the new guardian's impending arrival evoked surprise in some and indifference in others. These individuals had interacted with the guardians of the Tao Academy. Typically, those who completed a full year of duty were prodigies from the central sect, unlikely to squander their time stationed in remote locales. It was even more unusual for a mere county to host a purple mansion cultivator as its guardian, a role traditionally filled by foundational cultivators. Lu Qing departed, conveying the message to those below, and the news spread rapidly. "Immortal Master, this is the allocation for this year." A storage bracelet was presented. Lu Qing's divine sense swept across the area, revealing a wealth of spirit stones abundant as a small mountain. Beside them lay an array of rare and exotic flowers, alongside numerous treasures concealed beneath layers of wooden boxes, obscuring the myriad wonders within. "Master Immortal, this is a token of our gratitude. Had it not been for your intervention, we would not have enjoyed such peaceful days. What we present to you now is a storage ring." Lu Qing accepted both items and descended from the mountain. As the mist receded, those standing at the foot of the mountain felt an invigorating surge of spiritual energy, the air refreshing and uplifting. They couldn't help but contemplate inwardly. Truly worthy of being the sacred ground for the esteemed Purple Mansion cultivators, it indeed qualifies as a remarkable place for cultivation. Lu Qing glanced at the individuals present and spoke. "My fellow disciples will arrive shortly to take over the watch. You all must pay attention and coordinate with him in the coming days. Rest assured, Master Xian, we fully understand." Lu Qing withdrew the formation on Lingtai Mountain. Some of the common folk, noticing the ethereal mist that often enveloped the mountain had dissipated today, understood that the immortal master was preparing to depart. "Very well. I shall refrain from further words." These seasoned individuals would undoubtedly avoid any blunders at such a pivotal moment. Observing their comprehension, Lu Qing nodded slightly, ready to take his leave. Soon, many practitioners residing in Ling'ai County beheld a radiant beam of light ascending from the foot of Ling'ai Mountain, carving a delicate line of clouds across the horizon, while a few families still lingered at the mountain's base. When Lu Qing arrived, he met with Chen Xing. But upon his departure, he did not encounter any fellow disciples due to an oddly peculiar notification. His arrival had been by river. Yet he chose a mountainous path for his departure, eschewing the waterways in favor of the Grand Mountain trails. As he prepared to leave, 3 divination symbols manifested in his mind, distinct from his previous experiences. Previously, the omens had foretold minor misfortunes and grave calamities, suggesting that disaster was unavoidable. This time, however, the symbols did not indicate such dire outcomes. Instead, they revealed 3 symbols of the path back through the mountains. Chapter 56. The Choice of Divination Routes. With occasional minor gains, Qing was not taken aback by this. The journey to his destination had indeed been fraught with peril, which was entirely to be expected. Traversing two vast continents, encountering malicious individuals could expose his identity, potentially costing him his life. Should he encounter non-human cultivators, such as those monstrous beasts, it could lead to his cultivation being devoured, rendering him mere sustenance. In contrast to the dangers of remaining stationary, this lengthy journey presented myriad unforeseen hazards. As he returned to the mountain gate, Qing remained vigilant and prepared. However, due to his elevated cultivation, the ominous signs did not emerge. Instead, he encountered three auspicious symbols. Auspicious symbol, a day of vigilance returning to the mountain gate. Descending from Lingai Mountain, traversing the Jiufang Mountains, entering the Misty Marshes. He encountered two monstrous beasts engaged in combat, the residual shockwaves reverberating. There was alarm but no danger. Auspicious. Auspicious symbol, a day of vigilance returning to the mountain gate. Descending from Lingai Mountain, traversing the Jiufang Mountains, entering Pingong, passing through Pingzhou, heading north along the Pingzhou River, flowing back to the mountain. There were no disturbances. With occasional minor gains. Auspicious. Auspicious symbol, a day of vigilance returning to the mountain gate. Descending from Lingai Mountain, traversing the Jiufang Mountains. Proceeding westward directly to Jiufang Daxian City, utilizing the teleportation array within to return to Zhangzhou, back to the mountain gate. There were minor losses, yet with no dangers. Auspicious. As Qing contemplated, it appeared there were three choices before him. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that the path he would ultimately choose was that of the middle hexagram. This central hexagram revealed four words, occasional minor gains, indicating that there would indeed be some rewards, albeit meager. Thus, he could only expect a balanced hexagram. Yet, even a small gain is preferable to none at all. Although it remains a balanced hexagram, the absence of turmoil signifies a journey marked by smooth sailing and tranquility, free from obstacles. Having spent time here, every journey requires meticulous planning of the route. Despite it being his second venture away from home, Qing had the map of his journey firmly etched in his mind. The Nine Directions Mountain was an unavoidable passage. One path led directly westward, while another necessitated traversing a vast marsh, where minor losses were of little concern. However, the Grand Mountain City, perilously close to the South China Sea, approached the brink of the ocean. The sign of the Taoist temple might not deter some reckless individuals from their pursuits. Qing was not particularly anxious to set off in haste. Without the assistance of the Windward Pavilion's boat on his return, he could only rely on his own skill in evasion. The vast expanse of misty waters, perpetually shrouded in clouds, teems with demonic beasts. Should I traverse that area, with the wind in my favor and the mist providing cover, I would face no peril. However, the residual turbulence from recent battles poses a significant risk to my current cultivation level, making it a realm best left undisturbed. Qing completed a thorough examination. His thoughts crystal clear. When comparing three hexagrams, he typically focused on the suffixes. Of course, there were occasions when the words revealed by the hexagrams could, to some extent, assist Qing in discerning certain celestial secrets. While it was indeed impossible to act entirely at will, he could still gain insight into the perils present in certain areas. Qing had mastered the art of mist concealment to perfection, further enhanced by the winds of pursuit, and he had concealed his aura as well. He had resolved to exchange for a more advanced technique of aura concealment upon his return, as sometimes an aura could inadvertently reveal much. His figure had already vanished into the forest, unnoticed by the diminutive spirits and lesser beasts that roamed the area. Occasionally, wisps of mist drifted overhead, gliding gently forward. Even if some spirits happened to pass through, they merely perceived it as a fleeting wisp of forest fog, failing to raise any alarm. The Jiufang Mountains spanned across two states, separating the South Sea from the mainland, and to reach the shore, one must first traverse these vast mountains. After drifting for several days, Qing could not help but marvel at the natural world, where the handiwork of divinity was evident in every corner. When he had initially journeyed here, his sole focus was to reach his designated post as swiftly as possible. In retrospect, it seemed rather hasty. Now, having attained the Purple Mansion stage and charted a clear path, he felt a profound sense of calm. The scarcity of practitioners in this region meant he encountered an abundance of wild beasts and various forest spirits, each more numerous than the last. He refrained from venturing deep into the mountains, instead opting to navigate the fringes while cloaked in mist. The most formidable adversary he encountered was merely a foundation-building beast. It was no wonder that others preferred to travel by flying vessels, luxurious ships, or accompanied by spirit birds and dragon heads. The constant drain on one's spiritual energy was hardly a comfortable endeavor. As Lu Qing hastened along his journey, the serene and desolate mountains around him sparked a few wandering thoughts. Observing others traveling with their modes of transport, he recalled that he had previously been ferried by a lofty vessel all the way to Lingzhou, immersing himself in his cultivation. His mind had been preoccupied with the defense of Lingai County, causing him to overlook the toil of his journey. Reflecting on this, Lu Qing could not help but chuckle at himself. In a world filled with myriad experiences, who is exempt from hardship? His current musings were merely a result of his focus on the path beneath his feet. Having traversed 1,000 miles in his cultivation, he felt he had indeed covered a considerable distance. Lu Qing cast his gaze around, where towering peaks and majestic mountains stood in abundance. At this moment, however, each mountain and each peak seemed to embody profound truths, as if every inch of the terrain carried the marks of time. Even a small stone nestled within the mountains bore the imprints left by the ages, these traces of time being nothing less than manifestations of the laws of nature. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Qing did not rush on his journey. In the past, when his cultivation was insufficient, he viewed mountains as mere mountains and waters as mere waters, unaware of their wonders. Yet now, he found himself deeply enchanted by the beauty of the natural landscape. A thought arose within him, and as he looked back, his spirit seemed to flow like a crystal-clear stream, reflecting his Tao heart. How exquisite! It seems this place embodies the essence of what the hexagrams refer to as the small gains. Lu Qing seized that fleeting thought, and in turn, observed his surroundings through it. Instantly, in an ethereal manner, his understanding of the Tao experienced a moment of clarity. This instance was neither a baptism of the Tao heart nor an elevation of his realm, but rather, it could indeed be considered a minor gain. Lu Qing was still quite joyful, as it was the first time he had gained something from the numerous divinations he had cast. At least it was preferable to having nothing at all. He continued to drift, shrouded in mist. After another day passed, he suddenly halted his steps. Catching sight of the bustling human activity rising like smoke in the distance, vibrant and complex, akin to an intricate web. A smile crept upon his lips as he recognized that such vitality could only signify the city of Pingong, as foretold by the divination. Lingai County, situated by the water, was not vast in terms of human energy. However, what lay ahead was a scene of lively fervor, suggesting that the forthcoming place was indeed bustling. Beyond Pingong, one would enter the territory of Pingzhou. Having traversed the area near the Nine Directions Mountain, Lu Qing was now aware of his current location. In the midst of a crowd, one must exercise caution while traveling. The seemingly mundane divinations would likely not attract attention, even if Lu Qing strode boldly into the city. For the omens had yet to manifest. Nonetheless, such a demeanor was not characteristic of Lu Qing. After a brief moment, having left the Nine Directions Mountain behind, he quickened his pace. Soon, he beheld a magnificent city standing tall against the boundless plain. Chapter 57. Pingong City, a reflection of the corpse dragon. A lustrous black plaque appeared above the city gate, the characters for Pingong City shimmering like gold under the sunlight. Pingong City, he had arrived. Lu Qing employed the simplest form of transformation magic to alter his appearance. While such magic is straightforward, its efficacy is contingent upon the practitioner's cultivation level. He gazed upon Pingong City, a settlement evidently inhabited by both cultivators and mortals. Above, the once erratic streams of ethereal light had settled calmly beyond the city gates. The ranks of cultivators and mortals stood in distinct lines. After observing for a while and discerning the proper way to enter the city, Lu Qing proceeded with determination. Among the throng of individuals passing through, he noted that the majority were cultivators engaged in energy cultivation, with occasional foundation-building practitioners drawing curious glances. However, Lu Qing took note of the city gate's guards, who remained steadfast and unperturbed, revealing no sense of wonder. Moreover, the prohibition against flying indicated that the station cultivators here were undoubtedly formidable. Lu Qing, having once served as a station cultivator, was not easily confused despite his lack of involvement in affairs. Typically, a city would require a purple mansion cultivator to preside over it. The edict forbidding aerial combat indirectly suggested that Pingong City would likely not tolerate brawls or altercations. Such an environment was one that Lu Qing found quite favorable, as it spared him the anxiety of being extorted. The entry-level cultivators were required to pay a spirit stone, and since they were all cultivators, the line progressed swiftly. Lu Qing paid the entrance fee and entered the bustling city of Pingong. His first impression was one of vivacity. The streets were filled with the sounds of trade and commerce, the applause for street performances, and the lively exchanges of haggling. This kind of exuberance was not merely the bustle of a mountain gate or fortress. Rather, it was the vibrant clamor of the mortal world. Furthermore, the presence of cultivators in the area added a grander scale to the city, making it far more expansive than an ordinary mundane settlement. Consequently, the throngs of people contributed to an atmosphere of exuberance that was magnified countless times. Lu Qing also caught the delightful aroma of delicacies wafting from the inns and eateries lining the streets. Pingyang City, however, presented a markedly different atmosphere. Upon entering, Lu Qing, naturally, did not let his guard down. Yet, with his cultivation, he merely listened and observed, allowing information to flow effortlessly to him. The most prevalent knowledge about Pingyang City stemmed from the frequent visits of foreign cultivators seeking refuge here. The Jiufeng Mountains connect the spiritual realms of Lingzhou and Pingzhou. Although fraught with peril, they also harbor rare opportunities. There are always those among the cultivators who are willing to take a chance. With the proximity to the Jiufeng Mountains and the presence of guarding masters, it is uncommon for anyone to stir up trouble in this area. Lu Qing skillfully located an inn specifically designed for cultivators. After ordering a spiritual meal, he settled into a private booth. Listening to the myriad sounds emanating from both above and below, as well as the bustling voices from the alleyway. To truly grasp the happenings of this place, one must turn to establishments like inns and taverns, where a multitude of voices abound. Lu Qing had previously roamed the mountains and rivers, but now, having entered the city, he found the lively atmosphere surprisingly agreeable. Esteemed guest, here is the cloud chicken soup and nourishing meal you requested. Please enjoy. The young attendant, brimming with joy and exhibiting a cultivation of open meridians, presented the nourishing dish with a radiant smile. This was Lu Qing's first experience with spiritual cuisine, and he was pleasantly surprised to find himself enjoying it in an external setting. It reminded him of the early days of his cultivation when he subsisted on spirit-replenishing pills. As he grew accustomed to this practice, his dietary needs diminished, his enhanced cultivation rendered constant sustenance unnecessary. Previously, his meals had been crafted from the spiritual rice he cultivated himself. The broth was a creamy white, and the rice was abundant. These two simple dishes were infused with a hint of spiritual energy, providing him with a sense of comfort while still retaining the delectable flavors that one would expect from a well-prepared meal. Lu Qing took a bite. While it had little effect on his realm, the exquisite flavor was undeniably impeccable. He had chosen an inn renowned for its delightful aromas, and now, upon tasting it, Lu Qing felt that the spirit rice he had previously prepared paled in comparison. Lu Qing practiced here for an entire night. However, to his surprise, as he prepared to depart at noon, he received news from Lingzhou. My friends, you may not be aware that the monstrous dragon possesses boundless powers. Yet it pales in comparison to the mere touch of a true immortal. The elderly storyteller downstairs, though his cultivation level might be at the opening of the meridians, appears to lack the innate talent needed to transcend the threshold between the mortal and the divine. Despite his advanced age, he still exudes a certain vitality. With a resounding clap on the wooden table, he begins to narrate. Lu Qing has only now turned his attention to those around him, and upon listening, a flicker of understanding dawns upon him. He has journeyed to Pingyang City, taking his time to admire the mountains and waters along the way, reminiscent of a leisurely traveler from a bygone era. With no urgency in his pace, several days have passed. The methods of communication among cultivators are myriad and astonishingly swift. Just as he departed from Lingzhou and arrived in Pingzhou, news from his previous station reached him. Is it truly a dragon? It is said to be a dragon on the verge of returning to its ancestral form, incomparable to a mere flood dragon. I have also heard that this ancient dragon, though long dead, continues to exist, having lived on through the ages, a testament to the adage that age can breed wisdom, especially true for one of true dragon lineage. Yet, I have also heard whispers that it is merely a corpse. My dear friend, with your extensive knowledge, why not share a bit more? Indeed, please do elaborate further. Lu Qing strolled down the street, absorbing a plethora of rumors regarding the land of Lingzhou. Ah, indeed, it is the Dragon King. He recalled the age-old tales that had been passed down through generations. One could only speculate about the underlying machinations. The true nature of the intrigues remained shrouded in mystery. To his left, the melodious voice of a storyteller emanated from an inn, drawing the attention of passers-by. There, merchants began to hawk what was claimed to be the shadow stone of the Dragon of Lingzhou, priced at 2 spirit stones. The affluent patrons, abundant in spirit stones, were not lacking. Lu Qing, blending into the throng, seized the moment as many looked up in awe. He caught sight of a wealthy individual procuring the shadow stone, subsequently unveiling it to the public eye. What a spectacle! Immersed in the crowd, Lu Qing offered the affluent buyer a word of commendation. Thunderous applause followed. Lu Qing gazed upon the scene that unfolded within the stone of memories, the initial sound that emerged upon activation resonating like thunder. Disguised as an ordinary individual, he blended seamlessly into the crowd, his ethereal aura meticulously concealed, rendering him indistinguishable from those around him. Like the others beside him, he watched with rapt attention, immersed in the captivating imagery, evoking a sensation akin to watching a film. Heavens, the dragon appeared as if painted in deep black ink, its body exuding an unsettling aura, the weight of its karmic burdens manifesting in a truly terrifying manner. As the sound reverberated, the image quaked. Beneath the vast, boundless surface of the water, the ink-drenched dragon's head rose, its whiskers extending for 3,000 zhang, its massive skull rivaling mountains. With a mere lift of its head, the surrounding waters surged, unleashing towering waves that revealed an unfathomable, overwhelming power. Lu Qing fixed his gaze upon the screen, listening to the person beside him provide an introduction. In every bustling scene, such as the one unfolding now, there are invariably a few knowledgeable individuals who emerge. He also beheld the dragon, yet his focus was not on its physical form, but rather its essence. This dragon was no longer a living creature. To be precise, the dark, ominous energy swirling about it clearly indicated that it was a corpse dragon. Nevertheless, Lu Qing continued to observe, noticing that the river depicted was not the Lingtai River. The Lingtai River was indeed broad, yet it lacked the expansive grandeur that rivaled the ocean. Chapter 58. Subsequent news. This matter concluded. Where in Lingzhou could this body of water be found? Aside from the Dragon King River, could there potentially be another Dragon King River elsewhere? After Lu Qing finished viewing, the captured image was incomplete. Only the traces of the head of the corpse dragon were discernible. However, as the scene continued, a blinding white light illuminated the heavens and the earth, rendering everything else indistinguishable. Yet, it became evident that after the white light dissipated, the once menacing corpse dragon had vanished without a trace. Lu Qing continued to prepare for his journey, mentally organizing the information he had gathered thus far. His previous understanding had been somewhat superficial, yet he sensed that the white light, which others were oblivious to, was likely the work of a master from the Tao Academy. Additionally, the newly arrived garrison was presumably not composed of ordinary cultivators. It was possible that, in 2 months' time, another batch of fresh garrison members would be reassigned to the region. Lu Qing journeyed forth, departing from Pingong City. The path he had traversed previously was a rugged mountain trail, but upon passing through Pingong, he entered Pingzhou, where he could subsequently navigate the Pingzhou River, flowing back to Zhangzhou. Along the banks of the Pingzhou River, several towns belonging to Pingzhou awaited him. Upon arriving at one of these towns, Lu Qing sought out a merchant vessel for passage and prepared to reserve a cabin aboard this passenger ship. Esteemed fellow traveler, he was informed, this is the route to Zhangzhou. Please, take a moment to decide where you would like to disembark. The merchant vessel had dedicated personnel to assist with the arrangements, and a route map was presented to the guests. Lu Qing gazed upon the three-dimensional, immersive map, which intricately depicted the mountains, marshes, and various cities along the routes. At Silver Piece, he mused, noting that the Silver Piece Inn was the nearest establishment to the main gate of the Tao Academy. The attending servant immediately displayed a look of understanding. Very well. The guest will make the payment here. The area of Silver Piece, while lacking any remarkable features, boasted an advantageous geographical position. Many disciples of the Tao Academy, either traveling or stationed in distant lands, chose to return to the mountain gates for various reasons. If their journeys were lengthy, they would often seek a place to rest, and Silver Piece Inn was among the most favored options. Typically, those who frequented this area were primarily individuals engaged in dealings with the Zhuaniando Academy. The servant presented Lu Qing with a water-white ticket, adorned with the symbol of a merchant ship and sealed with a trace of his own essence, serving as a short-term proof of passage. As Lu Qing prepared to embark on the waterway, he felt a modicum of confidence in navigating the aquatic realm, though he was ever mindful of the unpredictable perils lurking beneath the surface, which instilled a deep sense of caution among cultivators. Lu Qing longed to glide upon the tranquil waters in a small boat, yet regrettably, such leisurely elegance was hindered by the absence of a suitable vessel. 3 days later, the ship officially set sail. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators stood at the entrance, inspecting the tickets. After all, a passenger merchant ship without a certain degree of strength would not dare to traverse these waters. Once the tickets were presented and verified, boarding was permitted. The prowess of the Foundation establishment cultivators was indeed formidable. In truth, as long as one possessed a merchant ship ticket, passage was virtually guaranteed. The 2 cultivators required no physical tickets, for with a mere sweep of their divine sense, the validity was immediately discerned, ensuring a swift process. Lu Qing smoothly completed the ticket inspection while concealing his aura, revealing no signs of peculiarity. Once aboard, he swiftly made his way to his designated cabin. As he gazed at the magnificent flying ship soaring across the sky, he could not help but sigh deeply. Suddenly, it struck him that despite his years of cultivation, he possessed no suitable weapon or spiritual instrument, while others were adorned with treasures. His entire fortune amounted to merely a few thousand spirit stones and a collection of array talismans along with some stored rice he had planted earlier. While others practiced with swords and blades, nurturing their magical artifacts, he had only honed his skills and formations. Upon returning to the mountain, he intended to resume his agricultural endeavors. After registering his tasks back at the mountain, he would also seek to exchange for a different peak, as the stipend for disciples of the Purple Mansion should have increased by now. Lacking tools, although his formations were concealed and served as a means of attack, having a weapon in hand undeniably offered a certain advantage. The ship rippled with waves, and with the enhancement of formations, Lu Qing estimated that they would reach Silver Peace City in roughly 1 to 2 days. Lu Qing sensed the continuous fluctuations of the divine soul within the Purple Mansion, where the realm had already touched upon the essence of the laws. He yearned to transcend further, as both his spirit and corporeal form needed to reach this level. Although he had not dedicated himself to explicit cultivation along this journey, it still served as a profound trial for his Tao heart and soul. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lu Qing's gaze fell upon the jade slip. A sudden inspiration struck him, accompanied by an inexplicable sensation. Delving into the slip with his consciousness, he discovered a message that invoked a peculiar feeling akin to searching for someone through a sea of faces, only to find them unexpectedly in a dimly lit corner. The information contained within the jade slip pertained to the corpse dragon. Outside, the cultivators were abuzz with speculation, each claiming to have witnessed it firsthand and possessing insider knowledge. From Pingong City to the present, Lu Qing had heard numerous tales regarding the corpse dragon. It had been vanquished, presumably by the hands of the Xiantian Dao Academy, thus alleviating any concerns of baseless gossip. Moreover, it was commonplace for storytellers to embellish their narratives with artistic flair. Lu Qing had already heard numerous versions of the Fulong incident. It turned out that a corpse dragon had been causing disturbances in Lingzhou, which left him puzzled as to why it suddenly retreated from its post there. The corpse dragon itself was not particularly fearsome. With the intervention of an elder, it could be easily vanquished, akin to pulling out a radish. Once subdued, those who had been entangled with it were also extricated. Some had aspirations to cultivate a corpse dragon and even sought a path of transformation from human to demon. Yet regrettably, they were swiftly dispatched by Elder Yu with a mere slap. It was said that the area surrounding the corpse dragon possessed some mystical qualities, prompting a distinguished elder from the inner sect to make a special journey to Lingzhou upon hearing of the matter. What was so extraordinary about it? Could it be an exceptional site for refining corpses and nurturing yin? The details remained unclear, yet it was undeniable that it was interwoven with elements of corpse energy, resentment, and the 6 desires. Lingzhou was quite distant. For those seeking to fish for tiny fish at Wanlong Lake, now was the most opportune time, as the soul of the corpse dragon had been cast into the lake, making it a favored haunt for such aquatic creatures. Information was scarce, lost amidst countless twinkling stars. But typically, those with spiritual awareness could directly perceive the messages they sought. A few scattered pieces of news indicated that those disseminating the information were not ordinary disciples. However, Wanlong Lake? The sect's expanse was vast, and Lu Qing usually traversed a narrow path, either from one point to another or merely connecting 2 points in his cultivation. He had not ventured elsewhere. Just hearing the name suggested its extraordinary nature. There were individuals operating behind the scenes regarding the corpse dragon. Yet it was fortunate that they had been apprehended. As Lu Qing reflected on the time spent at Lingtai Mountain, he recalled a fleeting sense of foreboding, as if someone were conducting calculations. In hindsight, this could be attributed to the machinations of those behind the corpse dragon. Moreover, Elder Yu came to mind. An image of a white-haired elder emerging in his thoughts. He was the alchemical elder, who had delivered the first lesson upon his entry into the sect. Now, upon reflection, he realized he had underestimated the strength of the sect. Such hidden adversaries were now eradicated. Lu Qing gazed out of the window, where the sunlight poured in gently and the breeze was calm. A soft smile crept upon his lips. He had previously pondered what lay beyond that calculation. Yet now it seemed unnecessary. What did it matter about the Dragon King of the river or the entanglements of causality? In this moment, all had turned to dust. Chapter 59. Returning to the mountains. All had vanished into thin air, and with it, all affairs concluded. Lu Qing gazed at the numerous messages, almost comprehending the intricacies of the situation. It is likely that the mastermind did not anticipate that he would venture to Lingzhou and even leave behind a contingency in the vicinity of Lingai County, only to meet his demise so unexpectedly. With the death of the corpse dragon, the hidden puppeteer may still remain concealed, after all. Such a remote locale often evokes a sense of ancient remoteness, where the emperor's reach feels distant. One could still rise again. The passing of a single corpse dragon is but a fleeting setback. Lu Qing's conjecture is not unfounded, rather. It stems from the observation of the path of human transformation into demons. The cultivator who originally forged this path, having perceived the frailty of human existence, recognized that demons are born with extraordinary powers and prolonged lifespans. Subsequently, a lineage emerged that sought to harness the essence of demons as its corporeal foundation, while drawing upon the limitless transformations of humanity for its soul, thus creating a unique path of cultivation that intertwines human souls with demon bodies. Upon hearing the news, Lu Qing quickly grasped the intentions lurking behind the scenes. The path of the Tao is vast and varied, devoid of absolute superiority or inferiority. However, fate had cruelly bestowed upon them a reanimated dragon, steeped in resentment. Should this creature indeed be the remnant of the ancient dragon king who perished under the tribulation of thunder, the karmic repercussions would be profoundly burdensome. Once unleashed, it could lead to widespread devastation, transforming countless miles into a desolate graveyard. The true victims would be the beings under the jurisdiction of the Tao Academy, and it would be unforgivable to spare the orchestrators of such calamity. After all, in the previous exorcism mission, they had suffered a setback by underestimating the peril posed by certain deranged individuals. Upon returning, should the opportunity arise, it would be prudent to investigate the Lake of 10,000 Dragons. Lu Qing arrived in this world and beheld his first dragon, the corpse dragon behind the reflection stone. Now, upon hearing about the Dragon Lake, a spark of curiosity ignited within him. After all, it was a dragon. Lu Qing felt that his intrigue was entirely justified. 2 days later, the sun shone brightly in the sky, its light illuminating the clouds, under a vast expanse of clear blue. Lu Qing returned on the mist, revealing his figure outside the mountain gate. He had come back, and it was imperative to conclude the task of guarding first. The disciple's token instantly resonated with a wave of vibrations. Lu Qing transformed into a radiant arc of light, making his way towards the Taoist Academy's cultivation city. Having been absent for nearly a year, the natural environment of the mountain gate remained largely unchanged, though a few new faces had emerged. Upon returning to the cultivation city and swiping his token for entry, Lu Qing headed straight for the registration hall. Inside the hall, only a handful of individuals were engaged in the registration process. It was neither desolate nor excessively busy. At this moment, a disciple was stifling a yawn. And it was no wonder, for several others nearby were in a similar state. During this period, many stationed disciples had returned, marking the end of their one-year tenure. Traditionally, this time of year, particularly at year-end, the registration hall would be bustling with activity. Should circumstances arise similar to the previous grand competition, they would typically be scheduled for year-end, leading to a frenetic pace that left one exhausted and bleary-eyed, regardless of their cultivation level. Fortunately, last year's grand competition had been postponed to the spring of this year. Consequently, the current influx of returning disciples from a single state had staggered the timing, preventing a complete inundation of individuals. However, to claim it was entirely leisurely would be misleading. In fact, the situation had improved somewhat from yesterday to today, with only a few disciples yet to return. Senior brother, the registration for station disciples is conducted here, one of the disciples at the desk informed as the hall, previously deserted, now had a few disciples attending to the duties. Upon noticing a figure in green robes approaching, exuding an enigmatic aura, the disciple behind the intricately carved white jade desk promptly offered a friendly introduction to the process. The procedure was not overly complicated. Lu Qing completed his registration, submitting his station manual and resources. The disciple took a seal, resembling a certain type of artifact, and after a careful scan, confirmed that all was in order. With everything verified, the disciple retrieved a luminous jade piece that shimmered with a subtle arc of light. Smiling, he spoke as he handed the jade piece to Lu Qing. Senior brother Lu, the remuneration for your station task has been fully credited to this. Should there be any discrepancies, do not hesitate to inform me. The few onlookers observed this exchange with a hint of curiosity, as the newcomer was a young man in green robes, his presence ethereal, and yet they had not witnessed this particular disciple displaying such amiability during their time at the registration hall. Lu Qing nodded slightly, his vast knowledge confirming that the numbers were indeed accurate. Once Lu Qing departed, the disciple could not help but beam with joy. What has happened to you? Could it be that you are a disciple of a prominent figure? I am not certain, but I know that he is a senior brother of the Purple Mansion realm. Ah, that explains it. I was wondering why your attitude had changed. If only the Purple Mansion senior brother could come here to register. Alas, it is a pity that I did not recognize him. The disciple suddenly felt as though his contributions had diminished by several dozen points. They worked here, registering disciples of varying cultivation levels, each yielding different commissions, which is why there was never a shortage of hands eager to work. The Purple Mansion, someone nearby remarked, their eyes glimmering with envy. The distinction between the Foundation establishment and Qi nourishing realms was already vast. But the chasm separating Foundation establishment from the Purple Mansion was even more profound, opening the Purple Mansion and nurturing one's spirit. Then there lay the golden core threshold ahead. Each step was fraught with challenges that few could articulate, even for those within these realms. After Lu Qing submitted his belongings, he instantly felt a sense of lightness envelop him. The resources that had come into his possession were met with indifference. He neither scrutinized nor pondered over them. Items surrendered from a cultivation county were merely inspected and then dismissed from his thoughts, lest he be reminded of the emptiness of his sleeves. Moreover, with such resources in his possession, Lu Qing harbored concerns about potential misfortunes during his journey, which would indeed be a grave error. It was perplexing that, due to the lack of simultaneous timing, no dedicated inspection team had arrived to verify the submission this time. Instead, the responsibility fell upon the disciples, which, upon reflection, served as a test of their resolve and avarice. Nevertheless, Lu Qing held faith that the higher authorities, in their audacity to act thus, must have devised accompanying measures. After Lu Qing finished his business here, he proceeded to another location for registration. Just as he was about to enter, a voice called out from behind, "Lu, junior brother Lu?" Lu Qing turned his gaze in the direction of the sound, and the person approaching was none other than Qian, the disciple of the Qian family, whom he had met previously, the provider of the golden light formation diagram. "Senior brother Qian, are you busy with something? I am currently engaged in my own tasks, so please feel free to tell me if there is anything you wish to do," he said. However, unbeknownst to him, senior brother Qian, from a distance, had spotted a youthful figure and cautiously inquired, only to be surprised when he turned to reveal the strikingly memorable Lu Qing, his junior brother. A hint of eagerness crept into his inquiry, for he could no longer discern the latter's cultivation level, but it was evident that Lu Qing's prowess surpassed his own. "Senior brother Qian, I have come seeking a different place for cultivation. Might you know of any suitable cave dwellings for practice?" Instantly, senior brother Qian understood the intent behind the inquiry. "Ah, junior brother, you have come to the right person. Come, follow me. I happen to know several excellent locations that are currently unoccupied." Lu Qing did not anticipate encountering senior brother Qian at this moment. Yet there exists a semblance of connection between them. Upon entering the hall, senior brother Qian retrieved several jade slips from a certain location. Lu Qing recognized these as akin to maps, albeit possessing a built-in projection feature. One need not be present on-site to discern the nature of the contents within. Chapter 60. Choosing a New Home, the Spiritual Land of the Sea. Lu Qing expressed his needs. A place suitable for the cultivation of the Purple Mansion. After hearing the latter half of the statement, brother Qian was momentarily taken aback, and once his mind caught up, he suddenly appeared somewhat stunned. After a while, he came to his senses and said, "Junior brother, you are truly remarkable. You have reached the Purple Mansion so swiftly." His sincerity was palpable. Some caverns and blessed lands, despite their spiritual richness, cannot be manipulated covertly, as they demand a certain level of cultivation from their disciples. Lu Qitian is undeniably a prodigy, fully aware of his remarkable talents. However, when confronted with the reality of face-to-face comparison, he realizes he remains stagnated at the fourth level of foundation building, rendering him somewhat inferior. He swiftly abandons this fleeting sense of comparison, acknowledging that they do not inhabit the same realm. Even those of high caliber are still geniuses in their own right. Have you not noticed that each of those exceptional individuals has attained the status of Purple Mansion? Ha. Junior brother, since you are a practitioner of the Purple Mansion, that simplifies matters. I happen to possess 3 sets. Come and see which one resonates with you. These places are all excellent choices. Take, for instance, Tianyan Island. The previous inhabitant was a senior brother of the Purple Mansion, who successfully refined his golden core and entered the inner sect, leaving this blessed land available. Here, the spiritual energy is balanced and harmonious, and beneath lies a spiritual vein, while above, a celestial dragon resides. Just look at that. Senior brother Qin spoke with great enthusiasm about his area of expertise, eloquently detailing its merits. Lu Qing's gaze rested upon this auspicious land, where the sky was adorned with billowing white clouds, subtly resembling the ethereal form of a true dragon gliding with the wind. High and distant, beneath the cloud-dwelling dragon lay an island amidst the sea, known as Tianyun Island. To the side, there was another area similar to the aforementioned. A remnant left by the esteemed elder of the Purple Mansion. However, due to a misstep in cultivation by this particular elder, the place had fallen into desolation. The second location was an expansive lake, broader than the average shallow sea, with the Water Heart Mansion situated at its center, featuring a grand and robust architectural style spanning 3 courtyards. Lastly, there was a mountainous island, nameless yet rich with spiritual veins and extensive fertile fields, boasting excellent soil. What I hold in my hands, most suitable for you, junior brother, lies within this realm. Lu Qing's gaze fell upon the last option, which resembled Tianyun Island in many ways. However, aside from the rivers and ponds, the most expansive feature of this island was a vast expanse of spiritual fields. The island was traversed by a single mountain range running north to south, while the broad spiritual fields stretched out like a boundless wilderness, presenting a serene and inviting landscape. Moreover, this location was quite astutely situated, nestled perfectly between the outer and inner realms, allowing one to avoid drawing undue attention. It also harmonized most closely with his current disposition. Senior brother, I shall choose the last one. Very well, since you have spoken, junior brother. I will promptly arrange for the change without delay. Qian, the senior brother, acted swiftly and was thoroughly familiar with these 3 locations, ensuring that no entangled issues would arise from his selection. Otherwise, given the vastness of the outer sect, with countless peaks and a plethora of vacant caves, one might wonder why so few could establish themselves effortlessly within. This was indeed due to some unsavory secrets hidden beneath the surface. Many excellent opportunities were clearly marked, awaiting their fated individuals to claim them, and he would never present those to deceive Lu Qing. The formalities were completed successfully. Lu Qing gazed upon the newly inscribed mark on the token, resembling a small hill above the water's surface. This was the true realm of cultivation. Previously, the nameless peaks of Dao, scattered abundantly around the periphery of the outer sect courtyard, were the most distant from the center and served merely as temporary quarters for new disciples and the miscellaneous disciples. The frequent changes rendered the marking of such peaks somewhat superfluous. However, this occasion was markedly different. The cultivation period in the Purple Mansion realm was extensive, making the selection of a suitable location paramount. After exchanging contact information with senior brother Qian, Bai He Tongzi awaited his return outside the city of cultivation. Upon stepping out, Lu Qing beheld, across the suspended platform, a majestic white crane standing proudly in wait. Today, it would not be receiving any guests. The disciples were instructed to make their way back on foot. One disciple, recognizing the esteemed crane of the sect, sought to present a spirit stone in hopes of soaring upon its back. To his dismay, he was met with a firm rejection from the crane's attendant. By the time Lu Qing approached, the attendant had already turned down several offers, fixating its gaze on the disciple's spirit stones while resolutely refusing with an air of righteousness. Curious, for it was said that the crane had an affinity for spirit stones. Yet today, even the offer of 2 stones did not suffice to earn a ride. Who could fathom the reasoning behind this? Lu Qing, you have finally returned. Is there tea to drink? The attendant, spotting Lu Qing, wobbled over with an energetic flurry. Upon opening its beak, Lu Qing instantly understood that the crane yearned for tea. Not today. I have relocated for the time being. Once I am settled, I shall treat you. Who knows why the crane's attendant so craved that cup of tea? Lu Qing sipped his tea. Yet he was not a man who lived and breathed it. Where are you planning to move? I shall accompany you and even offer you a ride, free of charge, he suggested. The white crane youth displayed an air of grandeur, as if the mere spirit stones held no significance in his eyes. However, Lu Qing had distinctly observed the reluctance in his gaze towards the spirit stones just moments ago. It can only be said that every being has its match. Tea, in its essence, transcends the value of spirit stones, adding yet another layer to the white crane youth's preferences. The white crane youth fluffed his feathers, emitting a melodious cry as he soared over the peaks. Witnessing this, several outer sect disciples exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief in the other's eyes. Hadn't it been stated that no passengers would be carried today? I had no inkling. It appeared that this majestic crane had come to fetch someone, but alas, it was not us. Lu Qing gazed upon the scene below, where verdant mountains rose and gentle ripples danced upon the water. The white crane boy had not idled away his years mingling within the outer sect. His keen sense of direction buzzed incessantly. Even those disciples who followed the map for the first time could easily succumb to a sense of disorientation in these surroundings. Lu Qing gazed down upon the scenic mountain gate from the back of the white crane. The mountain gate soared majestically, while the white crane, well acquainted with the terrain, deftly navigated around certain restricted areas. Along the journey, aside from the breathtaking landscapes, they encountered various ethereal creatures such as the golden light, the luminous spirit beast, and the celestial phoenix, all gracefully traversing the vast sky. Disciples like Lu Qing, riding on their white cranes, were commonplace and not at all remarkable. Upon arrival, he descended through a myriad of towering mountains, passed over a labyrinthine network of lakes, and journeyed through several prominent academies. Ultimately, Lu Qing beheld the azure ocean, harmoniously reflecting the celestial canopy above. They finally swooped down from the heights, gliding low over the surface of the sea, and after a brief passage of time, arrived at Lu Qing's new abode. Lu Qing did not hasten to enter the island. Instead, he formed a seal with his fingers, revealing that the island, seemingly unremarkable from the outside, was shrouded in arrays of formations at every turn. Lu Qing activated the formation and entered alongside the white crane boy. Chapter 61. Within the Spiritual Island. When he departed from the nameless Tao Peak earlier, he had already packed all his belongings. Now, on the very first day of his return to the mountain gate, Lu Qing was impeccably prepared to settle into his new abode. This new location was unlike the two places he had previously inhabited. Firstly, there was the aspect of its position. Previously, he had practiced in forested areas surrounded by mountains. However, this spiritual island was situated upon the ocean, offering a view of the sea. This was a genuine expanse of ocean, not merely lakes or marshy lands. Had it not been for the necessity of relocating, Lu Qing would have never realized that such a sea existed here. Lu Qing's cultivation methods and insights into the path seemed to resonate deeply with the essence of water. Upon entering this island, Lu Qing casually deactivated the formation. To the west within the spiritual island, a majestic mountain range rises steeply, with crystal-clear waters cascading down from its heights, flowing across the terrain before converging into a collection of starlight ponds and lakes. The first sight that greets the eyes is this imposing mountain range. Young one, proceed that way. Lu Qing prepared to land atop a high plateau, and the white crane youth gracefully descended in response. This location was perfect, with a river flowing beneath and, in the distance, fields of fertile land laid out in neat and orderly rows. Standing here, one could gaze upon the vast expanse of dark fields, as smooth as a plain. Numerous fertile fields were visible, along with many lakes over there, ideal for fish cultivation. After mentioning the fertile fields, the white crane youth turned its gaze elsewhere, its attention drawn not to the fields but rather to the enchanting waters of the lakes. By the way, Lu Qing, where do you intend to choose for your cave dwelling? Lu Qing was uncertain whether it was due to his accustomed practice atop the lofty mountain cliffs that he ultimately decided, after a circuit around the sacred island with the white crane boy, to settle once more upon the flat-top precipice where he had previously made his abode. Are you not considering bringing anyone to assist you? He inquired, aware that many would leave a multitude of attendants and servants within their caverns. This was the first instance in which the white crane boy had partaken in the architectural endeavors of the human race. Observing that Lu Qing had chosen this location without a single attendant in sight, he expressed his bewilderment with a question. Lu Qing shook his head, expressing his desire to choose, yet lamenting the necessity of earning spirit stones, leaving no allowance for them. He showed no hesitation in acknowledging this fact, and compared to others, he seemed to lack the celestial air of companionship that often accompanies the affluent. However, the notion of social standing held no weight for Lu Qing. His circle of acquaintances was so limited that he could scarcely gather a handful of people, rendering the concern for appearances utterly irrelevant. Lu Qing began to examine the area with clarity. The white crane boy alighted upon a tranquil lake, brushing off a speck of dust from his feathers. How about I catch a few fish to place in here? He offered, noticing the lake's excessive serenity. As friends, they immediately took flight from Ling Island, preparing to seek out some ethereal fish seeds to introduce into the waters of the lake. Lu Qing also passed through it. There is, in fact, an illusion array here. Lu Qing first established the cloud and mist formation, followed by the embedding of the spirit-gathering formation at the heart of the island. Once the formations were set in place, ethereal wisps of cloud-like mist appeared above the island, curling gracefully like smoke. The spiritual energy emanating from the underlying spiritual veins was entirely harnessed within this enchanting island. Ancient trees stood lush and verdant, while the spirit bamboos flourished in vibrant greenery. Lu Qing ingeniously utilized the abundant raw materials already present in Ling Island. Upon the previously established cliff at Pingdingshan, he constructed a magnificent pavilion from the ground up. As for additional furnishings, there was no need for him to exert further effort. A few spells sufficed to create the requisite furniture and amenities. The pavilion, comparable in height to the prior Dao Peak constructions, stood 3 stories tall, yet within it lay an expansive spirit-gathering array, with spiritual energy surging throughout. In contrast to the elaborate layouts of some opulent courtyards, Lu Qing's current pavilion appeared merely as a single exquisite outer shell. Upon entering, one would discover a rather unconventional interior, featuring several specially designated areas, either for cultivation or for future endeavors such as alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. Moreover, after completing the construction, Lu Qing's figure flickered and he materialized above the spiritual fields, gently descending. This space was akin to a vast cultivation chamber, allowing him the freedom to practice wherever he wished. He was not confined to an indoor environment. For what he truly yearned for next was to experience and observe the vastness of the world, embracing the path of breakthrough that lay ahead. The principles were omnipresent, and the great Tao pervaded all. As he traversed the expansive fields of the spiritual land, he inhaled the invigorating vitality that approached him, indicating that this place had been neglected for quite some time. Lu Qing surveyed the entire island with clarity, taking in every detail. The natural scenery here is breathtaking. However, the absence of human presence is palpable, with not even a trace left by the previous inhabitant. Could it be that the former resident simply carved out a dwelling in solitude? Lu Qing averted his gaze, directing it towards his own pavilion perched atop the cliff. Having grown accustomed to it, he had never entertained the notion of carving out a dwelling within the mountainside. Yet, who is to say that a house does not qualify as a dwelling? Lu Qing cast aside the fleeting distraction from his mind. His spirit stirred slightly as he perceived the cries of the white cranes outside the island, signifying the return of the white crane boy. With a subtle motion of his consciousness, he activated layers of formations, allowing the creature to enter. The silhouette of the white crane boy circled gracefully in the sky. Yet he did not see it clutching any fish in its beak. Instead of hastily approaching Lu Qing, it merely nodded in acknowledgement before diving into the waters on the opposite bank. With a resounding splash, the sound of water echoed continuously. Hundreds, if not thousands, of colorful spiritual fish cascaded from the heavens, plummeting into the lake and river like dumplings, their vivid hues painting the landscape. The once tranquil surface of the water erupted into waves, brimming with vitality as the spiritual fish appeared, causing numerous bubbles to rise in the lakes and rivers. The entire island was infused with renewed vigor. The spiritual fish, having feasted on the nourishing waters, included several that could cultivate spiritual energy, which the white crane boy had intentionally captured and brought along. Filled with delight, the white crane boy, as a member of the white crane lineage, possessed an innate ability to catch fish. His keen eye enabled him to swiftly seize several highly effective spiritual fish. Remarkable, isn't it? No one could rival the prowess of this young boy. In comparison to the fishing capabilities of the white crane, Lu Qing deemed it prudent to refrain from subjecting himself to embarrassment. Lu Qing expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the white crane boy for his kind intentions. In return, he first ensured that the tea tree took root on the cliffside, then cast a minor spell to summon the river's waters to flow upwards, nourishing the tea tree that had finally emerged from his storage pouch. "Young one, today the tea will be plentiful," he declared. "That is splendid, indeed," came the reply. Outside the pavilion, Lu Qing waved his hand, and a soft azure glow of magic enveloped an ancient tree nearby. Vines swiftly descended from the tree's branches, and several aged limbs broke off and fell to the ground. The branches served as the skeleton, while the vines formed the skin. Before the pavilion, atop the cliff, tables and chairs rapidly took shape. In the blink of an eye, freshly crafted wooden tables and vine chairs appeared on the flat surface, awaiting the arrival of guests. He casually retrieved a teapot and cups, and with a thought, connected to the cloud and mist array that was already in motion. Wisps of cloud descended from the heavens, coalescing into a small cloud above the tea service. Soon, raindrops began to fall from the mist, and Lu Qing pinched a small fireball between his fingers. The flames conjured by the fireball spell were ordinary, lacking the potency required for refining tools or concocting elixirs. However, they proved to be perfectly suited for brewing tea and cooking. Chapter 62. Inquisition of the Heart and Mind. Gurgle, gurgle. Lu Qing waved his hand to retract the spell, and a mist of water began to rise. Several tea leaves gracefully descended into the teapot, and as the water boiled and infused the tea, a delicate fragrance immediately filled the air, wafting over the mountainside. In the pristine white teacup, the pale green tea leaves danced vigorously in the rolling water. The white crane youth seated opposite took a deep breath, savoring the flavor. "This is the essence," he declared, his feathers appearing to relax completely. "It is delightful, albeit somewhat too hot. Allow me to cool it down." As he spoke, the tips of his wings began to channel his spiritual energy. Though he engaged in the business of ferrying passengers daily, he still possessed a foundation of strength. Only the white crane youth himself knew the precise level of his cultivation. With effortless grace, he manipulated his wings, drawing upon his spiritual energy to retrieve a block of ice from the nearby snow-capped peak. The crystalline ice was swiftly shaped by his energy into a form resembling a cup sleeve, encasing the teacup. Instantly, the temperature dropped several degrees. Lu Qing observed the fluid and graceful maneuvers of the white crane boy and couldn't tea help but acknowledge his skill in cooling the tea with ice. He cast a glance at his own cup but felt no urgency to drink. Instead, he chose to wait for the tea to reach a more palatable temperature. Meanwhile, he engaged the white crane boy in conversation. "You know, I must say, reflecting on it now, your decision not to return was indeed the right one," the white crane boy remarked, his spirits lifted after savoring a sip of his homemade iced tea. "What makes you say that?" Lu Qing inquired, providing ample opportunity for the white crane boy to elaborate. "If you had returned, I feared you might have been harmed." Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle at the words of the youth. "How strange it is for you to say that," he remarked. There was something rather amusing about the serious demeanor of the white crane youth, who spoke of the sparring on the arena as if it were merely a mundane brawl. Nevertheless, there was a certain merit to his statement. "Indeed, I have been overly excited earlier and neglected to inform you that one must at least possess the cultivation of the Purple Mansion's 8th realm to have a chance of entering the inner sect. You have only been initiated for less than 2 years. You may not understand, but those individuals will stop at nothing to gain entry into the inner sect. Is there not also the path of golden elixir to consider?" The white crane youth ruffled his feathers, dispersing the wisps of steam rising from the teacup. "Golden elixir? Oh, it's not so simple. I have heard from the ancestor that the difficulty of both paths is quite comparable. However, as you might know, among those who participate in the grand tournament, aside from the 3 elder council members from the outer sect, there will also be elders from the inner sect present. Thus, not only can one enter the inner sect, but upon doing so, one may also seek a mentor and become a direct disciple. The status of a direct disciple is far superior to that of a mere registered disciple. While the white crane youth may not have lived long, he certainly has the benefit of an ancestor, and he possesses considerable knowledge." Listening attentively, Lu Qing realized that this aligned closely with his prior thoughts. One aspect involved gaining renown. A distinguished reputation would facilitate entry into the eyes of influential figures. The other pertained to standard promotion upon reaching the Golden Core realm. One could ascend directly to the inner sect. This criterion had been established long ago by the Xiantian Dao Academy, and even the 3 elder counselors lacked the authority to intervene. Nevertheless, let us not dwell on that. I wanted to mention the affairs of Lingzhou to you while you were away. Bai He Tongzi was clearly eager to share some gossip. "Lingzhou, that corpse dragon?" he inquired. "Indeed, are you already aware?" Lu Qing replied. "I happened to hear about it on my way back." He continued, "Since you know, there is little more to say. If it weren't for the considerable distance, I would have ventured to Wanlong Lake. The Taiyan fish there is truly exceptional." Bai Tongzi shook his head, expressing deep regret. Lu Qing cast a glance at it, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Could it be that the news about Wanlong Lake, previously observed from an anonymous disciple, was indeed disseminated by the white crane boy? He had no intention of unmasking the identity behind the pseudonym, for whether it was true or not held little significance. Upon returning today and relocating, after savoring his tea, the white crane boy resumed his scheme to accumulate spirit stones. The dawn gradually retreated, and dimness had already descended. Lu Qing gazed at the sky, where a crescent cold moon emerged amidst the night. He looked towards the chilly moon, and within him, the divine soul of the Purple Mansion stirred gently, as if sensing something. Lu Qing lifted his head, a surge of joy rising within him as he realized he had encountered a fleeting insight. He dispelled the unnecessary clutter of thoughts, and his mind became clear and serene. The crescent moon in the sky gradually transformed into a perfect orb, slowly becoming whole, until at last, a magnificent, lustrous full moon gazed down upon the world below. In an instant, Lu Qing's mind became a void. Before him, it seemed that only the luminous full moon graced the vast night sky. The moon, ethereal and eternal, remains unchanged through the ages, sharing the same lifespan as the cosmos. The heavens and the earth, the sun and the moon, do they reflect my heart? Akin to the celestial bodies? No, they do not. He stood quietly in the midst of it all, within the depths of his soul, where the essence of his being rapidly underwent myriad transformations. At times, Lu Qing was engulfed by the mundane world, lost in its tumultuous currents. At another moment, he soared above, a paragon among the masses, and then, in the blink of an eye, he exhibited signs of falling into the abyss, indulging in corporeal desires. It was as if, upon embarking on the path of cultivation, countless destinies unfolded before him. This represented Lu Qing's profound introspection, a contemplation regarding his future path and the genesis of his immortal journey. I do not possess the lofty aspirations of others, striving for enlightenment to alleviate the suffering of sentient beings, nor do I harbor the deep-seated obsessions of others, singularly yearning for longevity. What I seek is merely the essence of the practice itself. Lu Qing possesses an acute self-awareness, even amidst this profound introspection. He does not lose sight of the extraordinary abilities he possesses. Just as others encounter fortuitous opportunities, so too does he find himself amidst a unique chance. With a moment of clarity, the myriad of extraordinary visions that arise within his spirit cannot hinder his path. Before Lu Qing stood not a full moon, but rather an interminable path that stretched into an abyss of darkness. Yet, a glimmer suddenly ignited in his eyes, and the mist ahead became easily dispelled at his touch. A resounding thud. In an instant, his thoughts crystallized, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged within him, resonating like a vast ocean, echoing through his very being and reaching his soul. In the realm of the Purple Mansion, he attained enlightenment. Lu Qing gradually withdrew his gaze. The commotion caused by his breakthrough was minimal. Only a few peculiar flowers and exotic plants nearby sensed a subtle disturbance, shrinking back in response to his aura. He reined in his own energy and comprehended certain thoughts. I have finally realized that after reaching the Purple Mansion, one can indeed touch the laws and perform divine abilities. Yet this is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is the Tao. Chapter 63. Witnessing the world, cultivating spiritual fruits. Lu Qing does not speak without evidence. Upon entering the Purple Mansion, certain jade slips and books granted him access to new knowledge. Witnessing the cosmos is the essence of the profound teachings regarding the subsequent stages of cultivation, as mentioned by predecessors. However, each individual's path is unique, and no one can ascertain how another should proceed or what insights they might glean. The Great Way is a solitary journey, embodying this fundamental truth. Lu Qing had traversed mountains and rivers, passing through bustling cities where the streets were teeming with life, and the aroma of everyday existence filled the air. Yet, such experiences did not facilitate his breakthrough. It was not until today, upon selecting this particular place and serendipitously witnessing the scene of the luminous moon in the sky, that he suddenly grasped the essence of his impending advancement. Following this breakthrough, his thoughts became remarkably lucid. It was as if a veil of mist had lifted, illuminating the path ahead. He realized that, indeed, there exist myriad laws governing all beings and phenomena in the world. Yet the journey of cultivation is not merely the pursuit of these laws, but rather the cultivation of one's own Tao heart. As he ventured into the next phase, he could touch upon these laws and subsequently evolve his divine abilities. However, such actions were only possible post-breakthrough. They should not be the aim of striving for transcendence, lest one become ensnared within the natural laws of heaven and earth. The more Lu Qing contemplated, the clearer her thoughts became. It is not esoteric to say that to perceive the world is to understand one's own heart and path. To dispel the clouds and uncover the heart is to grasp the essence of the way, rather than merely to study techniques or delve into methods. More plainly, it is about knowing what one truly desires, whether it be the quest for longevity, the pursuit of strength, the yearning for joy, the search for freedom, the longing for beauty, or the wish for beloved ones to remain by one's side. These are all aspirations of cultivation. Lu Qing had always been uncertain about his true aspirations. Unlike others, he yearned for power and had thoughts of immortality. He had also entertained the notion of a carefree and joyful existence. However, had it not been for today's unforeseen circumstances, Lu Qing would not have so swiftly entered the realm of the Purple Mansion. The path of cultivation is, after all, an eternal journey with no discernible end. Previously, as the bright moon faded, a path leading to the nameless return to the void emerged, revealing Lu Qing's innermost heart. At that moment, he appeared to be undergoing a trial of the heart. Reflecting upon this, Lu Qing realized that the myriad manifestations of his spirit ultimately coalesced into the serene image of a gentle breeze, and a bright moon. While he sat in quiet meditation upon the cliff, the manifestation of the spirit is, indeed, the deepest contemplation of a cultivator, impossible to deceive oneself. Lu Qing felt invigorated and elated, an experience far surpassing his previous encounters on the path. If the prior spiritual purification had cleansed the impurities surrounding his heart, starting from the outside and working inward, this time was distinctly different. It resembled a gentle spring rain, with the heart resembling the soil nurturing the budding sprouts. The revitalizing rain of spring assists these tender shoots in gathering vitality, culminating in the essential moment when the sprouts break through the earth, emerging from the prolonged darkness of the soil to behold the vastness of the world. Lu Qing had previously been fixated on perceiving the world through his physical eyes, as well as attempting to comprehend it with his Tao heart. It was not until the moment of breakthrough that enlightenment spontaneously arose within him. A mere 3 characters sufficed to encapsulate the cultivation behind the purple mansion. However, the lofty nature of the term heaven and earth often leads one to overlook the self. To perceive the world, one must acknowledge that heaven and earth are ever present, yet the Tao heart remains obscured. How then can one truly perceive the world? The essence of cultivation lies within oneself. Days passed, and after Lu Qing solidified his cultivation, he turned his gaze toward the spiritual field, which was now prepared for him to plant the spiritual flora. He mused, this truly resembles a version of farming on the sea. He felt no urgency, for a spiritual vein infused the soil with abundant spiritual energy. Moreover, this place had long been untouched, leading Lu Qing to suspect that the island possessed certain unremarkable qualities. The spiritual field and the spiritual vein were intricately connected. Indeed, those from the Spiritual Plant Institute would hardly take notice of a farming island. As for the tasks in the token mission hall, Lu Qing found no suitable ones, as they primarily issued commission tasks. Lu Qing devoted himself to the grand undertaking of spirit cultivation primarily to accrue contribution points for spirit stones. In the long run, this endeavor aims to exchange for essential resources. However, he cannot neglect his cultivation in the present. A single day of neglect may be inconsequential, but a prolonged lapse could foster complacency. Furthermore, the tasks entrusted to him typically span over a month, and upon glancing at the foundational cultivation requirements, he promptly dismissed these tasks, as the required locales lacked sufficient spiritual energy. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to him, for he had no intention of completing the entrusted tasks. Should the Spirit Plant Institute issue assignments, he might reconsider. Fortunately, he already possessed the Spirit Plant Institute token. Without delay, he harnessed a beam of clear light and set off toward the Spirit Plant City. In a mere instant's duration, he had retrieved dozens of orders. Due to the uniformity of the order types and the aura Lu Qing exuded, the registering disciples approved his request without hesitation. After all, cultivators from the Purple Mansion could tend to their fields with remarkable speed, making the fulfillment of dozens of orders a trivial matter. Among the orders were the Purple Moon fruits, the most favored spiritual fruit by practitioners of the Purple Moon Mansion. Consuming one before entering seclusion would enhance the probability of breakthroughs. Additionally, there were the dragon heart fruits, a preferred bait among the Taiyan fish. Lu Qing has chosen to forego the fast-growing spiritual plants this time. While these plants grow rapidly, their affordability diminishes their value, resulting in a contribution rate that is not particularly favorable for him at present. Moreover, after his recent cultivation, Lu Qing has come to realize that time seems to slip away with increasing insignificance. Mere days have passed in the blink of an eye. To add to this, he has calculated the longevity points he has accrued over nearly 2 years, which surpass that of an average Purple Mansion cultivator. With the Purple Mansion offering a lifespan of 1,000 years, Lu Qing now boasts an impressive 3,000 years. The depletion of his longevity points has transitioned from a decrement of tens to hundreds or even thousands. He suspects that should he reach even greater realms of cultivation, the loss could escalate to tens of thousands or even billions. This raises the possibility that upon emerging from seclusion, he may find the fast-growing spiritual plants to be entirely depleted. Setting aside these concerns, spiritual rice represents the lower tier of spiritual plant cultivation. The fruits he is currently cultivating, these spiritual fruits, yield effects that surpass those of ordinary spiritual rice, regardless of their application. Am I perhaps fated to be connected with the Taiyan fish? Lu Qing's consciousness swept over the orders, and he once again encountered the Taiyan fish, a subtle sense of fate blossoming within him. He recalled his earlier thoughts about seizing the opportunity to visit Wanlong Lake, to catch a glimpse of the dragon species nurtured within its waters. After all, Wanlong Lake truly harbored dragons. Could this fate be an ominous prophecy? Lu Qing had also studied the Tine fish. The term Tine signifies utmost Yin, and these ethereal fish predominantly embody the Yin attribute. The Tine resides high in the heavens, where cultivators frequently traverse the azure void, ascending lofty mountains and snowy ridges, gathering the delicate essence of Tine moonlight on nights of the full moon. In the past, Lu Qing practiced during the night, gathering the ordinary moonlight. Yet, even with relentless effort day and night, it took several days of diligent work to cultivate a mere glimmer of pure spiritual energy within his dantian. The Tine fish, possessing the name of the moon, is a testament to its unique nature. It is infused with a trace of celestial Tine power, incomparable to any other species of spiritual fish. Consequently, it is born of exceptional rarity. Residing in the Wanshan Lake, disciples who aspire to fish for the Tine fish often opt for expensive bait, with the dragon heart fruit being among the most sought after. The Tine fish is extraordinarily precious, and the dragon heart fruit is also a rare spiritual fruit. Recently, due to the emergence of the corpse dragon soul in the lake, the probability of encountering Tine fish has significantly increased. It is anticipated that it will take several years to dissolve this dragon soul, making it certain that the dragon heart fruit will be in high demand in the coming years. Moreover, those who can afford to purchase the dragon heart fruit to feed the fish are not of ordinary means. Lu Qing then turned his gaze to the first fruit, the purple moon fruit. It is said, quite coincidentally, that consuming the purple moon fruit while cultivating in the purple moon mansion may lead to unexpected surprises. However, I still believe it ultimately comes down to luck. Lu Qing contemplated. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lu Qing was now prepared to plant both of them. Chapter 64. Spirit Leaf Island. With a heart full of expectations, it is often said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Lu Qing cultivated two distinct varieties of fruit, strategically planting them in the southern and northern regions. To the south, he nurtured the dragon heart fruit, while to the north, the purple moon fruit flourished, both flanked by serene lakes. Subsequently, Lu Qing wielded his spiritual energy as a sword, executing a decisive horizontal slash that delineated a clear boundary between the two, ensuring that neither side would be adversely affected by the presence of the other. Although Lu Qing may not be an experienced spirit botanist, he had previously encountered situations that required him to quickly adapt and acquire knowledge. He possessed a solid grasp of general spirit plant knowledge, and as he pondered, the wealth of information stored within the various memory palaces in his mind swiftly surfaced. His choice of these two types of spirit fruits stemmed from their classification as high-yield, low-risk botanical species, unlike the formidable ghost king tree or the netherworld wood, which necessitate the establishment of specialized Yin attribute spirit fields and require fertilizers not derived from ordinary rainwater, but rather from malevolent and lethal energies. Their domineering nature renders it impossible for other spirit plants to thrive in their vicinity. Cultivating such species carries the risk of jeopardizing the spirit plants cultivated in other fields. Furthermore, these choices stand in stark contrast to the overly precious spirit fruits, such as moonlight blossom and sunstream essence, which demand the essence of the five elements. Lu Qing recalled a glimpse of a wondrous spiritual fruit he had once seen, which appeared to be a primary ingredient for some elixir. Cultivating it would not only be laborious, but also require meticulous attention, and as Lu Qing himself lacked the quintessence of the five elements, it was improbable for him to procure such vital essence for its nourishment. With his cultivation level having ascended, he no longer fixated solely on the previously encountered spiritual rice. Instead, he found himself mesmerized by the myriad of spiritual plants in the Spiritual Plant Institute. His earlier cultivation philosophy, confronted with the ever-evolving variety of spiritual seeds, had begun to feel inadequate. Fortunately, the majority of spiritual plants in the world remained quite ordinary, thriving merely on the nourishment of wind and water. Lu Qing's career would not be thwarted here. With two varieties of fruit in hand and dozens of orders secured, he found himself bustling with activity once more. Methodically, he planted the saplings. The Longshin fruit, aptly named after the heart, bore a hue reminiscent of a vibrant red heart, with the young sapling standing as tall as his fingers, enveloped in a rich crimson hue. In contrast, the ZUF fruit exhibited a delicate lavender shade. In no time, the once uniform black soil was adorned with patches of bright red and soft purple. Lu Qing deftly gestured, summoning a cloud that swiftly drifted overhead, and soon, the spiritual field was graced with a gentle, rhythmic rainfall. Lu Qing adeptly wielded the art of cloud and rain. This mystic technique, when cultivated to profound depths, could summon the winds and invoke the rains. Lu Qing remarked that it was inconceivable not to pursue such mastery. Conveniently, the spirit fields on this island provided ample opportunity for him to demonstrate his abilities. After ceasing the rain, Lu Qing suddenly recalled something and retrieved several crane feathers from his storage pouch. The white crane boy had graciously gifted him a few feathers before his departure the previous day. Lu Qingxiu flicked her sleeve, and several feathers struck the ground with a series of sharp sounds, each piercing the earth in the 4 cardinal directions: east, south, west, and north, where a single crane feather was embedded in each. An imperceptible aura began to circulate. Lu Qing, who once lacked insight, now perceives the truth. As the white crane feathers emerge, it may be a manifestation of innate divine powers and bloodline abilities. The surrounding aura of birds and insects instinctively retreats from the spiritual field. It is likely that in the days to come, certain wild birds and insects will subconsciously steer clear of this vicinity. Lu Qing cast a sweeping gaze around the spiritual field, noting that some weeds had already been cleared away. After absorbing the rainwater, the saplings visibly sprouted tender buds amidst their bare branches. Such scenes of growth could only be witnessed in the realm of cultivation. Lu Qing opened his eyes wide and leaped into the air, his sleeves billowing as he gracefully descended upon the island. From this elevated perspective, the island resembled a verdant leaf, broad to the north and tapering to a point in the south. Upon closer inspection, Lu Qing suddenly realized that something was amiss with this island. He observed a few square stones scattered at the foot of the mountain to the south, and it struck him that it lacked a name. As Lu Qing's interest was piqued, he found himself contemplating the name of this previously nameless peak. Now that he had arrived at a new locale, an inexplicable desire to bestow a name upon it arose within him. It would be more fitting to designate this place as the site of his cave dwelling, rather than simply referring to it as the nameless island in the future. Lu Qing fell at the entrance of the formation. He had made some alterations to the formation on the island. Since it was not a particularly sophisticated array, Lu Qing simply added a few elements of his own. The originally simple illusion array served merely to confuse. Though Lu Qing possessed the cloud mist formation, he did not squander the efficacy of the practical illusion array. The enhancement of the formation through layered improvements significantly amplified its effects. He firmly believed in the adage that practice makes perfect. Thus, with a mere thought, a wisp of cloud mist coiled around a stone, and soon, Lu Qing felt as though an additional arm had emerged, allowing him to sense the cloud mist with his mind. He did not lower the cloud. Instead, he sat cross-legged upon a billow of cloud and proceeded to modify the stone, shaping it into a steel. The cloud mist danced like fingers over the smooth surface of the stone, and with another thought, Lu Qing inscribed the characters Lingyi Island upon it, as if the place were adorned with leaves and imbued with spiritual fields. In an instant, a stele emerged on the coastal land, the 3 characters exuding an ethereal grace. As the name was inscribed, an inexplicable notion arose within Lu Qing. He pondered what this island had been called before. Even his senior brother Qin was unaware. For the names of these cultivation sites, designated by the Academy, were merely formalities, while the rest were left for the disciples to carve out themselves. The formation enveloped the island and the nearby sea, and as the sound of the waves resonated, Lu Qing practiced for several days. On this day, he planted seedlings of spiritual fruits and bestowed a name upon the island. He then commanded the clouds beneath him, descending gracefully to the shoreline. The coastal waters were a crystalline azure, with snow-white waves occasionally rolling in from the distance, and one could occasionally glimpse schools of fish gliding beneath the surface. Lu Qing practiced his spells at this location, striking forth with a palm that unleashed a gentle, yet forceful gust of wind. Waves surged forth in layers, each crest rising higher than the last. As these cascading waves extended for several miles, a magnificent curtain of water emerged in the distance, flowing upward towards the heavens. In an instant, the ocean roared as water poured down from above with tremendous force, cascading irresistibly towards lower ground. With a thunderous crash, the previously tranquil sea surface, only occasionally disturbed by ripples, erupted into a colossal vortex. It took several breaths for the sound of the crashing waves to finally subside. At this moment, Lu Qing withdrew his magical energies, refraining from further amplifying his power, for direct impact upon the physical form could harm the soul. His palm strike was executed with perfect control, attuned to his own will. He could summon great force or diminish it at will. Moreover, a subtle smile graced Lu Qing's lips as he perceived the profound essence behind this spell. Delving deeper into his practice, he had begun to sense a hint of momentum. The force of the ocean, the power of nature, harnessing momentum against adversaries. This was the realization that had sparked within him. A single wave is not daunting. But 1,000 waves, once gathered into a formidable force, could extend their influence into various realms, seemingly embodying the very concept of momentum itself. It is not solely the waves, the mountain winds, the heavenly rains, and the myriad beings of the earth can all generate their own momentum. Lu Qingxin gained some insights. Chapter 65. Harvest. Invitation to the gathering of heroes. The force of circumstances, aligning with the opportune moment, and acting accordingly. After contemplating for a while, Lu Qing faintly perceived that if the spell were to fall into the hands of an emperor in the mortal realm, it might very well give rise to a dynasty of cultivation, consolidating the power of the world within one individual. However, such a feat cannot be achieved in the Xiantian domain. It may, however, be possible in the neighboring Taitian domain. Lu Qing gained new insights and thus sat down in a meditative posture, engaging in the cultivation of his techniques. The Xiantian Yuanjing emphasizes the importance of enduring and continuous flow. Lu Qing diligently pursued his cultivation and has now finally reached the 8th level, leaving a substantial 10 levels to ascend to the ultimate 18th. As he reflects on the messages beneath the jade slip, he acknowledges that this particular method of cultivation indeed cannot be rushed. With each level attained, Lu Qing naturally acquires a repertoire of fundamental spells, encapsulated in succinct incantations that are applicable in daily life. Although the library also offers basic spells for exchange, Lu Qing finds no need to trade for these rudimentary techniques, as he has already mastered quite a number through his current practice. Spells such as the fireball technique, cleaning spell, and dust avoidance charm have greatly facilitated his everyday cultivation. However, beyond these, Lu Qing recognizes that each session of cultivation presents its own challenges at every level. The Xiantian Yuanjing emphasizes the importance of accumulation. Even with an additional infusion of ancient tree spirit liquid, it is utterly impossible for Lu Qing to experience the rapid breakthroughs he once did. This is primarily because, after reaching the intermediate levels, time is essential for accumulation. It is no wonder that previous disciples left such messages during their exchanges. Each day, Lu Qing diligently practiced, and after fully cultivating his dantian, he experienced a remarkable transformation. The innate spirit is exceedingly rare. Thus, Lu Qing's current endeavor is to utilize his techniques to gradually refine and compress the vast ocean of his acquired spiritual energy. By meticulously honing this energy, he aims to extract even a trace of innate power. His unwavering commitment to daily practice stems from the belief that perseverance can yield significant results, as even the smallest drops can carve through stone. He aspires not for perfection with each step, yet he understands the importance of building a solid foundation for the future. Another 7 days have passed. After a week of cultivation by the coast, Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, from an external perspective, wisps of energy seemed to have solidified within him. Aside from his ethereal demeanor, the aura of his cultivation appeared formless like mist, eluding any discernment of its depth. However, with a shift in focus, Lu Qing's essence revealed itself to be that of a first-level purple mansion practitioner. Beneath the concealment technique lay an advanced form of concealment, a lineage of inherited skills. Previously, the concealment technique was limited to those below the Golden Core stage, and upon receiving his rewards for the garrison task, Lu Qing had sought to fully exchange for it. Among the techniques he acquired, there was indeed this advanced concealment art, subtly existing in the world. It could obscure heaven and earth. The author's tone was exceedingly arrogant, asserting within the jade slip that this technique was unparalleled in the realm. This clearly indicated its unique merits. Yet, the jade slip imposed restrictions, preventing Lu Qing from accessing the comments of predecessors, which was a regrettable loss, as he could not appreciate the eloquence of his senior brothers and sisters. Nonetheless, prior to this moment, Lu Qing rarely reminisced about the days of his dedicated and solitary cultivation. He was acutely aware that the time spent in that secluded mountain, indifferent to worldly affairs, was no longer feasible after entering the Purple Mansion. After all, cultivating disciples was meant to complement one another. Upon entering the Purple Mansion, foundational practitioners had garrison tasks, while Purple Mansion cultivators were also bound by time-limited tasks. Beyond the Purple Mansion, disciples were required to complete various external missions annually, such as exterminating demonic beasts, surveying ley lines, purging malevolent energies, maintaining territorial integrity, and patrolling borders, or they could opt to serve as verification team disciples, specifically assigned to levy taxes in designated areas. Lu Qing is currently in the 4th realm of the Purple Palace. With merely a month remaining until the new year, he must prepare himself to undertake external missions. Such tasks require venturing outside. If only I possess the ability to refine tools. Every time Lu Qing gazed upon the treasures within the open vault for disciples, he could hardly contain his envy. He had accrued 5,000 contribution points from his duties, yet this amount was merely sufficient for the exchange of spiritual tools, which were considerably more expensive than the martial arts techniques, despite the latter being relatively affordable. There must be a way forward. First, he would tend to this batch of spiritual plants, and should that fail, he still had a year's time at his disposal. Lu Qing gazed at the disciple token, pondering what tasks might arise upon his ascension to the core formation stage. Within the Tao Academy, he remained uncertain whether his infrequent outings or other factors contributed to his never having encountered a single core formation cultivator. As for the elders, he could not ascertain their cultivation levels, yet he surmised their prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Before long, a month slipped by, and the ZUF roots in the spirit field had matured into slender saplings, standing tall and straight, their purple leaves swaying gently in the breeze. Across the path from them stood the Longxing fruits. Although described as trees, Lu Qing perceived them more as robust versions of red vines. In stark contrast to the upright Ziyue trees, the branches of the Longxing fruit were gnarled and twisted, their dansha-colored leaves cascading like tassels, brushing the ground. At a glance, it appeared as though a figure with flowing red hair was prostrate upon the earth, exuding an eerie chill. The bait favored by the Taiyin fish also leaned towards the essence of the earthly Taiyin. Lu Qing gazed down from the mountain peak, and with a graceful wave of his hand, a vast expanse of clouds gathered, and rain began to fall in an instant, enveloping the world below in a veil of mist. A subtle ripple resonated within Lu Qing's heart and mind. Lu Qing sensed a disturbance outside the formation and raised an eyebrow, aware that someone was waiting. Familiar silhouettes flashed through his mind, leaving him curious about who had come to his island. Meanwhile, a voice drifted in from afar. The disciple of the miscellaneous department, Chen Fan, had come to deliver an invitation to the heroes' gathering, seeking an audience with the esteemed elder of the island. A hint of trepidation lingered in his heart as he waited outside, hesitant to step onto the island. As a disciple of the miscellaneous department, flying over was beyond his means. His arrival here was solely reliant on the white crane of the Tao Academy. A gentle breeze swept by, and suddenly, a figure clad in green appeared in midair. Startled, Chen Fan exclaimed, "I am Chen Fan, honored to meet this senior." The emergence of the other had gone unnoticed, and as a disciple from the outer sect, Chen Fan was not one to act recklessly. "This junior has come for a purpose," he said. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qing was equally taken aback. With refined spiritual perception, he recognized the somewhat familiar, resolute face of the boy who had entered the Tao Academy alongside him. Previously considered a mere waste, he had once entertained the thought, could this be a fated child of destiny? Contemplating this, Lu Qing silently withdrew to a slight distance, fully aware of the formidable potential that a child of destiny might possess. Chen Fan, oblivious to Lu Qing's thoughts, responded to the inquiry by raising a golden-embellished invitation, shimmering with radiant golden energy. "I apologize for the disturbance, senior. I have come at the behest of Master Song to invite the esteemed outer sect disciple from Zifu to gather at the Shaolin Taoist temple. This is the invitation to the heroes' gathering." As his words fell, an ethereal aura emerged from the invitation, and with a flicker of light, a name materialized. Song 1. Signed. Lu Qing smiled faintly. How could he decline the elder's invitation? He would certainly attend when the time came, and it would be a bother for his junior brother to come over. There was no need for such courtesy, as it was part of his duty. This elder in green robes, however, exhibited a demeanor markedly different from the other senior brothers he had previously encountered. He was quite affable. Yet, there lingered a sense of familiarity, as if they had crossed paths before. As this thought flitted through Chen Fan's mind, his unease in the presence of the Purple Mansion cultivator diminished somewhat, especially in contrast to the greater apprehension he felt when interacting with the earlier senior brothers. After observing Chen Fan and Bai He depart, Lu Qing turned around, a newly acquired invitation card in hand. However, upon entering the island, the friendly smile that had graced his face vanished entirely. This was due to the re-emergence of a long-absent divination sign, now ominously hovering in his mind. Furthermore, the signs this time heralded great misfortune. Chapter 66. The reappearance of divination signs. Chen Fan and Lu Qing pondered deeply. Unfortunately, he had not studied the art of divination, rendering him unable to discern the fortunes of others. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. A mere disciple from the labor division who had established a connection with a managing elder would undoubtedly possess exceptional fortune. The gathering of heroes. Just from the three names mentioned, Lu Qing recognized the nature of this assembly. The contents of the invitation were exceedingly simple. This gathering of heroes had been specifically organized by Elder Song 1. Its purpose was to provide an opportunity for disciples who had not fared well in the previous grand competition to enter the inner sect. It was evident, without needing to think deeply, that there were likely ulterior motives at play. Lu Qing gazed at the divination symbols. A gathering of heroes converged, vying for supremacy. The contest for leadership promised to be as tumultuous as fire and water. This statement unmistakably revealed the ominous nature of the invitation. The ominous hexagram foretold that participating in the assembly of heroes, driven by a competitive spirit and a desire to seize the lead, would culminate in one's downfall due to excessive arrogance. Those of profound cultivation would abound, and after 2 rounds of combat, one would face defeat, suffer severe injuries, and ultimately perish post-battle, marking a dire fate. The ill-omened hexagram indicated that joining the assembly to compete for prestige would attract unwanted attention, leading to successive challenges from others. Confronted by formidable adversaries, one would face defeat, sustain grave injuries, and endure lingering consequences, teetering on the brink of death. The minor misfortune hexagram suggested that rejecting the assembly while ignoring the approaching individuals would lead to unforeseen troubles, casting doubts upon one's cultivation, thus marking a minor calamity. The neutral hexagram implied that participating in the gathering would result in blending into the crowd, achieving nothing of note, leading to mediocrity. Another neutral hexagram indicated that joining the assembly would allow for mingling among the throng, followed by a leisurely afternoon at the small cloud dojo, yielding modest gains. Whether one attended or abstained, misfortune loomed regardless. The true nature of this assembly of heroes remained shrouded in mystery. Lu Qing was equally perplexed. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have attended. However, the host of the invitation was an elder, rather than a peer. Furthermore, the fact that the other party had personally sent someone to deliver the invitation made it difficult to decline. Accepting it without comprehending the underlying intricacies could potentially entangle him in unforeseen complications. Fortunately, he still possessed a modest divination to guide him. Lu Qing initially held no expectations. However, upon encountering the final line of the divination, he was unexpectedly met with a small surprise. A gathering of heroes, what could this leader's reward entail? Within the divination, I was unexpectedly so reckless. Lu Qing meticulously analyzes each hexagram, reflecting on the past. Upon encountering the first ominous hexagram, he realizes that the top position is undoubtedly unattainable, representing a foreboding omen that is particularly dire given his current level of cultivation. Elder Song, also known as Master Song, is one of the 3 elders from the outer sect. It has been 6 months since the conclusion of the grand competition. What precisely does this assembly of heroes intend to accomplish? Lu Qing could not discern clearly. Moreover, there was also an individual who appeared to be the fated protagonist present. Lu Qing remains indifferent and distant towards the protagonist. He merely wishes that his small realm remains unaffected by such destined figures. As for the tribulations that beset the other, he keeps a respectful distance. Furthermore, he has already anticipated that today's events will likely draw the attention of numerous disciples from the outer sect towards Qin. After all, how could a mere servant disciple warrant the interest of Master Song? Lu Qing gently shook his head, stepping forward, and in the next moment, his figure hovered above a crystalline lake, a faint aura of water enveloping him. This marked the commencement of his daily cultivation practice. In such aquatic realms, the efficacy of practicing the Xiantian Yuan Jing might not be profoundly evident, yet there remained a subtle impact, after all. Accumulation from small increments was a principle Lu Qing had grown accustomed to. A white crane soared high in the sky, and by evening, after 2 days and nights of flight, Qin finally delivered all the invitations. He was perplexed as to why Master Song insisted on personally handling the task instead of delegating it to some disciples. A wave of heat surged within his chest as he returned to his quarters in the servants' hall, securely closing the door behind him. The servants' quarters, located on a mountain peak, housed numerous dwellings scattered on its slopes. With over 100,000 outer sect disciples and countless servants, the numbers were beyond reckoning. After shutting the door, the warmth in his chest intensified. Cautiously, he scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and then carefully retrieved a fragment, seemingly a piece broken off from some apparatus, shaped like a diamond and colored in bronze. Spirit of the artifact, are you there? A voice responded, Kid, I've told you not to speak aloud. I can hear you in your mind. Artifact spirit, how can I alter my aptitude? Qin clenched his fists, having pondered this for an extended period. 2 years had elapsed, yet he remained stagnant, burdened by his truly inadequate qualifications. He did not recognize Lu Qing, only found him somewhat familiar. However, as soon as this thought emerged, he extinguished it immediately. How could he possibly know someone of the stature of this Zifu realm senior? After 2 circuits over the past few days, the overwhelming presence of those formidable Zifu cultivators left a profound impression on him. Heh, you currently possess nothing, and now you wish to change? You might as well wash up and sleep. Don't disturb the ancestor. Wait until he is rested before asking that question. The ancestor himself lacks the strength to assist you. With that, the faint glow emanating from the bronze fragment gradually dimmed. At this moment, Lu Qing is unable to witness this scene. However, based on his fundamental understanding of the destined protagonist, even if Lu Qing were to behold it, he would remain unfazed. The child of fortune may currently be in a state of temporary decline, yet when the tides of fate turn, everything will transform. It is worth noting that this is a consequence of yesterday's events. Lu Qing is currently immersed in his cultivation. This time, it truly is a case of sitting at home while calamity descends from the heavens, regardless of other matters. Lu Qing understands that the Tao Academy is not an isolated realm. Conflicts inevitably arise among individuals. Only one's cultivation serves as the foundation for self-reliance. The White Crane Boy consistently ranks first in stirring up excitement. Without Lu Qing needing to inquire, he has already sent over the latest gossip, including news about the upcoming gathering of heroes. It is through these revelations that Lu Qing perceives the true purpose of this assembly. Chapter 67. The so-called gathering of heroes. Lu Qing has not yet met Elder Song 1, as he has only been a disciple for 2 years, a relatively brief period among his peers. Previously, during lessons at the martial arts peak, most of the teachings were imparted by this elder, who is known to be the most eager among the 3 elders to share his knowledge. Consequently, apart from his title, many disciples refer to him as Master Song, acknowledging his contributions to their education. This gathering of heroes is organized under the auspices of Elder Song. However, 2 other elders with significant backgrounds will also attend. These 2, emerging from the inner sanctum, possess profound cultivation levels and are rumored to have come forth with the intention of accepting disciples, both personal disciples and several registered ones. This explains why, even after the grand competition, when 100 disciples entered the inner sanctum, it was not expected that any major events would unfold by year-end. After all, none of those 100 were accepted as disciples, making it unlikely for any grand gatherings to take place. Lu Qing was taken aback upon witnessing the news regarding the White Crane Boy, a sentiment that certainly resonated with others as well. The purpose of this gathering, unlike the grand competition which relies on fate and is merely optional, is specifically to find disciples for the 2 esteemed figures. Elder Song serves as the intermediary, orchestrating the event. However, the absence of the other 2 elders raises a few eyebrows among the observant. It is worth noting that the 3 elders overseeing the external sect each possess distinct backgrounds and affiliations. Their relationships are not particularly harmonious, and in fact, there exists an underlying tension. The White Crane Boy further conveyed through a communication talisman that these 2 elders share a close rapport with Elder Song. This exemplifies the notion of differing factions. Although one cannot claim to belong to a single faction, abstaining from participation certainly poses some concerns. After Lu Qing perused the insider information sent by the White Crane Boy, he successfully deciphered the revelations presented by the divination signs. Factional disputes, indeed a nuisance. Lu Qing felt somewhat at a loss for words. He yearned to turn a blind eye to these matters, wishing to traverse his own solitary path, devoid of entanglement in such machinations, which was utterly incongruent with his desire for a life of tranquility. However, it was not so simple. Yet, perhaps, I am merely a passerby in this scenario, and I can preemptively evade the melodramatic troubles that abound. Lu Qing analyzed his current situation, which perfectly aligned with his initial aspirations. Generally speaking, most disciples exert themselves fiercely for scarce resources. The myriad tasks within the mountain range, fraught with peril, offer substantial rewards. Moreover, should fortune favor one outside, discovering the hidden chambers of predecessors or the relics of formidable beings could herald the dawn of a meteoric rise. Albeit it could also spell the beginning of one's downfall. Unlike others, even during his first departure from the mountain, who could have anticipated it would culminate in a mandatory guarding assignment? Presently, at this assembly of heroes, Lu Qing's mind was already envisioning the scenarios that would unfold. Such gatherings are not accessible to lower-ranked disciples, who lack the means to acquire such knowledge. During his period of cultivating Qi, he was utterly unqualified to engage with such matters. However, as his cultivation gradually progressed, these opportunities now present themselves without the need for exploration. The threshold for entry into the assembly requires a cultivation level starting from the Purple Mansion, rendering it irrelevant to those in the Qing nurturing and foundation building stages. Lu Qing finished reading the insider information and sent a message of gratitude to Bai He Tongzi, extending a special invitation for him to come over for tea. However, after sending the message, Bai He Tongzi departed from the mountain gate and went to Bai Hai to catch fish. It is likely that it will take some time before he returns. Lu Qing refrained from disturbing it. It was only when the time for the gathering of heroes arrived that Lu Qing ceased his cultivation. Lu Qing had never heard of the Shaolin Taoist temple. Yet the invitation bore a map for guidance. The names Songhai, Rhyming, Qifeng, and Baiyin adorned the directions. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a mesmerizing scene. The Shaolin Taoist temple stood majestically above the boundless sea, surrounded by ethereal creatures and exotic fruits, their scents wafting through the air. Atop the peaks, clusters of pristine white clouds spread expansively, unlike the misty veils that Lu Qing was accustomed to. Here, the clouds were dense and piled high, beginning from the mountainside and ascending to the summit, which explained the temple's name. Because of these clouds, many disciples, much like Lu Qing, had arrived but remained oblivious to the circumstances, congregating at the foot of the mountain in small groups or isolating themselves in solitude. Lu Qing refrained from infusing his eyes with spiritual energy to gaze upon the mountain peak, lest he inadvertently glimpse something he ought not to see. Although it was highly improbable that he would behold anything of significance, it was worth noting that the others who had arrived before him had also halted their progress, suggesting that there were unspoken rules of which they were all unaware. Lu Qing also sought a spot along the coastline to stand. In such a scenario, it was inconceivable to position oneself at the forefront, while standing at the rear was equally inappropriate, as the end did not lead to solid ground but to the expanse of the sea. Above the surface of the water, there existed an air of distinction. Some individuals were levitating, seated cross-legged above the waves, while others rode upon marine beasts, skillfully navigating the surf. Occasionally, opulent treasure ships would make an appearance, creating an illusion of grandiosity typically reserved for esteemed figures. Lu Qing pondered to himself, recognizing that the forefront was reserved for those endowed with extraordinary talent, while those lingering behind were simply ostentatious in their wealth. He found himself neither among the former nor the latter, yet there were many disciples who shared this distinction. Standing here, he was not engaged in cultivation, rather, he simply surveyed his surroundings. Was the Shaolin Taoist temple inclusive of the very shore beneath his feet? Or did one have to ascend to the mountain's peak to truly embody what the divination referred to as the Shaolin Taoist temple? This time at the gathering of heroes, I am determined to seize the top position. I refuse to believe that in the absence of so many, I cannot claim the laurels. Such sentiments drifted from the foot of the mountain ahead. Lu Qing could perceive and notice several figures descending ahead. Most of them were adorned with tall hats, draped in splendid garments and wielding long swords, their blades resonating with a sharp clang that reverberated in the air. "Isn't that Senior Brother Lu?" someone exclaimed nearby. Lu Qing turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, looking at the person sharing his surname. That Senior Brother Lu, clad in dark attire, wore a long sword upon his back, exuding an aura that was both sinister and enigmatic. Those around him maintained a distance of at least 3 meters, for he was clearly an individual not to be trifled with. Lu Qing merely cast a glance before averting his gaze. As a practitioner, his perception was keen, leaving one to ponder the temperament and disposition of this Brother Lu. Subsequently, there was no need for Lu Qing to inquire himself, as those nearby took it upon themselves to repeatedly introduce the arrivals. A series of radiant figures descended from the heavens, each one more illustrious than the last. Among them were individuals of notable repute, such as the new talents of the Outer Sect, the top 10 figures of the Outer Sect, the celestial champions of the Outer Academy, and the charming personalities of the Outer Sect, among others. Lu Qing listened to the nearby voices that resembled a menu being read aloud, and in an instant, he hurriedly composed himself, controlling his facial expressions. After all, the names of the attendees were not the only remarkable aspect. Each individual made their entrance adorned with either falling petals or shimmering golden and silver lights. Some arrived accompanied by the melodious cries of ethereal phoenixes, while others emerged as if a magnificent treasure ship had suddenly appeared upon the sea. The grandeur of the occasion was truly unparalleled. Lu Qing maintained a composed expression, feigning a hint of envy akin to those beside him. However, such pretense was hardly necessary. Beyond the ostentation, he perceived one undeniable truth: extravagant wealth. The Yu family's vessel, each time it made an appearance, was resplendent, dazzling to the eye. Lu Qing silently nodded in agreement. The final appearance was that of the Yu family. It seemed that Yu Jing was among them. The precious pearls hanging from the ship's curtains were indeed the legendary Jiren pearls, each possessing the ability to clarify the mind and purify the eyes. And wearing one bestows a calming effect. To redeem such a treasure, one would require 100 contribution points. A disciple clad in blue recognized the newcomers and whispered an introduction to his companion. Although it was meant to be a whisper to Lu Qing's ears, it sounded no different from a loud proclamation. In that moment, Lu Qing distinctly heard several gasps of astonishment echoing around him. Lu Qing's mind was as steady as a mountain. He felt no envy, truly. Chapter 67, Strange Individuals, Spiritual Journeys. Contributing something is unnecessary. He firmly believed that with time, his agricultural endeavors would surely yield results. Meanwhile, the treasure boat hovered in midair, descending as it approached the shoreline. This was customary. Those entering this realm always landed on solid ground. No one traversed the skies directly. Why would the Yu family members come here? Haven't they always aspired to enter the inner sanctum? To my knowledge, the two brothers of Yu Jing have already made their entrance. He chuckled lightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Lu Qing quietly observed the unfolding events, keenly absorbing the atmosphere. Those who had come with a sense of purpose instinctively positioned themselves at the forefront. It was rumored that a formidable elder was seeking disciples, and this mere mention sparked a lively conversation. Lu Qing had already observed that some individuals exhibited a noticeable change in expression, while others maintained an unwavering composure. Clearly aware of the inside story, upon reflection, Lu Qing realized he, too, belonged to the group privy to this hidden knowledge. So it was, he had suspected as much. Some people appeared momentarily stunned, suddenly revealing a hint of excitement, while others displayed an unmistakable seriousness etched across their faces. A few even wore a peculiar smile. Brother, is this the Shaolin Daoist temple? Lu Qizhong stood beside a large rock, his expression seemingly lost in contemplation. As someone passed by, he paid little heed. Yet when the individual addressed him, a sense of wariness surged within him. He turned to face the newcomer, who was clad in faded clothing. His countenance bearing an apologetic demeanor, exuding an aura of simplicity and sincerity. Lu Qing felt a sudden alarm within, suspecting that the appearance before him was an attempt at deception. How could someone who had reached the purple mansion still don such worn garments? Yet, what if it were merely a matter of personal preference? Thus, Lu Qing nodded slightly and casually remarked, "This is indeed the place." After saying this, he turned his gaze elsewhere, as if the conversation between the two had come to an end. "Ah, thankfully we have arrived. Thank you, my friend. May I ask your name?" "I am called Feng Yun. Originally, I had no intention of venturing out this time. You have no idea, my family." Lu Qing's heart was as tranquil as a still lake. Without waiting for the other party to finish recounting their background, a resounding chime echoed down from the mountaintop. He spoke calmly, "Friend, the gathering of heroes has commenced." He deftly shifted the topic, for indeed, the gathering had begun. "I shall take my leave first." Most had already begun to move, streams of radiant light swiftly descending towards the nearest point at the foot of the mountain. Lu Qing would naturally not make himself the conspicuous figure in this situation. The most critical aspect was that this sudden emergence of turmoil warned his inherently cautious heart that the person before him was burdened with considerable trouble. Currently, Lu Qing was at the fourth realm of the Purple Mansion, and he sensed something peculiar about the individual before him. With his simple and honest demeanor, had Lu Qing not interrupted the conversation, the individual might have continued to introduce himself endlessly. Who could say if this was merely a fade? Moreover, Lu Qing recalled that when he departed moments ago, there had been 2 or 3 disciples within a meter of him. The individual had passed right by them. Why then did he not inquire for directions? As a practitioner of the cautious path, Lu Qing understood clearly that such strange and unusual characters were not meant for someone without the fate of a protagonist to encounter. Indeed, when strange occurrences arise, something sinister is often afoot. Feng Yun remained rooted in place, scratching his head and glancing at Lu Qing, who had vanished without a trace after concluding his remarks. He opened his mouth, but found only the emptiness of the space where Lu Qing had stood. It seemed that when the sound of the gong and drum resounded, most had departed the scene, leaving Feng Yun solitary by the shore. Wasn't it stated in books that this was not how it should be? Why had that fellow left before finishing his words? He pulled out a tome, the cover inscribed with how to communicate and engage in conversation, commonly referred to as conversational techniques. His master had been mistaken, it seemed. He caressed the book, his honest face reflecting a complete lack of understanding. Meanwhile, Lu Qing successfully followed a group of purple mansion cultivators to the foot of the mountain. Before him lay a cold jade tablet inscribed with the words, "Disciples participating in the hero's assembly shall proceed along this path to ascend the mountain." Behind the jade tablet appeared a trail. Not the common white jade stone path found in the academy, but rather a remarkably ordinary forest path. When Lu Qing returned, he traversed these forest paths, which were merely trails created by the countless footsteps of travelers. However, the perplexity lay in the absence of any individuals ascending this route. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lu Qing finally discerned amidst the chaotic discourse. It turned out that not everyone could enter the sacred grounds in corporeal form. One had to transcend the physical realm and attended spirit. As Lu Qing gazed upon the myriad figures ahead, he noted that many of the faces were unfamiliar. Yet, he recognized a few prominent individuals from his cohort, such as Gu Xiandian, Qingdu, and Su Xinyue. This marked Lu Qing's second encounter with them. While his interaction with Qingdu could be deemed a third, he sensed their presence, yet chose to merely glance past them without lingering. They lagged one position behind the foremost group, seated cross-legged with 5 energies directed towards the heavens, each surrounded by a shimmering cloud-like platform. Realization dawned upon Lu Qing. This was indeed a manifestation of each individual connecting to the virtual network, their souls logging into the Taoist arena. However, he also understood the implications. If one soul were to sustain injury, or if its foundation were unstable, any manipulation of the soul would lack the safeguard of a physical form. The divination hinted at this understanding. Nearby, some individuals leaned against an ancient tree. Lu Qing, following the trend, chose a position beneath a tree, harboring a suspicion that he shared a profound connection with the lineage of wood, for he was, after all, a spirit plant master. Chapter 68, Xiaoyan's Dao Field, the Elder. As his soul transcended its corporeal confines, Lu Qing turned his gaze once more towards the jade tablet. At this moment, the jade tablet was no longer a mere cold slab, but rather a luminous board radiating a gentle white light, with streams of flowing brilliance cascading into its surface. Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. Was this perhaps the otherworldly version of surfing the internet? It turned out to be a soul detachment. With this in mind, he could meander through the Shaoyun Taoist temple in the afternoon without the worry of the vastness of the area. In the past, there were cultivators whose souls ventured forth, and one such individual found himself in a dimly lit place devoid of daylight. When he returned to his corporeal form, he discovered that while his soul had only wandered for a day, an entire month had elapsed in the external world. Such incidents serve as reminders for cultivators to exercise utmost caution when their souls embark on journeys. He soared into the depths, feeling as if he transformed into a droplet of water, plunging into an expansive ocean, enveloped by a warm sensation. Soon, Lu Qing realized that the power of his soul had indeed experienced a subtle enhancement. This jade tablet, serving as a guidepost, proved to be a remarkable treasure. Suddenly, Lu Qing's vision brightened. Before him stood towering peaks, and in the distance, thick white clouds loomed. He found himself in a vast plaza, where countless streams of light cascaded down, much like Lu Qing himself. Some individuals expressed astonishment, while others exhibited no surprise, likely having encountered such scenes before. This was the small cloud dojo of Master Song. When I first arrived here, I was equally amazed. "Oh, have you visited this place before, senior brother?" "Indeed. It was just a single visit, though it feels like a century has passed. Remarkably, nothing has changed here." As Lu Qing passed by, he overheard this exchange and found himself at a loss for words. A century of cultivation seemed far beyond his current reach. As he pondered this, countless cloud formations began to descend from the sky, reminiscent of the inner sect elder he had heard lectures from earlier. Here, there were no meditation cushions. Only ethereal cloud couches formed from the heavenly clouds, suspended in the air. Many individuals tested their skills, gracefully ascending, while others, appearing almost insubstantial, effortlessly settled upon a cloud couch. Numerous disciples eagerly selected their prized spots. Lu Qing arrived at this place, fully aware that significant matters were about to unfold. He sought out a cloud couch situated closest to him and activated the wind chase technique, blending subtly into the vast expanse of shimmering light surrounding him. Just as he settled down, he sensed a fleeting distraction enveloping him, like a gentle stream of cool water coursing through his being. Rather than warmth, it imparted a refreshing chill. The effect was one of tranquility. Lu Qing suddenly realized that these cloud couches were not as superficial as he had initially perceived. They contained profound mysteries. Upon sitting down, he noticed that others were gazing forward. Lu Qing followed their gaze. You are all distinguished disciples of our outer sect. Today, I convene this assembly of heroes and extend a warm welcome to each of you." A gentle voice resonated. The speaker was an elderly man clad in a white robe, his eyes seemingly harboring a radiant brilliance that ordinary cultivators dared not meet directly, yet his presence was as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze. This was Song one of the three esteemed elders of the outer sect. Qing focused intently, his mind unwavering. After attaining divine consciousness, he effortlessly surveyed Lingtai County from the Purple Mansion. How could he fail to perceive the profound depth of Elder Song's remarkable cultivation? Naturally, Qing approached this introduction with utmost seriousness. The assembly of elites featured two other inner door elders, Elder Sun and Elder Li. As the clapping resounded, it was clear that the applause was replaced by the respectful gestures of numerous disciples from the Purple Mansion, who bowed in reverence, greeting the two elders. Elder Song's words clarified the identities of the two esteemed figures seated above. The sudden appearance of the two elders gave the impression that they had been present all along. "There's no need for excessive formality. My surname is Sunday. You may rise," spoke Elder Sun, his countenance radiant with warmth, adorned in a simple yet elegant purple robe that exuded an aura of kindness. In stark contrast stood the other elder, a young cultivator of striking appearance, whose demeanor emanated a chilling aura reminiscent of glacial ice. He too donned a purple robe, but atop his head rested a golden crown, with his robe embellished by several distinctive golden threads, suggesting a lineage of considerable standing. Yet, the young elder's demeanor was distinctly aloof. He offered only a slight nod and refrained from further conversation. His silence spoke volumes, and all present recognized him as elderly. Taking advantage of the moment to look up, Qing swiftly discerned the appearances of the two elders who were preparing to recruit disciples. He settled back onto the cloud couch. The group of disciples collectively inclined their bodies slightly to gaze toward the front. Likewise, Qing observed the orderly arrangement of the cloud couches, clearly perceiving the circumstances ahead. However, this occasion differed from the previous lectures. Qing was already aware of the divination, understanding that the results were determined by the arena structure. Occupying the foremost position did not guarantee any special treatment. He awaited the elucidation of the arena's rules, knowing that participation was not mandatory. The two elders emerged to accept disciples, convening this gathering of heroes. The victor would earn the privilege to apprentice under the two elders. Those with existing mentors could negotiate conditions with me. The outer sect features 4 arenas, and I have emulated these 4 combat platforms, dividing them into quadrants to establish 4 distinct battle arenas. Should any of you wish to demonstrate your cultivation techniques and practices, you may ascend the stage. Qing felt somewhat bewildered, yet he began to comprehend the situation at hand. However, one crucial point must be remembered. The battle of souls transcends ordinary combat. Should there be no willing participants, they are to remain peacefully in my Shaolin dojo and wait until the gathering of heroes concludes, at which point they may depart. Having uttered these words, Elder Song made no grand gestures. Instead, he simply turned his left hand, causing his ample sleeves to billow as if stirred by a tempest. The vast square below resonated with a thunderous rumble. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the terrain underwent a dramatic transformation. The once flat square was abruptly adorned with 4 platforms, each positioned at the cardinal points of the compass. These arenas rose to a height equivalent to 5 stories. Sprawling in area, and faint ripples of a pale hue flickered at the corners of the platforms, indicating the presence of a concealed formation. The square, already expansive, now found one of these platforms occupying an area as vast as itself. With all 4 platforms established, their dimensions seemed to expand like clouds, continually stretching outward. Yet, Qing perceived none of the edges of these arenas approaching the surface of the boundless sea. In less than 5 breaths, the cacophony ceased abruptly. Qing gazed with a misty expression. After he had entered the realm of array formations, he had gained his own insights into ordinary formations. The terrain beneath him transformed, drawing upon both the formidable power of spiritual energy and the momentum of the formation. This was a transformation of the land, though it appeared to roll outward like clouds. Within it lay vast expanses of hidden profundity. Qing had only perceived the superficial layer of the formation, and there remained much that eluded his understanding. Yet, it undoubtedly pertained to the principles of spatial dynamics. The concept of vastness within the universe might well be understood in this manner. Qing suddenly recalled a particular mystical ability, the universe in a sleeve. While the arena was indeed referred to as such, one might discover within its confines a vast expanse akin to a miniature world. Fortunately, Lu Qing had no intention of exploring that notion further. His astonishment was entirely justified, as others around him exhibited similar sentiments, and amidst the crowd, he remained relatively inconspicuous. Chapter 69. The Arena and Two Elders. Once the arena was established, the rules were quite straightforward. Any participant who fell off the platform would be deemed defeated. Furthermore, as time progressed, the space within each arena would gradually constrict, ultimately narrowing down to a small circle where only one individual could stand, with the surrounding arenas merging into one. This inevitability would lead to fierce battles. Additionally, the combat was not restricted to one-on-one encounters. Rather, it permitted multiple participants against a single opponent, allowing for a free-for-all. After Elder Song, when articulated the rules, many eager disciples, akin to fish leaping into the sea, rushed forth to claim their positions in the arenas. Of course, Lu Qing also observed that some disciples remained seated on the cloud couches, while others chose to depart, opting not to witness the contest any longer. After all, their desire to participate was futile, as their cultivation levels were too low. Having just entered the Purple Mansion, they had little hope of success. The three elders were absent from the cloud couches, and Lu Qing surmised they were likely concealed in the shadows, observing the ongoing competitions. However, it was also possible that the battles appeared trivial to the three elders, leading them to forego close scrutiny, opting instead to remain hidden from the disciples' view. Lu Qing did not depart immediately. Instead, he first gazed upwards at the sky, then contemplated the time in his mind. An afternoon stroll at the Shaolin Dojo made both time and place quite significant. Lu Qing held no excessive expectations, for he recognized that this was merely a neutral hexagram, devoid of auspicious connotations. He chose a moment when the sun was at its zenith, and after some time, he observed the arena battles. His countenance displayed a hint of resignation. He was at the middle realm of the Purple Mansion. Yet the disciples competing at this stage were predominantly at the 6th or 7th realm of the Purple Mansion. He decided against watching further, lest it incite restlessness within him. This was, of course, a fade for the onlookers, as internally, Lu Qing remained unperturbed. After all, he was no novice in the Purple Mansion. Leaving abruptly would arouse suspicion of his exceptionalism. It was only fitting to witness a few matches before departing. Fortunately, while these contests may seem trivial to the elders, for Lu Qing, each battle broadened his horizons. Not to mention, the fierce clashes among his senior brothers and sisters were genuinely intense, as they vied for supremacy and sought mentorship, showcasing their true prowess. Lu Qing recognized several familiar faces. They did not require mentorship. This opportunity was likely rare, prompting them to engage in a practical battle. On the arena, even the fluctuations of the formation shimmered sporadically due to the residual force of the combat. Yet shattering it was an impossible feat. Lu Qing observed several matches, during which a disciple attempted to conceal his presence and launch a surprise attack from behind. However, he found himself ambushed instead, as a long whip arced through the air with lethal intent, striking him forcefully. Such is the power of a magical artifact. Once refined, a magical artifact becomes attuned to the wielder's intentions. If one were to nurture it continuously, much like a sword cultivator tends to their blade, the consequences could be extraordinary. It is said that a spirit of the artifact may even manifest. Lu Qing glanced around, observing the multitude of goo worms swirling in the air, their dense shadows causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. This was undoubtedly a source of trouble. As he surveyed the scene behind him, he felt a sense of satisfaction as the time came to an end. Throughout this arena competition, he had been acutely aware of every detail. His attention divided yet focused on the various platforms. He had gained a considerable understanding of the contests taking place. It was also possible that due to the nature of his spirit, those with a more profound and resilient essence found such scenarios to be particularly advantageous. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qing descended from the clouds and began to explore the dojo situated beside the arena. The Shaolin Dojo was remarkably grand, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that it encompassed more than just the solitary mountain peak visible from afar. Once inside, Lu Qing discovered that the heavily clouded peak was merely the outermost mountain of this dojo. Several peaks surrounded this area, with the central peak being the very one upon which the arena resided. This prominent peak was indeed the main summit. Beyond the principal peak, the forested mountains were adorned with emerald lakes and the gentle murmur of streams. Given its coastal location, as Lu Qing ascended one of the peaks, he could hear the rhythmic sound of the waves and feel the refreshing sea breeze, evoking a sense of familiarity within him. After all, His current Lingye Island also occupied a corner of the sea. Lu Qing's spirit detached from his body, and with a light lift of his foot, he glided several zhang away, as if riding the wind itself. Thanks to the mountain breeze, Lu Qing maneuvered with remarkable ease. However, he remained mindful that this was the abode of the elder, so he refrained from being overly ostentatious. Instead, he adjusted his movements, gradually acclimatizing to the ethereal sensation of his spirit soaring with the wind. As the mountain breeze swept past, his figure appeared almost insubstantial. Upon ascending a peak, Lu Qing beheld a teardrop-shaped lake nestled at its center, shimmering under the sunlight. On the shores of the lake, a multitude of phoenixes gathered, some frolicking in the water while others preened their feathers, exuding an air of bliss. This, indeed, was the sanctum of cultivating immortality. Lu Qing sighed with emotion, uncertain of Elder Song's true cultivation level. However, he sensed a considerable presence of purple mansion realm energy within the flying phoenix, even encountering an aura so profound that it left him feeling as if he were at the bottom of an abyss. It must be the Golden Core stage. It is evident that Elder Song is undoubtedly above this realm. Yet, what lies beyond the Golden Core stage remains a mystery to Lu Qing. It is said that one can only comprehend the subsequent realms after entering the inner sect post-Golden Core. While he was here admiring the scenery, the three elders were leisurely sipping tea on a mountain peak within the Taoist temple, where a stone table bore a chessboard devoid of pieces. To an outsider, the chessboard would reveal the vivid depiction of the four-sided arena. Junior Brother Song, your technique is indeed masterful. You have transformed the arena battle into a miniature world, allowing them the freedom to unleash their full potential, Elder Sun remarked with a frequent smile. Indeed, this freedom is beneficial, as it enables me to discover some hidden talents for my two esteemed brothers, Songwen replied with a gentle smile. The young cultivator, elderly, known by the mundane name Li Luoyang, furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. In this generation, there were only a handful of individuals whose talents could be deemed somewhat remarkable. Compared to the two elders, elderly appeared rather aloof. However, they paid little mind. Well aware of Li Luoyang's temperament, Elder Sun, whose full name is Sun Qidao, glanced at the chessboard and sighed. Several have already taken on disciples, yet their realms have diminished considerably. I have encountered their master, but I did not expect those once diminutive figures to now be gathering students. At this moment, a sense of time's passage lingered in the elder's words. Had any outsider overheard, they would surely be astonished. Unfortunately, only the three elders were present, us old souls still venturing forth to accept disciples. How wondrous this fate is, Elder Sun mused as he sipped his tea. They need not scrutinize closely. At their level of cultivation, the understanding of events past and present could be grasped in an instant. Chapter 70. A modest acquisition, registered disciples, my esteemed brothers. It would be prudent to observe further. There may yet be late-blooming talents or extraordinary individuals destined for this opportunity, Songwen suggested, promptly pouring another cup of tea. Last time, not a single disciple was accepted, and he had heard that the academy was quite insistent on the matter. Although all could enter the inner sect, possessing a title of disciple would make a considerable difference in the long run. Otherwise, once inside, it would be akin to remaining on the outside. If one did not take a master, they would merely listen to lectures, making it difficult for those of lesser aptitude to catch up. Disciples from the outer sect could not compare to those of the inner sect in terms of talent, thus they could only seek alternative avenues. Furthermore, it was due to the recent emergence of the two brothers from seclusion, as they perceived the manifestation of their fates. However, matters concerning destiny, time, and fortune are often shrouded in celestial mystery. For those ensnared within their circumstances, advancing further necessitates the resolution of karmic ties, with the most common approach being the acceptance of disciples. After all, cultivation is about seizing the essence of heaven and earth, transforming the impossible into the possible. Among the various paths of practice, the simplest way to conclude is through the propagation of teachings, thereby connecting with the universe. Even if Songwen was not within the inner sect, he remained aware of what needed to be known. Rest assured, my friend, since we have ventured out, we shall not return empty-handed. However, should we accept them, those entering the sect may pursue their studies in the inner sect. Registered disciples are granted an annual opportunity to attend lectures. It is vital that you clarify this to them. Junior Brother Songwen shook his head with a wry smile. Brother, please do not jest. These are your disciples. I dare not speak out of turn. Li Luoyang's demeanor remained cold as he remarked, if we do not mention it, will they not inquire? Songwen and Elder Sun exchanged glances, understanding that Elder Li though hard on the outside, had a tender heart. "Brother, not all disciples fear us," Songwen stated. Li Luoyang frowned, but refrained from retorting. Observing this, Songwen felt a growing sense of empathy. The lives of prodigious talents often overlook the thoughts of ordinary disciples. Moreover, he was concerned that those who entered under Elder Li's tutelage might struggle compared to those under Elder Sun's guidance. Reflecting upon the traditions of the spirit sword lineage, Songwen, despite his countless years of practice, could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. At this moment, Lu Qing could be considered as granted permission to explore. The divination signs had not yet faded, yet he no longer pondered their meaning. Instead, he found himself captivated by the unique beauty of each mountain peak. Truly indulging in the pleasures of travel, he ascended to the summit, departing from the main peak, and ventured towards the more distant Daochang mountain. As he traversed over a mountain, he was suddenly greeted by a majestic sight, a snow-capped peak, its icy blanket covering the earth. Treading upon the pristine snow, he left this great snowy mountain behind and turned, climbing up a peak that exuded the essence of spring. Following this was a mountain adorned with lush green firs of summer, and ultimately, he arrived at an expansive forest of crimson maples, emblematic of autumn. Throughout the year, Lu Qing journeyed from winter to spring, and after his brief sojourn in the maple forest, he experienced the passage of all 4 seasons within that fleeting moment. The cyclical dance of the seasons, the relentless march of time, and the ebb and flow of life, each captured in this singular experience. Lu Qing lingered here for quite some time, his figure motionless, until at last he stirred. He brushed aside a crimson leaf that had settled upon his shoulder. A fleeting realization emerged within his heart. Such an epiphany must surely be akin to the minor gains foretold in the divinatory symbols. The passage of time, that enigmatic and daunting path of the years, has always been terrifying beyond measure. Lu Qing, having yet to touch even the slightest hint of fur, nonetheless experiences a profound realization, which can certainly be regarded as a form of gain. In the past, amidst the changing seasons, even his deepest contemplations did not yield such results as he now perceives. He senses a notable enhancement in his spiritual prowess. As the gathering of heroes comes to a close, the elders may now take their leave, as Elder Songwen's gentle voice resonates throughout the hall. Lu Qing then realized it was time to depart. However, what he did not anticipate was a paper crane transforming into a streak of light, soaring towards him. Subsequently, the white paper crane opened its beak and spoke. "Disciple Lu Qing, please proceed to the summit of the Taoist temple." Lu Qing felt a moment of bewilderment as the divination symbols in his mind dissipated. Yet, the confusion lasted but an instant. He swiftly regained his composure, realizing that his disciple was on their way. After grasping a fleeting glimpse of temporal insight, Lu Qing understood that this marked the conclusion of the divination. The gathering of heroes had come to an end. Yet the matter of accepting disciples could not possibly be over, could it? Lu Qing harbored a sense of bewilderment. There was no need for him to venture forth. After he had spoken, the paper crane suddenly expanded, transforming into a full-sized white heron. Disciple Lu Qing was invited to ascend. Lu Qing, unpretentious in nature, ascended directly. The paper crane, devoid of fur, glided smoothly through the sky with its wings outstretched, swiftly landing on the summit of the previously designated dojo. However, at this moment, the cloud couches had vanished without a trace. Approximately 20 individuals remained present. Lu Qing pondered for a moment, wondering whether there was a task at hand or if it pertained to the acceptance of disciples. The mere thought stirred a flicker of excitement within his ordinarily tranquil heart. He settled himself quietly as the 3 elders stood before him. "Are you willing to join my sect and become my named disciples?" Elder Sun spoke with remarkable kindness, casting forth several streams of radiant light that swiftly enveloped a few individuals. Upon hearing this announcement, those individuals immediately stepped forward, their expressions brimming with fervor, and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Greetings, Master." Lu Qing was not among these individuals. He humbly lowered his head, awaiting the words of those above. Soon, he approached the aloof young elder, Li Luoyang. "The rest of you shall henceforth be my registered disciples. Do any of you have objections? We pay our respects to our esteemed master." Such a tremendous fortune had befallen them, and with no unexpected occurrences, no one dared to refuse. Lu Qing also noticed that the familiar faces of the prodigious talents were certainly not among them. Aside from this, he observed that there were approximately a dozen disciples in front of Elder Sunday. In comparison, there seemed to be around 7 on his side. Though he did not scrutinize them closely, the disciple who stepped forward first possessed the highest cultivation level. Lu Qing estimated that he ranked among the top 3 in genuine strength among the 7. although the aura of his cultivation would undoubtedly be discernible to the elders above. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to him. What mattered was that he could keep up the facade among his peers. As it stood, he was not the weakest. As it appeared that there were others who had just entered the Purple Mansion realm, Lu Qing pondered deeply, uncertain of the true criteria the two elders employed for selecting their disciples. The leader had failed to secure a personal apprentice, suggesting that, in contrast to triumphs in the arena, the elders seemed to prioritize other attributes. However, as the White Crane youth had previously mentioned, a named disciple could never rival the status of a direct disciple. On this journey, the White Crane youth had merely gleaned a scant understanding of the thoughts of such formidable beings. After all, anyone seeking a disciple would naturally desire one of exceptional talent. Regrettably, according to established customs, those of remarkable aptitude would invariably ascend directly to the inner sanctum, rather than linger in the outer courtyard. Although this current cohort was an exception, even those exceptional individuals initially joined the inner sanctum before later transitioning to the outer courtyard. Thus, this particular exception could not be entirely regarded as a precedent. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flickered through Lu Qing's mind, only to extinguish in the next moment, leaving behind a profound stillness. Chapter 71. The Sermon, Breaking Through Two Realms. Junior brother, I must temporarily borrow your venue for the purpose of delivering a sermon, Sun Chi remarked with a smile as he turned to Songwen after distributing the 20 or so disciples who had arrived. It is indeed a blessing that I can seize the opportunity for such a discourse in this tranquil place. Songwen, pleased to assist his two senior brothers, said little in response. Although he had not managed to recruit a personal disciple this time, the number of registered disciples was sufficient to offset any disparity in their fates. Elder Sun had accepted over a dozen, while Brotherly had unusually taken in 7 registered disciples. Though these disciples were merely registered, they were still considered disciples in their own right. Their connections may be tenuous, and it was likely that none would eventually enter the inner sanctum. Yet the rarity of a sermon at this stage represented an extraordinary opportunity, one that might not present itself for another millennium. Naturally, he would not impede this endeavor. With the host's consent, Elder Sun waved his robe, sending this group of registered disciples to another peak. I shall leave this to you, junior brother. Senior brother, I shall not disturb your sermon any further. With Elder Sun's departure, Elder Song took his leave as well, leaving only 8 individuals behind. Among them was Lu Qing, who had recently accepted his modest mentor. It was clear that registered disciples could not directly enter the inner sanctum. The champion of the recent arena contest had similarly not attained the status of a personal disciple, as he had been taken away by Elder Sunday. On Li Luoyang's side, his gaze swept over the selected 7 disciples. Of these 7, he had already witnessed the performance of 6 on the arena stage. As for Lu Qing, he too had caught his eye amidst the disciples outside the arena. He stood out distinctly, recognizing his insights into the path of time at this stage. Li Luoyang promptly added him to the ranks. Lu Qing had not anticipated that her selection would stem from a moment of insight fortuitously witnessed by Li Luoyang. For Li Luoyang, having accepted a dozen disciples from senior brother Sun, it would be imprudent to accept fewer. Thus, he aptly added one more name to correspond with the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. I am surnamed Li. You shall become my named disciples. As named disciples, you cannot directly enter the inner sanctum. You will have one opportunity each year to enter and listen to the teachings. This is something you must understand. The disciples acknowledged this, and Lu Qing, along with the other 6, assented in unison. With a respectful address of master, the matter was settled. Lu Qing was filled with anticipation regarding the teachings that Elder Sun had mentioned before his departure. The discourse was not merely a commonplace lecture. It was an extraordinary opportunity that one could encounter only through serendipity. Indeed, Li Luoyang nodded slightly, his straightforward nature revealing no reservations. This acceptance of named disciples was a first in his cultivation journey. As he settled into a cross-legged position, he began to impart his teachings with an unassuming demeanor. Lu Qing immediately complied. Others followed suit. Setting aside other matters, Lu Qing felt no immediate excitement about the title of registered disciple he bore. After all, a title offers no protection. Should a registered disciple perish, it would not rouse the attention of the master. This understanding of the significance of each disciple's status came to Lu Qing after a thorough examination of the Jade Tablet. As for any potential disagreements regarding the master's statements, those were merely polite formalities. The gathering of heroes had concluded, and no new divinations emerged from this place. Thus, he placed greater value on tangible benefits rather than mere titles. Lu Qing was immediately immersed in the sermon. The revered master's discourse was anything but succinct. The vastness of the universe and the subtlety of the Tao resonated deeply within him as a thunderous sound echoed from his spiritual abode. Instantly, Lu Qing found himself enveloped in an overwhelming yet ethereal essence. As Li Luoyang delivered his teachings, golden lotuses bloomed in abundance around them, and myriad Taoist rhythms unfolded. Countless celestial lotuses descended, merging with the earth and vanishing, while many more gracefully settled upon the seven of them. From the very first utterance of this inexpensive master, Lu Qing found himself ensnared in a state of mental vacuity, a stark contrast to his previous experiences of attending lectures. In those earlier instances, he maintained a semblance of focus, able to comprehend each word and etch them into his memory. Yet here, as the initial syllable resonated and the first golden lotus manifested, Lu Qing had already lost himself, wholly immersed in the discourse. He felt as though the mist within his mind had suddenly dispersed and an avalanche of insights surged forth. The fundamental practice that had accompanied him thus far, the Xiantian Yuanjing, also activated, rapidly enriching his understanding. Layers 8, 9, and finally 10 were traversed, until he came to a halt. The lotus descended upon his brow, resting upon his shoulders, merging seamlessly with his body and spirit. In that instant, Lu Qing inadvertently activated the grand concealment technique he had been cultivating, shrouding the manifestations of his breakthroughs. His accumulation of foundational essence, comprehension, and innate talent experienced a significant enhancement. In a hazy reverie, Lu Qing seemed to behold a vast expanse of chaotic freedom, where countless stars floated like grains of sand amidst the tumult. It was not until he heard a resonant hum by his ear, and the essence of his purple mansion spirit coalesced into a stream of golden energy, that his vacated mind began to return. Simultaneously, the spiritual sea within his dantian expanded in an instant, as droplets of spiritual liquid rapidly underwent transformation. A pure aura circulated within Lu Qing's being, permeating his limbs and bones. The purple mansion spirit, the spiritual sea of the dantian, and the insights of the sea of consciousness. In a flash, his cultivation of the 4 realms of the purple mansion surged into the 5th realm. And yet, this was merely the beginning. Lu Qing abruptly opened his eyes. The melodious teachings had ceased, the lotus had vanished, and his revered master was nowhere to be seen. In that fleeting moment of awakening, he felt a silent surge of energy within him, marking yet another breakthrough. He had ascended to the 6th realm of the purple mansion, truly remarkable. Having shattered 2 minor realms in succession, Lu Qing could not suppress his exhilaration. This session of discourse had yielded an extraordinary bounty. If the enhancement of his cultivation brought him a modicum of joy, the clarity of his perception and the significant elevation of his comprehension granted him an overwhelming delight. His innate understanding and aptitude were commendable, yet they had been cultivated through external means, benefiting from the effects of precious herbs and elixirs. It required years of nurturing to rival those with natural, congenital talents. Now, it felt as though that lengthy process had been instantaneously condensed. Should he undergo another assessment of his aptitude, Lu Qing was confident that he would be recognized as possessing earthly-grade talent. The gap that previously lingered in his understanding and other attributes associated with earthly-grade talent had been entirely bridged here. In fact, in certain respects, Lu Qing's cultivation aptitude surpassed even his understanding. He himself found it difficult to ascertain the precise level of his comprehension. However, there was no doubt that the previously sluggish pace of his Xiantian Yuanjing, akin to a tortoise's crawl, had now transformed. Though still a tortoise, it had begun to walk, with a noticeably improved speed. With the current attainment at the 10th layer, it was entirely feasible for him to advance to the 18th layer without issue. Chapter 72. It is best to depart early, 1 month. His master had already taken leave. Lu Qing's fleeting thoughts remained subtly concealed. Upon awakening, she could depart on her own accord, and should she wish to enter the inner courtyard in the future, she could present her token to access my sanctuary. This whispered message that seemed to linger in the air was evidently left by that esteemed master. Lu Qing glanced at the others, noting that all 6 remained in slumber, oblivious to the stirrings around him. The absence of the esteemed master was to be expected. After imparting his teachings, one must seek understanding independently. Grateful for the master's wisdom, he rose and bowed respectfully in the direction where Li Luoyang had previously stood. Regardless of the circumstances, the enlightenment he gained from this session could undoubtedly be deemed the most significant opportunity in his cultivation journey thus far. Subsequently, Lu Qing chose not to linger any longer. The presence of the master had previously deterred him from closely observing the faces of the 7 individuals present. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that 2 among them were likely geniuses of inferior rank. He had already familiarized himself with the countenances of those who had arrived en masse during the initial lecture, wishing to avoid any unintended encounters. Thus, he resolved to forge ahead rather than remain to assimilate his newfound insights, given that he had refrained from scrutinizing others in plain sight. Lu Qing surmised that no one would take the initiative to turn and observe him either. After all, the master's approach was direct and decisive. He did not wait for self-introductions nor disclose his name before commencing his teachings. Lu Qing was reluctant to remain and engage in any emotional exchanges with these individuals, who could either be seniors or juniors. Should others discover that the inner sect elder was accepting registered disciples from the outer sect, it would undoubtedly stir considerable turbulence in their cultivation endeavors. Merely contemplating the inevitable trials, challenges, and social interactions that were bound to arise in the future, Lu Qing hastened his departure, paying his respects before swiftly returning to his Lingya Island, riding a beam of radiant light. The insights he had gained from the Golden Lotus Path would be best refined in the solitude of his own island, ensuring a safer process of assimilation. Unbeknownst to him, just as he departed, a rather peculiar individual had already set foot upon the main peak's altar. At the same time, 2 Earth-grade prodigies he recognized also opened their eyes. Lin Tianand and Fu Wooding, both of considerable talent, were aware that their qualifications merely established a baseline for their cultivation, not an upper limit. They had participated in a mission alongside numerous other geniuses the previous year, aimed at vanquishing demons, and were privy to the news of a small realm. However, following that encounter, they suffered a setback in their foundations, leading their families to support others instead. Moreover, unlike those who entered as disciples of heavenly talents, they had merely secured a nominal position as registered disciples. Originally poised to enter the Purple Mansion, their qualifications had diminished due to the damage to their foundations, and their eventual admission was a last effort from their respective masters and families. How could they accept such an outcome? Thus, when Li Luoyang emerged to recruit disciples, an endeavor that was largely inconsequential, the 2 of them managed to gain entry here due to their backgrounds. As they opened their eyes, they immediately noticed someone had awoken before them and was surveying the surroundings. "Junior brother, who might you be?" Fu Wooding inquired with a subtle smile, though a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes, particularly due to the worn garments the newcomer wore. "I am Feng Yun. Are you 2 looking for a fight?" Feng Yun, sensing their latent hostility, interpreted it as a challenge. Having encountered similar displays of combat intent before, he was instantly intrigued. Arrogant, Lin Tianan's expression darkened. As others began to awaken, they were greeted with the palpable tension of an impending challenge. They exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the unfolding scenario. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, who had departed earlier, could not have anticipated that the peculiar disciple he had noted would clash with the 2 prodigies. Nonetheless, even if he had known, he had no time to spare, having returned from Elder Song Wenchang's small cloud altar to his own Lingya Island. Lu Qing lacked the convenience of the White Crane Boy's transport, yet his speed in maneuvering through the light was commendable. Due to his recent surge in cultivation, he quickly found himself back on his island after a brief incense stick's duration, promptly entering seclusion. A month later, on Lingya Island, the landscape was resplendent with clear skies and vibrant flora, reminiscent of a serene paradise. To the north and south of the island, towering purple moon fruit trees stood majestically on one side, while dragon heart fruits cascaded like vines on the other. The contrasting colors of red and purple illuminated the expansive spirit fields, adding a vivid charm that softened the island's austere nature. A river flowed down from the western mountains, bisecting the spirit fields, evoking the imagery of a river that delineated the fertile lands. On its southeastern bank rested a smooth, rounded stone, upon which a youthful figure sat, his aura harmonizing with the gentle sounds of the flowing water. Suddenly, an invisible gust emanated from him, sending ripples across the river's surface. During this month of seclusion, Lu Qing had solidified his realm and meticulously reviewed the Xiantian Yuanjing, focusing particularly on the 8th and 9th levels. This consolidation allowed him to fully assimilate the insights he had garnered from the teachings, having thoroughly stabilized his cultivation at the 6th realm of the Purple Mansion. Lu Qing earnestly contemplated the divine insights he had gleaned from the ethereal teachings. With his heightened understanding, the laws and divine abilities no longer appeared as obscure as before. At the very least, he could now discern the towering mountain that lay ahead. Mastery over the divine arts and the principles of the universe now rested within his grasp. Albeit the nuances of each practitioner's application varied significantly. Adhering to conventional methods was common, yet as one ascended higher, the need for insights that strayed from strict adherence to rules became increasingly vital. Chapter 73, The Land of the White Sea, an assessment announcement. In the span of a month during Lu Qing's consolidation of his realm, the outer sect was not devoid of occurrences. Whispers of information began to circulate following the conclusion of the Gathering of Heroes. However, the details remained obscure, comprehensible only to those directly involved. Ultimately, it bore no impact on the lower realm disciples. Thus, who was accepted into the sect remains uncertain. I have, however, heard that 2 individuals incurred the ire of a senior brother from the inner sect. For reasons unknown, he became quite incensed, and it is rumored that their realms even regressed. Hasn't the inner sect typically refrained from engaging with the outer sect? I have heard it is for the sake of experience. Yet who can fathom the arrangements from above? I have not encountered that individual, but it is said his name is Feng Yun, Brother Feng. Alas, it has been quite some time since I last heard news of Lin Tiannan and the other 2. Only now do I realize they are ensnared in their own troubles. No wonder the Lin and Fu families have substantially reduced their support for them. Lu Qing emerged from his seclusion and began to peruse the information contained within the Jade Slip. His current concern was whether the heroes' gathering would provoke any repercussions. As long as he remained unscathed, he was open to negotiations on any matter. Lu Qing came across 2 familiar names. As for that Feng Yun, Lu Qing felt fortunate for his swift feet at that moment. This senior brother Feng, embarking on the path of experience and gaining entry to the Gathering of Heroes, likely had connections with his esteemed master and elder Sunday. An inner sect disciple venturing out for training should ideally remain within the mountain gates. With only a few scattered pieces of information, Lu Qing struggled to grasp the complete picture. However, he was not overly concerned. Having entered the 6th realm of the Purple Mansion, he was not considered weak among the outer sect disciples. The location of Lingyi Island was significant, as it was where the White Crane boy had ferried him across. In the vast expanse of the ocean, Lu Qing relied on his connection to Lingyi Island to ascertain his position amidst the boundless waters. Other disciples, should they wish to come, would undoubtedly find it a cumbersome task. Lu Qing currently has no desire to leave his island, contemplating that once this storm passes, he will begin to accept tasks from the outside world. He should be in the presence of the elder at the outer gate, where he will have some faint recollection, as he is a registered disciple of 2 elders. Aside from Elder Song, he has not encountered the other 2 elders, with over 20 individuals sharing the responsibilities. The impact should not be significant. The supervising elder, along with the deacon elder and the academy head, is already sufficient to manage the vast outer gate academy, allowing the 3 elders to remain untroubled. Thus, he has been devoted to his own cultivation within his sanctuary. A flickering white light danced outside the island's formation. Resembling a white butterfly attempting to weave its way through, yet hindered by the formation, it could only spiral in midair. Upon the appearance of the white light butterfly, Lu Qing became aware. As the formation stirred, he swiftly drew in the white light butterfly with his palm. This was a mid-level sound transmission talisman, capable of communicating over vast distances and facilitating instant contact, also known as a communication talisman in the cultivation world. He infused a thread of spiritual energy into it with his fingertips. Amidst the flickering of the white light butterfly, a voice emerged. It was the sound transmission talisman from the White Crane boy. White Crane boy? Hey, Lu Qing, can you hear me? Lu Qing nearly doubted that he had traversed back to his original world. Child of the White Crane, are you not on the other side of the White Sea? What has transpired? The White Crane child spoke with a strong voice. Amidst the sounds carried over, the piercing chill of the wind could still be heard. Yet, there was a hint of joy in its tone. The White Crane child continued, there is indeed something. Lu Qing, are you still cultivating in the cave? I am preparing to return. This time, the White Sea has surged with ice tides. There are countless spiritual fishes. TSK, can you roast fish? I will bring some back for us to enjoy together. The White Crane child's exuberance was palpable and within the sounds of the cold wind. Lu Qing also caught the sound of ice shattering, the chill creeping through the communication talisman to his ears. Lu Qing gazed upon the picturesque scene of verdant mountains and clear waters on his island, realizing that, according to the seasonal calendar, it was indeed the depths of winter in January. Haha, a promise made by a young lad is a promise kept. My culinary skills are quite commendable, and roasting fish is a trivial matter. Since his practice of fasting, Lu Qing had not stepped into the kitchen for quite some time. This time, I assure you, you shall be utterly astonished. I have never encountered a fish so large, so elongated, and so frigid. The white crane youth, a master angler, harbored a silent disdain for those masters who, despite wielding magical fishing rods, could not catch a single fish. Thus, whenever he ventured to the White Sea, he observed numerous aspiring fishermen eager to seize the opportunity during the ebb and flow of the tides. Yet none could compare to the white crane youth's unerring precision. This time, he was filled with joy and enthusiasm, nearly forgetting his primary duties in the process. Lu Qing was compelled to listen to the incessant tales of the White Sea. Although he had never visited this region, the ramblings of the white crane boy had imparted him with a certain understanding. Should he ever venture there, he would not find himself lost or disoriented. After all, the White Sea, an expanse of frozen ocean, was shrouded in heavy snowfall, with vast stretches of white concealing the true directions, rendering navigation nearly impossible. According to the white crane boy, even he had experienced a disorienting journey during his first visit. As the last flicker of the transmission talisman's white light faded, the luminous butterfly vanished completely, marking the conclusion of their communication. Lu Qing gently exhaled, sitting cross-legged upon the azure stone, then rising to his feet, his flowing sleeves fluttering and his robe billowing gracefully. He soared with the wind to the heights above the spiritual field, gazing down upon the distinctively clear spiritual trees below. The trees had matured, yet they had yet to bear fruit. Lu Qing effortlessly summoned a gentle rain, quenching their yearning for spiritual moisture. He calculated the time once more. Approximately 4 months remained until the fruits would ripen and fall. By then, the generous rewards from this spiritual plant endeavor would be within reach. Both spiritual stones and contribution points were essential to him. At that moment, there was also a stir among the disciples of spiritual botany. Lu Qing peered closer and couldn't help but chuckle. It was, in fact, an announcement regarding the assessment for all disciples of the Spirit Planting Academy. To all disciples of the Spirit Planting Academy, the Academy will conduct assessments for junior, intermediate, and senior spirit plant masters from the 1st to the 10th of March. Disciples with the desire to participate are advised to prepare accordingly. This assessment will not be limited in scope. Honesty is paramount, and cheating is strictly prohibited. It had been quite some time since my entry-level skills were updated. With March approaching, I still have time to steer clear of any unnecessary attention and aim to take the Junior Spirit Plant Master examination. After all, if I were to accept tasks later on, I would miss out on the novice benefits that come with the initial stages. The requirements for certain tasks have become more detailed, differing significantly from the previous assignments Lu Qing had undertaken, which merely required refining a few spirit planting spells to succeed. Such tasks were aimed at disciples outside the academy, with a portion of the rewards being deducted by the platform that published them. Conversely, internal tasks within the academy are contingent upon the level of the spirit plant master, with different levels corresponding to the various spirit plants that can be cultivated, such as 9th grade, 8th grade, and 6th grade spirit plants, each differing in nature. Lu Qing also specially purchased a jade volume titled Comprehensive Guide to Spiritual Plants in the Cultivation Realm using Spirit Stones, which contains an innumerable variety of spiritual plants. Chapter 74, A Minor Turmoil, Concerning Divine Powers. Lu Qing is now a disciple of the Spiritual Plant Institute. Therefore, upon witnessing the announcement that emerged from the green token of the Institute, he realized that the timing was perfect, ensuring he would not miss this assessment. When he first entered, the evaluation was exceedingly simple, merely requiring a straightforward registration. With the emergence of this assessment, Lu Qing seized the opportunity, especially since it did not necessitate an application fee. Every day on Lingya Island, Lu Qing either engages in cultivation or occasionally unleashes a grand rain spell. At times, he extends its reach, enveloping the entire vicinity of Lingya Island, stretching for 100 miles. A torrential downpour, resembling a barrage of pea-sized raindrops, descends upon the uninhabited sea below. Yet beyond this deluge, the sky remains clear and bright, devoid of any ominous clouds. Lu Qing had long since explored whether there were any neighbors nearby. Unlike the mountains that stood in close proximity, here one would need to venture quite a distance into the sky to glimpse an island. This feature facilitated Lu Qing's practice of his cultivation techniques upon the sea. Aside from the white crane boy, he occasionally exchanged messages with his senior brother Qian, with whom he had previously made contact. Senior brother Qian was quite the seasoned character, managing to serve as a responsible disciple within the bustling registration hall, an impressive feat indeed. At this moment, He was leisurely assessing the availability of cave abodes and mountain peaks to promptly open them up for those disciples seeking selection. "Brother, is there anyone in the Tianyun blessed land?" A voice inquired. Qian felt a jolt in his heart. It was Tianyun blessed land again. Recently, several incidents had transpired there, causing numerous disciples to be implicated and hastily depart from the registration hall. Qian was curious to see who dared to disturb him. Upon raising his gaze and recognizing the visitor, a youthful figure clad in worn robes, he realized it was none other than the disciple who had recently stirred quite a commotion in their outer sect regarding the inner sect battles, claiming to test the world's mettle. Qian was taken aback, but quickly adopted a friendly demeanor, saying, "Esteemed brother, currently, the Tianyun blessed land is unoccupied. However, as you know, Brother Ning has always had a fondness for this place, as have a few other brothers. I apologize for the inconvenience." He intended to elaborate further, hoping to convey to this young inner sect brother that this location was rather ominous. Numerous individuals engaged in fierce competition for this blessed land. Eager to accelerate their cultivation, tempers had flared. Those who interfered would surely face misfortune. This significant vortex of conflict had left Qian perplexed about how this brother Feng had learned of it. Yet, as he spoke, he caught a glimpse of the boy's unassuming face, which bore a hint of confusion. Qian suddenly realized that the young man had not grasped his words. Recalling some rumors circulating in the outer sect, he shifted the conversation. "Brother, this place is favored by Brother Ning Xiaohua." Feng Yin scratched his head, contemplating. "Is he very strong?" Qian faltered. "Brother Ning is among the top 10 experts in our outer sect." "Good, then I shall challenge him." Feng Yun's face lit up with eagerness, a newfound battle spirit emanating from him. Thankfully, his challenge was not directed at Qian. As Qian watched this figure depart, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Meeting Brother Feng in person, he finally comprehended why others had hesitated to speak, their expressions so peculiar. It turned out he was a battle fanatic. The Tianyun blessed land truly was a source of great headaches. Previously, when assisting Lu Qing in selecting a cave abode, Qian had inadvertently followed Lu Qing's line of thought. He now felt that keeping this blessed land in his possession was a curse. So he promptly redirected the matter to the hall, suggesting that anyone interested in pursuing this transaction should do so. Subsequently, it became evident that there were indeed some mysterious dynamics at play. The Ning Xiaohua mentioned by Qian was not the only disciple interested in this blessed land. Others were vying for it as well. The competition was fierce, ensnaring even the intermediaries. With a multitude of disciples clamoring for this place, and with others backing them, it was clear that they were out of their depth. Qian's timely intervention had averted disaster. Otherwise, he might have found himself among the disciples relegated to menial labor in the service hall. Qian resumed his seat, sipping his spiritual tea, feeling remarkably relaxed. Having ascended in status, he no longer needed to involve himself in mundane transactions. The arrival of this visitor was exceptional, as it seemed the other disciples recognized him and hesitated to approach. A time of unnecessary troubles. The outer and inner sects seldom interact. I wonder what this brother intends to do. After some contemplation, he sent a message to Lu Qing. If this brother Feng decided to challenge Lu Qing's, it would not bode well. At the very least, Lu Qing should be informed. These minor disturbances had no bearing on Lu Qing. Upon receiving senior brother Qian's message, he felt a rare gratitude toward the emerging Feng Yun, who had drawn all attention away from the list of registered disciples. This was fortuitous. Surely no one would focus on that list now. Nevertheless, Lu Qing was only aware that his newly appointed master was surnamed Li, knowing little else. Suddenly, a spark of curiosity about the inner sect ignited within him. He pondered what kind of scenery awaited within. Of course, Lu Qing had now reached the 6th stage of the Purple Mansion, forming his golden core, a goal that no longer seemed distant. Moreover, he observed a subtle, ineffable energy coalescing in his palm. The techniques of divine powers were beginning to reveal their nascent form to him. Lu Qing's seclusion is not merely a practice. It is also a refinement of the insights gained from his teachings. The concept of divine abilities transcends mere techniques. It is akin to a transformative art that reaches a certain realm of understanding. Lu Qing has only glimpsed a fragment of this. Yet even he finds it challenging to articulate the nature of this insight. Fortunately, there exists a substantial array of divine abilities in the exchange list. However, the contribution points required for such exchanges seem currently out of his reach. His attention also drifts towards the renowned comment section, where numerous predecessors have left their remarks. Understanding and insight are intricately intertwined with divine abilities. To cultivate such powers, one must possess a keen intellect. While teachings can be conveyed through words and actions, the absence of direct guidance from a master renders the experience less profound. It is no wonder that the expanse of divine abilities appears vast. For an individual to grasp this vastness is akin to confronting an ineffable path. Indeed, it is a formidable challenge. The tone reflects a sense of bitterness and struggle inherent in the words. The pursuit of a single divine ability has already consumed countless contribution points. When will mastery be attained? A disciple poignantly encapsulates the passage of time with these sentiments. In Chapter 75, the discussion on divine abilities, grilled fish. The true essence of invoking the elements is far more profound than merely altering the weather. After all, the distinction between ordinary rain and spiritual rain is significant. A commentator elucidates the fundamental differences between the inner workings of divine abilities and techniques. One is celestial, the other terrestrial. They cannot be articulated in a single day. As Lu Qing observed, even a superficial understanding of profound abilities was indeed an exhilarating experience. He contemplated his own insights, which seemed to bear little relation to the known powers. The mastery of the art of cloud and rain, which he aspired to attain, appeared to remain an elusive goal for the time being. The cloud and rain technique, a significant method to manipulate the elements and transform the environment, had initially progressed smoothly for Lu Qing due to his prior experience with a rudimentary version. However, as he advanced, he struggled to grasp that elusive spark of inspiration. Thus, he chose to adopt a natural approach, patiently honing his skills over time. The exchange of these mystical powers came at a steep price. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qing perused the commentary section regarding the powers he wished to acquire. The transmission of these abilities did not reside in mere scrolls or jade slips, but rather in their practical application by real practitioners. In essence, what was exchanged was merely a fleeting glimpse of the use of these powers. There were no meticulous instructions or written guidelines for repeated contemplation. Some individuals could memorize the actions in a single viewing, while others required several repetitions to internalize them. Such subtle differences left many aspiring disciples, who sought to transcend ordinary techniques and delve into the realm of profound powers, feeling disheartened. Ascending to great heights and navigating treacherous cliffs, they often discovered too late that the path was a dead end. Not every individual could traverse this road, and ordinary techniques could equally be cultivated to high realms. Some users left messages advising newcomers not to blindly idolize the might of these powers. It was folly to aspire to run before one had mastered the art of walking, unless one possessed innate talents. All practitioners typically followed a structured progression from simple to complex, and ultimately to the esoteric. Indeed, challenges were inherent. Even a hint of the laws of nature at the Purple Mansion level required careful contemplation. Mastery of profound powers was not a concern for those at this stage. The prudent path lay in gradual advancement. Those who sought immediate gains often faced unfortunate outcomes, with many disciples perishing each year. The latter two comments were remnants from long ago. It was unfortunate, yet human nature dictated that if one could cultivate, so too could another. Thus, following these two comments, a plethora of new messages emerged. Clearly, while these warnings might instill a modicum of caution, the notion of giving up was simply inconceivable. Lu Qing, being a practitioner himself, deeply resonated with such emotions. However, he approached matters with caution, making prudence a habitual trait, and he never imposed his desires. The straightforward reason was that he simply could not afford to exchange for the divine abilities that were being offered. With nothing to gain, there was no longing. Being inherently empty, what could he possibly seek? As long as one contributed sufficiently, exchanges were possible, yet Lu Qing found himself devoid of contribution points. Such fortuitous opportunities, such generosity were unattainable for many families and sections. Thus, Lu Qing observed and came to comprehend why those cultivating families tirelessly endeavored to send their disciples into the mountains for training. He also understood why the previous grand extermination efforts had even stirred the inner disciples to emerge and undertake tasks. Spirit stones were generally useful, yet as time progressed, contribution points became predominant, and divine abilities were exclusively exchanged through them. Lu Qing gazed at the string of fractional numbers, calculating the number of tasks to be undertaken, which began with at least 3 digits. Indeed, for those wholeheartedly seeking to exchange for divine abilities, reaching the Purple Mansion realm could offer a genuine opportunity for such exchanges, provided they did not confine themselves to their own secluded abodes as he did. It was no wonder he had seldom encountered many disciples of the Purple Mansion before. The external missions assigned by the sect were of paramount importance. The disciples below the purple mansion level were not granted this privilege, resulting in a larger number remaining within the sect's gates. This led to Lu Qing's previous experiences during his cultivation, where encounters were predominantly with those in the Qi nourishing and foundation establishment stages. He decided to stop pondering and anticipated the imminent return of the White Crane Boy. Lu Qing was uncertain about the wealth of the White Crane youth, yet observing the extravagance with which he transmitted his message, a mid-tier sound transmission talisman, valued at 100 spirit stones, and designed for single use, suggested that such urgency and excitement to showcase the spiritual fish of the White Sea implied he would not return on his own accord. He must have utilized a teleportation array, a teleportation talisman, or perhaps hitched a ride with someone else. Lu Qing was well prepared. The island was adorned with a diverse array of trees in its primeval forest. He sought a clearing, deliberately choosing a spot away from his usual training location atop the mountain, primarily due to the overwhelming scent of smoke and roasted fish. Instead, he deemed it more fitting to grill fish by the stream. Before the incense could burn halfway, two white figures descended from the sky, one after the other, plunging into the water with a splash, just as the other white figure entered the stream. Lu Qing immediately grasped with his palm, enveloping the almost fallen snow-white spirit fish with a layer of spiritual energy. This was the very fish. The White Crane Boy had not been seen for a month. Yet his form remained plump and robust, his fluffy feathers concealing his entire body, compared to the more slender and agile white cranes. The White Crane Boy appeared even more solid. It seemed that during his month in the White Sea, he had been well fed and nourished. Truly a remarkable spirit. This fish was impressively long, measuring nearly 2 feet. Its entire body gleamed in pure white, with frost-like patterns crystallizing on its scales under the sunlight, refracting beams of light in delicate strands. Lu Qing swiftly captured the white fish, and as he transformed his spiritual energy into a blade to slice it open, a chilling aura emanated from its white bones and flesh. He deftly carved out a barrier to prevent this frigid essence from encroaching upon his spiritual field. Indeed, the spiritual fish of the White Sea were distinctly extraordinary. Lu Qing couldn't help but marvel, observing the chilling aura that lingered on every inch of the fish's flesh. It was evident that the realm of the White Sea was not merely a tale of frigid cold. The bone of the spirit fish, too, was imbued with the icy essence of frost and snow. Lu Qing possesses commendable manual skills. The framework of the barbecue grill is crafted from a freshly cut branch of a tree, robust as a bowl. This is also the first time that the White Crane Boy has experienced outdoor grilling. Lu Qing skillfully filleted the fish, dividing it into several sections before instructing the White Crane Boy to unleash a fireball technique. Thus, Lu Qing roasted the fish while the White Crane Boy tended to the flames. The ethereal fire, distinct from ordinary flames, quickly transformed the fish. Within a short span, a tantalizing aroma began to emanate from the succulent flesh. The tender, snow-white fish released an irresistible fragrance without the need for any seasonings. As the White Crane Boy savored the roasted spirit fish, wisps of white smoke rose from his head. Observing this, Lu Qing chuckled and remarked, "My dear boy, what kind of spirit fish is this? Its spiritual essence is so abundant." The White Crane Boy, having indulged too much, forgot to circulate his spiritual energy to refine the pure essence. This was the White Sea swordfish, rumored to contain a sword bone, which some would utilize for crafting artifacts. The White Crane Boy hurriedly began to channel his energy to refine it. Lu Qing's gaze rested upon the grill, contemplating the swordfish. Its exterior offered no clues. Could it be that the sword's bones were so fragile? Yet, ours lacked such features, relying solely on fortune. Bai He Tongzi paused for a moment before speaking again. It was then that Lu Qing comprehended that it was not his excessive force that shattered the sword bone, but rather that this particular fish inherently lacked a sword bone. Chapter 76, Assessment Related. Such a probability issue was within Lu Qing's grasp. If every swordfish possessed a sword bone, those who forged weapons would surely be driven to madness. He was well aware that sword bones were highly coveted spiritual treasures among sword cultivators. Lu Qing also indulged in a meal of white swordfish. This fish is an excellent choice for grilling. It is not greasy, but rather possesses a certain refreshing quality. This remarkable attribute likely stems from the unique characteristics of the flesh imparted by the fish's natural habitat. Lu Qing has never been particularly indulgent in his culinary desires. Once he realized that his inner spiritual power had ceased to grow, he halted his consumption. The essence contained within this modest portion of fish and meat surpassed that of an ordinary meal. At this moment, he sensed the golden, resplendent sea of spiritual liquid within his dantian, gradually exhibiting a gentle ebb and flow. This meal was roughly equivalent to the effort expended in circulating a complete cycle of refinement. Indeed, the variety of species in the realm of cultivation is truly vast. Exemplified by the white sea swordfish, Qing silently recalled the comprehensive compendium of spiritual flora he possessed, pondering whether there existed a similar compendium for spiritual fish and birds within the realm of cultivation. Such a notion was not without merit. Although the white crane youth was absent from this vicinity, he was well informed, being a member of the white crane clan, which frequently traversed the skies. Most disciples tended to favor the affordable offerings of the white crane lineage. As for the inner sect elders, Qing also held the title of a named disciple, which was indeed commendable. It was no surprise that the white crane youth was aware of who had been accepted as a named disciple. After all, the ancestor of the white crane youth remained in the inner sect, and the last time he learned of such news, it was likely due to his acquaintance with those two elders. Indeed, it was unexpected. Qing gently shook his head, acknowledging that he had not foreseen this. The white crane youth appeared unfazed, remarking that there was little point in attempting to decipher the elder's thoughts. Having absorbed such a vast amount of spiritual energy, its physique had noticeably strengthened, and Qing casually handed it a pot of tea to aid in its digestion. However, I do know the identity of the elder under whom you have apprenticed, though I cannot disclose it. Should my words be overheard, I might very well be struck by lightning mid-flight. Nonetheless, I assure you, it is nothing nefarious. If you gain entry to the inner sect, you will find yourself with a substantial ally. The white crane youth, typically loquacious in Qing's presence, now spoke with an air of caution. Observing its demeanor, Qing couldn't help but smile, yet he pondered the implications of its words. Fear not, my friend, I comprehend your meaning. Qing's mindset has become remarkably stable, devoid of any worrying thoughts. He possesses a leg to lean on that even the white crane boy admires and envies. However, he currently lacks the means to seek such support. It is far more prudent to focus on the present moment, particularly the upcoming Spirit Plant Master Assessment. Before departing, the white crane boy shared his thoughts on this examination. Although he is a white crane, his mind is perpetually occupied with thoughts of acquiring spirit stones. He has come to realize that he can no longer hope for intricate tasks. Instead, he finds solace in the ancestral legacy. For every spirit stone earned in the grand endeavor of transporting, if the distance is considerable, many disciples will generously offer spirit stones as rewards. Thus, even before cultivating a few plots of spirit fields, the white crane boy chose to abandon this pursuit. Although he no longer engages in this profession, he is well aware of the nature of the assessment. The evaluation comprises both a written test and a practical examination, each accounting for 50% of the total score, covering a wide array of subjects. I attempted the assessment at that time but failed, and now I am merely an entry-level spirit plant master. The white crane boy sighed in reflection. Qing gazed at the white crane boy with a sense of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the boastful claims about his past involvement in spiritual plant cultivation were indeed true. It had simply eluded him until now. However, upon recalling the boy's adeptness in plucking feathers from his own body, a sudden realization dawned upon him. The effects of the white crane's feathers were such that only those who had engaged in the cultivation of spiritual plants would comprehend the calamity wrought by insect infestations. Fortunately, Qing need not fret over this issue, for a cultivator of considerable rank within the outer sect should certainly be capable of handling mere insects without embarrassment. A live examination? Indeed, I, a white crane, could not even manage to write properly, and at the evaluation, those bearded elders insisted that I cultivate some fish fruit. Humph. Had my drawn topic not been the fish fruit, I would undoubtedly have advanced. Qing pondered for a moment and asked, You haven't consumed your own examination results, have you? Upon hearing this, Bai Tongzi's gaze flickered momentarily, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, What do you mean by consume? I merely wish to conduct an experiment. Qing gazed at the robust figure of the Bai Tongzi, who had the remarkable ability to consume the answers during the examination, a true prodigy indeed. He could not help but chuckle. Thank you for sharing this information, Tongzi. As for written assessments and on-site evaluations, they are merely written tests and interviews. A format with which I am quite familiar. The essence may differ, yet the structure remains the same, with a 50% weighting. He felt little trepidation regarding the written portion, though he did harbor a curiosity about the on-site interview. In the realm of spiritual cultivation, he held a certain degree of anticipation for the botanical examination, reassured by the notion that if this attempt were to falter, there would always be subsequent opportunities. However, he understood the importance of preparation. Neglecting it would be unwise. After bidding farewell to Bai Tongzi, Lu Qing resolved to begin his preparations. Yet, on the surface, there appeared to be no reference materials or answer keys available for this assessment. However, behind the scenes, mutual exchanges were a different matter altogether. Lu Qing observed the intelligence jade slip, noting that numerous individuals had already disseminated messages. They were offering a handsome price for the jade slips containing the examination content for mid-level spirit plant masters, inviting interested parties to contact them privately. Was there anyone in possession of the examination content for entry-level spirit plant masters? The price was negotiable, and urgency was paramount. However, before Lu Qing could read further, he witnessed these two messages silently vanish amidst a multitude of fleeting notifications. Subsequently, a prominent message emerged regarding the integrity assessment, advising against last-minute efforts. This striking notification surged above countless others, ensuring that every disciple in possession of the jade slips would see it promptly. Lu Qing was aware that overtly selling information was strictly prohibited here. In the intelligence jade slip he possessed must harbor significant secrets. Returning the jade slip to its place, Lu Qing lightly tapped his toes, his figure soaring like a wisp of azure cloud, ascending to the summit of the flat cliff, exuding an otherworldly grace. Chapter 77. Unperturbed by turmoil, the elder at the edge of the flat cliff lake, a river of jade-white water flowed straight through the chasm between the towering cliffs, resembling a celestial river that severed the bridge-like formation of the surrounding mountains. At this moment, two figures stood atop the cliffs on either side. One was clad in tattered robes, while the other donned resplendent attire adorned with a jeweled crown, the tension between them palpable. With a thunderous roar, the once calm river below the cliff erupted into tumultuous waves, splashing water toward the trees lining the shore, the force radiating outward in all directions. Humph. Are you the wind and cloud? The inner sect does not interfere with the outer sect's rules. Do you intend to defy that? Ning Xiaohua's gaze darkened suddenly. Though outsiders could not discern the subtleties, he had clearly found himself at a disadvantage during their confrontation. Yet, how could this be? He had cultivated to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, not a weakling by any means. Wind and cloud. I seek the heavenly cloud-blessed land. They said you wanted it, so here I am. He sincerely elucidated the reason for his combat intent, adding, I have received my master's decree to venture forth, which does not breach any rules. A fleeting shadow crossed Ning Xiaohua's expression. Very well, since you wish to fight, let us unleash our full potential. Excellent, exclaimed Wind and Cloud, eagerly anticipating the clash. This pre-battle surge of energy was not his forte. It was merely something his master had suggested, presumably for good reason. Once he secured his own cave dwelling here, he could set out for further training. However, such nonchalance only fueled Ning Xiaohua's rising ire. One day, I will surely enter the inner sect. Observers with keen interest were already watching the arena for this battle's unfolding. In the arena, the domain of transformation, one could fully unleash their abilities without consequence. A figure was violently struck away, soaring across the sky, blood streaming, their aura diminished. Wind and Cloud retracted his fist, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. Brother, are you all right? Being knocked down by a single punch, Ning Xiaohua nearly spat blood upon hearing this question. Outside the arena, countless eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, that punch was utterly outrageous. What level of cultivation is he? Why is he not using any spells? He must be a body-refining practitioner. It can only be them who are so reckless. Some disciples, noticing Ning Xiaohua's state, felt a pang of sympathy. Recalling how body-refining disciples could easily incapacitate opponents with their sheer physicality. Meanwhile, Songwen was observing the arena battle from his own small cloud platform. Little did the disciples know that this battle would capture the attention of the elders. A prime candidate for body refinement. Will he be sent to Water Prefecture for training? His gaze fell upon Wind and Cloud, narrowing his eyes slightly. The aura surrounding him resembled that of a dragon, a golden young dragon weaving above his head. Or perhaps, he is destined for the celestial domain? In comparison to body-refining cultivation, Elder Song's focus shifted to the auspicious phenomenon above this young man's head, the golden dragon symbolizing unparalleled nobility on earth, and in the realm of cultivation, it signified immense prestige. After contemplating, Elder Song realized that someone had indeed obscured the heavenly secrets, possibly disrupting the natural order. Never mind, I am merely tasked with overseeing this small domain. I lack the energy to scheme further. The last young man I encountered also bore an extraordinary aura, but perhaps he had his own unique opportunities. Elder Song swiftly altered his thoughts, ensuring that no one perceived his change in demeanor. Those of profound cultivation recognize the connections of fate merely by knowing a name. His gaze returned to a thin sheet of paper, where names of two senior brothers appeared. These were the first disciples ever accepted into the outer sect by the inner sect elders. The implications of this revelation were undeniably intriguing. As the one who personally received them, Songwen scrutinized the chosen disciples, noting that half had performed admirably in the arena. This was no surprise. In the outer sect, one could not find exceptional talents, superior physiques, or reincarnated immortals among the disciples. Thus, the selection resorted to those with good luck, commendable character, or other innate qualities. As Elder Song had previously stated, of the remaining half, the selections appeared nebulous and lacked clear criteria. These two Earth-grade disciples, however, seemed to squander their potential, their characters proving inadequate. With so many disciples, Songwen could hardly remember each individual, but he did retain some recollection of those with Earth-grade and Celestial-grade talents. The nearby spirit crane lounged lazily beside him, commenting, "They choose as they please, based merely on fate. You, old man, are wasting time overanalyzing." Elder Song furrowed his brows, retorting, "You do not comprehend. Those two senior brothers must have their own designs. I simply cannot discern them at present." The spirit crane opened its beak, channeling spiritual energy like the wind, drawing papers toward itself. "These are merely junior disciples of the Purple Mansion. You will understand their circumstances once they enter the inner sect. I can already tell their cultivation speed is commendable. I witnessed this battle too. He is quite the fierce one. And look at this. His luck seems to be exceptional." The spirit crane rattled off the virtues of these disciples. Songwen could not help but agree, realizing that the spirit crane's observations were astute. He focused on the arena's happenings. It was not surprising, yet without stepping onto the stage, how could one truly gauge a disciple's merit? "I remember the names you mentioned, but this one's cultivation speed is particularly rapid." Songwen's gaze landed on one name, Lu Qing, a disciple at the Purple Mansion level. "How curious. I have no recollection of this disciple. Of course, the entry test indicated superior aptitude, and he joined 2 years ago. Could the testing mirror have malfunctioned?" Each disciple's journey begins with a dedicated database that can be accessed whenever necessary. Thus, Lu Qing's succinct history was not a secret to him. Such speed prompted Songwen to draw comparisons. The 4th level of the Purple Mansion should have led to breakthroughs after listening to teachings. A promising talent indeed. I am convinced that among this batch, only he possesses the opportunity to enter the inner sect. As for luck and opportunities, he was indifferent. Among those who rise as formidable forces, who lacks a bit of fortune or extraordinary circumstances. Having spent considerable time in the academy, he had witnessed both the rise of dragons and the fall of prodigies. Pursuing the path of a spirit herb master, he has turned to agriculture. Elder Song observed Lu Qing's brief history, and though he had never met the disciple, he gleaned insights into his character, surmising he was likely a practitioner of purity. "Very well, the Spirit Herb Academy is preparing for assessments soon, isn't it?" The spirit crane retrieved a carrot from its feathers, munching thoughtfully. Its beady eyes fixed on Elder Song. "Yes, what's the matter?" I shall go and take a look this year. Here, too, there is a sense of idleness. It would be well to proceed onward and see what new discoveries have emerged from the Spirit Herb Institute." As he spoke, Ling He swiftly rose, unfurling a pair of grand wings, shaking off the feathers covering his body, and uttering a couple of hums. "I have long advised you to venture out more. Being cooped up here makes it exceedingly difficult to achieve breakthroughs. At last, you seem to have come to your senses." Chapter 78, Preparation. The Red Cloud technique in contrast to the well-known reputation of Yifeng and Yun in the outer sect. Lu Qing has recently returned to his previous days of quiet cultivation. He remains unaware of the situation concerning Elder Song. The ongoing confrontations and the undercurrents of activity above are, for him, still matters that feel far removed. Currently, he has no detailed plans, acting according to his whims. Having previously broken through 2 minor realms in succession, Lu Qing now focuses on refining his spiritual sea within his dantian, striving to enhance his spiritual power and return to the innate state. Moreover, upon completing his cultivation, he intends to employ the rain technique in both of his spiritual fields. In addition, while traversing through the fields, he revisits and reinforces his knowledge regarding spiritual herbs. Typically, those who establish themselves as spirit herb masters commence from lower realms, progressively advancing their skills with each level attained, ultimately obtaining the corresponding qualifications. In other words, Lu Qing, who is now nearing the consideration of forming his golden core at the Purple Mansion stage, remains a novice spirit herb master, which is rather unusual. However, the assessment for spirit herb masters does not evaluate one's cultivation level. Regardless of such matters, possessing a higher cultivation level certainly facilitates tasks considerably. Lu Qing is currently experiencing the advantages bestowed by his cultivation. The knowledge that once required countless readings to comprehend has now become effortlessly accessible to him. His spirit, separated from his corporeal form, allows him to multitask with ease. One aspect of Lu Qing diligently records an abundance of knowledge regarding spiritual plants and organizes it into a coherent system, while the other ventures towards the island's mountainous regions to put this knowledge into practice by cultivating a rectangular plot of spiritual land, roughly the size of a room. In the process, he also channels some of the earth's and spiritual energies into this newly established plot. Lu Qing aptly named it the assessment experimental field. Before the arrival of the evaluation, he had already sown Longxin fruit and Ziyue fruit in his own spiritual field. To validate the efficacy of his spells, an experimental field was indispensable. During the interview assessment, he was not one to operate in isolation, especially when facing several esteemed elders. Setting aside other considerations, Lu Qing believed it essential to maintain a proper attitude. There was no shame in performing poorly, but to arrive unprepared for the assessment would likely leave a negative impression. Taking advantage of the recent attention drawn to the outer sect by the arena battles, Lu Qing ventured to the main cultivation city, where he successfully acquired 3 sets of on-site assessment insights from a reasonably priced Disciples Alliance Merchant Association. Do not misunderstand his newfound affluence. Initially, Lu Qing merely sought a single jade slip. However, the Merchant Association, due to the upcoming assessments, had launched a promotional offer of buy 1, get 3 free, specifically targeting intermediate assessments. This promotion greatly facilitated Lu Qing's endeavors. The materials contained not only detailed accounts of various disciples' assessments, but also included several concise and effective spiritual plant spells. Given the necessity of having a spiritual field at his disposal, Lu Qing decided to conduct experiments with the spells he had obtained within this rapidly constructed spiritual field. Admittedly, he felt somewhat ashamed, as he was currently relying solely on the powerful effects of the Rain of Clouds technique to irrigate the spiritual plants. He had not delved deeply into other types of spiritual plant spells. Let me see. The assessments involved cultivating spiritual plants on-site, showcasing one's spellcasting abilities, and addressing pest infestations encountered in the spiritual fields assigned to the disciples. As Lu Qing observed, he increasingly felt that this interview assessment encompassed a multitude of elements. However, upon closer inspection, the fundamental purpose remained clear: to evaluate whether the disciples possessed the essential capabilities of a spirit plant master. The first and most frequently assessed skill was the minor cloud rain technique, a discipline in which I am proficient. Lu Qing leaped forward, pausing before the spirit field, where a jade slip floated before him, revealing an array of spells that danced to life. Unlike the techniques focused on cultivation or combat, these spells epitomized the unique characteristics of the Spirit Plant Institute. They emphasized supportive effects rather than direct confrontation. The Crimson Cloud spell, for instance, nurtures the Crimson Cloud, capable of raising the temperature within a limited area. Unlike formations that manipulate the seasons, this Crimson Cloud formation emanates warmth, aiding spirit plants in enduring the harsh frost during the depths of winter. Given the myriad of details to consider, timing, geography, and human factors, one must understand that as a spirit plant master, one cannot solely focus on cultivating spirit plants in favorable conditions. Lu Qing committed the incantation to memory, her fingers deftly weaving as her heart resonated with the chant. Above the brilliant sky, a crimson cloud began to coalesce. Initially, a wave of warmth washed over her, soon followed by the gathering of the red cloud, enveloping the very area where Lu Qing stood. That initial warmth transformed into a scorching wind, akin to a vast desert sandstorm sweeping through, intensifying the heat. Lu Qing maintained his spell, observing the transformation of the soil. The earth, once nourished by the ethereal rain and rendered moist, was now swiftly becoming parched and arid, yet this alteration commenced from subtle nuances. Lu Qing stood nearby, diligently taking notes. The crimson clouds above had no effect on him at present. This area, which should have functioned like a rice paddy, underwent rapid transformations, evolving into a spiritual field suitable for arid regions. The essence of spiritual energy remained unchanged. Only the external appearance of the spiritual field altered. Additionally, it contained a trace of fervent energy, making it an ideal environment for sun-loving spiritual plants to thrive. Lu Qing meticulously regulated the scope and intensity of his inaugural application of the Crimson Cloud technique. The inclusion of such spells within the preliminary assessment for aspiring spiritual botanists indicates that they are devoid of overwhelming complexity. The distinction lies solely in the duration required to master the fundamentals. Lu Qing dispelled the crimson clouds, allowing a fresh shower to descend, restoring the once pristine appearance of this sacred field. In the following days, Lu Qing maintained his usual demeanor, neither excessively busy nor overly leisurely. March had arrived, heralding the onset of early spring, with willows along the riverbanks gracefully brushing against one's face. Lu Qing walked upon the surface of the river, retrieving a jade-green token. The deadline for the assessment drawing near. Not only had he solidified his cultivation, but he also seemed to faintly perceive the nascent form of his mystical powers. Hidden within the mountains lay an ineffable and profound creation. It was as if, immersed in this mountainous realm, all that he beheld felt vast and unfathomable. Lu Qing now harbors a certain sentiment akin to this, as he recalls his previous experience of enlightenment, which brought forth immense opportunities and crises alike. He refrains from hastily ascending the mountain, for he has yet to perceive the elusive glimmer of spiritual insight, indicating that the time is not yet ripe. Within the formation, he finds himself uncertain of his current level, yet he undeniably encounters a bottleneck. After receiving profound teachings, Lu Qing has made significant advancements in various aspects. Yet in the realm of formations, apart from a marked improvement in his efficiency in arranging them, he has not observed notable progress in other areas. In the realm of formations, he has long since grasped the basics of both the golden light formation and the illusion formation. Although Lu Qing continues to dedicate effort to the illusion formation, the insights gained from formation practice feel increasingly ethereal and surreal when compared to the gradual accumulation of cultivation. Even with Lu Qing's current level of comprehension, it remains challenging to assert the steadfastness of those flickering spiritual lights in the formation when it is activated. This characteristic, compounded by his cultivation of the illusion formation, engenders a sense of methodical heaviness in his arrangements, revealing a certain rigidity when juxtaposed with true masters of formations. Chapter 79. Bottleneck. Storms depart the mountain. Initially, Lu Qing was oblivious to this issue, as his understanding and enlightenment were insufficient. Thus, he found himself ensconced within the mountain, unable to perceive the circumstances beyond, illustrating the very essence of the matter. Upon encountering this bottleneck, Lu Qing reflected and realized that his growth was not absent. Rather, it had reinforced the foundational aspects of his past formation practices. This reinforcement has led him to experience a profound obstruction in his cultivation, akin to a fish out of water now faced with a formidable barrier. This realization is, in fact, a positive development. Previously, his practice of the illusion formation was constrained by his own imagination, resulting in a mechanical recitation of the principles during formation casting. However, lacking the requisite depth of understanding, such efforts were ultimately futile. Grasping this insight represents a step forward, yet understanding and actualizing it are two separate matters. Lu Qing is currently facing a bottleneck. This issue has occupied his thoughts for some time. His practice of array formations is hindered by a lack of foundational system knowledge. Theoretical grounding is of utmost importance. Although Lu Qing has perused numerous texts on array knowledge, the words confined within the jade slips starkly contrast with the wisdom imparted by a living teacher. Once he completes the examination, he intends to seek guidance at the array court. Indeed, it would be more accurate to say that he seeks to attend a lesson. Reflecting on his journey of cultivation, Lu Qing traversed a path meticulously delineated by his sect, one that had been thoroughly mapped countless times. Even the selection of techniques, with each layer of access granted, enlightened him on the precise methods required to navigate each realm. This pathway, subtly established from the very inception of his training, was not devoid of risks. However, it significantly mitigated the chances of veering into the perils of misguidance or succumbing to the temptations of a misguided practice. Yet, cultivation encompasses more than the mere advancement of one's abilities. It also embraces a myriad of disciplines such as array formation, talisman crafting, alchemy, artifact crafting, and painting, each flourishing in its own right. The cost of a single lesson is approximately. Lu Qing glanced at the course fees. Since he was not a disciple of the array court, the assessment for array masters was considerably more stringent than that for spirit herb masters. As the assessment period had not yet arrived for them, there were no discounts available for those who did not belong to that faction. However, there was one exception. For the cultivators of the Purple Mansion, each sect had opened a first-time discount privilege, which meant that Lu Qing could purchase a class on array formation at a reduced rate. The previous intersect elder had mentioned that the class on array formation leaned more towards practical application, covering aspects such as the arrangement of arrays, types of arrays, and their effects, from which Qing had garnered a wealth of knowledge. Now, his task was to distill the intricate information that had entered his sea of consciousness into a coherent array system that best suited him. Observing the theoretical teachings of the array master system was an opportunity to break through his current bottleneck. These confusions and uncertainties, in Qing's view, were unpredictable aspects of the cultivation journey, embodying the allure of the path itself. After setting aside the array formation, he calculated that there were still 3 days until the Spirit Herb Master assessment. Before that, he decided to categorize and store the foundational knowledge of Spirit Herb Mastery within different memory palaces. Qing, now merely by casting a glance, can silently recite in his heart the examination papers, which he has already forgotten the moment he leaves the examination hall. This is precisely why the on-site assessments involve recitations, whereas the written evaluations do not. Thus, even Qing himself is at a loss regarding the format of the written assessment. Engrossed in his own contemplative realm, Qing reflects on the lively happenings within the outer sect over the past 2 months. Such vibrancy, however, is a rarity. Disciples from the inner sect seldom interact with those from the outer sect. When an inner sect senior brother is encountered, who would not wish to engage in conversation, hoping to forge a connection? Yet, the demeanor exhibited by Feng and deters many from approaching him, fearing they might be perceived as challengers and consequently suffer a beating. This surge of excitement stems from the multitude of challenge letters that have arisen since Ning Xiaohua's defeat. Time and again, until today, it has been quite remarkable. What a formidable opponent this is. What realm is he in? Previously, Brother Chun, who was at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, mentioned that Brother Feng Yun is likely around the 5th or 6th level, 1 tier below him. Is this not a case of battling beyond one's rank? Could this indeed be the realm of prodigies? All 10 of the outer sect's elite have been vanquished, and Tian Kuei and Di Xing have also fallen. Should he achieve victory today, it is rumored he will depart from the mountain gate to challenge various masters. What if there are those at the golden core stage outside? Someone rolled their eyes, deeming it impossible. In the Xiantian domain, once news is spread, there will be no instances of the strong preying on the weak, unless it is demonic cultivators or other nefarious practitioners. Moreover, it is worth noting that this disciple did not mention that those who come from the inner sect for training usually have a long history, and there have been instances of similar nature. Generally, such geniuses are accompanied by their rumored protectors or mentors. Regardless, these matters are not for them to fret over. Brother Liu is no match, having been defeated. Previously, Brother Liu wielded the Willow Moon with such finesse, a talent rumored to have grasped aspects of the phenomena of time. He is undoubtedly a hot contender for entering the inner sect in the next grand tournament. Some gazed at the arena, witnessing a young man of elegant demeanor succumb to defeat, their astonishment evident upon recognizing his face. The disciples of body refinement possess formidable physiques. Yet after experiencing a significant setback, a revered master of body refinement preached and established a technique known as the art of time. It is said that this elder gleaned a profound truth from the eyes of the candle dragon and inscribed this truth into the technique, endowing it with an inherent manifestation of the passage of time. In the presence of the true art of time, Liu Tianling's temporal manifestation appears as mere floating weeds in water, lacking any foundation. Some disciples, with eyes aglow, began to recount ancient tales. Moreover, those capable of practicing this technique are none other than the true prodigies of the body refinement lineage, exceptional talents indeed. Nearby, listeners shared the same gleaming enthusiasm. Witnessing the ascent of a true prodigy is a rare delight in their cultivation journeys, for prodigies contend with prodigies, and their prolonged tenure has dulled many expectations. Certainly, many disciples maintained their composure, yet an unbidden sense of combativeness and confidence burgeoned within them. Thus, completing the first trial of refinement here, they would soon venture forth with their blades and swords, akin to dragons emerging from the abyss. Songwen cast a profound glance at Feng Yun, who was departing the Tao Academy. Senior brother, the assessment begins tomorrow. Do you have any suggestions? Upon seeing Songwen approach, the head of the Spirit Plan Institute and the elders appeared in unison to greet this esteemed elder. Learning of his visit for the assessment, an elder to the left spoke. Indeed, Elder Song's presence here could provide invaluable suggestions for our assessment. To be candid, we intend to introduce illusions, employing the Heavenly Heart Pearl for evaluation. Zhou Yaoming, the head of the Spirit Plant Institute, was an amiable cultivator his demeanor refined and his robes simple. He smiled as he shared their ideas. "Oh, I recall the heavenly heart pearl is not yours. How generous of you to lend it," Songwen teased, his tone familiar with the elders. Zhou Yuming smiled gently, his eyes radiating tranquility, exuding a serene aura that instinctively eased any animosity. "Previously, I was overly attached. A mere pearl had become a source of concern. By relinquishing it now, I find peace from past burdens." The other elders remained stoic, while Songwen scrutinized Zhou Yaoming, realizing the shift in his aura. "Ah, so that is the case. Taking this step is not trivial." The heavenly heart pearl, he pondered briefly, refraining from disclosing his insights and instead pivoting to the pearl and the upcoming assessment. The heavenly heart pearl possesses the ability to conjure an illusory realm. "At which level do you intend to employ it?" "All levels," Zhou Yuming replied. "All levels?" Songwen's expression momentarily settled, as if calculating something. But soon he arrived at a conclusion. "Indeed, all levels. Since we aim to modify the assessment format, let us encompass all evaluations. We have done our utmost in previous assessments, yet in essence, we confine them to predetermined limits. It would be better to take this opportunity to broaden the scope and assess their performance more comprehensively, allowing them to pass." Zhou Yaoming's tone conveyed a decisive assertiveness that belied his gentle demeanor. Songwen lowered his hands within his sleeves, having just momentarily closed his eyes to divine a hexagram. He remarked, "This indeed seems commendable. The signs foretell no misfortune, with hints of auspicious clouds emerging. However, I must remind you that I only interpret one possible outcome. One outcome suffices. Too many lead to undue delusions." With a wave of his sleeve, Zhou Yaoming conjured a circular mirror formed of shimmering water, its surface glistening with clarity. "Elder Song, behold, this is the format we have proposed after modifying it with the heavenly heart pearl." Naturally, Songwen did not shy away. After observing, he erupted into hearty laughter, embodying an effortless grace. "Excellent. Your ideas are splendid. Should this prove successful, it could be promoted to other institutes. I recall they too lack similar methods. Effectively filtering and nurturing disciples through assessments would be a remarkable achievement. I shall ensure you receive credit for this within the academy." Upon hearing this, the nearby elders exchanged knowing smiles. Disciples contribute points, yet as elders, they remain distant from the material needs of ordinary disciples, which are but trifles to them. "Ha ha, I am quite eager to see if this batch of disciples can surprise us," they remarked. After discussing and receiving Elder Song's endorsement, they revealed their original intent to invite someone over, but before they could, Songwen arrived and directly broached the subject. In any case, altering this matter is not overly challenging. With the heavenly heart pearl as the core, this assessment promises to be a refreshing experience. Surprises, indeed. Every year brings forth exceptional talents. As the topic of disciples arose, the atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed, and an elderly man with white hair stroked his beard and spoke. "This year, I too will come to witness how your assessment unfolds." The elders of the higher echelons have decided to implement a new assessment format. Meanwhile, Lu Qing has also made the necessary preparations. As dawn breaks the following day, the assessment at the Spirit Plant Institute officially commences. Lu Qing arrived at the Spirit Plant Institute for his training. As it was the day of the assessment, numerous shimmering lights flickered along the roadside and in the air to facilitate the disciples in their evaluations. Upon approaching, Lu Qing discovered that these lights formed a pathway guide. As he stepped closer, a line of text materialized upon the guide. "Disciples participating in the Spirit Plant Master Assessment, please register here." By bringing the token near, one could complete the registration. It turned out to be an exceedingly compact registration point. Additionally, several disciples clad in azure robes were present, assisting with the guidance. Lu Qing did not trouble others. Instead, he directly produced the token himself. The token shimmered with a vibrant emerald hue, while the guiding light points sparkled like tiny shooting stars, each radiating a verdant glow. Upon their collision, the green light swiftly dissipated, leaving nothing but a solitary twinkle of starlight alongside Lu Qing's token. Lu Qing's gaze flickered as he noticed an additional invisible talisman affixed to the token. "Disciple Lu Qing has completed the pre-examination registration. Please carry the spiritual plant token and proceed to the designated examination venue to fulfill the requirements of the preliminary assessment." Lu Qing gazed at the token in his possession. It remained his own, yet this verdant token bore an additional layer of information. As he reached out to touch it, a fragment of text materialized before him. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon the token, which emanated the aura of a miniature teleportation symbol. Lu Qing glanced around at the people nearby. Some were diligently registering in front of the meteor path, while others were preparing for examinations in front of certain disciples. With a crisp snap, the transmission talisman was crushed, allowing access to the examination venue. A guiding disciple's voice rang out clearly, and even those who appeared perplexed now comprehended the necessary steps. The entire process unfolded in an orderly and harmonious manner. Lu Qing crushed the teleportation talisman, and a beam of light emerged from beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing opened his eyes once more, only to find himself no longer amidst the bustling crowd of the cultivation city. Instead, he stood in a vast empty square, where countless tables and chairs materialized around him. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lu Qing realized he was already seated at an examination desk. He contemplated silently, recognizing that each individual possessed a teleportation talisman. And after each assessment, it remained uncertain how many spirit stones would be required. Yet, in comparison to the teleportation talisman, he couldn't help but wonder why the examination venue was so exceedingly spacious. Lu Qing had previously experienced a grand examination hall, yet now, as he surveyed the scene before him, he found it unimaginable that so many individuals could congregate in a single square for an assessment. This was indeed far more vast than any examination venue he had encountered, even one accommodating hundreds. Seated at a table crafted from ancient wood, adorned with ink, paper, and brushes of various kinds, Lu Qing refrained from showcasing his calligraphy skills. As he settled into his chair and glanced around in haste, he soon realized that he could discern no one else's presence. The sky and the ground seemed to dissolve into a blank canvas. In this examination space, it felt as if he were the sole participant, isolated in a realm devoid of external distractions. Such an environment, where all worldly elements appeared to be stripped away, leaving only his solitary existence, profoundly tested the fortitude of one's mindset. Lu Qing had long been accustomed to cultivating in tranquil surroundings. Now, he truly comprehended the essence of serenity. Apart from the rhythmic breath emanating from his chest, there existed nothing else. Even his consciousness seemed to return to its primordial state. This sensation was the epitome of tranquility. In his previous secluded retreats, there were gentle breezes and the melodies of birds, yet here, there was an utter absence of sound. Lu Qing gradually regulated his breathing, his heart and mind becoming a serene expanse. As time flowed at an excruciatingly slow pace, the remnants of superficiality brought by the external world dissipated from his being. Harmonizing with the light and dust, all things united in spirit. Lu Qing's gaze remained unwavering as he sat, seemingly merging with the tranquility of the space around him. It was at this moment that an abrupt voice shattered the stillness. Disciples, please be advised that this written examination is to be conducted individually and in isolation. Do not harbor any complacent thoughts or attempt to manipulate the spells. The duration of this assessment is 1 hour. Please be mindful of your time allocation. A series of 6 distinct voices conveyed the essential instructions for the examination. Disciple Lu Qing, are you prepared? Affirmative. Lu Qing felt no sense of unfamiliarity or hesitation regarding this matter. He was already aware that the barrier isolating his perception was a formation. The formation was vast, and he did not dare to engage with its fluctuations. Gradually, a piece of paper materialized on the desk, seemingly crafted from ink and water, the ink gradually expanding. Within the span of a single breath, this examination paper transformed from a mere point into a surface, appearing before Lu Qing on his assessment desk. The emergence of this paper was gentle and imperceptible. In his normal state of awareness, Lu Qing was oblivious to how the examination paper had coalesced. However, this was not the focus of concern during the examination. Chapter 81. Theoretical Assessment. There was only a single sheet of paper for the examination. Lu Qing picked up the carbon pencil beside him, its body made of bamboo, with a finely pointed black tip, exquisite and delicate. It had been quite some time since he last put pen to paper. Yet he felt no sense of unfamiliarity as he grasped the pencil. Beginner Spirit Plant Master Assessment Paper Question 1. Please identify which of the following spirit herbs is the cloud-swallowing heart. Cloud-swallowing heart? Lu Qing recalled this particular spirit plant. Typically, it grows to a height of approximately 13 feet, with slender, pale leaves that often unfurl gracefully in the breeze. From a distance in the mountains, it appears as if clouds are being swallowed and released, thus earning the name cloud-swallowing heart, classified among the core herbs. Known for its ability to invigorate the heart and enhance vision. Moreover, it usually thrives in areas populated by ferocious beasts, even within the confines of the Xiantian Academy's domain. It is rare for sects or families to cultivate such spirit plants, as they do not perceive it as a cost-effective endeavor. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. Finding no difficulty in the first question, however, Disciples who merely memorized the spirit plants within the Xiantian domain would likely struggle to differentiate them. Lu Qing's pen danced with divine inspiration. The first question posed no challenge to him. The open book examination focused on the identification of spiritual plants. The realm of cultivation is replete with diverse species, many of which have yet to be encountered by previous generations. However, certain fundamental spiritual plants must be etched in one's memory. This identification question was not particularly difficult. Any competent spiritual plant master could answer it. Yet, the assessment was designed to differentiate levels of expertise, and subsequently, a few questions introduced a rare spiritual plant, one that took root in a realm outside of the Xiantian domain. Lu Qing, having diligently studied in advance, merely paused to contemplate, swiftly recalling where this particular plant thrived, its characteristics, effects, and which types of cultivators would benefit from its use. Following the straightforward questions, the examination progressed to more elaborate inquiries reminiscent of short answer questions and literary prompts from past lives, requiring written responses. Moreover, these questions were not confined solely to spiritual plants, but also extended to the spiritual plant masters themselves, exploring the relationship between cultivation and the nurturing of such plants. These topics, while succinct, spanned a vast array of concepts. A broad question, if not approached with care, could easily devolve into grandiloquent discourse, devoid of substance and merely boasting verbosity. Lu Qing, having traversed the path of experience, possessed ample examination insight. The question he encountered pertained to whether the identity of a spirit plant master would constrain one's cultivation. It is widely acknowledged that alchemy follows the path of pill crafting, while weapon forging adheres to the way of armaments. The realm of formations is equally formidable, yet the role of a spirit plant master has, regrettably, devolved into a mere occupation, contributing resources to the Tao Academy. The time invested in cultivating spirit plants, when assessed for cost-effectiveness, reveals that simple spirit plants yield lesser value compared to the pursuit of alchemy. Although only 1 out of 10 may master the art of alchemy, the worth of a single pill surpasses that of comparable spirit plants. Is it conceivable that someone might forge a distinct path in spirit planting? Lu Qing, lacking deeper insights into the Spirit Plant Institute, merely exemplified as a solitary cultivator. Regardless of the answer, he must delineate his reasoning and thoughts on the matter. As both a cultivator and a spirit plant master, he found no substantial constraints on his cultivation. Indeed, many of his spells were honed while simultaneously planting spirit flora. This could be viewed as an unconventional application of knowledge. Crucially, Lu Qing perceived the low threshold for entering the spirit plant mastery as a comforting route towards diligent cultivation and the accumulation of spirit stones. The investment in spirit plants often yields returns, whereas alchemy and talisman creation do not guarantee success. He believed that cultivation should flourish in myriad forms, with the cultivation of the heart achievable on mountain cliffs as well as in verdant fields, transcending identity-based distinctions. Before the hour had elapsed, he had completed his examination. Calculating internally, he deduced that he had spent approximately 40 minutes. After setting down his bamboo pen and confirming the accuracy of his answers, he retrieved his token, gently placing it atop his examination paper. Upon contact, a soft luminescence enveloped the token and paper, causing Lu Qing's examination to vanish from the desk. Simultaneously, countless pristine spaces mirrored Lu Qing's current scenario, each furnished with a table, a chair, and a disciple. Within the formation, the sounds of writing and breathing harmonized in a soothing symphony. A grand and formidable array enveloped the entire square, creating an isolated environment. Despite the awareness of fellow disciples seated nearby upon entry, once settled, each individual found themselves within a self-contained space, oblivious to others and insulated from external sounds, with only the gentle rhythm of their own breathing pervading the tranquility. In another part of this vast square, mid-level and high-level examination sites thrived, mirroring the serenity of Lu Qing's space, each overseen by elders stationed outside the grand arrays. Meanwhile, in a concealed realm beyond the disciples' sight, numerous elders from the Spirit Plant Institute had gathered. This formation has indeed undergone enhancements, Songwen observed, noting the meticulous arrangement of the examination site, artfully integrating spatial dimensions into the design. The incorporation of transference symbols and registration pathways indicated that this year's examination was markedly more elaborate than previous iterations. Historically, disciples often harbored a sense of complacency. Isolating them within a formation allowed for introspection and reflection, revealing their true mental states. Indeed, there is merit in this approach, Zhou Yoming remarked. Songwen, witnessing the scene unfold, nodded in agreement, recognizing that profound stillness was an experience many cultivators might never encounter throughout their lives. Even in remote mountain retreats, one would still be accompanied by the moonlit breeze and the sound of bubbling springs, maintaining a thread of connection to the vast world beyond. Such a tenuous contact, albeit faint, grounded even cultivators in a sense of reality. The formation's capacity to shroud its participants was merely one of its formidable abilities. Stripping away worldly connections and leaving behind a small space with only the individual, the desk, the chair, and the examination paper. The ground beneath their feet was not the familiar earth, and the light of day was absent. Only the pen and paper they held prevented them from succumbing to inner turmoil. This, too, served as a trial of their resolve within the examination. Songwen's gaze flitted across the 3 examination sites. None could ascertain which disciple would catch his attention. Other elders shared his curiosity, anticipating the practical abilities of the disciples in the forthcoming tasks. However, as time passed, some disciples could no longer endure the profound solitude. They submitted incomplete papers, while others appeared distressed, seemingly ensnared in their own imagined realms. The expressions of several elders darkened in response. What a disgrace! Today, Elder Song's presence has been overshadowed by your failures, one elder seethed, striving to contain his ire, particularly for those disciples, some of whom he had personally instructed. Old Lu, temper your frustration. Most disciples performed adequately, another elder soothed. Yet, the next moment, they witnessed a disciple dozing off during the examination, prompting the previously calm elder to exclaim in astonishment, echoing the sentiments of his irate counterpart. Zhou Yaoming remained unperturbed, his character inherently gentle. Within the hearts of the many disciples, their dean was regarded with warmth. He shook his head slightly, refraining from further commentary. There were indeed capable disciples. The path of cultivation was arduous, and those who had yet to reach a certain level of attainment often overlooked the significance of nurturing the heart. Songwen observed the disciples, all belonging to the Tao Academy, without casting blame. Talent in cultivation has never been solely defined by innate qualities. Character, perseverance, and comprehension also serve as crucial metrics, though historically, few disciples warranted the elders' time for thorough evaluation. Nevertheless, they would not obstruct the entry of unconventional prodigies. The Academy's triennial recruitment of disciples stemmed from this principle. Songwen's attention settled on Lu Qing, among the multitude of disciples, as he had come specifically to assess this unfamiliar individual. Typically, upon reaching the Purple Mansion, he had retained impressions of most disciples. However, Lu Qing had eluded his memory, having entered with merely average aptitude. Upon closer observation, he noted that Lu Qing's steady demeanor surpassed that of most cultivators, a harmonious disposition that resonated with nature, which Songwen found commendable. Could it be that Master Song seeks to nurture this disciple? Zhou Yaoming pondered, his gaze trailing over the sea of dark green garments. Amidst such a vast crowd, his attention lingered on those disciples who exhibited exceptional character traits. "Ah, this disciple," Songwen remarked candidly. "Oh?" Zhou Yaoming's curiosity was piqued. Lu Qing, commendable temperament. He must be a registered disciple of that senior brother, Songwen mused with a smile, unable to conceal his thoughts. Zhou Yaoming responded, "Without your words, I would genuinely remain unaware. I merely sense that your presence here must be linked to higher matters." As time trickled by, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. After Lu Qing completed the examination paper, he stood up, and before he could acclimate to the surreal sensation beneath his feet, the surrounding space suddenly twisted and fluctuated. A profound sense of dissent surged within him. Had he arrived at the site assessment so swiftly? The once blank white expanse was instantly infused with hues, beginning with a verdant green of the forest, followed by the azure of the sky. Before Lu Qing's eyes, the previous emptiness transformed into a vivid landscape of mountains, fields, and trees, under a blue sky adorned with white clouds. In an instant, he was also enveloped by the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, as if the earlier tranquility had been a mere figment of his imagination. In the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst the bustling clamor of the world. Lu Qing held a deep admiration for the formidable array. He could perceive the fluctuations of the formation, yet everything he saw, heard, and smelled was imbued with genuine sensation, devoid of any semblance of illusion. This illusionary array was indeed remarkable. Lu Qing silently pondered that the illusion array confounded the visual senses. Yet it had not yet succeeded in completely bewildering a cultivator's divine consciousness. No, that was not correct. Lu Qing's expression subtly shifted, in a single breath. He sensed an unusual sensation within his body. His consciousness seemed to be suppressed within the purple palace of his mind. And as for his spiritual energy, he formed a seal with his fingers, conjuring a flicker of flame atop them. Yet, this tiny flame revealed a disconcerting truth. The golden ocean of qi within his dantian had inexplicably vanished. Such an illusion was undeniably terrifying. Suddenly, a scroll resembling a work of art descended from the heavens, bordered with golden threads and mounted on an ancient wooden rod. The soft paper unfurled before him. The text read, Examinee Lu Qing, this realm is a virtual domain, a world unto itself. Your physical form has been transformed. And the flow of time here differs from that of the outside world. There is no need for concern. Your examination task is as follows. Successfully cultivate a hu tiger vine within this mountainous forest with a time limit of 1 day. The timer begins now. Lu Qing comprehended the information on the scroll instantly. Upon finishing, the scroll, akin to a painted canvas, suddenly released a pouch of seeds. While the scroll itself dissipated into a beam of white light, vanishing from his sight. The second examination commenced. Lu Qing silently recited, a hint of astonishment flickering within him. Upon realizing the nature of this place, he had already surmised that there was nothing inherently flawed with the examination topic itself. He was certainly familiar with the name of the Fuhuting. Furthermore, its cultivation posed no significant challenge. It was entirely crimson, resembling blood, and thrived in damp, cool environments, reveling in the embrace of rainfall. With a mere thought, Lu Qingxin could instantly sow the seeds, and within half a day, she could reap the harvest. However, therein lies the challenge. The task is deceptively simple, so straightforward that any disciple proficient in the minor cloud and rain technique and possessing a basic understanding of the Fuhuting vine could accomplish it with ease. Not to mention Lu Qing's cultivation at the Purple Mansion level. Each disciple's form is but a temporary illusion, which explains why my current cultivation feels so hollow, akin to merely nurturing one's energy at the initial stage. This is precisely the crux of the issue. Lu Qinggao's advantage in cultivation has been completely neutralized. It can be said that many disciples now stand united at the same starting line of cultivation. Farming, one must cultivate the spiritual fields. This truly represents a breakthrough from nothing to something, requiring personal effort and dedication. Lu Qing now stands at the foot of a verdant mountain. This mountain is unremarkable. Yet the soil at its base is rich and fertile. Here, one can faintly hear the sound of flowing water, as if in search of a place where life thrives. Lu Qing followed the mountain path, passing through several patches of grass, parting the weeds as he journeyed along, guided by the sound of flowing water until he arrived deep within the forest. A serene pool of water lay nestled beneath the cold, damp cliffs, where streams of crystalline water cascaded down the rocky face, splashing into the pool below. Remarkably, the surface of the pool remained unchanged, never rising despite the constant influx of water. Lu Qing speculated that beneath the pool of water, there might exist an underground river passage. However, this would not hinder his examination. Indeed, this area could be cultivated, approximately the size of a bed. Although Lu Qing's current ethereal form lacks substantial cultivation, his perception remains sharp. The spiritual energy at the foot of the mountain is nearly non-existent, with only this small pond ahead exhibiting a modicum of vitality. Moreover, what is pivotal is that Lu Qing has unexpectedly encountered ordinary farming tools such as hoes, wooden buckets, and yokes beside the pond. Clearly, the elders have meticulously considered the details for this assessment, since their cultivation is to be restrained. Relying on spiritual power for cultivation is unlikely to succeed. Chapter 83, Ethereal Form, Conclusion of the Assessment. This is indeed a fitting setting. Lu Qing was not one to be overly sentimental. He mentally counted the hours, aware that a single day felt rather pressing given his current circumstances. Lingtian did not necessarily require a perfectly square shape. As long as he could plant the spiritual flora, the form was of little consequence. Lu Qing now firmly remembers that he is in the midst of an examination. Taking advantage of the proximity to the pool, the soil is remarkably moist, significantly reducing the difficulty of cultivation and conserving considerable effort. He harbors no expectations regarding his physical strength or spiritual energy. Before long, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Lu Qing successfully scatters the seeds. Given the presence of a bucket, it serves its purpose. Although he had attempted to cast a minor rain spell, his internal spiritual energy was utterly depleted. Before the small cloud could take shape and droplets could fall, his energy faltered. He resolutely abandoned the convenience of magic and drew water from the nearby pool. With a wooden bucket in hand and a modicum of cultivation within him, he swiftly carried the bucket. In the short distance of several dozen steps, he remained unbreathless. If only you were an aquatic organism. I could simply place you in the pool. Lu Qing cast a wistful glance at the unbloomed Wahuting vine. The spiritual energy here surpassed that at the foot of the mountain, and the pond water possessed its own vitality. If he were to immerse it in the pond, he would no longer need to await its sprouting. The water of the pond was serene and cool, its chill permeating his very being. Lu Qingqing cleared a stone and, taking a nearby banana leaf, slightly rolled it up to scoop water from a wooden barrel and pour it over the roots of the vine seeds. His actions were still somewhat commendable. In the unseen space, the expressions of the elders of the Spirit Plant Institute were nothing short of remarkable. How had they not previously realized the absurdity of their disciples' ideas? Look, I have reiterated countless times that sea rice is not cultivated in that manner. How could they not withstand the modest temperatures of Fire Mountain? It was ludicrous to mention that some disciples were afraid of the cold. Did they think they could not plant spirit plants if it snowed? Even Songwen, upon observing some of the disciples' methods, could not suppress his irritation. And the elders grew increasingly agitated with each passing moment. Ha ha ha, this illusory realm possesses remarkable capabilities. Songwen's interest remained undiminished. This one does not pass. This one, however, displays considerable ingenuity, demonstrating a willingness to experiment and harness the interplay of the 5 elements for cyclical seed cultivation. Each elder held a shimmering light in their hands. Their discussions lively, yet in situations requiring on-site assessments, they collectively maintained oversight. In previous years, 3 elders were responsible for evaluating each category of assessment. However, this year was different. With the arrival of the Institute head in Elder Song, and given the absence of major events recently, there was an abundance of personnel present, resulting in over 10 elders attending this preliminary assessment. Let us grant him a commendable evaluation. And this one, although it has been cultivated, I estimate the spirit plant's condition will not be optimal, yet the approach is certainly inventive. We shall ultimately evaluate this assessment based on spirit plant cultivation. That notion is flawed. I believe the criteria should not be so rigid. One elder voiced in opposition, while another expressed agreement. The atmosphere became notably more animated. Zhou Yaoming remained firmly in his supervisory position, only called upon for resolution in cases of persistent disputes. Meanwhile, Song Wen was present to observe that disciple and to witness the feasibility of this innovative assessment format, considering its potential for broader implementation. This one does not pass. It is barely acceptable. Let us grant a passing mark. Among the many distinguished disciples, Lu Qing's performance is noteworthy. He has always adhered to conventional standards. However, what he does not realize is that the examiners are assessing the various disciples from an external perspective. His moderate approach, while not particularly innovative or dazzling in terms of cultivation strategies, also does not reflect a lack of capability, as he has not become utterly inept after losing his spiritual prowess. Consequently, although his performance in this assessment was not the pinnacle, he was still awarded a commendable rating. The reasoning behind this was rather straightforward, as he cultivated the Hu tiger vine, a variety of commendable quality, its blood-red hue reminiscent of precious jade, making it an exceptional spiritual plant, despite the absence of any distinctive new ideas during the planting process. Adhering to the established norms of spiritual plant cultivation cannot be deemed erroneous. Only Song Wen exhibited a fleeting expression of peculiarity upon seeing the evaluation. Is there something amiss, Master Song? An elder inquired. Nothing of consequence, Elder Song replied. He merely recalled that the aforementioned senior brother was adept in both swordsmanship and weaponry, with many of his disciples excelling in these arts. Yet, Lu Qing, accepted by the outer sect, seemed entirely unrelated to these disciplines, leaving one to ponder the implications of Master Li's teachings. Following the conclusion of the assessment, Lu Qing felt a subtle weariness enveloping his body and mind. This assessment, despite his prior acquisition of the interview guide, proved to be only marginally beneficial. It can be said that the format of this evaluation was markedly different from those he had encountered before. Previously, he had never heard of concepts such as the virtual realm. The assessments were conducted in person, with elders directly assigning each disciple a plot of spiritual land for cultivation, or, in cases of time constraints, employing spiritual plant techniques, or posing a few questions for the disciples to answer. Lu Qing was nearly prepared, only to discover that while the questions remained unchanged, the format of the answers had undergone a significant transformation. I should be able to pass. Lu Qing contemplated the last vine he had cultivated, the vibrant red fuhu vine, with its robust root system and glistening leaves. It seemed unlikely that it would fail to thrive. Lu Qing found himself utterly perplexed by this round of assessment, as he had been the sole participant throughout the process. with no sign of the so-called elder overseeing the evaluation. However, upon exiting the examination venue and re-entering the realm of the Spirit Plant Institute, he soon realized he was not alone in his bewilderment. "It's so difficult," one disciple lamented. "What was with this assessment? I want to even mention the writing. The practical test left me utterly exhausted, like a beast of burden." A burly disciple added, his voice heavy with fatigue. Groups of disciples huddled together, whispering. "I was so drained, devoid of any spiritual energy, I felt like a mere mortal." Upon hearing this, someone gasped in disbelief. "A mortal? Surely you jest. I'm at least in the early stages of meridian opening. While lacking spiritual energy, I still possess considerable strength." Thus, the floodgates of conversation opened, and the atmosphere within the training city was palpable. Goodness, I too felt like a mere mortal, and a frail one at that. How unfortunate. Who sends a sickly person to farm? Oh, how did you ultimately resolve your dilemma? Another inquired. I've heard that the illusions of the void realm manifest randomly. Did you face a mid-tier or high-tier challenge? An elder mentioned that typically, interpersonal dynamics are not a consideration. Haha, my assessment was at the high tier. I found myself as a young master, with a ready-made flower garden at my disposal. I simply scattered the seeds and that was that. Frustration flickered across the faces of those nearby who had intended to console him, their expressions shifting dramatically upon hearing such favorable circumstances. This assessment was undoubtedly unlike any prior experience, shrouded in mystery. There had been no forewarning before the examinations, and the results would be revealed in 3 days. Alas, I wonder if I will pass this time. There are still a few spirit plants on the exam paper that I cannot identify. They are quite obscure. What on earth is a withering grass tree? A withering grass tree? I've never heard of it. Neither have I, and I couldn't answer that question. Lu Qing listened in silence, observing that each disciple's assessment varied significantly. The withered grass tree, aptly named the poisonous tree, had precedent for endangering foundational cultivators. It is also one of the rare spiritual plants capable of refining elixirs. However, few venture into the realm of toxic alchemy, though it is quite common among demonic cultivators. Lu Qing cast another glance at the disciple who claimed to be frail. He was brimming with confidence, clearly assured of his success in the examination. Lu Qing noticed that his token emitted a faint white hue, signifying his status as a mid-tier spirit botanist. With this realization, he began to comprehend the reason for his connections upon entering the virtual realm. In stark contrast, he found himself alone, stranded amidst the wilderness. This, no doubt, was linked to the level of assessment. The virtual realm was indeed intricate, bearing a striking resemblance to a game in several aspects. Lu Qing subtly linked this thought and chose not to ponder further. The assessment had concluded, and he was now on his way to attend a class on formation techniques. He had not forgotten the tasks he needed to accomplish following the examination. The assessment took less than half a day to complete. Lu Qing assessed the time and direction of the array court. With a swift movement, he departed from the Spirit Herb Academy, preparing to journey towards the array court to attend the legal lectures. The results of the assessment will be updated in 3 days. Lu Qing was not in a hurry to wait there. At the very moment the assessment concluded, the elders had already begun to gradually finalize the results. There were no disputes arising from this evaluation. Regrettably, no promising talents had emerged. It would have been splendid if they could have focused solely on the path of spiritual plants. Zhou Yaoming felt a tinge of regret. Noting that the pass rate for this selection had diminished compared to previous years, a conclusion they had deliberated prior to the assessment. Where could one find so many exceptional individuals? Were these few who received the second highest rating not sufficient? Songwen pointed to the disciples rated as second highest in the evaluations. Radiant streams of light danced around them, as each elder sent forth flashes of brilliance toward the central hall. There, a luminous screen descended, displaying the names of countless disciples, appearing and disappearing along with their assessment results. The categories of excellence, superior, average, qualified, and failed, have been the 4 traditional standards for many years, with only a select few particularly outstanding disciples earning the distinction of superior excellence. Lu Qing was somewhat perplexed that he managed to attain a commendable evaluation. According to his perspective, merely passing was sufficient. Whether he achieved a moderate or satisfactory grade was of little consequence to him, as he did not genuinely aspire to delve deeply into the realm of spiritual botany at the Lingji Academy. However, Zhou Yaoming cast a glance and gently shook his head. They could aspire to become exceptional or rare spiritual botanists, yet the path of the spiritual botanist remained elusive. Someone interjected, "You are worrying too much. Observe the disciples. They possess their own aspirations and do not believe that the study of spiritual botany would hinder their cultivation. Engaging in certain spells and techniques during the nurturing of spiritual plants can yield remarkable results. Zhou Yaoming's eyes flickered with understanding as he replied, "You are correct, Master Song. The journey of cultivation is one that must be traversed individually. I do not consider myself a purely dedicated spiritual botanist, but perhaps in the future, someone will indeed achieve this blend." Songwen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the statement. Reflecting on the upcoming assessment, he suggested that others should be invited to observe. Upon further contemplation, he noted that the last renewal had occurred centuries ago, and it was high time for a change. "Indeed, I have no objections," came the response. At the array court, the towering Tianshan Mountains loomed majestically, their undulating peaks resembling a celestial dragon. Imbued with an ancient and vigorous aura, ethereal blue and soft white halos danced and intertwined, as numerous intricate formations overlapped, unleashing a power that exceeded all expectations and enveloped every inch of the dragon-like mountain range. From the outside, Lu Qing did not enter. He merely beheld a mountain range shaped like a dragon nestled within the plains where heaven and earth converged. Yet, this was merely an illusion. He produced his disciple's token and pressed it against the observable spatial fluctuations ahead. Prior to arriving at the array court, Lu Qing was well aware that it differed significantly from other faculties. It existed within a separate realm, a fragment of space that had been disrupted by unknown circumstances long ago, resulting in the emergence of numerous chaotic formations that shattered the surroundings, revealing a small expanse of existence. As the disruption had originated from within the array court, this area was designated as its base. After all, conducting experiments with formations externally could inadvertently jeopardize the grand arrays of the sect. To enter the array court, possession of a disciple's token sufficed. The regulations were not overly stringent. A luminous gateway gradually materialized. Upon crossing the threshold of the radiant portal, a swift sensation of descent enveloped him. Suddenly, his vision brightened, as if a curtain had been drawn back, revealing an expansive vista. Lu Qing took a gentle breath. Before her lay an expansive plain, dotted with numerous towering cities and palatial structures, pavilions and towers resembling a picturesque landscape, intricately scattered across the vast terrain in a magnificent spectacle. From this vantage point, it appeared as though a grand tapestry of thousands of miles was encompassed within her sight, the impact both overwhelming and majestic. The floating city of the Spirit Plant Academy was already awe-inspiring. Yet here, as far as the eye could see, there were palaces, towers, and cultivation cities. At the horizon, a radiant sun ascended, draping the land in a delicate golden halo, a sight of unparalleled beauty. While I had thought the Spirit Plant Academy was sufficiently ethereal, the array court here delivered an astonishing blow to that impression. Upon his first arrival at this place, Lu Qing was met with an overwhelming visual feast. However, after momentarily absorbing the awe-inspiring sights, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. He soon realized that he stood upon a scenic observation deck, situated atop a lofty platform. Lu Qing surmised that this very vantage point, showcasing the grandeur of the arrayed court, would undoubtedly entice many disciples to seek entry into this esteemed location. The platform subtly served to enhance the overall spectacle. Flanking the sides of the deck were dozens of spiritual trees, their roots firmly anchored in the ground, from whose leaves emanated a gentle luminescence. Soon, ethereal figures began to materialize in succession. Lu Qing harbored doubts, wondering if he had emerged in the same manner moments ago. Chapter 85. The Array Court, Elder Lu. Upon closer inspection, Lu Qing's gaze was filled with astonishment. Those leaves appeared not to be genuine foliage, but rather were inscribed with intricate layers of array patterns, complex and dense, accompanied by ripples of spatial fluctuations. The array's transmission could allow even a single leaf to serve as a teleportation array. Lu Qing had already discerned the operational principles behind them. The essence of simplicity prevails. For even the most intricate formations and the finest arrays cannot surpass the sight of a single-leaf teleportation array, evoking an ever-deepening sense of the vastness and boundlessness of the art of formations. Are you new here? Just as he was lost in thought, a water-white divine bird soared from the distance, rousing Lu Qing from his reverie. Lu Qing observed that these divine birds also descended before the silhouettes of others. They were small in stature, with pristine white feathers atop their heads, exuding an air of sanctity in their demeanor and essence. Lu Qing responded affirmatively, and the divine bird continued its inquiry. What brings you to the court? To apprentice, to seek wisdom, to procure goods, or for another purpose? To seek wisdom, Lu Qing replied. Which elder do you wish to consult? Elder Lu. Ah, I see, the divine bird remarked in a tone that was both cool and indifferent. adopting a businesslike demeanor. After listening to Lu Qing's words, it did not require further inquiry. The bird produced a pale blue jade token, tapping it with its wings a few times, causing a faint azure glow to gradually emanate from its surface. This is your guiding token. Once you infuse it with your essence to activate it, follow its lead to reach Elder Lu's lecture location. As you are a disciple of the Purple Mansion, I shall not accompany you further. Lu Qing glanced at the guidance tablet in his hand. After the pale blue jade piece was activated, a wisp of aura enveloped it. And soon, the jade piece began to ascend gracefully. After expressing his gratitude to the divine bird, Lu Qing shifted his spiritual energy and moved his feet to follow the pale blue jade fragment. This object served as a guiding map, albeit a one-time use. Once he exited through the luminous gate of the array court, its effectiveness would wane. The pace of the guiding token could vary, and upon activating his aura, Lu Qing established a subtle connection with the jade plate, allowing him to manipulate its speed, which gradually quickened his steps. This place was far more bustling than the outside world. As Lu Qing's footwork accelerated, he was accompanied by fleeting streaks of light that occasionally appeared beside him. After traversing numerous palatial structures, the guiding token finally descended before a grand palace, and Lu Qing landed gracefully before stepping into the palace courtyard. The lecture he had purchased was to be delivered by an elder of the Lu clan. Just as he touched down, a robust voice resonated from within the hall, exuding a casual yet commanding presence. "Are you the disciple attending today's lecture? Please, come in." Yes. Lu Qing stepped through the grand entrance and entered the palace. To his surprise, the interior was devoid of any precious treasures. Instead, he was greeted by layers of intricate formations, shimmering with ethereal light. Beneath his feet, he found himself poised at the threshold of a formation. Before him stood Elder Lu, clad in white robes, exuding vitality and possessing bright, keen eyes. "Let me assess your prowess in formations," he said. "There are 7 formations here. Walk forth, and at whichever step you pause, you shall take a seat and listen to the lecture. Of course, should you find yourself in peril, simply shout for me, and the formation will be dispelled." Elder Lu had 3 formation discs arranged in a triangular formation before him, with streams of spiritual energy swirling gracefully between them. He cast a casual glance at Lu Qing before redirecting his focus to the intricate work at hand. It was evident that these formations harbored potential dangers. Otherwise, Elder Lu would not have felt compelled to utter such a warning. Lu Qing cast a glance at the formation beneath his feet. The moment he stepped into the palace, this formation had already been set into motion. Without hesitation, Lu Qing recognized that this was an opportunity to assess his abilities, and he felt no need to conceal anything. Such practical experience was too valuable to miss. With that thought, he stepped inside. The haunting wails echoed around him, an eerie symphony of despair. As he took his first step, the majestic palace scene he had previously witnessed instantaneously morphed into a desolate landscape. There lay a solitary grave in the wilderness, shrouded in a mournful wind. The atmosphere was chilling, ominous, and foreboding. It was the ghostly wail of a deadly formation. Realizing this, Lu Qing immediately shielded his mind, fortifying his spirit within the Purple Mansion, while empowering his limbs and every bone in his body with spiritual energy. Suddenly, the first ghostly wail pierced the air, a lament echoing with sorrow and grievance, akin to the cries of a tortured soul recounting the tribulations of its existence. Suffering, suffering, suffering. The agonies of life and the torment of death resonated within this haunting sound. The spirits wept, sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Qing's palms swiftly overlapped, a simple talisman materializing within his grasp, his expression tinged with an air of caution. The ghostly cry-killing formation, filled with vengeful spirits and haunting wails, intertwines both elements. Breeding a sinister heart for cultivation, once destroyed, the path to enlightenment is lost within the deadly cries of the formation. Lu Qing's mind raced as he concentrated on the talisman in his hand, a rudimentary safeguard for the spirit. Against such vengeful spirits, it wielded only a basic efficacy, lacking any significant power. To dismantle the enchantment, one must first fortify the mind, and second, perform a rite to liberate the vengeful ghost. Lu Qing had previously encountered an introduction to such ghostly formations in a certain manual. However, as the cultivation world has seen a near extinction of spirits, these types of formations have also become quite rare. This was his first experience witnessing the formidable power of such a ghostly array. With a chilling wind sweeping through the souls, wails echoing in sorrow. Exorcism, even in its physical form, could be considered a form of liberation. This is not a battle of life and death. It is a test of the proficiency in array formation. Given this context, Lu Qing's gaze sharpened as he dispersed his spiritual energy with his left hand. The formation plate swiftly ascended from his storage bag, erupting in a dazzling burst of white light. The wind rustled through the withered leaves, and a tempest arose. Yet this was not the end. Lu Qing's figure, which had stood there moments before, suddenly dissolved into a myriad of mist, vanishing from sight within the formation. The wails of the spirits echoed once more. However, this time, in addition to the sorrowful cries, a cacophony of wind and thunder clashed together, and in that fleeting moment, a dark silhouette unexpectedly revealed its trajectory. Under Lu Qing's palm, spiritual energy continuously flowed forth, and the golden light array shimmered faintly around him. The foul wind swept past, and the previous howls of the ghost suddenly erupted into a cacophony of explosive sounds. He had deduced correctly. The greatest weakness of this formation lay in the vengeful spirits. As long as they were exorcised and vanquished, the formation would collapse. As the wails of the spirits receded from his ears, Lu Qing took another step forward. Yet, before he could behold the grand scene of the hall, the desolate grave in the wilderness shifted once more. Lu Qing was not only breaking the formation, but also thoroughly unleashing his own array, a rare experience he would certainly not let slip away. The first was a killing formation, while the second evolved into a forbidden array. It restrained all things, embodying the essence of prohibition. However, the formations within the grand hall would not display their full might, for that would negate the purpose of this preliminary assessment. Chapter 86, The Fifth Step, Mortal Array. Lu Qing was uncertain of his own level in the formation arts, yet as he approached the fourth step and neared the fifth, relying solely on his mastery of the formations, the challenge proved to be formidable. Even with his usual calm and composed demeanor, a hint of a killing aura emerged. The preceding 3 killing formations, along with one prohibitory formation, represented a clash of wills and spiritual powers between the practitioners. While these formations may have been merely casual arrangements for Elder Lu, Lu Qing undeniably absorbed a wealth of practical experience and formation tactics from this encounter. His combat experience was scant compared to other practitioners of the same realm, having previously relied solely on self-exploration in the intricacies of formations. However, as a living being, a momentary lapse in focus could allow an adversary to exploit his vulnerabilities. Lu Qing had no desire to become embroiled in a cycle of killing. Yet he never shied away from combat. As the formation surged continuously, Lu Qing stepped into the fifth phase. A tremendous sense of pressure from the heavens bore down upon him, both in mind and body. The formation was the obliteration array. A chill ran through Lu Qing's heart. To sever another's spiritual power and divine abilities, and to attempt to breach the array's core through sheer force was a futile endeavor. Moreover, the array's core was glaringly apparent to Lu Qing. As the celestial bodies aligned, that luminous full moon represented the very core of the array Lu Qing sought to shatter. Although various aspects of strength were restrained by the heavenly earth absolute array, this predicament demanded swift resolution. Failure to seize the opportunity would lead to exceedingly troublesome consequences. The heavenly earth absolute array concealed 2 more formations behind it. Lu Qing took a deep breath, his bones creaking as they shifted, producing a cacophony of sound. Lu Qing broke free from the overwhelming pressure of the universe, a force so frantic and terrifying that even standing upright felt insurmountably difficult. Time was of the essence. Thunderous. Lu Qing felt his blood boiling, radiating streams of white light from his entire being, as he mobilized his spiritual energy. The essence of his purple mansion soul emanated wisps of spiritual radiance, countering the overwhelming force of external oppression. Lu Qing raised his arm. Such an act would be effortless in the outside world. Yet, within this formidable celestial formation, how could a cultivator withstand the immense forces of nature? Lu Qing, having traversed the tumultuous waves of cultivation, understood this all too well. A single surge can capsize the ocean, leaving vessels and tatters upon its surface. As he lifted his arm, a sharp crack echoed, his bones shattered. Undeterred, he pressed on, only to feel his flesh tear. The relentless river flows ever onward, never to return. Now, in order to resist this overwhelming cosmic force, he must shatter the heart of the formation before it completely seals and isolates him. Lu Qing's gaze was piercing as he lifted his head, his eyes stinging intensely. His palms dripped with blood as he summoned his spiritual energy, rapidly materializing a resplendent great bow in his hands. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, he aimed at the moon, with a soft crack, followed by a thunderous collapse. The enormous moon above the night sky shattered in an instant amidst the brilliance of the arrow's light. Endless shards of white light cascaded down like a meteor shower. The formation had been shattered. When Lu Qing re-emerged, he had completely recovered. A A minor physical injury was hardly a source of pain. "Please, take a seat," Elder Lu urged. Lu Qing adjusted his instruments and settled down cross-legged, pausing at the fifth step. He was acutely aware of his limitations. This fifth step marked the pinnacle of his current abilities. Elder Lu had diverted his gaze, and the 3 formation plates before him had already descended. Casually placed on the nearby table. Is the 5th step your limit?" Lu Qing replied calmly. "Yes, Elder." After a few moments of silence, a hearty laughter echoed through the grand hall. Elder Lu produced a cushion from an unknown source. Choosing not to sit upon the chair atop the steps, but instead directly on the same ground as Lu Qing. He chuckled. "I have taught many disciples. Some are extraordinarily clever, excelling in the art of formations, while others are woefully ignorant yet possess a sincere heart for the path of formations. What brings you here?" This Elder Lu was entirely different from those Lu Qing had encountered before, his manner of speaking leaving Lu Qing uncertain of his true intentions. He recognized that his purpose for attending this lesson was to delve into the foundational system of formations. "Elder, I wish to revisit the fundamentals of formation systems, but I have always struggled to find an entry point. Thus, I dare to come and seek your guidance to dispel my confusion," he said, bowing respectfully. It seemed that this elder preferred a more straightforward approach. A thought flickered through his mind. Elder Lu regarded him with a subtle smile and upon hearing his words, erupted into laughter before responding in a tone that held a hint of peculiarity. "Very well, if that is the case, let us begin." Lu Qing's mind was intensely focused, for this lesson had cost him several hundred contribution points. For an entire hour, both the elder and himself required a careful and serious approach. "You have just managed to breach 5 formations. Although your skill is rather modest, you have certainly acquired a considerable amount of knowledge regarding formations. I must admit, I was somewhat surprised that you were able to dismantle the first level's ghost whaling formation." Elder Lu began by revisiting the previous discussion on the 7 steps to breaking formations. Lu Qing quietly listened as a disciple, aware of his mediocre skills. He recognized that this was not a reflection of his innate talent for formations, but rather a realization that his practical implementation of the same formations was far too rudimentary. Previously, the foundation laid by the high-grade formation diagrams had masked his shortcomings due to infrequent practice. However, he now discerned this issue himself. The elder spoke wisely. Elder Lu nodded and remarked, "In the outer sect, many disciples possess a natural affinity for formations and frequently visit the formation court. Thus, I seldom teach disciples from outside our academy. As for your talent, I am unaware of how long you have been initiated into the path of formations, but your ability to swiftly seize opportunities during formation breaking is commendable. In cultivation, one must build a towering edifice from the ground up. I observe that your thoughts on breaking formations are scattered and erratic, but what, in essence, is a formation? What do you wish to learn here? Are you aware of this?" The question reverberated in Lu Qing's mind, overwhelming him with its magnitude and leaving him momentarily speechless. In truth, his focus was solely on cultivation. To him, formations were merely auxiliary tools. However, to voice such a sentiment in the presence of the formation elder would be quite perilous. Before Lu Qing could articulate his thoughts, Elder Lu waved his hand dismissively and stated, "As long as you understand the answer yourself, that is sufficient." He then gestured with his sleeve, and a remarkably miniature version of a wild mountain forest materialized before Lu Qing. It resembled the sand tables he had seen before. Yet it was strikingly different. Lu Qing could not discern any illusions within this miniature wilderness. It was only the size of 2 palms, with leaves rendered vividly and the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. It appeared to encapsulate a small world within. Step inside and arrange a formation. But do not use spiritual power or divine consciousness. Rely solely on the methods of an ordinary person, Elder Lu instructed. Lu Qing felt the surrounding space twist once more. As mortal methods arranged their formations, a ripple of contemplation surfaced in Lu Qing's eyes as he surveyed the surrounding landscape, characterized by rugged stones, clusters of lush, sword bamboo, and numerous thorny vines. This setting, from a geographical standpoint, was most conducive to the creation of an illusory maze. Since the endeavor relied on mortal means, the first target for deception must be the naked eye. Without the invocation of spiritual energy, Lu Qing paced back and forth within this area, pinpointing several crucial positions for the formation. Here, the fast-growing thorny vines could serve as the first line of confusion. Lu Qing found himself unwittingly immersed in the array he had meticulously arranged. In every corner and at every position, he sought to intertwine them, thereby, to a certain extent, obscuring one's vision and inadvertently leading one into a dead end. Chapter 87. the array as a path. The stones were placed in this position. Lu Qing's mind had already constructed a complete map of this place, with each critical node marked by either sword bamboo or peculiar stones. In essence, when he finally set aside a burdensome thought, this intricate formation of the mountain would be fully realized. A gentle mountain breeze wafted down from the heights, only to abruptly encounter an unseen barrier as it reached this particular spot. This fleeting breeze was delicate, yet upon entering the seamlessly integrated stone formation, it felt like an intruder, and in an instant, Lu Qing could perceive the fluctuations in the surrounding air currents. The breeze, caught in an endless whirl, gradually diminished, failing to reach the foot of the mountain, eventually dissipating entirely in this locale. Should someone venture into this space, they would find themselves as blinded as that wisp of wind, wandering aimlessly and exhausting their spirit in the process. The stones, imbued with the essence of metal, exuded a sharpness akin to blades, while the sword bamboo echoed with a haunting melody. Navigating through this atmosphere, steeped in the aura of conflict, was akin to having swords piercing the flesh, a path toward demise, unbeknownst to the wanderer. Lu Qing felt a sense of calm in this place. For during his final arrangements, he had not merely considered a maze but contemplated the potential consequences of entrapment. Should someone manage to escape, it would contradict the very essence of his study of formations. Those ensnared within the array faced inevitable demise, a reality that served as a pivotal opportunity in his pursuit of mastery over formations. Whether it be a maze or an illusion, Lu Qing regarded them both as lethal arrays in practice. Outside, Elder Lu smiled faintly, his gaze flickering with intrigue. As a master of formations, he discerned the intent behind Lu Qing's design. Furthermore, unlike the majority of disciples who, upon losing their innate abilities, became bewildered in the face of array crafting, Lu Qing exhibited a commendable understanding of mundane formations. Elder Lu held no harsh judgments towards those less adept. Rather, he appreciated the unexpected prowess displayed by certain prodigious disciples. In his eyes, Lu Qing had performed admirably. As for notions of bloodlust, he remained indifferent. The path of formation itself was a journey of cultivation, where one could scarcely navigate without confronting the darker aspects of existence. He contemplated crafting another array, pondering how to modify the illusionary realm he held within his palm. The mountains dimmed, and a blanket of snow enveloped the landscape, rendering both sky and earth a desolate white, evoking an atmosphere of profound solitude. In this snow-laden realm, devoid of life, what array could one possibly conceive? This was an impromptu notion of Elder Lu's, as he sought to observe if Lu Qing could shift his perspective. Alongside the snow, lurking were enemies in the form of snow wolves. Lu Qing's expression remained serene, yet amidst the relentless dismantling of formations, a spark of enlightenment flickered through his mind. The arrangement of formations is not inherently constrained. Rather, it is the limitations of the human heart that bind us. As Lu Qing's thoughts ignited, a momentary clarity enveloped his spiritual platform, and an involuntary transformation coursed through his entire being. The previously subtle accumulation of his cultivation level ascended once more. Simultaneously, the insights into the spiritual formations began to stir within him. He gazed once again at the vast expanse of ice and snow, a hint of a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He had come to the profound realization of the path he was to embark upon regarding formations, not merely an enhancement of methods, nor a breakthrough in techniques, and certainly not a mastery of one or two formations, but rather an expansive broadening of his heart within the realm of formation Tao, clearing away the obstructions and misconceptions born of experience. In less than a few breaths, Elder Lu regarded Lu Qing as he emerged, nodding subtly with an imperceptible expression of approval. With a smile, he inquired once more, "What is it that you wish to learn from me?" Lu Qing smiled faintly, lowering his hands in a gesture of respect as he spoke. The art of formations is a profound path, vast and boundless. The system of theories is but one perspective, unable to encompass the entirety of formation Tao. The essence of the Great Way lies within the cultivator's own journey, while one may reference, draw inspiration from, and absorb the insights of others. One must not regard them as the foundation of their own path. Previously, I perceived formations as mere techniques rather than the Tao itself. But now I have only just entered the realm of formation Tao. Upon illumination, I finally comprehend why my desire to learn the system of formations elicited laughter from the elder. This realization has transformed my perception of the ordinary snowflakes around me into intricate formations, and it dawns on me that I have merely scratched the surface of this art. Though I had previously perused countless jade slips of formations from others and examined widely accepted formation diagrams, I found myself ensnared by foundational limitations. I had assumed that the absence of systematic study within my sect's formation curriculum and the lack of a coherent personal formation framework were the culprits. Yet, I had unwittingly fallen into certain experiential traps, believing that without the infusion of others' experiences, I would be perpetually treading a fragile thread, navigating a solitary path across a vast river, feeling disconnected from reality. I had overlooked the truth that cultivation is a matter of one's heart resonating with the heart of the heavens. The Tao is limitless and immeasurable, and the experiences of others cannot resolve my own bottleneck. This is a barrier to my understanding of formation Tao. Previously, I regarded formations merely as techniques, but now I can truly perceive this journey as a Tao. The Tao is boundless and formless. How can one speak of a system? The distinction between the two is fundamentally profound. If I was once blinded by a single leaf, I have now cast it aside to behold the true world of formation Tao, magnificent and infinite. Elder Lu remarked, "It appears you have grasped this concept. Now, allow me to share my own insights." He laughed heartily, his demeanor both cheerful and tranquil. Lu Qing felt a tinge of embarrassment as he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Elder." Had it been anyone else, Lu Qing would not have openly expressed his innermost thoughts. Yet he sensed a hint of kindness emanating from the elder before him. No need for thanks. The origins of formations are elusive. Let me begin with the formations of the Tao Academy, which you may find enlightening, Elder Lu remarked, undoubtedly displaying remarkable patience. Lu Qing found it difficult to discern the source of this wave of goodwill. However, as no danger presented itself, he began to associate it with the additional layer of identity he now bore. Otherwise, given that he and Elder Lu had never met, it would be quite normal for a stranger to speak in a customary manner. Having arrived here, Lu Qing felt a profound sense of contentment. As an hour passed, the sunlight outside gradually tilted towards the west. After Lu Qing expressed his gratitude, he noticed Elder Lu engrossed in his formation and chose not to intrude further. Once Lu Qing departed, Elder Lu's gaze shifted to the formation disk before him, his eyes reflecting a newfound depth as if lost in contemplation. He chuckled softly, for today he had heard such words from a younger generation. How unfortunate that many fail to grasp this truth, treating the ancient as treasures, clinging to the unchanging as ultimate principles, and mistaking technique for the true path. Lu Qing was entirely unaware that his reflections after departure would inadvertently influence Elder Lu's thoughts. He hurried back to Lingya Island, eager to organize his gains. This lecture on the surpassed any formation diagram in bringing joy to Lu Qing's heart. Chapter 88. The Formation of Golden Light. The prototype emerges. Seizing this opportunity, it was imperative to diligently enter seclusion and transform his harvest into profound cultivation. Within the training chamber, a mat woven from green bamboo exuded a serene aura. Lu Qing sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Yet, his hands remained in motion, as if two distinct personas existed within him, one immersed in tranquil practice, while the other engaged in continuous, dynamic gestures, manifesting waves of energy. Within the purple mansion, Lu Qing stood upon the crest of the waves, a layer of water swirling beneath him, seemingly suspended in time. At that moment, he found himself at the forefront of the frothy surf, gentle ripples forming beneath his feet. He gazed into the distance, yet it felt as though he had not truly landed anywhere. The boundless expanse of the ocean stretched endlessly, an infinite horizon. The purple mansion space served as the abode of the soul, responding to his whims, transforming at his command. Arrays, formations, in the path of arrays. Lu Qing, the formidable predecessors effortlessly orchestrated formations, and I once believed I could achieve this swiftly, unaware that we inhabit entirely different realms. He exhibited not a trace of frustration. It would indeed be peculiar if cultivation were to unfold without obstacles. Lu Qing anticipated this day and ultimately transcended the previous bottleneck. Just days prior, he had perceived the barrier he encountered as steadfast as granite, impervious to erosion. Yet, upon attaining clarity and enlightenment, it transformed into a fragile sheet of paper, easily pierced. Lu Qing effortlessly traversed this threshold, and in his current perspective, this breakthrough seemed hardly a matter meriting jubilation. The celestial and terrestrial realms, the interplay of yin and yang, revealed themselves to be wondrous. Upon entering the domain of formations, Lu Qing surveyed the universe and felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. The world before his eyes underwent a profound metamorphosis. Contemplating why Elder Lu instructed him to arrange formations using mundane methods, Lu Qing discerned the underlying intent. Authenticity, the self, a return to the most genuine and rudimentary actions. seizing the insights connecting cultivators with heaven, earth, and the cosmos, capturing a single thread of inspiration to elicit boundless transformations, arranging formations with spontaneity. Adapting to the environment and individual differences served as a reminder for Lu Qing not to confine himself to a singular schematic. One may observe, learn, adapt, and transcend. Yet it is essential to remember that the paths of predecessors also have their limits, while the way is boundless. Lu Qing, devoid of lofty aspirations, certainly does not yet qualify as a formidable master who has traversed the paths of his predecessors. He cannot claim to have meticulously devised any unparalleled formations. However, he has already dispelled the veil of ignorance that once clouded his vision, revealing a more expansive and distant world. His previous modest achievements in the realm of formations now seem but a mere droplet in the vast ocean, insignificant in comparison. Yet, this realization brings him a deeper sense of fulfillment than the mere attainment of a perfected technique. After all, true cultivation is rooted in sincerity and loyalty to oneself. Should Lu Qing choose not to shatter this barrier, he could steadily uncover pathways to transcend his limitations. Rather than squander hundreds of contribution points merely for a single lesson, an ephemeral perception that resonates in the depths of his being. Lu Qing pondered for a moment, contemplating that perhaps he possessed a stroke of luck superior to that of the average person. Carrying the skill of averting misfortune could indeed be considered a form of fortunate circumstance. Furthermore, this faint sense of divine insight he experienced was also intricately connected to the art of evading calamity. Lu Qing perceives the sea with clarity. The thread of divine insight he previously grasped has now gradually taken the shape of a nascent form. Upon the initial sighting of the towering mountain, Lu Qing was struck by a profound thought. This was the manifestation of the array of golden light. Those naturally inclined towards the Tao possess an innate swiftness akin to a vessel gliding across the sea. They are bestowed with divine abilities from birth. Lu Qing had not anticipated that the nascent form of his first divine ability would take root within the realm of formations. This revelation granted him an enhanced sensitivity to the subtle fluctuations of qi, allowing him to perceive changes more acutely than others. The array of golden light is both swift and elusive. It has the capacity to establish formations as well as to dismantle them. Lu Qing contemplated deeply, gradually incorporating the shimmering golden essence of the nascent divine ability into his purple palace. As he practiced the art of manifestation and the birth of divine powers within the realm of laws, his aim was to continually draw closer to the formation, perfecting the divine ability he had acquired within the array. Moreover, when wielding this divine power, he need not worry about subsequent issues arising from the array discs. Lu Qing had already conceived a plan for utilizing this extraordinary ability. To be frank, this was the most suitable power for his current circumstances. He had previously believed it would align more closely with the principles of water, yet it unexpectedly resonated with his own formations. As for the path of time, Lu Qing did not entertain such thoughts. Instead, he decided to sequentially manifest the formations he had devised before. Lu Qing's spirit and corporeal form began to intertwine in a magnificent performance. The spiritual energy surged, and the formations resonated with force. After 3 days, an exquisite strand of spiritual resonance soared into the heavens, culminating in a grand, fluffy mass of ethereal clouds atop the mountain's peak. The pure and abundant spiritual energy radiated from the edges of the clouds, dispersing among the myriad of extraordinary flowers and trees on the island. In the spiritual fields, the dragon heart fruit and purple moon fruit trees had flourished, their fist-sized fruits hanging heavily from the branches. Under the impact of this spiritual resonance, their skins shimmered with a hint of impending ripeness. This rapid maturation was a result of Lu Qing's continuous irrigation with the cloud and rain technique, fostering a rich environment that allowed these spiritual plants to mature faster than anticipated. The time for their harvesting was drawing near. Lu Qing emerged from his seclusion, and 3 days had already elapsed. A delicate aura enveloped him, accentuating his ethereal presence as if he were a celestial being drifting upon clouds and mist. This enchanting illusion was a result of the dense spiritual energy that coalesced around him, thick enough to resemble fog. Lu Qing waved his sleeve, and the faint aura surrounding him swiftly vanished, his ethereal essence concealed within the Dantian and purple mansion. In the blink of an eye, he appeared merely as a youth of remarkable demeanor. He gazed towards the spirit field, vibrant reds and delicate purples mingling together. The fruits above exuded a fragrant sweetness, their aroma enticing and captivating. Lu Qingguang could discern the allure of the bait favored by the lunar fish. Not only the fish, but even he, with his current cultivation, felt a flicker of appetite upon catching a whiff of that enticing aroma. It was nothing short of exquisitely sweet. Discarding this fleeting desire, he cast his gaze into the distance, contemplating the two spirit trees he had nurtured for the longest time. A glimmer of spirit light sparkled in his eyes. Indeed, as long as there was demand on that side, there was no need to replace these spirit plants in the immediate future. These were not hastily cultivated spirit plants, and Lu Qingwang was reluctant to uproot them. Furthermore, having successfully nurtured them, he would certainly reserve an acre or two for this type of spirit seed. In just 3 breaths, the fruits would reach full maturity. In that moment, the fragrance grew even sweeter. Lu Qing brought his fingertips together, a soft golden glow emanating from their tips. He gently raised his hand and uttered, "Rise." The fall of ripe fruit is a natural principle. Lu Qing would certainly not allow them to fall. As the spell was cast, a chorus of rustling leaves echoed through the air, and countless fiery red and pale purple fruits ascended, detaching from the trees, soaring upwards from the ground like a vibrant ribbon, reaching the opening of Lu Qing's storage bag. Plop, plop. Lu Qing now keeps all his essential items within a storage ring. The storage pouch has nearly been repurposed as a spirit herb bag. He releases the pouch's opening, allowing the last crimson fruit to soar into the bag. With a swift motion of his fingers, he seals the pouch once more. Lu Qing was content, with the token hanging at his waist, concealed beneath his azure outer garment. The timing was just right. It was time to go and collect my novice spirit planter's token. This exit from seclusion marked a fortuitous day. The first divine ability had taken shape. The obstacles in the formation had been swept away, the fruits of my labor had ripened, and the results of the spirit planter assessment were forthcoming. If you were to ask Lu Qing what could possibly bring greater joy than the 4 momentous events unfolding on this very day, Lu Qing soared with the wind, elegantly traversing the clouds. After a brief moment of breath, he arrived at the city of cultivation, where he beheld a throng of people in the distance. In the center of the city, 3 enormous jade stones stood side by side on a 3-foot-high platform, radiating a brilliant light, adorned with the names gleaming above them. Chapter 89. Entry-level Spirit Plant Master. The list of successful candidates for entry-level Spirit Plant Masters. The list of successful candidates for intermediate Spirit Plant Masters. The list of successful candidates for advanced Spirit Plant Masters. Upon entering the city, one could easily see the inscriptions adorning the uppermost part of these jade stones. This served as the notice board. "I made it. Ha!" exclaimed one. "I too have succeeded. My sleepless nights of diligent study have borne fruit. From today onward, I am an advanced Spirit Plant Master." "Oh, I was so close. Had I answered that one question correctly, I surely would have passed," lamented another. "I passed as well, but only received a satisfactory evaluation. Alas, it is not my fault. All my previous cultivation was with ice spirit plants. And who could have known that the examination would take place in the Flame Mountain? Such is the fickle nature of fate." While some rejoiced in their success, others were expressions of despair. As Lu Qing entered the city, he brushed past these disciples, and without needing to draw nearer, he spotted his own name. This outcome was not beyond his expectations, for he had adequately prepared himself. Passing the initial assessment was not a daunting task.